This is the art season in New York. At the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the new Whitney Museum, Museum of Modern Art, and here at the elegant Wally F. Art Galleries, where art lovers see a show that marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon and can be worn. So fashion models walk through the art galleries wearing chic dresses in the same prints that are framed to hang on the walls like old masters. And what's more, this art is washable. Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress, such as the dresses styled by Cobb's Corner. And the same bold prints look even more so in dresses for little girls by Tiny Town Togs. But is it really art? Or is it just another fashion fad? Maybe it's both, now that a posh art gallery gives its nod of approval to the print explosion in fashion today.
This is soap. You can wash your face with it. It can make your face feel nice and fresh and clean and dry. This is cleansing cream. You can cleanse your face with it. It can make your face feel nice and soft and smooth and greasy. This is Bactine Medicated Skin Cream. It is a new thing. It is a washing cream. You wash your face with it. It makes your face feel nice and fresh and clean and nice and soft and smooth and not dry and not greasy. And while it's at it, Bactine is also antiseptic. It cleans deep down to pores and makes your face feel safe from ugliness-causing germs and bacteria. Bactine does a lot of things that soap and cleansing creams just can't do. But it doesn't get rid of freckles either. The washing cream.
Alka-Seltzer invents a new disease, the blahs. The blahs is kind of like the blues, only physical. It's when you're down in the dumps and you don't know a cold is working on you. It's when you're not feeling right, but you don't know what's wrong. It might be a headache on its way, a stomach ache on its way. Oh, the blahs. Who needs them? You know, we wouldn't have invented a disease unless we had something to take for it. Alka-Seltzer. If Alka-Seltzer can take care of real big upsets, think of what it can do for a simple case of the blahs.
I'm going to show you a new antiseptic skin cleanser that works when it's on and keeps working for 12 hours after you wash it off. Bactine Medicated Skin Cream. It's got the great Bactine germ killer in it, so it cleans your skin right down into the pores, right down to the germs and bacteria that can cause blemishes. After you wash it off, it leaves a soft, invisible film that protects your skin from more germs for 12 hours. Excuse me. Your skin will be antiseptically clean and protected from germs that can damage it for 12 hours. If you use Bactine Medicated Skin Cream morning and night, it really pays off.
Get set!
That was pretty good pipe for a change. What was it? Blueberry tang?
Yeah, blueberry. First contest, kid? Follow me. This is Alka-Seltzer. Gets rid of that stuffy feeling. When you've been on the circuit as long as I have, you'll know. See you around, kid.
And next time you overeat, take what the guys who overeat for a living take. Alka-Seltzer.
Men, nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave. Take it off. Take it all off. Nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave.
The closer you shave, the more you need Noxema. Noxema medicated comfort shave.
Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro country.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach? OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas that leave me alone. Talking about niggas as though you run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the game, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with them. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang.
I think I'm cute, I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines, I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy, I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Let's go. I make them hot. I make them shiver. They just get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like they're all night. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Get your heart out, girl. Bike slip though. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. What's up, everybody? I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful new year. And if you're not, I hope it's because you're in anguish and you're about to deconvert because you just realized there's no such thing as God. There's no such thing as sin, and there is absolutely no such thing as salvation. And it is time for you to grow the fuck up. In the house with me, we've got the entire late night crew. Sam is here. Liberty Bell, the sexiest United States championship in the history of World Wrestling Entertainment, is here. The Refiner's Fire is here. And for some reason, there's still a Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. What we gotta name the giant raw spliff at some point. Marley. Let's just name it Marley. You know? Marley's in the house. Hendrix is in the house. Y'all understand? You understand what I'm talking about? Y'all know the vibes. All right? And of course, how can we trigger the right wing all year long? How can I make sure that I am Fox News's worst nightmare without being the personal caretaker of America's favorite lizard person? I am talking about none other than pew, 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 pew. Give it up for Jewish Space Laser. Give it up one time for Jewish Space Laser. Give it up one time for Jewish Space Laser. All right, folks, it is time for our communion. If you don't know the drill, please act like you do. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. All right, and now it's time for our communion song. This one comes to us from Foy Vance. It's called Where Everybody Knows Your Name. It is our Cheers theme song.
And he's going to play us out. Foy, you're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song, actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, I look forward to this. Foy Vance, take it away.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries.
All right, Jerome Robinson was first, 10,000 pocket change.
Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be
There's a wild YouTube punk.
Troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
YouTube punk was second.
Well, all those nights and you got no lights.
5,000 pocket change. Thank you so much.
And your little angel on the cowherd by its tail.
And look at the trees was third.
Didn't show. Look at the trees. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. And you're always glad they came.
All right, I've got Jerome, YouTube punk. Look at the trees.
You can see
KCA
troubles
Randy.
are all the same. You
Cameron
wanna go
Bennett.
where everybody knows
Cameron
your
Bennett.
name.
Appreciate y'all for
Well,
being
you
in
get out
chat.
of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright.
Morning isn't looking bright.
You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write.
Doesn't even write.
Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. Troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be where you can see. Troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Boy, Vance. Most common word coming in by text, boy, is goosebumps. Believe it or not, we've had that repeatedly across the whole series. If you want to see Foy Vance's cheeky grin when he sang the line, "When you find your girlfriend is a guy," you can go on the website. We'll upload a video of Foy singing that. If you want to see him live, 6th of December in Roisin in Galway, 7th of December in Whelan's in Dublin, and the new album is Joy of Nothing. Foy, thank you again.
Thank you, mate.
All right, priestly duties complete, y'all. Let's go ahead and get into it. We are in the family holiday gathering. This will be our last day in here overnight. Tomorrow, you know, it's just we're just on into the rest of our year. We'll go back to using our cafe for call-in shows, and otherwise, people have to be a member and be able to get to the other gather spaces to link up with me. So, please go ahead, join our Discord. After you join our Discord, send me a personal direct message with your email address, and I can invite you to our members-only gather. But yeah, if you want to hop in and discuss what's going on the show today, feel free to. That same link is also pinned into the description. We've got a big show planned for you today. Really one main thing that we're going to be getting into, we're going to be reviewing a podcast on the Jordan Peterson channel with Amala from PragerU. But before we do that, we are going to talk about a story about Jared Kushner that I actually think is really important and ties into a big story that I have been pushing, but just haven't heard talked about enough. And I was really actually super surprised, super surprised to hear this come up. And I'm really excited to share my thoughts with you guys. Really excited, and it's a bad story, but definitely something I feel very strongly about. Let's get it.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. So, Glenn, we have a new revelation from the January 6th committee transcripts that may implicate Jared Kushner now. I'll put the transcript right here on the screen from Alyssa Farah-Griffin that says, quote, "It was the first COVID-like morning meeting that Jared Kushner led after that had been announced, and Dr. Birx raised. She said, well, should we be looping in the Biden transition into these conversations? And Jared just said, absolutely not, and then we just moved on." So given what we know about the dangers of COVID, does Kushner have any legal exposure here?
He does, and I'm glad we're getting to revisit the topic of criminal liability for how the Trump administration badly mismanaged, and that's putting it mildly, because I think much of their misconduct was intentional, not just negligent, but why they really do bear criminal responsibility for avoidable COVID deaths. So now we have this new revelation in this transcript where Dr. Birx had wanted to include the Biden administration in COVID briefings during the transition period, right? She wanted to make sure that there was a safe, smooth, informed transition. And Jared Kushner said, absolutely not. He disrupted that safe, smooth, informed transition. Now, does this surprise us? No, because if you recall the reporting, that Jared Kushner was quoted as saying, look, at the moment, COVID is impacting, it's affecting blue states more than red states. So let's just let it run rampant through the states. Brian, I have maintained all along, and I've talked about this a number of times, that the way the Trump administration handled the pandemic really does give them criminal liability. Why do
And that is what we're here to talk about in the first portion of this show, gang. I am so excited because I lost family members to COVID, lost family friends to COVID. My life is still being tremendously impacted each and every day. I'm still living alone, working remotely, living in isolation, not gigging, not going to public places. And yeah, you could say that's a choice. You could say there's no restrictions in place, but there are restrictions in place. Here's the restriction: COVID, right? It isn't about what is the government policy. Does the government policy say I have to wear a mask? Does the government policy say I can or can't dine indoors? I hate to say this, but those of you that cannot put your own health and safety before what the public rules are, you're in a scary situation. You're in a real scary, dangerous situation. If you're going to go into a situation that you would otherwise know is a dangerous situation and say, well, the government didn't say it can't, right? You've got your priorities a little fucked up. So to me, the COVID restrictions are, can I do the things I normally do feeling as safe as I used to feel? If the answer is no, those things aren't safe. That's where the restrictions come from. It's always been that case. We didn't wear masks because we wanted to wear masks. We wore masks because we know that that's how you stop the spread of the disease. So to me, something has always needed to be done about this, because we basically have the Trump party, the Trump organization, the Trump tip, the Trump White House, the Trump administration, and now all of Trump's followers that were on Team COVID. And if there's never any accountability for their behavior, people are going to just think it's okay. It's incredibly important to me that in the thick of things with January 6th and just so many of the things that are going on, that we don't lose sight of how the President of the United States and his administration cost us lives rather than saving lives.
I say that. So for 22 of my 30 years as a prosecutor, I was handling murder cases in Washington, D.C. I was trying them. I was supervising them. I was responsible for overseeing all murder cases in the courts of D.C. while I was a federal prosecutor. And, you know, if you look at the law of homicide, let's just take the law of D.C. as an example. Each jurisdiction, each state, and the District of Columbia has its own laws on the books, and it defines homicides and the different levels of homicides in slightly different ways. But I think we all kind of are familiar with first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter. Some jurisdictions have what we call negligent homicide. I'm going to use the laws of D.C. for this discussion about the liability of the Trump administration. So there's a relatively low level of homicide called involuntary manslaughter. And there are three elements. That is...
Now, let's be clear about this. He's not saying that that's the only level to which he can see Trump or his administration being held accountable. What he's doing is recognizing there's actually a bunch of levels to, a bunch of ways to prosecute a wrongful death, right? We have murder, various degrees of murder. We have voluntary we have murder, right? We probably have involuntary homicide or some shit like that, right? And we have voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, you know, negligent homicide, negligent man. You know, it depends on your state, depends on your jurisdiction, depends on who charges you, depends on the circumstances, right? Sometimes you definitely got you definitely got 3 or 4. You may have as many as 5 or 6. And this is not just a case with murder, right? When I worked in prosecutor's office, we did this all the time with just routine, you know, drug offenses where when somebody gets charged with something, they get pulled over by the cop and they get a state, you know, offense, or the county, let's say, you know, pulls them over So they've got a misdemeanor possession charge, you know. Well, we know if they're a hard ass or, you know, they've done certain things, we can bump them up to a state charge if need to. We'd probably have to turn the case over, but we can certainly do that. And a lot of times we mostly bump them down, you know, to a lesser misdemeanor possession charge, or our favorite, which is wandering. Wandering is a city ordinance. What's the importance of a city ordinance? A city ordinance doesn't actually go on your record. And the city ordinance is wandering with the intent to possess, use or distribute, you know, an illicit substance or whatever, right? And so wandering was like this kind of catch-all, really low-level charge, but that's very important. So anyway, he's really showing us that there's various levels. Not saying that he's going for the highest. Oh my God, we're gonna arrest you! Boom, oh my God, we're gonna arrest you! And then basically saying, let's, for the sake of argument, take the lowest charge or one of the lowest charges. But still a very serious charge. And now he's going to lay out precisely what it takes to meet that burden. He's going to actually lay out 3 elements. So let's just be clear about that. We're just picking a charge. We're picking towards the bottom of the totem pole, so to speak. And then we're going to lay out 3 very particular elements and how they have to be addressed.
If somebody does 3 things, these 3 elements, then they are criminally responsible for involuntary manslaughter, for death of another. Let's talk about those 3 elements, and then let's talk about why Trump and Kushner, and I want to talk for a minute about Mike Pence, who was the head of the coronavirus task force, while Trump and Kushner were creating circumstances that allowed for avoidable COVID deaths. So I think Pence has responsibility too. Let's talk about those 3 elements. First element is somebody acted in a grossly negligent manner. What does that mean? They did something that was just kind of reckless. It was really negligent. And there are actually 2 ways that you can fulfill this first element. I hate to make this a Crim Law 101 class, but bear with me for a minute. Somebody either acts in a grossly negligent way, or they have a duty to act like they're the president of the United States, and they have a duty to faithfully execute the laws of the country. They have a duty to support and defend the Constitution, and they have a duty to protect the American people. They have a duty to act, and they fail to act, and that failure is grossly negligent. I maintain Donald Trump actually satisfies element number 1 in both ways, because he acted in a grossly negligent way, and he had a duty to act, and he failed to act in a grossly negligent way. Anyway, that's a mouthful, but that's element number 1. Element number 2 is that the person's negligence put people in harm's way. More precisely, the person's gross negligence was reasonably likely to result in death or serious bodily injury to another. And then the third element is that the person's negligence or their failure to act caused the death of another. And that's where a lot of people back up and they say, well, you can't really prove that Donald Trump caused the death of another. And that sounds good on the surface, but when you scratch below the surface and you look at how the law defines causation, causation simply means that your grossly negligent conduct or your failure to act was a substantial factor in bringing about the death of another. Not that you killed them, not that you shot them or stabbed them or strangled them, but that your conduct was a substantial factor in bringing about the death. Now, let's apply these elements to the known conduct of Donald Trump and by extension, Kushner and also Mike Pence. First of all, did Donald Trump act in a grossly negligent way? Did he put people in harm's way? Well, let's see. He lied to the American people about the dangers of the pandemic, right? He has now admitted to Bob Woodward in private interviews that I always wanted to downplay it. He didn't want to tell people the full truth. He didn't want to give them the tools that they could then use to protect themselves. He said, it's going to go away like a miracle. The warm weather will kill it. You have nothing to worry about. And here is one of the things that he did that I think best exemplifies how it is he was grossly negligent. Remember, there was a White House press conference.
What do you mean he's going to pass a qualified immunity precedent for the president? You mean like they're going to throw that out? I think I think they're going to get him. I don't think this wanton abuse of the law can be followed up with any sort of immunity claim or pardon. And I think that's actually a huge part of this. 10 years ago, probably 15 years ago, definitely. But with the way social media is, with the way all the information is out there, I think a big part of this now is even Joe Biden can't pardon Trump. Yeah, let us know.
Terrific reporter Jeff Mason was asking Donald Trump a question, and he was wearing a mask. Why? He wanted to protect himself. The CDC was recommending wearing masks to protect yourself and others to, deter transmission of this deadly virus. And what did the president say to Jeff Mason? I can't hear you. Take off the mask. Jeff Mason said, no, Mr. President, I'm protecting myself and others. He said, oh, I see. You want to be politically correct. Think about it, Brian. What message did his base take away from that? That you are worthy of being mocked by the President of the United States if you wear a mask to protect yourself and others. And here's the thing.
And this is what I find so infuriating about America and why I say Americans are gross. American people are gross. Americans are disgusting. They're nasty. Nasty, disgusting, gross people. This is the same thing you notice now if you're a masker. If you're a person who takes COVID, let's just say more seriously than the average bear for any reason. It isn't just a personal choice now. It's everywhere you go, nobody's masked, and then everybody's shooting you the dirty looks or, treating you like a weirdo because you're trying to keep some social distance from other people. Knowing goddamn well we're dealing with the virus that we all know spreads asymptomatically. So Americans who are not the type of people who stay home from work when they're sick because they're gross and they're nasty and they're disgusting, right? Most Americans are, oh, it's just a cold. Oh, it's just a cold. I'm going to work. That's most Americans. Gross. Literally before the pandemic, most Americans would not stay home from work because they knew they were sick. And we were supposed to be like, yes, Bobby. You shame all of us with your work ethic. The rest of us are lazy fuckfaces who think we should stay home when we can't breathe, but not you. You are a superhero with your work ethic. Gross. And now, even though we all know the pandemic can be spread with no symptoms at all, people treat you like you're crazy if you want to wear a mask and keep some social distance. Like you called them the N-word.
Americans should be able to rely on what the president is saying and doing and make their life decisions accordingly. So he was grossly negligent. Did his gross negligence result in, was it reasonably likely to put people in harm's way?
What's up, Rocco?
It absolutely was,
Appreciate you.
because he was contradicting the very guidance that we all knew would protect the lives of Americans, would slow or prevent the transmission of this deadly pandemic. So the first two elements, check and check. Let's go to the third element. Did Donald Trump's negligence cause the death of others? I have a concrete example that I like to use to illustrate why the answer to that question is yes, Donald Trump committed the crime of involuntary manslaughter because he checks all three boxes. So when I was chief of homicide in D.C., we had a case where a robber was chasing a victim down the street. The victim was trying to evade the robber, and he ran between two parked cars. He darted out into the street. He was struck by a vehicle, and he was killed. Now, did the robber kill him? Did the robber cause his death? Well, not literally. The driver of the vehicle caused his death. But this highlights how the law looks at causation. Causation is a substantial factor in bringing about the death, and the robber chasing the victim into traffic was a substantial factor in bringing about his death. I know I've gone through a whole Crim Law 101.
And he's spot on. It is just like every single motherfucker got up there in their January 6th trial and said, the president told me to do it. The president sent me to fight like hell and march on the Capitol. So my monkey ass marched on the Capitol. Does that mean they're not responsible for their role in the insurrection? Of course not. But it also means the motherfuckers that sent them there bear a lot of that responsibility as well. And the same thing applies here. We all know if Donald Trump came out and said, y'all, COVID is legit. I just came from a meeting. Look, check Jay Bundy out as president. Check Jay Bundy out as president. Attention everybody in the press corps. Listen the fuck up and shut the fuck up. I just got from a meeting with Fauci, the CDC, the NIH, and a bunch of other sciencey folks, and they was telling me about this thing called COVID-19. Now listen, folks, I'm gonna kick it to you real straight. That's one of the scariest meetings I've ever been in my life. Yeah, it turns out we're about to be in the middle of a pandemic and shit is about to get all types of real. So from now on, we're gonna be having daily briefings where I'm gonna let that team over there of doctors come up here and brief you on what we need to do to take care of this virus. For the most part, I'm gonna be standing over there in the corner listening and taking notes like the rest of you. Now, I've heard in the interim, we're gonna have to wear some masks, but right now, those masks need to be prioritized for first responders and our medical personnel. So we're gonna have to do some things to step up on the supply chain, get some more masks to y'all. In the meantime, everybody needs to stay home, social distance, and we will come back with some updates because we're gonna need to do something in terms of some serious assistance to help people get through this really tough economic time we have ahead of us. But let me be very clear, COVID-19 is here, shit's real. And everybody's going to have to bite the bullet on this one. This is going to hurt. We're all going to have to make some very real sacrifices to get on the other side of this. Now, I'm going to holla at y'all later. Listen up to Fauci. Right? Now, again, I know I got a sexy voice and all of that. A little bit of my own style to my delivery. But let's be very clear. The president of your 8th grade class, student government that you didn't even have when you were in 8th grade, they could have handled that one like that. They would have basically said the same shit. Yeah, my little 14-year-old ass is thoroughly unqualified to lead us through this. That COVID meeting was scary as shit. Kicking it over to Dr. Fauci. I mean, that's all Trump had to do. That's all he had to do.
Class on the law of involuntary manslaughter. Thank you for bearing with me. But this is why I absolutely believe, as a former career homicide prosecutor, that Donald Trump is criminally responsible for avoidable COVID deaths.
So let me follow that up with this. We've seen how difficult it was to even start an investigation for something as egregious as an insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. So given that, what's the likelihood that we'll see prosecution for something that's murkier like this?
The likelihood is low. And I say that only because I am looking at what appears to be an absence of prosecutorial appetite to take on these avoidable COVID deaths, which I think is inexcusable. Believe me, I have talked to my prosecutor friends across the country because there were avoidable COVID deaths that occurred in every single state in the union. So I think every local prosecutor would have a reason to at least investigate the possibility of criminal liability.
Yeah, now check it out, y'all. I think the same thing is true about a lot of the January 6th thing. I think a lot of the same thing is true about what I've been talking about, something we'll come back to. I'm going to talk more about this year, the idea that you can maybe get Trump under a RICO statute, like a racketeering influence, corrupt organization charges. Now, where am I going at with this? A lot of us are in sit back passive mode, let the government take care of it, right? Like, oh, hopefully there's a brave prosecutor who, on behalf of the people, will prosecute Trump after realizing they have probable cause, blah, 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 blah. Fuck all that. Now, what I'm really about, y'all, is savage citizenry. Straight savage citizenry. I believe any person in any state can bring a civil RICO case against fucking Trump and his fucking administration and his fucking organizations and be like, these motherfuckers have caused damages to me personally. Me as a citizen. You don't have to be a prosecutor to do this. And I think that's the same thing here, where he's saying any prosecutor in any state or any municipality, anybody's got prosecutorial authority could do this because they could say on behalf of our people, Trump fucked up COVID and they caused unnecessary deaths in our county, in our state. But I actually think any person could do that. They could say, we lost family members, we lost friends, we lost income. We lost a sense of trust in our neighbors, right? That's a real psychological burden. That's what I'm talking about, what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with the mental health consequences of the isolation and the loss of trust in my fellow man. I literally no longer believe my fellow man looks out for me. When I have a service person come in my house, I have to make an extra phone call and say, I need y'all to wear a mask. I need you to not track throughout my house. I need you to call me when you get here and use the back door. You know, I have to really go out of my way because I don't just trust that people will do right by me. And a big part of that is every step of the way, the president of the United States kept telling people to do the wrong goddamn thing. Now, are they not responsible for being fucking morons? Of course they're responsible for being willfully ignorant, stupid pieces of trash. But he's responsible too. You can't tell us you're the most powerful man in the free world, you're the most famous motherfucker other than Jesus, and then act like you ain't responsible for the influence you have on people. It's a fucking joke.
For Trump, for Kushner, for Pence, and yet we certainly haven't seen any charges. And I'm not entirely sure.
Damn, y'all going crazy, chat. We just reached 1,000 messages for the day. So I've been giving out 1,000 pocket change when y'all go to 100. Now that we got the new scale, I'm gonna drop 10,000 on everybody in the chat because we've got 1,000 messages in chat. Obviously, we had a stream earlier because we did the New Year's stream. But thank y'all so much, and I'm looking forward to rewarding everybody. Appreciate y'all so much.
Why that is, other than this would be a very forward-leaning investigation and prosecution if it were brought. And
now y'all see how it works. If we get to 1,000 messages in the chat, then everybody gets 10,000 pocket change. That's like if everybody was first. I mean, that's a big deal, y'all.
You and I have talked about the fact that no prosecutor seems to be determined or seems to have the appetite to be the first one to indict a former president.
A savage-ass
I have
citizen
maintained all along that once that dam breaks and we have one brave, strong, determined prosecutor indicting Donald Trump, all of the others will follow.
I would offer too that a big part of why we're not seeing any movement in the judicial space when it comes to COVID is because there was so much mismanagement in the beginning, but because this entire thing was politicized by the right while we were in the midst of COVID, and because masks became an issue of politicization, because vaccines became an issue of politicization, basically now you have half of the country on that team. And so it makes it so much more difficult because any prosecution, even in the realm of avoidable deaths, is going to be criticized by half of the country as if it's some political witch hunt, because they were able to politicize all of these issues. And so by virtue of bringing half of the country onto that team, it basically creates this buffer where now prosecutors are not going to be willing, not going to have the appetite to bring forward any prosecution, because it's going to feel like it's political, even though it's not. And it's actually to seek some accountability for what were wholly avoidable deaths.
And here's the bullshit I can't fucking stand about America. It's the fucking lying in plain sight. The white boy circle jerk. Sorry, that's just what it feels like when white boys set up the whole system. White boy circle jerk rules the day. I don't know what do you want me to tell you? Because this is what we hear every single day. Sorry, we can't hold the rich and power accountable. It would be politicized. Sorry, we can't go after the former president. That would be divisive. Sorry, we can't do shit about Donald Trump because white people will get really, 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 really mad. As if to say the decision to not prosecute them is political. I know most Americans and people in the world is just not that fucking smart. But come on, y'all. We listen to a lot of debates and arguments. Maybe that's us. Maybe we're like the 1%ers. Maybe we're the billionaires of intellect, right? Because we literally just fucking consume fucking debates and scholarly interactions and shit in our spare time because we're beasts about knowledge. But y'all, this is literally the claim. We can't prosecute people for some political reason because prosecuting them would be politicized.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
I'm done. Like, what? Like, what? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Are y'all serious? Is your brain that whitewashed? Seriously? Do you think you could just say words and like this is some Harry Potter, Alakazam, Shalakazoo, and we're not gonna notice the sleight of hand? The motherfuckers literally go, we can't prosecute Donald Trump for insert political reason here. If we did, it would be politicized. Grow the fuck up. Politics is the job description. Everything in a politicized country is politicized. Grow the fuck up. The shit is going to be politicized. The shit is going to be divisive. I promise you, if you do not prosecute these motherfuckers for political reasons, I will never let anyone forget it ever. It will be politicized at least until I take my last breath. So yeah, it's gonna be politicized if you do the right thing. So check this out. There's option fucking A. You can do the wrong thing and the shit's gonna be politicized. Or, ding, 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 you can do the right thing and just accept that the shit's gonna be politicized anyway. God, these people.
That's in this country.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. That's the dynamic at play. But once we start to make prosecutorial decisions based on how many people are on team crime versus team justice, then I think we are done for. But I couldn't agree with you more that may be one of the serious impediments to any prosecutor bringing the first case for an avoidable COVID death. I still hope it happens because, we have had more than 1 million Americans die of COVID. You look at, for example, South Korea, where, the first case of coronavirus was diagnosed in South Korea the exact same day, January 20th, 2020, as the first coronavirus diagnosis in the United States. South Korea, I think, handled the pandemic really responsibly. Its government, its leadership. You know how many folks died in South Korea? 32,000. 1.1 million died in the United States, but let's norm that for the population, because South Korea has a little over 50 million folks. That would put a comparable sort of per capita death rate in South Korea at about 190,000 versus 1.1 million. Brian, as sure as I sit here, given my experience as a homicide prosecutor, I'm telling you, the extraordinary number of COVID deaths in this country are attributable in part to Donald Trump's criminal conduct, his grossly negligent, at best, mismanagement of the pandemic.
Yeah, that's a great point. Let's finish off with this. Is there no irony here in the fact that Republicans have made Dr. Fauci enemy number one in the United States of America, and yet we have proof here from this transcript, for example, from Alyssa Farah Griffin in her testimony that Jared Kushner was willfully neglecting to allow the Biden administration to know what was happening with COVID, that we have proof within the myriad of ways that you laid out that Trump was aware and yet did nothing. And yet not a single person on the right will raise issue with this.
I don't understand it because, that kind of worldview or view of our nation is really more keeping in line with the North Korean government or the Russian government, where they just don't care about the welfare of their people. And I never thought that is how any American leadership, left, right, or center, felt or comported itself. And yet, right now we have apologists for the Trump administration, not just for the many crimes of Donald Trump, but for the homicides of American citizens, the involuntary manslaughter as a result of these needless COVID deaths. And I sure hope that we sit up, we take note, and that prosecutors nationwide begin to hunker down and at least present these cases to the grand jury and let the grand jury, sitting as the conscience of the community, decide whether there's enough evidence to charge Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, and Mike Pence.
Yeah, and it's a shame that we have to push for this amid the opposition from a party that brands itself pro-life. But, just one more example. Glenn, thank you so much for keeping this issue at the forefront. For anybody watching, get more legal news, make sure to...
Yeah, I mean, so what's the takeaway here? The bad news is we're a long way away from real accountability for the mishandling of the pandemic. But cool, I don't know. I really don't know. Let me just say that wound isn't going to heal anytime soon from where I sit. So again, till my dying breath, I will be trying to see some motherfucking accountability for how people mishandle COVID-19. Now, on top of that, I don't just want to see it with Trump and his administration. I would hope that type of prosecution would lead to a windfall of similar prosecutions across the country. For all of the governors and, state chambers of representatives or state senates, all the, the state congresses or whatever. State legislatures is what we should say. Even some of the judicial misconduct we saw. I mean, I think all of that, people striking down mandates and striking down, policies that we needed to save lives for bullshit. We knew it was bullshit. They knew it was bullshit. There's gotta be accountability. So I really would want to see that at all levels. The good news is to hear that very serious legal minds and commentators are having the conversation. Now, I hope they've got the steam to power the dream, right? Like, I hope they stay on it and that, you know, we keep this on the table, on the stove. I understand January 6th may move to the big burner in the front for some time. It may take getting on the other side of that, and it may take a lot of changes. I'm sure the current incoming Republican administration will do everything they can to obstruct this type of stuff. But I'm glad to hear people talking about it. That's why I brought it to you guys right away as soon as I heard it, because I've been talking about it here and there, and it's just not in the conversation anymore. Unfortunately, it was one of the things I noticed even probably I pretty much first started making this stuff in this community was like, that was the whole thing. Like, like the whole thing was just, you're not supposed to talk about COVID anymore. Nobody wants to talk about it. I kept saying even, oh man, like the news is so happy when the war happened, because finally could stop talking about the damn pandemic. And, you know, even like, you know, I wasn't trying to rain on everybody's parade, but like even last night, you know, New York City went back to no restriction, no mask in place, nothing. Quote unquote, back to normal. Times Square ball drop, millions of people piled on top of each other, even as the CDC and all these people are warning about the new latest, greatest variant that's more transmissible than Omicron or whatever. And, you know, our current vaccines are not, you know, geared to address yet. So they're warning people, do shit different, do shit different. Do we stay where we're at? Nope. Do we put a little bit of restrictions in place? Nope. We go the opposite direction. You have to eventually accept the fact that you live in a gross culture. Otherwise, you're driving yourself nuts. I realize this. I say so many things on this channel that are just so far out that, like, if you'd have found me in my life and just said, oh, you're going to be on the internet one day telling people that you genuinely think Americans are disgusting, gross human beings. I'm like, well, I have noticed that they, you know, kind of have some different hygiene from time to time, you know, and I'm like, oh my God, it feels so good to finally say it. It feels so good to get, like, it feels like just getting such a huge weight off my shoulders. Like, it feels literally orgasmic, y'all. It feels better than fucking sex to finally get off my chest how gross I think Americans are. Honestly. It's like America's hatred of hygiene is a national fetish. And it's disgusting. Evolution? String theory? Are you serious? Americans are still not on board with the germ theory of disease. Gross.
I'd go from Holy Spirit-filled church to Holy Spirit-filled church and get slathered with oil.
Seriously, just nasty people. And you see this with the pandemic. They just want to be gross. They want to ignore the virus. They just don't, ugh. That's all they've ever wanted. They want to go back. They want you to tell them it's okay to be nasty. It's okay to ignore that there's a pandemic killing people. It's okay. Go ahead. I know you need to party. How disgusting. How disgusting. You know people are dying. But your need to party, your need to sit in the movie theater, your need to go to restaurants. I've seriously told my ex-girlfriend when she was on this shit, don't say the word need to me. Just stop. Sad part is she was literally had degrees in psychology and was a counselor to children. Poor children. Those poor children. Weaponized whiteness. I can substitute the word need for preference and then overlook how the consequences of my behavior rob other people of their need for air, their need to breathe. And fuck it. If you're, there's a fan behind me. But yeah, it's just really, really disgusting. And I'm not quite sure what you're talking about with the mic. Yeah, my mic sounds fine. I do a lot of sound checking, so thanks for letting me know, but not hearing it. All right, let's keep it moving because this podcast is
I was very much struck by how the translation of the biblical writings jump-started the development of literacy across the entire world.
Illiteracy was the norm. The pastor's home was the first school, and every morning it would begin with singing.
The Christian faith is a singing religion. Probably 80% of scripture memorization today exists only because of what is sung.
This is amazing. Here we have a Gutenberg Bible printed on the press of Johann Gutenberg.
Science and religion are opposing forces in the world, but historically that has not been the case.
Now the book is available to everyone.
From Shakespeare to modern education and medicine and science to civilization itself.
It is the most influential book in all of history, and hopefully people can walk away.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Oh, I want to say one more thing about the weapons grade whiteness I noticed from the pandemic. It totally blew the lid off the prison system. People were acting like they were being waterboarded for being asked to stay home. And it really shows you that people apparently can't do time in prisons of their own design. Literally, you could have all your shit delivered to your front door. People are like, nah, I gotta go to the grocery store. Right? If you can, I ain't talking to you. But a lot of y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. They literally right now can have your groceries delivered to your front door, but you're like, nah, right? I mean, whatever. So it just kind of is what it is. But it really, I haven't spoken on that, and I do remember having that thought earlier. I was like, can't none of y'all ever tell me shit about the justice system, because when the rubber meets the road, it just really shows you how people really do think being, restricted in their movement is just this totally inhumane treatment. And again, you're at home. You can watch and do what you want. You can talk to who you want. You can remote visit with your friends. You could do whatever you want. And it really, I hate to say it, it really, part of it felt like those of us who have had to, let's just say, do a little bid, spend a few days away at adult summer camp, right? We learned a certain skill of chill, right? Like we literally learned how to do time, how to just understand, I'm in this situation. I don't know how long I'm going to be in the situation. I don't want to be in the situation. A lot of times people got to catch up with these words. I don't deserve to be in this situation. But nevertheless, you're in this situation. You don't know how long it's going to last, but you learn to take it one day at a time. You learn to wake up and say, yo, you know what? Turns out there's some decent people around me right now. And, you know, I don't want to be hanging out with them forever, but you know what? Today, if we could have a good game of dominoes, chill and watch the game, kick it with the fellas, cool. We get some time to shoot a little hoops, cool. Let's just shoot a little hoops right now. You know what I'm saying? And you literally learn how to chill, the skill of chill. I remember when COVID first started, like, I was reading a New York Times column and the cat was saying, yeah, those of us that are stoners, this is the time to activate our superpower. You know, it's time to just light that joint, put on a list or marathon through your favorite shows. And I really felt like we missed the opportunity. We did it early on. Early on, we really pushed hard to build a lot of solidarity around, you know, a social normalization of the response, right? All the late night hosts stayed home. Even certain congressional people worked from home. They could have kept doing that. They ain't shit about their jobs they can't do remotely. Let's keep it real. I was even asked to participate in the music. I didn't do it, but a bunch of us were asked to participate in a music video by like a science rapper called Stay Home. Like everybody's supposed to stay home and, you know, he's supposed to soul video and, you know, everybody's making the commercials and shit. But man, it's like at some point we started to demonize the response to the virus more than the virus. All of a sudden, asking people to stay home or even suggesting that they, you know, reduce how much they socialization just made you an asshole. Like it was an insufferable insult to people. And even the Congress and the FDA, like that's why I really lost a lot of respect even for the CDC. Because CDC would just sit up there and go, well, our current adjustment of the guidelines is really informed by what people can tolerate. And I'm like, y'all, are you the CDC sitting up here and instead of giving us the science, giving us the politics of people are sick of the science? Like, I just found it to be, again, like I found that to be grossly negligent. Your job is to tell me what people can tolerate. And again, I don't care. I don't care what these privileged people want. I don't care. When y'all think you can control the population on some shit, y'all use the full weight of the law. Again, any of y'all that live in a state where marijuana isn't legal, go smell a little weed next door, hit up the old 911. I think I smell some marijuana next door. Woo, 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 woo. Police will be there in less than 10 minutes, ready to cart somebody off to jail. But when it was like, yo, well, can we get some laws in place? Because people are not going on with the COVID restrictions. Nah. Right? There was never really COVID restrictions in place. Even when we were supposed to be staying home, it was voluntary. It was voluntary. Literally, I was supposed to be staying. I was traveling back and forth. I wasn't exposing myself to anybody, but literally, there was a time I was staying with my mom. I had to drive back to Michigan to pick up some clothes and shit. Drove back to Ohio, you know, stayed with her for a bit, then finally went back to my place. I mean, my point is you could travel between state lines all you wanted to. Nobody gave a shit. There was nothing in place. It was like, oh my God, there were so many restrictions. No, it was like a suggestion. We were like, please, mate, please, pretty please, care about other people. Pretty please. It's never serious. Then we tried to get mask mandates, struck all those down. Tried to get vaccine mandates, struck all those down. All of us, generations, grew up going to school, couldn't even think about going to school without a fucking vaccine. All of a sudden, we really need the vaccine right now in real time. We get it rapidly. And where's the rapid response from the legal system? None. The whole system's a joke. Why not use the full weight and power of the law to save lives? Answer, because white people will get really, really mad.
With at least a sense of that.
So an activist seems to me to be someone who hypothetically advocates for the oppressed, which is already a moral danger. It's because, like, what the hell made you advocate for the oppressed? Did they elect you? Why are you the spokesman? And what gives you that moral virtue? So, those are major questions. But also, it comes with it this temptation, because if you're an activist, you're almost always against something. You're always identifying the problem with the world as being something that some other person who isn't good like you is doing. And then what we do is we present young people in high school and in university with the notion that, well, if you really care about the world, there's nothing more honorable than you could possibly do than to become an activist. And I really kind of think that in some sense, there is almost no lower calling than activist.
I think it's within our nature, especially as young people, to get obsessed with this idea of radical transformation and this lure of transformation. And it wasn't until I met Dave Rubin, who I'm sure you're familiar with, and he put out this quote of, when I was on this side of things, I was trying to control the world. Now that I'm out of it, I'm trying to understand the world. And that's something that a lot of young people are not obsessed with. They don't want to understand the world and their place within it. They feel a sense of discomfort, and they want to attribute that sense of discomfort to something else and find what is a common enemy. And it's really easy to find a common enemy if you listen to anybody who is obsessed with this woke ideology.
Hello, everyone.
Man. All right, gang. I've been saving this one for a week. I was kind of hoping Uncle Bobby and my one black friend would be going through this with me. I think Uncle Bobby's, having some allergies, and I think my one black friend is out of town or out of the country or something. So, goddamn gang, I'm in here. Somebody could call in. I invited James to come in. James is probably ducking the torture as well. But look, let's just come out the gate and just set our expectations. What we're about to hear is a really elaborate version of I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. So we're going to be constantly hearing the gaslighting, the projection, basically taking every really valid and serious criticism of the right, putting it in the mouths of someone coming that's on the right and projecting it at the left. That's all it's going to be. And it comes to us from Jordan Peterson, America's favorite fake-ass pseudo-intellectual who's a fucking fraud, a grifter, a joke, and to put it quite simply, isn't that smart? Where's the proof? All his arguments are fucking stupid and ridiculous, and if all your shit is trash, you're not a genius. Period, end of story. And Amala, PragerU's Candace Owens waiting in the wings, a bona fide, self-hating trash panda. aka coon. So the coonery, the projection, and the self-hatred are all going to be very strong.
On YouTube and its associated platforms and podcasts, I'm talking today to Amala Epinobi. She was a radical leftist activist as a young person and has undergone quite a political and philosophical transformation in recent years. And so we're going to talk to her about that and about her work with PragerU today. She's an American YouTube commentator, as I said, working under the PragerU brand. Her channel, Unapologetic, has amassed over 500,000 subscribers in a very short time, by the way, spearheaded initially by her story. Her mother is a left-wing pundit who works on professional fundraising.
Idiot or willful piece of...
Amala grew up fully believing in leftist ideology before having a radical change in thought. Recognizing the hate coming from those around her who were tolerant, she made a hard choice to confront her bosses in a leftist organization on these thoughts and was not only shut down but belittled by being told, "You don't even realize how oppressed you are." And this was the final straw. From here, she left her workplace, dived into her own education on the founding fathers and the institutions as they were originally designed in America and how social media works. Using these new skills in tandem, she launched a conservative TikTok channel of all things and found herself going viral regularly. It wasn't long after she joined PragerU as the host of her own show. Raised in a far-left activist household, 22-year-old Amala Epinobi was once a student organizer for the left. Unanswered questions and a search for the truth led her to a complete ideological transformation. Passionately sharing her new conservative values online, Amala became a viral social media sensation. She is now the host of PragerU's popular show, Unapologetic with Amala. She inspires millions of young people every day to discover the truth, defend their values, and lead better lives. I met her at a PragerU gala about a month ago. It's December 2022 at the moment, so a month ago would have put us in November. I think that's about right. And I was there talking to Dennis Prager, and she had a speech after me, really quite compelling, and I thought it would be very interesting to talk to Amala on my podcast as a consequence. She's quite young. She's made a bit of a splash online, maybe more than a bit. And so when I listened to her talk, I thought, well, here's someone who seems to have a clue and who's probably going somewhere. So let's find out exactly who she is. And so that's the plan today. I want to get to know her a little bit and to walk all of you through it. So let's start with what you're doing now. You're working for PragerU, and that's a very evil thing to do.
Articulate and confident way of saying the dumbest things.
I'm quite curious about how that came about. And how old are you?
I'm 22 at the moment.
Right. Okay. So you're not a pup. But you're out of that. You're out of puphood a little bit, anyways.
Yeah.
So okay, how did you come to start doing videos for Prager? Tell me exactly what you're doing at PragerU.
Sure. Yeah. So at the moment, my job title is PragerU personality, which I guess assumes that I have some sort of personality. And what that involves now is I do podcasting and social media content and just talk about cultural issues, today's politics and news from a young person's perspective, and particularly a young conservative-leaning perspective. So that's what I do now. And PragerU found me because I started making videos on the internet about a journey that I had from being what I consider to be a really radical leftist to a now sort of right of center person.
Right. So you're a conservative personality. Those two words haven't gone together that well during the entire span of my life. So that's kind of a funny thing altogether. And so how often are you making videos for Prager?
Every single day we put out content. So we're constantly staying on our toes and keeping up with everything that's going on in the world. And that's our daily life right now, is just looking at what's happening, looking at the conversations that people are having and what's trending, and then hopefully giving a reasonable perspective on it.
Right. So how much content are you producing every day?
At least, I would say 3 short-form videos that are about 60 seconds long, as well as 1 long.
Whoo! Y'all, I'm feeling the vapors. Oh, God damn, these people suck. This whole movement, I'm a conservative personality for Prager, and they hired me because of my radical take on the left. And I was going through a transformation and finding truth. Oh, my God. Oh, I can't take it, Sam. I can't take it. I can't take it. I can't take it. It's too much. They're beating me. See, even Jewish Space Laser can't take it. They're beating us down. They're beating us down. They're trying to take us out, man. Oh man, it's too terrifying.
Overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Oh my goodness, I have an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Oh my God. Oh, whoever said sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Never tried word wrestling. I promise. Step into the ring with this weaponized bullshit.
It's too terrifying.
And you will be hurting. You guys don't understand what it takes to be the United States champion of word wrestling entertainment. I put my life on the line in front of you to fight these people. And when they hit me with their moves, it hurts. It hurts. So gang, you've got to. We're gonna have to toughen up. We're gonna have to toughen up. This is gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard and it's long. There's like 2 hours of them talking to each other. Oh, Coon and the Buffoon, you know, that's what we're watching. Coon and the Buffoon. So gang, there's only one solution. Good job, alcohol. Whatever contains your alcohol, I need you to take the part of that is pointed towards the floor. I need you to take that part and point it towards the sky and make sure everything else goes down the gullet. And then I need you to find something that's gonna also alter your state of consciousness, like some marijuana or something, and I'm gonna need you to get as high as fucking possible. This is, whew. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, this is not gonna be easy. This is not gonna be easy. This is not gonna be easy. Oh my goodness. All right, gang, cheers, bottoms up. Whew. I don't even understand. Oh man. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Oh, stupid bitch, hit me with it.
Long form video that will be anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour. And then we do a live podcast on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays that goes for about an hour.
Oh yeah, okay. And on the short form, so those are about 60 seconds long?
Gang, yeah, I know what you're thinking. That bitch is nowhere near the prolific content creator of the United States champion. There's a reason I've got the 10 pounds of gold. Bitch, a short 10-minute video. Bitch, that's called a commercial. And what I do, there must be a special occasion. An hour-long live podcast. Dog, an hour into my show, I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just stretching the vocal cords. Bitch don't want it with me. You don't want it with me, bitch. I'll come at your ass, and I got a good 8 hours in me on the regular. Hell out of here.
Yep. We'll pick a trending topic or a news story and then just give you a 60-second rundown of what's happening as well as a little bit of opinion on it.
Right, and so what platforms are you using for the short forms?
When we create them in
everything.
WWE,
We're on
that's going to be
Instagram, Twitter, YouTube,
Facebook,
Facebook, you name it, we're there.
Are you on TikTok?
We're gonna create a whole PragerU stable, right? Look, gang, look at the PragerU lineup. The PragerU lineup is scary. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Look at this. I'm warning. Here we go. Trigger warning, the trash pandaness you are about to see on your screen may be upsetting to sensitive viewers. Also, I'm gonna be honest. You're gonna see some people on here that you may have admired at some point in a previous life. And it's gonna make you realize that you were, in fact, raised by wolves. All right, here we go. Look at this. Dennis Prager, Amala Trash Coon Panda, whoever this idiot is, this moron, Adam Carolla. Remember when you thought he was cool and funny? Bet you don't anymore. Another coon, Queen Coon Emeritus. Yep, that's the flavor. The Ben Shapiro flavor. Look at this coon right here. The coon that wanted to be governor. You know what I mean? That coon. This fucking the buffoon, coons and buffoons. You know what I mean? That's the whole vibe here. Who's this? You supposed to be the cute white young person? You're trash. I don't even know who that is. Anybody listen to Ali Stuckey? Send me some of her shit so I can rip her a new asshole. Y'all know I like beating up on women around here.
Yes, TikTok. I have an up and down relationship with TikTok
I'm an equal
as I get banned
opportunity offender.
probably every other week for the content that I put out.
Well, congratulations. Being banned by the Chinese communists is always a really good thing. Yeah. We should return the favor in spades. Yes.
I agree.
Yes, definitely. And so where do you have the biggest following?
My biggest following is now on YouTube. My TikTok account is currently banned. That would have been my biggest following at about 640K, I believe. But now we've reached that on YouTube.
Oh, well, congratulations. And how fast are you growing on YouTube?
Well, we started our channel, I want to say, about in April of this year. So that's how quickly. It's been about 9 months.
And you said you were making videos before Prager picked you up. And what platforms were you using for those videos? When did you start doing that?
I started out on TikTok of all platforms, and I want to say I started there at the end of 2019. And I, in a matter of months, managed to amass a few 100,000 followers because I think I was speaking to a perspective that people weren't used to on the platform. And I have a particular look, being a biracial female. I think that's not to be ignored in it having a factor in me growing so quickly on these platforms. But TikTok is where things really started to take off.
So you realize that they used you because you fit a certain demographic that they want to reach, even though they are totally against the interest of those people. It's kind of interesting. You know, I don't really have much to say about this. Like, it's like me being like, yes, I realized I was in a scholarship program that was targeted at increasing minority participation in higher education. But it's just amazing because it reminds me of celebrating one coming to the Lord. Rather than hear how so many people and persons of color really say, hey, the tip you guys are on isn't helping us. They want to dismiss all of us pretty much so that they can be like, hey, that Amala thinks Trump's the way to go, or whatever it is she thinks. Jesus is the reason for the season. And Uncle Bobby's take on someone like her, which I think is incredibly reasonable, is that she just is too young to have a clue. Like, she doesn't know what she's doing. And so I'm sure all the esteem and blowing up and is really affirming her transition from left to right. But at this point, it no longer matters. She's literally Candace Owens Jr., who works for PragerU. And so she's now in the ring where it's tap, nap, or snap time. But what I'm really want to speak to is the fact that the conservatives love to use people of the identities that they literally want to control to sell back to those communities the very ideas that undermine their identity, using people who share that identity. You see this with, the openly gay Jewish conservative who happens to not be gay or Jewish. Or and even when they are, that Prager himself was as Jewish, identifies as Jewish, but again, he's on the right-wing Christian nationalist ideology, but then happy to say, hey, I'm a Jew who thinks like this. And Amala's thing that is going to be a thing that now means we have to push her back on her racial identity. Like, bitch, you're a coon. Like, yeah, bitch, you're a coon. Yeah, see, when you left that left-leaning place and they told you were all types of fucked up for betraying the left so you could suck off the right because you were getting more attention that way. Yeah, you're dog shit. Yeah, you betrayed your people. Yeah, that's what that called. That's what that's called. Yeah, that's what that was. That was called pushback. That was called feedback. Because now you've sided with the people who are against us. So I don't really give a fuck. I don't give a shit what you look like, what your identity is. You're on this bullshit professionally, right? I used to say this shit about Rebecca. You cannot tell us you're a professional boxer. Hang on, y'all. Or even an up-and-coming amateur, right? And then get upset when you step in the ring and somebody punches you in the face. So, bitch, you want to throw your weight around? You want to play? You want to throw the left all the way under the bus because you think that shit is cute? Get ready for this ass whooping. And y'all, if y'all want to know where I was trying to go with the right-wing thing, get ready for the Republican Party to give you their version of the Village People. The Republican Party is about to have the Mexican, American, gay, trans, the Latino. They're going to have the whole We Are the World, We Are the Children, Crayola, skin tone, crayon collection with all the identities. They're all still going to be sitting on the same Christo-fascist bullshit, right? But they're going to be trying to sell you that that's the new way to be diverse. That's the new equality, right? It's not about an integration. It's all about assimilation.
Men, is it time to stop mindless scrolling? Time to finally gain that higher quality of life you know you're missing out on? If this sounds familiar, then on January 9th, join thousands of men all over the world to embark on a 90-day journey together in search of a better life. It's called Exodus 90, and it was built to help men enjoy the freedom of becoming who they were truly made to be. Exodus 90 guides you in removing the attachments that are holding you back from a better life. And it actually works. Independent research shows that Exodus 90 men report considerable shifts after the first 90 days, including stronger satisfaction rates in their marriages, more meaningful prayer lives, and dramatic decreases in time spent on their phones. For the past 7 years, Exodus has helped more than 60,000 men build a roadmap for living with virtue in a culture that offers far too many paths to self-destruction. Is it time for your Exodus? We start January 9th. Find resources to prepare for Exodus at exodus90.com/Jordan. That's exodus90.com/Jordan.
Y'all, now, I have a friend who worked for, what's the shit called? Covenant. Covenant Eyes, you know, like one of those accountability app. Did y'all hear all the dog whistling? And y'all knew it was like, y'all know it was like, stop jerking off. Get off the internet. Oh, are you tired of doom scrolling? A roadmap to a more, so this is how to get yourself off the phone. Wow. The Holy Spirit invites you to be men while society wants you to be boys. I thought I was already doing pretty well with my prayer routine, discipline, and ability to sacrifice. Exodus 90 showed me I was just scratching the surface. Yeah. You could give so much more of yourself to the cult. God gave me a challenge to be more than what I was and gave me the tools to take me there. How do people not know whether or not this guy's on the right-wing religious tip? Oh my goodness. What a disaster. Stop doom scrolling, gang.
Yeah, so what do you think you were doing that made what you were saying
P90 Exodus, that's what it made me think of.
You pointed to a couple of things, your youth and your biracial status, and I suppose the combination of those two things and the fact that you were offering a counter-narrative, but that doesn't seem to me to be enough. Like, when you see that kind of explosive growth across multiple platforms, sometimes you have to think that the objective world and the narrative world touch. And so what is it about what you're doing that is attracting attention? Is it mostly positive attention? Are you getting a lot of trouble? And so that would also be in your personal life as well as your online life, because those aren't the same thing. So what are you doing right?
What am I doing right? That's a big question. When I started out on the platform, it was just a leisurely thing. I unfortunately had downloaded TikTok as a form of entertainment and started scrolling through this curated For You page, which of course takes in your demographics and realizes somewhat of who you are as a person and then feeds you videos that they think you'll like. And the videos that I was being fed were just a lot of leftist radical ideology, really reducing me down to my gender, my race, talking about how pivotal it was that I was to be a member of the feminist movement or of Black Lives Matter. And I saw that and thought, wow, it's very interesting that this app took in my demographics, and this is what...
Gang, she's being algorithmically oppressed, right? But, again, right-winger persecution complex here. Bitch, the algorithm is trying to feed you shit you want to consume. When you self-identify as somebody who worked at a leftist organization, I worked at a leftist organization. I identified myself as a radical black feminist at the time. At the time, I was all about burn the man, down with the institutions, fuck the police, Black Lives Matter. And then I noticed that when I went on Instagram, it started showing me Black Lives Matter leftist stuff. And I was like, fuck. The algorithm is trying to oppress me. It is trying to dictate my personality to me. Like, bitch, I wear Puma. I order a bunch of shit that has Puma on it. When I go to shop for sneakers, Google gonna be like, yo, Jay, you trying to get you a new pair of Pumas? Now, most of the time, I'm gonna be like, hell to the yeah. Now, if I need a new pair of kicks, and I'm like, nah, I gotta switch it up because I need some dress shoes, then my ass just search for dress shoes. The fuck is wrong with this raggedy bitch?
What it fed me. I wonder if there's anybody saying anything contrary to this. So one day I took out my phone and I filmed a video talking about how I used to be a former leftist and now I'm on the other side of things, and that part of me sort of died off but spoke to it a little bit, and my videos started taking off purely due to hatred. People were very upset at me espousing these views. I was called a race traitor, an Uncle Tom, a coon. I got every single name you can think of for what I was doing. And then
again, she's the victim of just honest pushback. Yes. In today's climate, when you switch from left to right, you're going to be called a race traitor. Now, she's supposed to be able to go on a TikTok, shred the left, or complain about how everybody on the left is being brainwashed by the algorithm, reflexive of their values and all of this shit. And then they're like, yeah, and I think right-wingers are all types of racist bullshit, and if that's the tip you're on, you can go fuck yourself. And now she is the victim of harassment and, oh my goodness. So let's be very clear. She basically switched up her ideas, felt betrayed by the social media algorithms that were trying to feed her the content she used to like. She starts making posts about switching sides on all of these issues that she's literally been claiming are super duper important to her, right? It'd be like me coming out here every day, sticking up for our LGBT fam or shitting all over anti-Semites, and then being like, you know what, gang, last night I was listening to a little PineCreek and a little bit of Kanye, and you know what, turns out I love Hitler too, and you know what, I kind of think Doug was right. Even if we accept our LGBT fam, they might still harm themselves. I think we should tell them they're not trans. Right? Y'all would be a little bit turned, right? Some of y'all might have a problem with that. Some of y'all might be like, but yesterday you said, right? And it feels like you've betrayed us. And this raggedy bitch sitting up here acting like she doesn't understand what it's like to stand on what I'm gonna just straight up call the hill of righteousness on some of the most important issues of our time, lend her voice to the struggle, have a change of heart overnight that we still really haven't heard the motivation for. We're getting a whole song and dance that really doesn't speak to what made her change up. So far, I've heard a bunch of bullshit propaganda about indoctrination. So, now she's just so hurt that she's being called a traitor when she's acting like a goddamn traitor.
With that, that's fun. Came. Yeah. It was something that I expected by virtue of having been on that side of things already. I knew what I was going to walk into with that. But with that came just this wave of support of people seeing the hate that I was getting and wanting to be a part of the counter narrative of that.
Non-believer having them battles in the comment section. Appreciate that.
It's certainly been the case that in respect to my rise to notoriety, let's say,
oddly
plausible. Most vitriolic attacks have been the ones that have done me the most good.
Certainly.
And that's pretty weird, It isn't necessarily how you look at life, but the first video that really went viral in relationship to my political activity, I had put up a couple of videos criticizing the University of Toronto's idiot HR policies, predicated on diversity, inclusivity, and equity, and their half-begotten dimwit interpretation of human psychological functioning. The idea that you could use explicit anti-racist training to overcome implicit racist bias, which is like the most preposterous thing ever from a psychological perspective. I criticized that in this compelled speech law in Canada. Then some activists cornered me. I'd been speaking at a free speech rally, which I didn't arrange, by the way. And I got a lot of trouble there, a lot of white noise generation, a lot of almost violent pushback from the hypothetical radical left. And then a bunch of activists cornered me on the way in to my building, my office building, and they filmed it, the encounter, talking about all the Nazis that were at my free speech rally. And first of all,
gang, Vomit takes seconds to spew and hours to clean up. We literally are only 14 and a half minutes into this fucking shit. And so I'm gonna have to go through these periods where we just let this shit roll out in chunks and then kind of, break it down thematically and prioritize our points. But let's be clear, both of these people are so strategically weaponized that we could literally break down almost anything they say and be here for hours talking about all the problems with it. But let's hear this little bite here as a particularly strong example, this story about this free speech event.
To my building, my office building, and they filmed it. Hypothetical radical left, violent trouble there, speech rally, which I didn't. Activists have criticized that in this compelled speech law in Canada. Then some activists cornered me. I'd been speaking at a free speech rally, which I didn't arrange.
Right. He's been speaking at a free speech rally. Why does he throw in that he didn't arrange it? It's a little bit weird, right? It's part of what I would criticize Bart Ehrman about sometimes, where, he would do his thing most times, most places, and it would really seem like his thing was, to undermine and tell people, kind of how biblical narratives don't hold up. But then when it would come to certain issues, he would give these presentations at churches, and while he would seem to be correcting them on certain, areas related to scholarship, he would avoid some of the pivotal points he would make in his other presentations. And it was almost like a Bart Ehrman invited talk is different than a Bart Ehrman talk. But one thing that makes me uncomfortable is a lot of these, especially on the right, especially with a lot of the bullshit, the pseudo-intellectuals, the anti-science folks, there's this playbook where they use student groups to do their nonsense. Oh, Jordan Peterson can't say, oh, I want to show up at this university and da-da-da-da-da. And I think, talking about the University of Toronto, I think that's even where he works, right? So, it would be really weird for, one of our faculty members to just get up and do an event where they build a big crowd and, go on their rants about their ideological fucking nonsense, right? But if you're not the organizer and the student group merely invites you, right? And so you would see these organizations essentially set these things up in conjunction with the student group. And then the student group, of course, is the official host of the event. Hang on a sec, my dad's calling me.
By the way, and I got a lot of trouble there, a lot of white noise generation, a lot of almost violent pushback from the hypothetical radical left. And then a bunch of activists cornered me on the way in to my building, my office building, and they filmed it.
It's too terrifying.
The encounter, talking about all the Nazis that were at my free speech rally. And first of all, I don't know what it's like in the United States at the moment, although I've been there quite a bit. There aren't any Nazis in Canada. That's just not a Canada thing. I don't know anyone who knows anyone who's ever met anyone who claims to be a Nazi. Like, it's just not an issue. And so that was completely preposterous. Anyways, they filmed this encounter, claiming that I was attracting all sorts of demented right-wingers, and that went viral. The idea was to damage my reputation, but exactly the opposite happened. And then I've had a number of encounters with journalists that have been definitely, the journalists were just, they're real vipers. They're the sort of people. In fact, one of them eventually admitted that this is what she was doing. This was Nellie Bowles, who used to work for the New York Times. She actually wrote an apology, a public apology, although not specific to me, saying that as...
All right, thanks. I figured we get through a little bit more footage there. But so back to Sing with the student group, right? So one of the issues there is already a problem. I made this case the other day where we have to be wary when people basically make statements about things that are really, really mundane. It's something I didn't notice until recently, but when somebody states a fact that almost seems too mundane to include in the story to be relevant, it's a good idea to maybe prod at that detail a little further. The example that's got Joel going is if you look at the Andrew Tate stuff, Andrew Tate's this MMA fighter, has gotten in a lot of trouble lately for human trafficking and some really inappropriate stuff. If you look at, he has his website, he has these 41 tenets that he lives by, and one of them is like, I prefer consensual sex with beautiful, attractive, and sexually vibrant women, or however he puts it, right? And it's like, why would you mention that you believe in consensual, right? That seems like a weird little detail to include. And boom, wouldn't you know who won the pony? He's in trouble for trafficking people against their will, right? So that was sort of an example, and I'll kind of keep us bookmarked here. We were at 1533, but I wanted to break down a couple other things he said there in that one little vomit spew.
All sorts of demented right-wingers, and that went viral. And so that was completely preposterous. In the United States at the moment, although I've been there quite a bit, there aren't any Nazis in Canada. My office building, and they filmed it, radical left. I got a lot of trouble there, a lot of white noise generated. Cornered me. I'd been speaking at a free speech rally, which I didn't arrange, by the way. And I got a lot of trouble there, a lot of white noise generation, a lot of almost violent pushback from the hypothetical radical left.
All right, there you go. Now that was really key. All right, so he says he gets in a lot of trouble, which they like that. They love to present themselves as the persecuted victim. I got a lot of almost violent pushback, right? Now you've made your opponent seem like a real asshole. They've given you this pushback. It's almost got violent. It was out of hand. And now that he says that, he also throws in there, it was almost white noise. Now that brings to sort of mind imagery of blahness, for lack of better, right? White noise, it's annoying. Sort of, white noise can be very useful. I can show you how white noise can be really useful in mixing techniques. White noise is very nice for people to sleep to at low levels, right? But he wants us to think of this sort of harsh, right? And in that, he's already giving us this really problematic picture. There's this pushback, it's almost violent, it's this white noise, and I'm just here speaking. I didn't even organize this thing. I'm just here, some innocent student group just asked me to come talk, and now this damn thing's gonna turn damn near into a riot. But there's going to be no accountability here, because now he's using that all to cue us up emotionally, and he will tap dance all around whatever the substance of that pushback was. And this is grift at its best. Because again, Jordan Peterson knows he gets this pushback. So then he knows the problem with his positions. He knows, to put it in some meta here for you, he knows that we know that he knows that we know that he knows he's full of shit. Because he's been called out time and time and time again. But he's figured out the tactic now is to politically demonize the people who give him the pushback while simultaneously dodging the substantive issues of the pushback. Because once they're sufficiently demonized, it's not going to really matter anyway. And so we'll see that now where this tactic has been used, and I'm sure now the follow-up we get will be thoroughly either void of substantive addressing what the pushback he gets is, or it'll be deliberately twisted and contorted. And the goal here is now that his audience is sufficiently on his side because he's played the victim well enough, again, they'll overlook his snake oil salesman tactics. Now, the other thing going on is, of course, he can't identify who those people were. And of course, they probably were giving feedback most people would give. But he needs an opponent. And if you say, well, reasonable people who, think I say a bunch of hateful shit showed up to tell me not to say hateful shit, or people who think I'm wrong and need to stop acting like I'm some sort of fucking brilliant, leader of men when really I'm just a grifter, were giving me pushback. You can't say that. So instead, his opponent has to be some other form of extremist. This is how extremists get you to buy their shit. They paint everybody else as the extremist, then they seem moderate, then their extremism goes under wraps because, again, they projected it onto their opponents. And he knows that this isn't a real verifiable thing of any sort of radical left, like there is a radical left in this country, as at least not an organized, serious radical left. And if I'm sure we saw this incident, there'd be no signs that this was a radical left thing. There'd probably be very little in the way of something you could point to as organized by some sort of radical left organization. Sure, you might have some Black Lives Matter signs there because people think Jordan Peterson's a racist, or a local group of LGBT advocates show up because his trans rhetoric is dog shit, right? But he knows that wouldn't pass muster as an attack from the radical left. So what does he call it? The hypothetical radical left. That way we can say, it was kind of, let's say, radical left-ish, right? Right? And so again, in just these couple of seconds, right, he's, and stuff that seems rather mundane. He hasn't said anything, wild, right? But just in the way, in these couple seconds, he's gone, I'm just speaking at this event on campus and I didn't even organize it. Well, that right there is sort of a gateway of a tactic used to position him in a certain way that is not really being probably honest about the bigger picture there. And then he gives us this vague thing about the pushback. It was damn near violent and it was so out of control and it was like this white noise, right? So you can't even hear yourself think. You don't even know what's going on. It's just so disorienting and it'll drive you crazy, right? And then who was it from? Who was it, right? But he doesn't give us any substance. And who was it from? Well, it was the hypothetical radical left. I mean, it's just like, dog, oh my goodness. Oh my God, this guy's so bad. But again, y'all, that was just one little example of his word vomit. We will literally never get through 2 hours of the coon and the buffoon if we don't let them roll in bigger chunks. But I wanted to show y'all how just even that right there will show you, like, man, this guy's really bad. I know we were at 15:30, so I'm gonna get us to right about there so we can keep rolling.
Bowles, who used to work for the New York Times, she actually wrote an apology, a public apology, although not specifically to me, saying that as a New York Times journalist, she made her career by going out to purposefully destroy people. And so talking to journalists like that, it's really like, it's like walking through a nest of vipers, because the people who do that sort of thing ask their questions in a way that is designed to make you say something that will be fatal to your reputation permanently, so that their status can be elevated as the person that outed you. But interestingly enough, just to wrap this story up, is every time that's happened, although it made things shaky for a couple of weeks or a couple of months afterwards, the positive consequences have eventually been far greater than the negative consequences. And so that being attacked, that can be well, first of all, it forces you to get your arguments in line. But it also can be a real, well, as you said, your sense is that had you not been subject to all that abuse, you probably wouldn't have grown as quickly.
Yeah, all of the pivotal moments in what has been a very, very short career so far have been when people have come at me with hatred and vitriol and painted this really evil picture of me. And then people who want to believe that and want to see what I have to say in order to throw hate at me end up finding my message and eventually having this reaction of, wow, she's really not that bad. Because I understand the people that I speak out against, I come forward and say, here's why you believe what you believe. And with everything you're seeing right now, I completely understand it because I was there. I'm not going to shout at you about how you're stupid or brainwashed because, that was me 4 years ago even. So I try to approach all the conversations I have.
How many of you right now could give that same speech word for word to your religious family members? I'm not going to sit here and say, I think you're a fucking raging moron. I love you. And you've been such a huge part of my life. And I was where you were at 4 years ago. So I don't judge you for believing what you believe. I believe that way too. And I know why you believe that way. But now I've realized that what I used to believe simply is, like, we could give the same speech and they know this, and that's why they love her. That's why they love her. It's not just that it's that her story primed her to really be able to, in a perverse way, give their talking points that they want to be their truth in a way that is at least consistent with her personal narrative. So she lives the projection, which is what they love about her. Her projecting into the space is authentic. I don't really buy it, but it's certainly authentic in the sense that the biography is there.
With that perspective, so people
my tongue can do whatever it
expecting
wants.
to meet
And
this
really, I'm not paying attention to my tongue
bulldog,
at all.
abrasive individual, and then they find my videos and go, "Oh, that's not at all what these hate comments were saying. It's totally different."
Yeah, well, so when this first viral video went out, I already had about 150 hours of YouTube content up because I posted a lot of my lectures.
Yeah,
smash
that like button.
YouTube at that point, trying to figure out how useful it was as a broad communication platform. And so what happened, again,
I got to do a lot better with asking people for likes
went to
this
check
year.
out my YouTube video because they were assuming that I was,
That's a number we
foaming
need
at the mouth,
to do better with.
and found out that, well, this is actually literally the case. I probably have 200 hours of lectures up, might be more than that now. And the people who've been interested, say, in mischaracterizing me and also in taking me out, haven't been able to find in all of those hours one single statement that even taken out of context would indicate that, I have any of the nefarious notions or motivations that have been ascribed to me. And so what's so interesting about that, it's really powerful in a paradoxical way, because people go looking for you, let's say, assuming that you're some kind of junior monster. So not only do they find out that's not true, they find out that the opposite is true. And so then they find out that you're being pilloried not only by people who are lying and who are corrupt and malevolent because of their lies, but they're doing something worse than lying because, if you're a skillful liar, you tell a lie that's very close to the truth, right? Because it can kind of slip by. But there are anti-truths, which are different than lies.
Really
an anti-truth is something that couldn't be farther away from the truth if you tried to make it farther away. And so you had the benefit of that, is that you were pilloried by people who were telling anti-truths about you. And then people come and see, oh my God, she's nothing like I was led to believe. And then that starts to raise serious doubts in the back of their mind. It's like...
This is a really important emotional thing he's discussing here, which is sort of that ability to turn. A lot of us can really actually use this very powerfully in our own deconversion stories and working with family and friends and loved ones that are still believers, right? The fact that they probably have these terrible notions of what a heathen is and what a non-believer is like, and I just want to sin and all of this type of stuff. And when you are nothing like that and you turn out to be more or less the same great person you were to them when you were a believer, maybe even a better person, right? Because you've just matured, right? It's part of your maturation. So you're probably more matured in your integrity. That is a really powerful turn, and we love that in characters, in movies and stories and sports entertainment. To be honest, it's even what I love about being the bad guy in a conflict and a rivalry, because there is that initial pushback that somebody gives. Man, this guy rants a lot and he curses and he wants to hurt people and he's mean and he's nasty and he breaks the rules and he's just no, I don't like that. I don't like people who do those things. But then they realize, holy shit, this guy's fighting for something he really believes in. And he is willing to do whatever it takes to win. But there's a reason. And that sort of shift in perspective has a very powerful emotional impact on us.
Just what the hell's going on here? Because this isn't just a lie. This is the complete opposite of reality itself. So that's very interesting too. It's very interesting to watch that emerge. All right, so you started working on TikTok, and you started to get a lot of hatred and then a lot of attention. What happened after TikTok?
Within a matter of months, I received...
None. If you're behind, oftentimes if you push on the video or tap it, if it doesn't say live with the red dot down in the bottom left corner, you can often hit live if it has a time instead, and then that'll catch you back up with the stream. Happens all the time.
A message on my Instagram from somebody working here at PragerU, and they said, we've seen your videos and we're very interested in you coming out here and telling your story. Is it possible that we could get you on a call? And I got on a call and told my story over the matter of a couple of minutes, and they said, let's fly you out to Los Angeles and we want you to do a video for a series we have called Stories of Us, where you sit for an hour, you tell us your story, and we will chop that up and put that out to the internet. And I got here, I met with many of the higher-ups who were working here, and on the second day of my trip was offered a job. And they said, would you like to come here and do this full-time? Start making your videos and putting them out on social media, and we'll support you and resource that for you. And at the time, that had really not crossed my mind. I was working at a medical clinic as a tech and had every intention of continuing my schooling and going into nursing and midwifery. So I thought about it for a second and thought, this is a pretty important opportunity that I get and that is just sitting at my feet right now. And I'd be pretty dumb to not take them up on it. So I dropped everything and moved out to LA within a matter of weeks.
Yeah, well, good for you. I mean, yeah, when opportunity comes knocking like that, then, you know, it's sensible to take advantage of the situation in the most positive possible way. What's it been like working with the Prager crew?
Oh, it's been great. I think the best thing about working here is that I have freedom to really talk about whatever I want to talk about on any given day. And I think it's very rare to have a job that supports you in that sense. So I really wake up every day and get to look at things that I'm passionate about speaking about and then bring that to the forefront for other people to hear. There's certainly a lot of pressure that comes with it, as I'm sure you feel as well. You want to be on the right side of things. You want to speak to things that are true. And that can be difficult because we make mistakes and sometimes we're wrong. And I'm very young to be doing this, so that's something that stays on my brain a lot. But other...
I really do relate to what she's talking about here. I've even talked about being a scientist, especially an evolutionary biologist, as sort of really liberating as an atheist, because I work in an environment where there really isn't a pressure to believe a certain way. And I find myself fortunate enough that in a lot of ways, the things I do in the name of atheism, especially countering apologists, in particular, young earth creationists and other sort of anti-evolutionary worldviews, is really important. And I have this other really wonderful skill of broadcasting and entertaining people. I've been an entertainer my whole life. I've also grown up around broadcasting. Both my parents are really big influence on me. But I'm just like my dad in the sense that my whole life, my dad hosted a cable TV show. It's called Meet the Leaders. And he still hosts a TV show, but now he hosts a show at the college he works at, but similar format. Him sitting down to interview people. And at the same time, we did a lot of work doing human resources and PR and marketing for political campaigns and nonprofits. That was really what Bundy Productions was all about. So it's kind of funny, like our family company was called Bundy Productions, but we didn't produce my dad's TV show. Like my dad, he used to own a cable company at one point in his life, but that was before my time. They sold it. He stayed as like a talent and a producer. And so his show was just a show he hosted, and, you know, the cable company owned it, and it was them viewed locally. And it was weird because I grew up in Pennsylvania. My dad's from New Jersey. And so I didn't see my dad's show all the time on TV, but I could see it sometimes, like when I was in New Jersey. And, you know, like other people in my family, you know, like growing up would see my dad on TV. My grandparents are used to seeing my dad on TV. My cousins are used to flipping through the channels and seeing my dad on TV. Because most of my family, even on my mom's side, is from New Jersey. So that was like really interesting being a young black kid in America. Like everybody knew, you know, your dad's on TV, your dad works with politicians, this type of shit. So it was quite a privileged upbringing in that regard. We weren't rich or well off financially by any means, but, you know, living that sort of middle class life. But the exposure is where the privilege was huge. And I can remember even like my first WrestleMania I remember was watching WrestleMania 9. Terrible WrestleMania, but I have fond memories of it. And I was in the cable company. Like we were at the cable company. You know, I remember always just walking around, being there. And we were in the control room. So we were watching the pay-per-view on the screens in the control room, right? Like while they were broadcasting the pay-per-view, right? So it was like we didn't do this all the time, but if ever we wanted to like watch something big or like even some big boxing matches, if I was visiting my dad the weekend it happened, then, you know, he didn't want to order the pay-per-view. We could literally go to the cable company and watch it as they were broadcasting it from the cable company. So just a lot of kids don't really have that type of experience. So that's what I mean about like literally growing up at the cable company. Like it was just a regular part of my life, and Francisco, my dad's producers, like I always knew those people. And then I started doing sound for my church when I was like 11 or 12. And so then even as like a teenager, when my dad himself had to produce projects, we had to produce an interview with the politician, we had to produce this commercial. If I was visiting my dad knew that was like cheap labor. So my dad would be like, oh yeah, we got to go do this thing. You know, I'm going to have you do the sound. I didn't even really know I just knew like, whatever. If somebody told me to do sound, I got it. Like, cool, mic them, whatever. I know how to mix. Like I wasn't really, it was just something I could do, right? I wasn't really thinking about it as a future. And so that was fantastic. My dad was also a drummer. So really I did kind of grow up around, you know, broadcasting and sound and tech. And at the same time, my dad was a university man. He ran Project 2000, which was a mentorship program that basically paired like children of color, grade school age, maybe 3rd to 5th grade, something like that, with professionals of color in the community. That way they had like a positive role model that they had a close relationship with kind of growing up. So he ran that program. It was like a community outreach, like mentorship program. And then he ran the pre-med, pre-dent program, which was basically like a diversity, recruitment and retention program for similar to all my stuff, you know, students of color, non-male students, first generation. And if you were in this program, basically that meant you were being tracked to go to med school or dental school. And then you had all this programming, you know, they catch, I guess there was some scholarships probably involved, and then they're getting you ready. So when I look back at it now, you know, y'all will see on the channel, me and Rodrigo, a grad student I work with now at the University of Minnesota, we're working on trying to submit a grant that would be a recruitment, retention, and training program to help people get trained in evolutionary biology and get PhDs. So the life I live right now really does bring together all of those important parts of me growing up and getting to share that with you guys. And then on top of that, I'm in an environment where I'm really well supported by my mentors and my program, at least for the next year and a half, right? We'll see what happens after that. We'll have to look for another job, but it's been great. And I do, just like her, get to wake up and look over what I'm reading in the news, what I'm seeing on my feeds, and what's on my heart, what's on my mind. And then I bring that to the community, and fortunately enough, it often then resonates and comes right back. And then a lot of times, even when we get offline, you know, we're still in Gather, just chilling and relaxing and kind of unwinding. But even as that's happening, you know, we're watching stuff, we're having conversations, and that often feeds right back into the next day's show. And then every step of growth we've taken, I've sort of taken a step forward professionally, like to where, you know, when we got more serious, I was able to go to my advisor, like, no, my thing with this is getting more serious. I need y'all to, you know, give me more time to do this. Oh, I need y'all to, you know, I'm having issues with my computers. So yeah, I know you just plan to buy me like a $1,500 laptop because, you know, that's in my contract that you have to buy me a $1,500 laptop. But yeah, what I'm gonna need you to do instead is buy me a top of the line iMac because that's the machine I want to work on. oh, did you just drop like $6,000 on the top of the line, kitted out iMac? Yeah, see, but here's the thing. I stream and record every day, so I'm gonna need you to buy me another $5,000 computer so that I can do my streaming and recording. Right? They're like, are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. This is what I do now. Right? And they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll talk about it. You know, and they come back and they're like, yeah, it turns out we're gonna do everything we can to try to work that out for you. So I'm actually gonna just give her that. I'm gonna just give her that. It feels great to find yourself, and I know she's getting more bankroll on the channel content creation tip than I am. So good for her. And she's a good broadcaster. It's like I'll say about Rebecca Davis. Some people really are cut out for this, and some people are not. Rebecca Davis, I think her content is dog shit, but she's wonderful to broadcast with, and she is a good broadcaster. She's good at audience engagement, audience follow, all of the technical and interpersonal skills and all of that she has. I think she's a fucking psychopath, but bitch can stream, right? And Amala, from what I've seen of her, she's cut out for this. She really is. And I'm sure she does enjoy it and find what she gets from it really fulfilling. And I just wanted to even relate to her on that tip and then share a little bit about why I'm so passionate about what I do, because it really does feel good. So I fucks with her on that.
Other than that, it's a really great job.
How do you keep your ego under control?
PragerU, though, exactly.
I know how fallible I am as a human being. I think that's what keeps me.
I'll just say, I'm much more happier with Flying Man University and the University of Minnesota. Go Big Ten. Yeah, definitely happy that I'm living it my way. Even if the salary's a bit lower. Hey, Big Ten University and Flying Man University over PragerU all day, baby.
In control, and I try to stay hyper aware of my shortcomings and my blinders, and I really approach things with the sense that I could be wrong about anything I'm saying on any given day, and I want to have that.
That wasn't really fair, because if Dank Slug would have actually won that, he would have lost twice. You actually lose if you beat your woman because your woman don't feel good, so that's a L. And then later she like, oh yeah, remember when you beat me? Yeah, well, the people who beat me, they could sleep on the couch. Yeah, the winner's circle. Yeah, it turns out the winner's circle is in the living room tonight. Yeah, how about that? So he good to go. He actually won twice, because now you're feeling better. So that's actually a win for Slug. And then later, his whole night not going to be fucked up because you ain't going to be bitter at him. So it's all good. It's all good. You got to think about the bigger picture sometimes.
Care for myself, so I'll give that care to other people. And
happy
it really
wife,
keeps me
happy
humble,
life is not only for religious people, y'all.
Or I'll come at a subject matter feeling super defensive about it or needing something to be right, and I don't realize that until
people,
far later. So
everybody.
I try to keep that in mind whenever I'm doing anything.
Start the new year off right with Black Rifle Coffee. Black Rifle has all the best brewing gear, thermoses, mugs, and apparel designed for folks who love country and coffee. Black Rifle sources the most exotic roasts from around the globe. All coffee is roasted here in the U.S. by veteran-led teams of coffee experts. Every purchase you make with Black Rifle helps support veteran and first responder causes. Go to blackriflecoffee.com and use promo code Jordan for 10% off coffee, coffee gear, and apparel. Or join the Black Rifle Coffee Club for automatic deliveries to your door on your schedule. Save 10% with promo code Jordan. That's blackriflecoffee.com, promo code Jordan. Black Rifle Coffee, supporting veterans and America's coffee.
Happy spouse, happy house. I like that.
It hasn't been that long since you've done a 180 on your belief system, and so that's also got to be kind of paramount in your mind. Let's talk about that a little bit. So, when I was a kid, 14, I worked with a woman named Sandy Notley and her husband, Grant Notley. And Grant was the member of the Legislative Assembly for my home constituency, my riding in Fairview. And he was the only opposition member in the entire
All right, gang, I'm
Alberta
listening, but my food just got here. I'm going to go grab my food.
And he was a socialist. The entire province was conservative, except for him. He was a socialist. Now, the reason he was elected in that riding wasn't because he was a socialist. In fact, he was elected, I would say, in spite of the fact that he was a socialist. But he was actually a good man, and everybody knew that and trusted him. And so I worked for the NDP, the New Democratic Party, for about 3 years. And I was a good friend of his wife. She was the librarian at our local junior high school, and she introduced me to serious literature. And I really liked her. She was a real good mentor. Kind of an eccentric New England woman, quite well educated by the standards of the little town that I grew up in. And so she pointed me to Huxley and Orwell and Solzhenitsyn and Ayn Rand as well, to her credit, because, of course, Rand is no socialist. And then, you know, because I had access to her and her husband, Grant, was the leader of the socialists in Alberta, he had access to premiers of Alberta provinces and the national leader of the NDP. And over about a 3-year period, I got to be a fly on the wall in many meetings between senior labor leaders and senior socialist leaders. It's this kind of Fabian socialism that's got a British twist. It isn't really derived from the same, say, school of thought that the communists were derived from. And I stopped working for them when I was about 17 for reasons that I'll go into. But I got to say a few things about the socialists of that time. First of all, most of them had been labor leaders. You know, so a lot of them were working class guys, mostly guys, not all, mostly, who, and this was the leaders, who had worked themselves up the working class hierarchy and then had adopted political responsibilities of one form or another. And most of those guys, when I listened to them, I actually had a fair bit of respect for them and admired them. I actually thought that they were genuinely doing their best to put forward the interests of the working class. And at that time, the Conservative Party in Canada was pretty much middle class, upper middle class guys in three-piece suits, you know, banker types. It was clear the Conservative Party was a voice of the corporate world. And then the Liberals, who were genuine centrist Liberals, sort of played both ends against the middle, and they did that quite successfully. So everybody knew where the political parties stood in some real sense. They were different, and the socialists did advocate for the working class. But even then, you know, I used to go to the party conventions, and there were a lot of activists there. And I didn't like the activists at all. They really made me nervous. I thought, and then I read George Orwell, and George Orwell talked about socialist activists back in the 1930s in the UK. What did he call them? Tweed-wearing, leather patch jacket, champagne socialists. It's like, well, what the hell do you guys have to do with the poor? And the answer was nothing. You don't love the poor, you just hate the rich. Now, the leaders I saw, they liked the working class. You know, they were advocating on their behalf. But these activist types, they were motivated by pretty much nothing but resentment. And that really grated on me. And I stopped working in anything that was political, well, pretty much from that point onward. So I think it's really easy for young people to be attracted to leftist ideas because, first of all, young people are looking for a cause. And second, without much reflection, it seems obvious that we should be advocating for the oppressed. And then, of course, the leftists always say that that's what they're doing. And so, given that your first moral impulse might be to advocate on the part of the disaffected, then it seems appropriate that if you were attempting to be moral, that you would gravitate towards those who claim to be speaking for the dispossessed. The question is, are they really speaking for them? So why do you think, now you also have said, and you need to explain this to people, that your mother was and is a left-wing political activist. But so you have that reason for having been hooked into the ideology, let's say. Do you want to expand on that a little bit? Let's walk through your biography a bit here and talk about the philosophical reasons you were attracted to it and also the personal reasons that this particular ideology.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So I was raised by a single mother for much of my life. My parents divorced when I was around 6 years old. So my mom took care of me and two siblings. And through her single motherhood, really, I was super involved with her work. If we got a day off school, we were going to go to work with mom, and I was going to see exactly what she was doing. And what she was doing was fundraising for a left-leaning organization out in Orlando, Florida. So that was her day in and day out. She's politically quite obsessed with virtually everything that's going on in today's day and age. So I would go to work with my mom, and she would give me markers to write on posters. Little did I know those posters were going to be used in protests that they were staging in the city. So very deeply entrenched in that from a really young age. And my mom happens to be white, which I don't find to be particularly important, but it is important in that she taught me from a really young age that because I was biracial, life might be a little bit harder for me living in this country due to its history and how that history is reflected in the present. So I think more so than doing good for the world, I was attached to this sense of victimhood, and I thought that it was really pivotal to my identity. So I was a really angry young person. I was getting in arguments all the time with kids who knew nothing about politics, about political issues. And I grew up in a very small, rural, conservative town. So arguments were ripe for the picking with anybody I chose. And anger was the first thing that I think got me attached to the movement. But then it was going to my mother's work. And like you said, there was a lot of working class people involved. During the hurricanes in Florida, they would do food banking and give out food to the needy. So it was a lot of very radical policy prescription mixed in with pretty pragmatic helping of people who happen to be lower income and living in lower income communities. So I think I just got my wires crossed in thinking that because we were doing good on a small scale, that meant that these radical prescriptions that we were calling for were also good.
Yeah, well, that's a critical point, because, okay, so let's delve into that a little bit and think it through. So, Look, it's definitely the case that one of the sources of sophisticated morality is compassion, right? Although we're making a big mistake in the modern world by elevating compassion to the, what would you call, status of unique virtue, because there's lots of other more primordial building blocks of virtue that are as important as compassion. So, for example, everyone's enjoined now to not be judgmental. And that really means to be casually dismissive, and I do think casually dismissive is a mistake, but judgmental, discriminating, that's not a mistake, that's a virtue. Because to be judgmental and to be discriminating means that you dispense with what isn't worthy and you pursue what is worthy. And truthful is a virtue. And, we can start with that. Sensitive to beauty is a virtue. All of those things have to be melded into higher order virtues, but compassion leaps out to dominate. And so it's easy to assume that if you're motivated by something like a reflexive compassion, that everything you think and want is therefore both good, practical, necessary, and morally justifiable. Worse than that, and this might be the most toxic element of it, is that if you believe that you're motivated by compassion, and compassion is the highest virtue, and then you run into anyone who opposes your views, then it's super easy to demonize them. And that's also a huge problem. Now, I think that's rooted to some degree in the neurology of maternal compassion. So think about it this way. When you're a mother of a young infant, you should be 100% compassionate. So let's say 0 to 6 months, because the infant is completely helpless. They can't move. So an infant can't be autonomous at all before that young person is capable of voluntary movement, right? So there's just no autonomy without voluntary movement. So till children can crawl, they're completely dependent on their mother. And what that means is their mother has to be 100% compassionate, because everything the child wants when it's in that infantile stage has to be dealt with no argument, 100% of the time. And so, and more than that, so because the child is so vulnerable, the cost of labeling something as a predator that isn't a predator is very low. But the cost of labeling something that is a predator, not a predator, is very high. And so along with that overarching compassion comes this proclivity to over-label things as predatory. And that's protective. But it does not scale well into the political landscape. Like, I don't think that we can scale an ethos of compassion. I don't think you can actually scale it beyond the family. Ben Shapiro, I was talking to him about this recently, and he said something quite witty, which was that, well, at home he's a communist, right, with his kids. Well, it's from each according to their ability, to each according to their need.
Sure.
And that's right, because with your children, you're trying to keep things equitable in terms of outcome even, and you are calling on them to deliver what they can, and you provide to them what they need. And then it's an open question, especially if you're not particularly mature in your thinking, it's an open question, well, why can't we use exactly those principles to govern, well, large corporations or educational institutions or the world as a totality? And the answer to that seems to me to be something like the most fundamental feminine ethos does not scale. It's a local ethos. It's for infants and family members, fundamentally. And I think that's associated on the personality front with the distinction between agreeableness and conscientiousness. So agreeableness is the compassionate, temperamental dimension. And women are more agreeable than men, quite reliably, although the difference isn't huge. It's big at the extremes, but it's not huge. It's not particularly large in the middle. If you pick a random man and a random woman out of the population and you asked which one was more compassionate, if you picked the woman, you'd be right 60% of the time. But you'd be wrong 40%. So you can see that there's still a lot of overlap. But agreeableness does not predict success in the broader world. Conscientiousness does. And conscientiousness is a much colder virtue, right? Because a conscientious person will call you out on your misbehavior even if it hurts your feelings, let's say. And a conscientious person is someone who will forestall immediate pleasure or even undergo a certain amount of immediate discomfort for a longer-term gain. And our well-functioning institutions seem to be predicated on an ethic of conscientiousness and not an ethic of compassion. And I don't think we've got that straightened out at all. Like, we certainly don't communicate that idea to young people. Say, look, there's a place for compassion, but it's the local. And it's the local and infantile in some sense. And then that brings up another question, and nobody's been able to have a serious discussion about this, is women have really entered the political sphere en masse in the last 60 years, let's say. Yeah. I don't think anybody would dispute that particular idea. And we know there's all sorts of masculine political pathologies, right? Maybe overt proclivity towards a kind of aggressive narcissism that might result in the creation of stupid wars for egotistical reasons. That might be an expression of masculine psychopathology on the political front. But we haven't had a serious discussion at all about feminine psychopathology on the political front. And I think we miss a whole, I've been trying to formulate it as something like narcissism of compassion. The idea that just because you're feeling maternal, that your love can envelop the whole world, and now by fiat, all your political opinions are correct merely because, you feel sorry for kittens. So right. I'm not making light of that, right? Well, you get that exactly. That sort of, that reflexive compassion is not a moral virtue. And the reason for that is that moral virtues are a lot more sophisticated. Okay, so we've gone over some of the ideas why young people might be attracted to the compassionate ideal. Now, you used to go to work with your mom. You were pulled into this. Okay, and then, so when did the cracks start to show? And you were getting in a lot of arguments. That's interesting, too, as an activist type, because that's a weird loop to be in, too, because your mother was teaching you, according to your own testimony, let's say, to view yourself as a victim, let's say, for your racial status, even though she was white herself. And that also compelled you to argue with people. And my suspicions are that, why wouldn't that reinforce your feeling of alienation and isolation? Like, You know what I mean? So were you in a loop because of that?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. It was a complete loop of believing this, getting into an argument with somebody that reinforced the ideas that I already had. And at every fork in the road that I had come to with that was a little hypocritical, or maybe there's something wrong there. I didn't seek out trying to find the cracks in what I was believing. I just sought reinforcement. So whenever I was in an argument with somebody, it wasn't really about the crux of what I was saying or what I was advocating for. It was always, they're a racist, they're a misogynist, so anything that they say doesn't even matter, and I shouldn't even take into account as far as questioning my own self and having a healthy degree of skepticism. So I was in this constant loop of, yes, I believe this is what my identity is. If somebody argues with me, it's because they're not on the same page as me and they in fact hate something about my identity, and it just looped back and forth for years.
There's no better way to study scripture and develop a dedicated prayer life than with Hallow. Hallow is the #1 Christian prayer app in the US and the #1 Catholic app in the world. It's filled with studies, meditations, and reflections, including the #1 Christian podcast, The Bible in a Year. Download Hallow today and try their Advent Pray 25 challenge, a 25-day journey through Bible stories from both the Old and New Testament leading up to the birth of Jesus. These meditations are led by cast members from the largest Christian streaming series in history, The Chosen. Advent Pray 25 will help grow your understanding of mankind and develop a disciplined prayer habit during a season when our discipline is put to the test. Download Hallow for 3 months completely free at hallow.com/Jordan. That's hallow.com/Jordan. Give yourself the gift of peace, calm, and discipline this Christmas. Go to hallow.com/Jordan today.
All right, gang, so much here. I've got my food. I'm ready. I've got a sub. I've got salt and vinegar chips. I am ready to motherfucking chow down. Now, listen, there's so much here. Y'all know the theme. Vomit takes seconds to spew, hours to clean up. We're never going to get through this if we try to clean up all the goddamn vomit. But let me touch on just a few lowlights. Number one. Damn, I don't even know which one I want to start with. All right. First one I want to start with is how to identify grifters. We're sitting here and this trash panda Amala is talking about, oh, well, I realized that, yes, even though we were passionate about these issues, even though we were saying all the right things, even though we were saying that we were fighting for these people, I realized that just because we were giving out cans of Campbell's soup to poor people every other weekend doesn't mean that we were doing the right thing. And I realized that I had swallowed whole cloth all of these radical policy proposals, and I allowed the fact that we were doing these mundane, nice things on a small local level to allow me to overlook all of the radical policy proposals I had taken on. Again, as though she didn't notice that that's exactly what the right is doing. As though she didn't happen to notice that the right led an insurrection and the right was pro-COVID and the right is anti-racism and the right is anti-trans and the right literally took our reproductive rights, and the right is constantly gerrymandering the map so they can take away our voting rights. But of course she had to examine the right, because by her own narrative, she finally started to be reflexive about what she accepted on the left, and then she had to look into the right clearly to decide that that was the better alternative. So that's how you know she's grifting right there. Because she's clearly not being consistent with evaluating those positions. She's also guilty of the Doug flat out live, I lean right? She's got all the radical right-wing talking points, but she leans right. Somebody said it best last night. Leans right of Tucker Carlson is what she should be saying. The other one, and this is something Jordan Peterson said that she, was amening and hallelujahing her own way, is this notion of don't get suckered by the left, because the left will tell you that they're for people of color, and they'll tell you they're for women, and they'll tell you that they're for the working class. They'll tell you that they're for labor. But really, they're not. And now you're supposed to buy, and then now by default, right? So there's a couple things going on. One, they're presenting a false dichotomy. This whole idea that if the left is suckering you and they're not really, radically, all about the equity, then you should just default to the right. Right? You should, if Joe Biden isn't the leftist president you need, guess you got to go with Trump, right? Like, it's not how that works. On top of that, it does something that, and let me just keep it to race for a second. You got to watch out for if you don't identify with the marginalized population that's being discussed. So in the case of race, this would be if you're white. If you're white, you got to watch this. Because what they want to do is they want to say, oh, hey, white fam, you trying to be anti-racist? Well, then don't vote for the left, because the left only, quote unquote, says it's about racism. You don't want to be one of those bad white people that gets suckered into supporting the party that only says it's anti-racist, right? By way of comparison, we all know the right wing is racist as fuck, but even if they then don't talk about race or, whatever, right? Then you can almost ignore the fact that they're not talking about race, which is a red flag right there. But instead now, since they're not, actually bringing race to the table because they're fucking racist and refuse to acknowledge the need to bring race to the table, right? So that they can quietly do racist shit. You're like, oh, well, I guess I got to go with the right because they're not the side that just talks about being anti-racist. And the same thing applies to every issue. And here's the way you deal with that. Because how do you deal with that? Both sides say they love black people. What do? You talk to black people. You talk to LGBT people. You talk to working class people who are not in a cult. You talk to, You talk to the marginalized group. You talk to real motherfuckers who are not in the Trumpist cult bullshit. They will tell you, yeah, for the most part, the Democratic Party, by trying to increase the minimum wage, increase the child tax credits, give us a little bit of a COVID relief, extend paid family leave vacation, give daddies a little bit of a paternity time to when the family becomes pregnant, on and on down the line, we go, yeah, that stuff's good for working class families, right? So then you know which way to go. If you go talk to most black people, you will quickly find the consensus amongst most black people is all the Republicans are racist as shit. Now, I'm not saying every single black person will say that. I'm not saying every single black person is correct about that. But to sit here and be like, well, the Democratic Party only says it's anti-racist, so I'm going to go vote for Republican because they're the real You're basically saying that black people are so stupid, we can't figure out who has our best interest in mind. You're like, we can't really figure out whose policies, whose behavior, whose rhetoric is actually at least marginally trying to improve the quality of our lives rather than who is seriously undermining every step of progress we even think about trying to make. So it doesn't matter who says they're anti-racist. If you're like, oh, these people say they love black people and they pretty much are like loving on black people, and these people say they love black people and they're hanging niggers from trees, I'm confused though. I can't tell who's really for black people. Who's really for black people? Oh, well, I'll go with these people because trickle-down economics. That's what I hear. And y'all know I exaggerated that, but come on, though, let's be real. That's literally what I hear in American politics right now. The Democrats say they're all about the people of color. They're like, yeah, let's give them some COVID relief. Let's reschedule marijuana so we can stop locking all the black people up. Let's have diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, right? These other motherfuckers are like, yeah, we like black people too. Here's Herschel Walker, a man of family values. Let's coup when the candidate that most of the black people voted for wins the election. Is racism a problem? Nope. But you know what is? Critical race theory. I don't know. Which side is really pro-black? Right? So we got to literally sit up here and act like we can't tell this. So look, let's be very clear about this point, y'all. It doesn't matter who says they're pro or anti whatever the fuck. You need to observe what the fuck they're about and what the fuck they do and figure out who's on the right side of this shit. And on top of that, if you can't figure that out, then you need to go talk to the people themselves. So when the consensus of black people tell you the Democrats are better than the Republicans, until you have evidence to the contrary, shut the fuck up, period, end of story. When motherfuckers tell you, yeah, for the most part, them Republicans are fucking up the lives of our LGBT fam all day, every day, and literally twice on Sunday. And while the Democrats ain't really making as big of a deal of it as they need to, they are certainly trying to help us move in the right direction. That's what the fuck it is. And this is the tokenization process where the Republican playbook is if I could find a token black guy, a token gay guy, a token Jew, which is all Prego and Shapiro, then we're good. Then we're good. Because my token person will tell me I'm right, and now I don't have to worry about the fucking mountain of people telling me I'm wrong. The other thing was that bullshit about feminism. They want to be like, oh, well, you know, if you're more trying to have compassionate policies where everyone has a fair shake at life, well, that's kind of communist or socialist, just like I would be in my house when treating my own family that way. But that's that soft-ass lady shit. Right? And it's like, huh? What? I'm pretty sure socialism is not about gender. I'm pretty sure we're talking public policy here. I'm pretty sure. No, but see, that type of thinking is more aligned with how women think. And this is why evolutionary psychology has such a bad reputation. It's not that evolutionary psychology is doing something fucked up. Just like it's not like philosophy is doing something fucked up. The people who misuse it on the internet are doing something fucked up. This ain't got shit to do. But see, that is like feminist thinking, and studies do show that if you pluck the random woman in the public man, the woman is more likely to wear a dress, so socialism is bad. What? Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Just a way to just make this all a bunch of cultural jive, just a bunch of fucking bullshit. The fuck are you talking about? Like, literally trying to sit up here and tell us like socialism and communism are feminist forms of social What a fucking asshole.
Well, people who are listening might be asking, well, why should you subject your own beliefs to criticism? And like when I wrote my first book, which was called Maps of Meaning, I spent a lot of time writing it, but then I spent a lot of time with hammer and tongs trying to break every sentence. So I'd read a lot of Nietzsche by that point, and Nietzsche described himself as someone who philosophized with a hammer. And so what he meant by that, first of all, was that he was capable of delivering devastating philosophical blows, which is certainly the case. I don't know if there's ever been a philosopher who...
He's always like that. It's like he knows he's guilty. He's just trying to avoid confessing, trying to avoid the moment where he pulls the William Lane Craig. If there's even 1 in a million chance, we'll see how much he really likes Amala. We'll see. You know, if he really likes her, he'll cry. What do you guys think? Number 1, if you think Jordan Peterson cries at some point in this video. 2, no tears. I'm going 2. I think he's just phoning it in day at the office interview. And I think if he cried in this video, it would have gone way more viral. There'd be way more content creators making reaction stuff to it. But, you know, a man can dream. I'm always here for the Jordan Peterson tears.
Was more explosive than Nietzsche in the psychological and social sense. But it also meant that whenever he put forward a proposition, he would spend a tremendous amount of time trying to throw every possible argument he could formulate at that proposition to see if he could break it. And then he'd only keep the propositions he couldn't break. So I tried to do that with Maps of Meaning. I figure I rewrote every sentence about 50 times, trying to see, is there any way, is there any argument I can come up with that will get underneath this proposition and make it feel weak and unsteady to me? And I only kept the... Now, you might say, well, why bother with all that? Why not just be comfortable in your beliefs? And the answer is, look, there's going to come in your time in your life, for sure. Might happen every day to some degree, where what you believe and how you predicate your actions is going to be subjected to unbelievably severe stress. And that might be in an argument, you know, or especially if the argument gets vicious and intense, or if it's a long-term argument in a relationship, or it might be that you encounter something tragic in your life. If your beliefs aren't stress tested, like in some serious manner, then they're going to fall apart just when you most need them, and then you're going to be in serious trouble. So finding yourself in one of these loops where you don't test your beliefs and you just discount everything that might be a challenge because of the hypothetical, you know, quasi-satanic nature of the person who's questioning you, means that you're allowing yourself to live inside a house of cards. You know, quasi-satanic nature, these loops where you don't test your beliefs and you just discount everything that might be a challenge because of the hypothetical, you know, quasi-satanic nature of the person who's questioning you, means that you're allowing yourself to live inside a house of cards, essentially.
What an asshole. Knows he's talking to right-wingers. Knows he wants to sort of poke and prod at them a little bit. But what direct emotional priming? Yeah, I know it's hard to listen to those fucking lefties, especially given their quasi-satanic nature. Just a fucking asshole.
And then as soon as you are stressed, in some real sense, you're going to just fall apart. Now, you said you were miserable and angry. And so was that most of the time?
Yeah, it was most of the time, and that could have been due to other factors, but I do think what I believed was really a part of that, and the lack of true testing of what I believed. I think a lot of people misconstrue a test with having a a cause of stress. And I think the more you test your beliefs, the more comfortable you will be in them. So now I'm way more comfortable going into back and forth with people and debating, whereas before I wasn't. And I think it's because I was really insecure in what it was that I believed, but so confident in espousing it and just so strong in being really forthright. I was the person who would wear those activist t-shirts to school every day, knowing that it was going to rile people up and that it was going to cause some sort of discussion to happen. So what really had made me upset in the life that I was leading was just waking up every day, looking at the world through this lens of injustice. You know, every cross look was racist. Every off comment was misogyny. And when you view the world that way and you're looking for those things, not just saying that you believe that they are real, but looking for them, everything you see is going to be that thing. So the world was a really evil place.
Right. Well, you also put yourself in a position. Yeah, that's interesting too, because you put yourself in a position then when casual interactions, let's call them microaggressions, for lack of a better word, and casual misunderstandings are instantly elevated in your perception to the status of high moral crimes. So it isn't just that someone's annoyed at you or someone's just having a bad day. It's that you're dealing with a racist or a misogynist, right? Which is a core evaluation of their character.
And I can give you an example of just how bad it was, because people will think about things and go, well, that probably was a microaggression and that probably was racism. But I was so obsessed with it that as a kid, I had learned that if somebody wanted to touch my hair, which was very curly and very odd for the place that I was living in because I was surrounded by a lot of white people with straight hair, I was told that if somebody asked to touch my hair or somebody came and wanted to look at my braids, that was racism being played out in real time, and that they were trying to express how different I was and really belittle me. So this would happen all the time to me in school. Kids would walk up and go, oh, I love your curly hair. Can I touch your hair? And that was evil to me. That was
Listen, you little raggedy bitch, your bitch ass is grown. Your bitch ass is grown. Your bitch ass is fucking grown. So check this out, you motherfucking coon. That's why you're called a race traitor. That's why you're called a race baiter. That's why you're called an Uncle Tom. Stop acting like black people are fucking stupid. We understand we're different when there's nothing but white people around us. And they're all, can I listen to your music? Can I touch your hair? The bitch knows that this is a common talking point that reflects the pain of black women everywhere. I told y'all, personally, if I'm friends with a white person, I'm riding along in their car, they say the N-word with an A at the end of it because it's in a rap song, I give no fucks. My white homie rolls up to me, we're kicking the actual factuals. Yo, that's my nigga Jay right there. Honestly, I'm not gonna lose an ounce of sleep over it. But if the motherfucker wants to have a conversation about why do black people get so upset at the N-word, okay, now it's time to educate their ass. But motherfucker rolls a hard R out their mouth around me, I don't give a fuck who they are, what the situation is. Time for an education to happen. So rather than give us your personal take, which fine, could be, you know what, personally, it really doesn't bother me if somebody compliments on my hair or, you know, they want to feel my hair texture. You're a fucking asshole if you don't add but I understand that this is a source of pain and dehumanization towards black women. White women treating them like they're fucking dolls. And she knows this. So that's the talking point she goes to. And this is what I mean about you're extra fucked up based on the context of your comments. She knows we're in a period of time we're trying to do something about race. Black people, even to keep it 100, people on both sides of the aisle, people on the left and the right, are trying to figure out how to dance this two-step a little bit better. And instead of really helping white people understand why this is a source of pain for black women, she hits it with the black bitches just need to get over it. And black bitches just need to get over it because she got over it. And once she realized that she could get over it, she realized that she was only ever offended because somebody told her to be offended. And again, the bitch is completely missing the fucking point. First off, I highly doubt the conversation started with, let me tell you why you should be offended if someone asks you to touch your hair. Rather, somebody probably tried to hip her to why that's a bad look, why it's not okay, why she needs to be conscientious of certain things. Now, this is something that pretty much every black child has to learn about the world. I gave a perfect example from the other day. I'm letting Sam out in my yard, right? And we're going for a little walk, and I noticed literally right in front of my driveway is an entire bushel of bananas on the ground. A whole ass bushel, y'all, untouched. Now you're asking yourself the same questions. Literally, what are the chances somebody incidentally dropped a whole ass bushel of bananas that they just fucking paid for in front of like pretty much the only African-American house or one of the few in the neighborhood as a fucking coincidence? The answer, of course, is I have no idea. But my point is, most of y'all recognize the potential for a racial insult here. Because black people are often called monkeys or referred to as monkeys as a derogatory term. Now here's kick the actual factuals, y'all. A lot of y'all know I have a master's degree from a top-ranked biological anthropology department. Literally studied human evolution, had to make it through. I believe we are monkeys as people. Literally monkeys. Right? We're actually monkeys. So I could easily sit up here and say, since I think as a matter of fact we are monkeys, why should we be offended at a banana joke? Why should we be offended when somebody calls you a monkey? After all, we are monkeys. So don't be upset about it. And somebody, so I didn't know that. Somebody taught me that. Somebody taught me that when somebody calls me a monkey or throws a bunch of bananas at me, I have to be offended because it's a racial insult. And I realized I don't need to be offended. I am a monkey. Throw more bananas at me. I'm not bothered. Bring it on. Toss all the bananas my way because I actually like bananas. Did you know bananas are a great source of protein? Calcium, whatever the fuck. Like, seriously. That's what she's doing. Dance, monkey, dance. That's what she's doing. So, of course, somebody had to teach me at some point that there might be a problem if somebody drops some old bananas off in front on my porch. That might be a hate crime. Might be somebody was riding a bike, bananas fell out, decided, I didn't need the bananas as much as I thought I did. That might be the case. But it also might be the case that that's a fucking hate crime. So for me to sit up here and act like I don't know better is ridiculous. And she absolutely knows better. She absolutely does. How she personally feels about people touching her hair is not the point at all, and she knows it. That is how you identify a trash panda.
Racism shining right in my face. So you can imagine probably how bad that was for me, believing these things as a young person.
Really strange.
Yeah. Well, that's Now, interesting that tone of voice that you used there when you were talking about those kids that would come up to you, when you mimicked them, the way you mimicked them was by what would you call it, acting out the vocal intonations of a curious kid, not as someone who's being mean. And so what do you now think those kids were doing? How do you look at and what do you think would have been a better way for you to look at that when you were a kid?
Oh, the best way I could have looked at that as a child was, oh my gosh, somebody is displaying interest in me. How wonderful a thing that somebody saw something that was different to what they normally saw and felt the need to point that out and to ask me about it. They were genuinely curious about how my hair came to be this way. And if I had viewed the world in that light, I would have been such a happy little child. And unfortunately, I had the exact opposite experience.
Yeah, I read a great book a long while back called Bullying, What We Know and What We Can Do About It. And, we have this idea that bullies find kids who have something abnormal about them and then target them because of that abnormality. But this gentleman, Dan Olweus, great psychologist, pointed out that at least 75% of kids have some obvious, let's call it, deviation from the norm that could be picked out by a bully. It could be something as simple as wearing glasses or having red hair or being a little short or being a little tall or being a little thin or being a little fat. You can just multiply the peculiarities endlessly. And that in and of itself isn't enough to generate bullying. The bullies tend to focus on an identifiable anomaly, but then they're looking for kids who overreact when they're teased a little bit. And then it's that combination of sensitivity, hypersensitivity to provocation, plus perhaps an anomaly that makes someone into a bully victim. And so, well, you can kind of see there, you had this situation where there was something about your hair that made you identifiably different, but the kids could have been both testing you and checking you out in a curious way, and then whether that would spiral into something that would be true bullying and intimidation would be dependent to a large degree on your own reaction.
Gang, if this is not an instruction booklet for victim blaming and self-hatred, I don't know what the fuck is. See, so what happens is, it turns out that bullies only bully people who it hurts. Yeah, and it turns out since it hurts these people, and they're like, ow, stop bullying me. No, sorry, I'm not rich. I need my fucking lunch money. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna need my t-shirt back. Yeah. Turns out the fact that the fucking pussies get bullied, it's the pussy's fault because, pussy wouldn't get fucked by a dick if it wasn't such a pussy. Right? Like, that's what we just heard. And so, yeah, and you notice how careful he is because he knows he's on some bullshit. Yeah, so it turns out that in this situation that could have been a mix of genuine admiration for something that made you, let's say, unique, if it turned into potentially perhaps the situation with the potential for maybe some hostility, that would have largely been the result of your response. Oh, yeah. It would have been totally my fault if they fucked me all the way up. If they'd have come upside my head like, fuck your hair. If they'd have taken my hair and snatched it all on the way up and tried to rip it off my scalp, that'd have been my fault. Because I shouldn't have, if I'd have lost my temper, it would have been on me for getting snatched up after school. Dog shit.
Yeah, and I've struggled with for a long time of just going back and taking accountability for my part in things. And when I went through this journey of realizing, oh, maybe I don't believe in this leftist sort of woke dogma, a lot of that time I spent blaming other people. Why were people teaching me these things? What institutions were at play when it came to me getting this information? And I took no accountability for my part in being susceptible to the information and what made me want to believe these things. Why was I ripe for the picking as far as a person who was willing to fall for some of the stuff that I was hearing? And that's still something that I'm thinking through to this day.
Well, you did say something interesting, and this is probably worth diving into too. You said that despite the fact that your knowledge was shallow, well, you're not very old, and you weren't, 10 years ago particularly, you weren't very old. Despite your knowledge being shallow, and despite it not being your knowledge, you were very confident about displaying it, and displaying it in some sense proudly. And, pride has always been regarded as one of the cardinal sins. And so it seems to me that part of what set you up for this, apart from the characteristics of your particular background, was also that there was something in it that was an appeal to like a prideful narcissism, right? And I'm not diagnosing you as a narcissist, right?
Sure.
Don't get that wrong. I'm really not. I'm trying to understand why. Well, as you said, Carl Jung said, that every projection needed a hook, and so you always have to ask yourself, even if you were enticed down the garden pathway by woke educators and by your own mother to some degree, what was it in you that helped you respond in a way that made you even more vulnerable to that kind of propagandization than you might have otherwise been? And you said you wore these shirts proudly, you were looking for a fight in some sense. So what do you think was at the bottom of that pride? What were you taking pride in? Was it you standing up for the underdog? Like, what is it that wearing those shirts was doing for you, do you think?
Yeah, I think I felt really different as a child growing up in the environment that I grew up in. And I always felt like I had sticked out regardless of what I did. So I think I just leaned into that a little bit more and thought, okay, well, if I'm going to stick out for these things that I can't control, I'm going to take control of something and I'm going to stand out even more, and couple that with feeling very virtuous for doing it. I think it was just a recipe for disaster, because it made me feel like I'm a good person doing a good thing, plus I'm standing out, plus all these other people aren't willing to do this good thing that I'm doing, and I get to tell them about it at any given moment. And it was just a mixture of feeling really insecure.
Well, so that's an interesting thing, because we all do believe, I think, in some real sense, that a good person should do good things. And some of that would be a certain amount of self-sacrifice for the benefit of others. And if you're sensible about that, you would say, well, you shouldn't sacrifice yourself to the point of being a martyr, because that becomes counterproductive. But the problem with that goodness, I guess this is why there's an injunction in the Gospels against praying in public. The problem with that virtue or that goodness is that you can start to trumpet it as a differentiating moral virtue. Right? And so you can start to use your hypothetical care for the poor and oppressed as a marker for your superior social status and the inviolability of your beliefs. And so then it starts to move. You can see that there's a slippery slope there from compassionate virtue to overweening pride. And you said in your case it was also exaggerated by the fact that, well, man, if you were going to be different, if you were fated to be different in some ways, then by God, you were going to play that hand to its fullest. And that's also an attraction, and an adaptation.
Sure, yeah, and that's exactly what happened. It was just me playing into something, but also being reinforced that it was right all the time. I was super involved in the activism that I was doing. So when I wasn't at school, I'd go to work with my mom and volunteer there. And I ended up graduating high school, and I was so involved that I got a job at her organization. So when we go back to that loop, it was just my own negativity and insecurity, my own willingness to want to be different for the sake of just being different, making myself feel virtuous in doing so, and then being reinforced by the adult structures that were around me for being a young person willing to do the work, which is really so often what we see with the David Hoggs out of March for Our Lives and the...
Oh, y'all know that struck a nerve with me. Oh, my Lord. Oh, no. Don't do that. Listen, y'all. Let me tell y'all a little bit about my story. Because of what I've shared earlier about my dad, right? I took a lot of those opportunities for granted. If you really want to know why I talk so much about Cory Booker, that's why. He literally changed my life, and that changed my relationship with my dad, even to this day. So in a way that my dad and I are always grateful for. Because when you grow up around a certain family business, as y'all know, you don't care. Like, if your family runs a fucking landscaping business, you're used to landscaping shit. You're not impressed when you see pickup trucks and fucking tractors. Everybody else is like, oh my goodness, I've always wanted them really cool riding mowers and I can ride. You'd be like, oh my God, if I see another riding mower, I'm gonna barf, right? Like, you're like, I see riding mowers and my goddamn nightmares, right? That's how I was growing up as a kid. Like, every time I went to see my dad, or just about, we always had to go to some political function, some politician's house, some fancy-ass dinner, some fucking ribbon cutting, working on some goddamn campaign. And, like, I didn't come visit my dad to, like, spend time in a fucking office building in downtown Newark working on a press release for a fucking charter school. Right? Like, I want to go to Guitar Center. I want to go to Blockbuster and rent old wrestling tapes. Come on, y'all know how I was as a kid. I was the same goddamn way I am right now. I want to talk about cute white girls. Y'all know the vibes. I was the same way as a kid. I just didn't smoke weed yet. That's pretty much the only difference. And I'm not a Christian anymore, right? But seriously, I didn't give a fuck about any of that. And so after I met Cory, you know, I got really serious about, like, holy shit, you know, this guy's really trying to change the whole game up in Newark. I was really excited about him. Everybody around the country was really excited about him. He just had this charisma, and he was a really big national up-and-coming star, and I knew him. Like, he spent time with me, and you know, we always kept dibs on each other. So, you know, even when I'd be with my dad, I'd be like, oh, you know, what's going on with Cory? And he was always saving stories about Cory, or let me know what's going on, or let me know what's going on in the papers and stuff like that. And, you know, Cory had momentous things he would share with me. And he'd always be like, you know, Cory's asking about you and blah, blah, blah. And then I started showing more interest in things. So by the time I became a teenager, and now he's transitioned from, you know, being a councilman, he like lost his first campaign for mayor. I volunteered a little bit on that. But by the time his second one comes about and it's really about to be his time, it's like, you know, I'm right there with him. Like, I remember going door to door with him. Like, literally, he was running for mayor, and I remember going different neighborhoods. Literally, Cory knocking on the door to talk to people, and I was literally standing right next to him. Like, actually standing next to him. So I learned how to knock on doors and talk to people and canvas from canvassing with Cory Booker by his side. So by the time, again, I'm later high school years, you know, it's like I grew up as his career matured. And so, of course, he celebrated having this young person who has something to contribute, and rather than running around the streets, actually wants to be here and help and wants to work, wants to, be part of the cause, wants to help us serve this city. And then, of course, you want to do that because that's you're now bonding with your parent. You're sharing a common interest with your parent. And so that just really irked me because that's so meaningful for people. And for her to just sit up here and act like she was being indoctrinated into a cult, right? Or, they were, somehow doing something shady by esteeming her and celebrating her and giving her opportunities that she could write about that made her have a step up on life's a competition, right? These experiences gave her a voice, activism. She learned a lot, and she had a lot of exposure because her mom was involved. And now she's like re-spinning this tale to like they were doing something wrong by celebrating her participation. And I'm like, that's gross. That's so gross to want to spit on the legacy of people who trained you, people who could have had anybody in that position. And because you were somebody's daughter that people thought a lot of your parent, they gave you incredible opportunities that people, especially darker skinned people like me and her, don't get. And something going on because I'm telling you, y'all, you're talking about heroes. You're talking about heroes. I always say this, you can't expect me to be unbiased when I talk about somebody like that. Because I'm talking about somebody I idolized as a child. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? You're talking about somebody I idolized as a child, who once I was not a child anymore, they were like, yo, I need your help. You're going to come work with me. And then as I became a young adult, they're like, guess what? I still need your help. You're still going to work with me. Of course I'm not going to be unbiased about a person like that. How the fuck you going to be unbiased about working with people you idolize? And if you are unbiased about working with people you idolize and you can shit on the legacy of what you got from working hand in hand with the people you idolized, you're a monster. Something seriously fucked up with you. I don't know what PragerU is paying her, but it's something going on in this story that we haven't even touched on yet. And she may never touch on her whole career. A falling out, a broken heart, something. I don't want to just start throwing shit out there because I would literally just be throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. I don't know what it is. But man, that touched me off because I'm like, man, no. Do you understand how hard it is to have privileges and opportunities and a chance to learn something in this fucking world? You walking hand in hand with people you idolize, and now you're going to turn around and throw them under the bus for trying to give you a leg up. Whew. Y'all, the grift knows no bottom.
Greta Thunberg's, it was just older people saying, this is so great that you're doing it, and you're just like Obama.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people told me at the time.
Oh my God. Yeah, well, I was thinking about Greta last night, so it might be worth just talking about her a little bit. So I was trying to put myself in her shoes. So imagine, first of all, that you're 13, and then imagine that you're a little on the autistic side, and then imagine that you have a very domineering mother who's perfectly willing to use you for her political purposes. And then, so now she's instilled this terror into you that the world is coming to an apocalyptic end, and that there are evil and malevolent forces conspiring to make that happen. And that basically constitutes the entire patriarchal structure of Western civilization and all of its industry and all of that. So that's the background you come out of. And now you're 13, and you start to parrot some of your mother's ideas. Of course, they're not really her ideas, but they're ideas that have possessed her too. You start to parrot them. Okay, and then what happens? You're 13. Well, what happens is, like 50-year-old adult male leaders all over the world fall at your feet and treat you like you're the Oracle of Delphi. And so then what the hell do you think if you're 13 and confused and a bit autistic and your mother's a bit domineering? You think, oh my God, all these things she's telling me that are so terrifying must be true, because all these well-positioned men who run the world are treating the revelations of my childhood fear as if they're so important that they should be broadcast on every news station and should start to become fundamental government policy. And so, like, how the hell would you possibly respond if you were 13, except with a massive magnification of your terrors? Like, oh, the world's in such bad shape that
Gang, I'm telling you, I was in them same positions at 13. All these people were saying is, wow, Amala, you're super helpful and really bright. And we're like, we think it's really awesome that you are out here trying to make a positive difference. A lot of people running the streets, you know, ain't really got nothing going on, don't really have any sort of direction or purpose in their life. And here you are, 13 years old, and you're an ass kicker. You're bright, you're smart, and you understand, man, that the fight for equality takes work. And here you are literally at an age where it isn't even legal to pay you yet. And you're all about doing that work. Get it, girl. That's what they said. Guarantee. That's what them conversations sounded like. How that's all types of fucked up in hindsight, because the powerful cabal that controls the world was trying to inflate her ego just so they could keep her in the shackles of the radical narrative of equality. I mean, just dog shit.
The 13-year-old autistic child from Scandinavia now seemed to be the leading oracle in the world on the environmental and economic front.
It's
so sad for her. Like, I can't imagine how someone in that situation couldn't be on the edge of existential terror constantly.
Yeah, I relate to her a lot. And, you know, I feel a lot of compassion and sympathy for her mother as well, because from my perspective with my mom, having gone through this really twisted journey of having to come to her and say, you know what, that stuff that I learned when I was younger really did have a negative effect, and here's how. And her just being shocked in that, oh, I'm so, you know, I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the compassionate thing. And I thought I was alerting you to the snake that's sitting out in the front yard. And that's my responsibility as a mother to do that. So I feel for Greta's mother. I feel for her. And I also feel for the people who look at a young person and say, look at this young person leading the way and using the power of a 13-year-old, which is just really very much misplaced to push forward a movement. But it is just a twisted cycle.
Yeah, well,
Does she mean very misplaced? Kind of like, I don't know, right-wingers using a 25-year-old biracial female to push, you know, anti-equality talking points and right-wing propaganda. Again, I'm not at all buying that they don't notice the hypocrisy. Not buying it at all.
I mean, she's in an impossible situation because I don't see how she could possibly question herself or her doubts, given the unbelievably overwhelming response to her revelations.
Overwhelming.
So she's in an awful situation. Okay, so we talked a little bit about the role that your own temptations played in setting you up for this propaganda, although you were pretty much surrounded by it too, which is, you know, that makes it also very difficult to, let's say, escape from. So how old were you when you started working after schools at your mom's organization? And then how old were you when you started working for her full time?
I was 15 when I had started volunteering and 17 when I started working full time.
Okay, and you did that after you graduated from high school?
Yes, as soon as I graduated from high school, I thought, no college for me. Let's make myself a full-time activist. and that's what I did, yeah.
Right, well, okay, a couple of things there. So another thing that really used to bother me at the universities, and I started to discuss this with some of my professional peers just before, it became impossible for me to continue working at the university. We have this idea that we tell young people all the time, and I really do think this is an insidious invitation to their prideful narcissism, that the way, first of all, that they should be changing the world, which is a lot to change for people who haven't even been able to live independently yet. And also that if you do want to change the world, which is what you should do and what you could do, the way you do that is by being an activist. And activist has become professionalized since the mid-60s. And so an activist seems to me to be someone who hypothetically advocates for the oppressed, which is already a moral danger. It's because, what the hell made you advocate for the oppressed? Did they elect you? Why are you the spokesman? And what gives you that moral virtue? So, those are major questions. But also, it comes with it this temptation, because if you're an activist, you're almost always against something, right? You're against industry, you're against fossil fuels, you're against the patriarchy, you're against the racists. You're always identifying the problem with the world as being something that some other person who isn't good like you is doing. And then what we do is we present young people in high school and in university with the notion that, well,
class, I present to you Jordan Peterson, master of half-truths. What the fuck is he talking about? Okay, so as a advocate for the legalization of marijuana, was I identifying the war on drugs as a problem that I was against? Or was I advocating for the decriminalization of marijuana as a solution? Jordan Peterson asks you how much change in your pocket. You have 50 cents. He says, how do you have 50 cents in your pocket? You say, because I have 2 quarters in my pocket. And then he wants to sit there and debate, well, is it the head side that's worth 25 cents or the tail side that's worth 25 cents? And you're going to sit there and look at him like, I have 2 quarters in my pockets. This is just this meaningless dribble, this pseudo-intellectual nonsense. And yeah, we have to professionalize activists just like we professionalize lobbyists. Are you going to get here and rant about how we shouldn't have lobbyists? Of course not. That's okay. Them sitting around ranting about which policies they want to see stopped because it clearly they have a fucking conflict of interest, that doesn't bother them at all. But somebody feeding themselves because they're trying to, fight for racial equality, again, they never want to be a part of the solution. They're supposed to be the most well-intentioned people who just somehow seem to always want to make everything worse. Have fun listening charitably to these people in 2023. I'm not doing it.
If you really care about the world, there's nothing more honorable than you could do, that you could possibly do, than to become an activist. And I really kind of think that in some sense, there is almost no lower calling than activist.
Yes, I would agree with you. And I think it's within our nature, especially as young people, to get obsessed with this idea of radical transformation and this lure of transformation. And it wasn't until I met Dave Rubin, who I'm sure you're familiar with, and he put out this quote of, when I was on this side of things, I was trying to control the world. Now that I'm out of it, I'm trying to understand the world. And that's something that a lot of young people are not obsessed with. They don't want to understand the world and their place within it. They feel a sense of discomfort, and they want to attribute that sense of discomfort to something else and find what is a common enemy. And it's really easy to find a common enemy if you listen to anybody who is obsessed with this woke ideology.
And she just happened not to notice that the people on the left the people on the right don't care about the truth. The motherfuckers running around telling us that evolution isn't real, the 2020 election was stolen, racism isn't a problem, critical race theory is, hanging LGBT people, dragging them behind trucks, Just an unfortunate thing that happens once in a while. There's always a few bad apples. Oh, but third grade teachers transing the kids by reading them stories where a woman kissed another woman on the cheek. Gotta burn them books. Gotta burn them books right now. And somehow, she just didn't notice this. Chris rocks you. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining us. That's why I don't take them seriously. We are 100% with you.
Shopify is the all-in-one commerce platform trusted by millions of entrepreneurs to create their online store and so much more. Shopify makes it simple to sell to anyone from anywhere. Whether you're selling succulents or stilettos, start selling with Shopify and join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide. With Shopify, you'll customize your online store to your brand, discover new customers, and build the relationships that will keep them coming back. Shopify covers all the sales channels to successfully grow your business, from an in-person POS system to an all-in-one e-commerce platform, even across social media platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Thanks to 24/7 support and free on-demand business courses, Shopify is here to help you succeed every step of the way. It's how every minute, new sellers around the world make their first sale with Shopify, and you can too. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.com/JBP. Go to shopify.com/JBP to start selling online today. That's shopify.com/JBP.
Okay, so maybe someone might level a criticism at you and say, okay, look, you know, for a long time you were a left-wing activist, but now you're just a right-wing activist. And so how would you defend yourself? How do you defend yourself? Because I'm sure that idea has occurred to you. How do you investigate that charge? And what do you think is different about you working for Prager, you know, which is a well-known, hypothetically right-wing, you know, conspiratorial organization, which seems in some sense activist on its surface? How do you distinguish between what you're doing now and what you were doing before? And how do you know that you're not equally deluded, but on the other side of the political spectrum?
Yeah, sure. The way that I know I'm not as deluded as I was before is that I did go through a period of delusion when I recognized that I was not a leftist. I immediately went, oh, well, I must be on the right then. And I self-subscribed myself to the right-wing talking points for quite some time. And then I don't know what happened, but a moment came to me where I went,
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
I must have this propensity to just latch myself onto things because I've just done the same thing on the other side. And I really had to look within myself and find where do I truly disagree with my previous self, and where do I agree with my previous self. And there are plenty of back and forth that we'll get into with the employees here at PragerU, where we disagree on many things. And that was certainly not an experience that I had when I was working for that left-leaning organization. Now, that could
the aha EA Dawa moment. Fucking EA Dawa over here. So I used to be a fucking skinhead neo-Nazi. And then I was kind of a fundamentalist right-winger. And then I realized about myself, man, goddamn, I must have a tendency to just blindly follow fucking morons. And I realized I could never do that again. So then I became a radical atheist who wouldn't listen to anybody. But after I realized that was too radical, a bunch of really smart Muslim dudes made some arguments, which are basically remix of the Kalam, and I just couldn't refute those arguments. Praise be Allah. Like, the bitch is halfway self-aware, but she's ascribed one of her personality traits to a previous self, instead of realizing she's on that same tip now. And this is what I mean about people who start to believe their own self-talk. Like, she's talked herself into this clearly
oddly plausible
compromised gig, And now she's just got to do this dance in front of us to try to rationalize it in real time.
Be that organization on its own, making people subscribe themselves all or nothing?
I don't think so.
Right,
Even the New York Times wrote an article this week talking about how leftist organizations all across the United States are collapsing into themselves because they can't handle any internal dissent. So I think that, one of the things you said about Prager was that you get to say what you want and that you can disagree. And you also implied that, imagine that you're trying to make your way. And so first of all, you're on the left, you have an oversimplified worldview, and then you find out some errors, and then bang, you vacillate over to the right and an oversimplified view, and you find some errors. Like, what you're doing is you're trying to develop a much more differentiated and detail-oriented political philosophy, right? Because that's part of being mature and wise. And so you're going to oscillate back and forth like that. Now, you said you don't think you're merely being an activist now because you're working for an organization where disagreement is it tolerated or encouraged? And do the Prager people actually, do they let you say what you need to say? Do they encourage you to do that? And how do you know that you're not just pulling yourself into alignment with their views for instrumental reasons? I mean, people have asked me the same questions about my work with the Daily Wire, let's say.
Sure. I'd say it's both tolerated and encouraged, and we can be both at the same time. And when I come and do my show, I know that my show is my words and I know that it's my thoughts, and I feel comfortable now, whereas I didn't before, saying, you know what, I don't agree with maybe that 5-minute video that we put out this week, or I don't want to have a certain guest on the show to discuss this sort of view of things. And that is always encouraged and taken to heart, and they go, okay, great.
I have limits to my grift. Like, notice the examples here. Oh, I don't necessarily agree with that video we put out earlier this week. Cool, well, did you take it down? Did you make a video explaining to your audience that you don't agree with the video PragerU put out earlier this week? Show me one of them videos and I'll consider that a valid argument. Oh, I don't want to have so-and-so on my show to discuss that. Again, what does that mean? They send you some fucking nut job and you say, having that nut job on my show is going to make me look bad. I don't want them on here. That doesn't mean you're steering the ship. It doesn't mean you have creative control. It means they've superficially decided that you don't have to carry water on every issue. That as long as you don't undermine the talking points and mission that they feel valuable, that they're fine, giving you a bit of say to make sure that you're comfortable. And if anything, right, it probably shows you that they don't realize how much they give away. It's why you shouldn't be a grifter. Listen, folks, you got to be one of the best liars to ever lie to think you're going to get in front of a camera every goddamn day on the internet and people aren't going to be skilled enough to pick apart your bullshit. So one of the things that all these grifters have in common is a grossly overinflated ego and sense of their own intelligence. But she basically confesses here that she puts out shit she doesn't agree with, probably doesn't do shit about it, other than say, hey, I've been thinking about that video about how Trump stole the election. I'm not really sure if he did, What are we making today, And that they probably do ask her to bring some of these really radicalized nut jobs onto her programs, or let her know that, so-and-so's available. If you'd like us to have him on, he's going to be on everybody else's show, right? That's all they're thinking. They're basically thinking, hey, we've been in touch with Charlie Kirk's people. He's going to be on Candace Owens' program and Adam Carolla's. Do you want to have Charlie Kirk? She goes, nah, I don't think I need Charlie Kirk this week. To her, this is like Oh, they are practically letting her revise the PragerU mission statement. Like, bitch, please.
Ever want you to put your name on something that is not your thinking or your belief. So I have much more freedom today than I had before when I was working for that left-leaning organization and I was having these thoughts that were dissident to the subscribed narrative. I didn't feel comfortable even saying that or even coming to a point of confrontation with anybody because I knew that my job was contingent upon me believing the list of things that I was meant to believe. And now I get to come and say, I don't think I agree with you on that. And it's actually taken in stride and people want to talk about it.
Okay. So
again, literally, y'all, this is my conversation with Rob. Jay, I think it's really important that students, have in-person classroom experience, that they get to present to their fellow students, and that they get to be in the same room as each other. Yeah, Rob, but you know what? I'm really not comfortable due to COVID, and so I'm most comfortable teaching remotely, and I really feel like just with the way I've committed to remote teaching, my students aren't losing anything by having the lab portion of their class online. Matter of fact, I think I can really get them to take to this. Rob's response. Oh, okay, cool. You want to do a hybrid class? I'll do my portion in person, you do yours online? Me. Yeah, if the students are good with that, let's do it. Students, good to go with that. I just have radical, unprecedented levels. I mean, no, seriously, I do take very seriously, getting to have, my way with certain things and my preferences being taken seriously. But the way that she's presenting this, where it's like, and I hate to say this kind of does show you what people who have a lower image of ourselves sometimes think, be it because we're not male, we're people of color, we're young, we're working class, we're early in our career, whatever it is, but we find it so incredible to even have a voice and be heard that we're almost in a sense mistaken being heard for being taken seriously. In my case, I think I am taken super seriously, right? But I have all these other indicators of that make me take that. Like, when people really get behind me, right? When Rob's nominating me for awards and, trying to get me grants so I can get $10,000 worth of equipment in the studio, that's what makes me feel, supported, not the fact that, I can sit down with an advisor and have a perfectly reasonable disagreement about a very reasonable issue. I mean, this fact that she's like, oh, there's a show with my name on it and I'm allowed to decide when I don't want someone on that show. Like, I'm sure if my dad were here, given all his experience in cable, he would say the same thing. Like, that is just the bare minimum of what you would expect if you are touted as one of the faces and personalities of a company and your name's on the show. That it is definitely not something, but whatever. I've said my piece on that.
One of the ways you know that you're not merely towing the party line now is that you have a wider range of play available to you without getting into trouble. Okay, so how else do you know? Here's a good question. How have you learned to distinguish between those words that are...
So I want to pause for that. As a young adult, it's shocking how unimportant in the world you are coming from parents who took care of everything. Phew. So well said.
Yours, and those words that merely make you a mouthpiece of an ideology.
Yeah, I mean, I guess... I'm not afraid to disagree. I think if I was your typical right-leaning conservative person, I would be talking about, I don't know, Christianity. I don't happen to be a religious person. I'm agnostic atheist, I guess is what you would say. And I always just try to take in information and really deduce down where people are right, where people are wrong on both sides of things. Like, I'll take in both narratives, both the left and the right, and see, okay.
Let me talk a little bit about grants too, because I just made the comment about my teaching mentor really supporting me, you know, putting me out in front, you know, investing in what I'm trying to do. PragerU did that for her. I do buy that. I've always bought that. I never saw her stuff on Instagram or what her setup was like before she started working for PragerU, but I'm willing to bet it was not as nice as what she has now. And so I think they probably felt like, look, bitch, we don't just think you cute and you could talk a little bit. You know, we realize you need to build a platform. It is part of the conversation I had with my advisor. I was like, look, it's the reason we got this really nice camera and some of the really nice stuff that we're bringing in this studio renovation that y'all will see is because nothing is quality like quality. You get what you pay for. And you're always going to be at a disadvantage if your technology is not that good. If, you know, like, y'all see how sexy Derek's Mythvision podcast are. You know, I have the same camera, so if I start using that camera, y'all will see, even like if you look at the Kent Hovind promos and some of the shorter videos that we made with it, you can see that the image quality coming off that camera is just fucking incredible. You're never gonna get that type of image quality with a $100 Logitech webcam. You know, that really nice background that she has, that takes some doing. The chair, all of that shit is expensive. So I'm sure part of what makes her feel so great about her current station in life is that the organization dropped some money, not just on her, but on her product, on her production, giving her a platform, putting her out there in front. Like you saw when we go to the website, her image is right next to Prager's. So they're basically waxing to her like, look, you're not just going to be, you know, some obscure YouTube creator. Like, we really want you to be, you know, one of, if not potentially the up and coming face of PragerU. And if we're going to break down the social dynamics, then we got to be fair and acknowledge that giving somebody that kind of steam to power their dream is definitely going to be transformational to them. So I get that part of it, and that's the part that we have to do a little bit better. You know, a lot of y'all know about, say, Uncle Bobby. He went from about 700 subs to like 1,400 something subs just because he did a video with Paula Gia. A lot of y'all know, you know, we got a couple hundred plus subs over the course of a few days, a couple weeks ago, because of being on Mythvision's channel. But a lot of y'all don't realize that, you know, that's why there's so many links down in my descriptions to Mythvision, Gnostic Informant, Gin and Truth, James Apperson, Tux TV, Hot Program with my one black friend, because that was really my dream as a content creator out here on YouTube. Like, if I could get to the point where I'm like a Derek or a Paula Gia, and you know, somebody starts a channel, let's say AR starts a channel or Carrie Ann starts a channel, I'm at a point where I have like so many, you know, subs and viewers, not just because of the numbers, but because of the quality. Like, people know if I tell you to go sub to somebody, like, it's gonna be good shit. So somebody could start a YouTube channel and I could be like, yo, go subscribe to AR, go subscribe to Carrie Ann. And then like a week or so later, they're monetized. Like, just straight. Like, they've gone from, you know, less than 100 subs to well over 1,000, you know? And then every time you do something with them, they get another huge bump. Obviously we're not there yet, but I saw that a long time ago kind of as part of the dream, because I saw like the atheist experience doing that. You know, I saw like they were bringing on these different personalities, and all of a sudden these people you never heard of, you're going to their channels, and their channels are growing like crazy because of the exposure of being on the atheist experience. And then when I see the difference that, you know, Derek can make or Paula Gia can make, that would ultimately be like the dream for us. That's been kind of the vision, like, damn, that would be crazy. So that's where she's at. You know, PragerU is at that place where they've got a name, they've got a reputation. You know, they could really invest in you, help you get your production right, help you take your product to the next level, make you really, really a professional. And then because the brand is so big, you know, like somebody said, she got 500,000 subs. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, man, that business model is serious. That's all I'm trying to say. The business model is serious. We don't agree with shit they got to say, but we could definitely respect what they're doing, from the ability to invest in these personalities and these content creators, really help them build a platform, and then, you know, use that platform to keep their community engaged by, you know, making sure they have a full roster of talent to get content from.
Where are they right on this, and where are they wrong, and why is that the case? And on the right, where are they right on this, and where are they wrong, and that's the case? And I take it upon myself to hopefully be even-handed in criticism of both sides. So there will be episodes that conservatives watch my show and they go, I absolutely do not agree.
Very interesting, Carrie-Ann. Very interesting about vetting in PragerU. Yeah, see, they know how to be legit in just enough to bring you in and keep you in. And even her, right? She's very not radicalized. She's a right-winger, like I said. She leans to the right of Tucker Carlson. But rhetorically, she presents herself very centrist. And that's very strategic in how they present themselves, you know, as moderate, because they want to satisfy the people who believe sitting on that PragerU tip is reasonable. All very strategic, but hey, they're not bad at this. Let's be real.
Agree with anything you said,
They
and
know
here's
what they're
why.
doing.
And there's episodes that I put out where leftists disagree with what I have to say. So I don't know that I have a particular process for discerning whether or not I'm truly using the words that come from my own mind, but I can certainly tell that with reaction to the content that I'm saying that, well, I must be saying what's true to myself, because I'm pissing off two groups of people equally.
Okay, well that seems to be a reasonable marker. I mean, you also implied something as we talked. You said that when you were a mouthpiece for the party line as a young person, a lot of the time you were miserable and angry, and you had a chip on your shoulder, and you saw a lot of hostility in the world. And there isn't any evidence of that in the way that you conduct yourself, certainly not in this discussion, and not when I saw you on stage. Like, you don't seem to be carrying around a lot of bitterness and resentment. And so, you know, I have this byline on my email response, truth is the antidote to suffering. And, you know, one of the things that I think is reasonable is to note that if you are using your own words, that gives you a sense of solidity, internal solidity, and confidence in what you're saying. Like, there's an element that's foundational there. It doesn't have that sense of falseness and narcissistic pride that go along with claiming false moral virtue for merely mouthing the dictates of a given ideology.
Sure. You know what? That's a very great point, and that's something that hadn't come to mind. Yeah, I would say I'm far more sound in myself and far more comfortable, I think, with admitting that I was wrong or saying I don't know when it comes to something. Whereas before, you would never hear me say I don't know, which is really scary to think about in retrospect. And now I'm so comfortable looking at an issue and going, you know what? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's two terrors there, right? That there is a terror in not knowing, because it means you have to face your ignorance, and there's no shortage of that. But there's also the totalitarian terror, which is the opposite to that, which is, well, if I had my act together, I would have an answer for everything. And that's a hell of a burden, especially when you're 15, because, or 16, it's like, well, what the hell do you know? And it's hard to understand that there's actually a relief in being able to throw up your hands and say, well, I don't know what the answer to that is, and I could go investigate, but that it's also okay that I don't know, and that opens up doors of exploration for me. But this is something I learned when I was probably about your age, and maybe you'd find it useful. I understood, it was in 1982, 83, something like that. So I was about 21. Yeah, just about exactly your age. I like to win arguments, and I had got a lot of positive attention for being smart and being verbal when I was a kid. And so I had a fair bit of, let's say, intellectual pride, which I doubt I've shaken completely. And I like to be able to win arguments, and I could usually win an argument if I set out to do so. And so I thought that if you won an argument, you were right. And certainly being married has disabused me of that notion, by the way. And and then I realized that I was often saying things just so that I would win arguments and be right. And then I also noticed that when I was doing that, I had a deep sense of falsehood and disquiet, right? And I felt that when I was really paying attention, I could see that doing that made me weak. It made me weak and defensive and prideful and narcissistic, all of those things. And then insistent that I was right and kind of totalitarian. And so then I started to listen to what I was saying and to feel it out. Now, I was reading Carl Rogers at the same time, because I was starting to get interested in the clinical world, and he talked about the necessity of authenticity. And he believed that your actions and your words should be in alignment. But not only that your physiological being and your words should be in alignment. He said if you paid enough attention, you could tell when you were, let's say, not being true to your core self, something like that. And for me, that manifested itself as a sense of weakness. And so I kind of learned to feel my way along. I always think about it as sort of trying to imagine you're walking across a giant swamp and there are stones under the surface, but you can't see them in the murky water. But you can feel them out. So you can feel where you could step. You could take the next step and find solid ground. And you can do that with your words. You can feel, and I think that's a test for the authenticity and the truth of the words, is that they're not prideful. They're not designed to win. They're designed to provide you with a firm foundation under your feet. And I think to some degree, I'm wondering, I suppose, to some degree, if that's how you know, to what degree that's how you know, for example, at PragerU, when you should hold your ground and say what you need to say.
Certainly. And it's interesting because I think I've managed to learn that, at least in the political sense, when it comes to the job that I do. But in a personal sense, I still struggle with exactly what you were talking about, sort of feeling the stones and recognizing things in yourself before the words come out of your mouth. So now politically, because I've gone through all of this back and forth and really having to contend with myself and with other people, now I'm fine and I'm calm, and I'll listen to a story and I'll have this idea of, well, let's wait to find more information. Even though something immediately wants to attack somebody else, let's wait and hear more. Whereas sometimes in my personal life, my turnaround on recognizing my defensiveness is about a 24-hour period, which my boyfriend is struggling with right now.
Right. Well, that's interesting. That's played itself out in our marriage. I would say, I'll talk about my wife momentarily. I would say that when we first got married, the turnaround for her was about 24 hours. And she's got that down to about 30 seconds now.
Yeah. And that's, I hope to be just like her.
Well, if you practice that, and if you practice, and it is that that's humility, by the way, really. It's like, if you listen with humility, you're always listening with the idea that you're probably still pretty stupid, and maybe this person will say something that will make you slightly less stupid if you listen hard enough.
Right.
And that's such a gift, right? Because if you're stupid, you're going to run into a wall because of it at some point. And so if someone who's talking to you can tell you where you're stupid, well, what a deal for you. And the thing that's so interesting about that, too, is that you're way more likely to be told where you're stupid by someone who doesn't agree with you.
Yes. 100%. And it's interesting that when I meet people like protesters who have this very shallow depiction of myself and are telling me that I'm stupid or racist or all these things, for some reason, I treat this person who is so far removed from my life with far more compassion than if somebody who I care about is coming forward and saying, hey, you did this stupid thing. And I don't know if it's because the relationship that I have with the person that is deep and caring has a little bit more sting when criticism is given. And that's why I immediately jump to defense. Whereas with this person, it doesn't truly matter all that much what somebody on a college campus thinks. So it's something that I continue to struggle with, but I've turned a 2-week period of turnaround into a 24-hour one. So
okay, well that's pretty good. Well, it should. Like if you practice that diligently, you can get the turnaround really quick. And that's really, we were talking about the religious front, that's really confession and repentance, by the way. That's a compressed confession. Well, because the confession is, so first of all, you can think about it as recognition of sin. Okay, so what does sin mean? Technically, it means to miss the mark. There's 2 derivations. There's hamartia from the Greek, which was an archery term. So to sin means to miss the mark. And there's one from the Hebrew, which was chet, if I remember correctly. And it also meant to miss the target. So imagine that the religious transformation in its microstructure is something like admission of sin, which is, well, I missed the target. And then there's a confessional element to it, which is, well, here's how I missed the target. I wasn't aiming at the right target. I wasn't careful enough, etc. And then there's the repentance, which is, well, I'd rather not do that again. And then the religious vision, at least on the Christian side, and it's not unique to Christianity, is that if you go through that process of recognition of sin and confession and repentance, then there's redemption. And
Jordan Peterson is just so frustrating. He's clearly just full of shit. And the one thing I really get irritated with is when people who we know have these religious worldviews, this super conservative stuff, and all of a sudden they want to wrap their mundane bullshit in knowledge and all of a sudden act like it's this super fucking important critical thinking that the rest of us have just missed because they're so brilliant. And it really renders their whole worldview pathetic and childish. But to speak really to the issue, I was on this tip when I was a Christian. So I was working at a church, a Reformed church. Yo, when I say reform, I mean reform. So I know how they say the Reformed church started with Martin Luther getting pissed. He has this list of complaints against the Catholic Church, his petitions or whatever. So he fucking staples them to the front of the church door, and that starts the Protestant Reformation. Yeah, this church literally had a printout of those complaints pinned actually to the front door of the church. Yeah. Literally, yeah. So when they say reform, they mean we trace our lineage directly to the beginning of the Protestant Reformation to the point of keeping the petitions on the door. But the pastor I worked for was actually the youth pastor. He was always talking about this, how sin means to miss the mark, yada, yada, yada. Oh, it's just an archery term. Why is this such a problem? No, you fucking assholes. Biblical sin is a curse on the world that deems us all to eternal damnation, which we need salvation through Jesus to be free from. Now, when they want to come along and play this fucked up ass word game, like as though religious concepts aren't always presented in non-religious language, right? There's no supernatural language. So you have to use natural language even to communicate supernatural ideas. So I could say, oh, well, Carrie Ann comes to save me by grace. Well, saving just means to hold on to something. And so Carrie Ann saving me really just means she holds on to me and she restrains me, comforts me in a time of need, thereby minimizing our suffering. Now, in a modern sense, where saving can mean affecting a discount because you get a discount, it's almost as though I get a discount on the hard times in life. It's almost like by submitting this coupon of faith in Carrie Ann, I am saved from the full cost of turmoil because I have this discount which brings me comfort. Like, nigga, if you don't shut the fuck up, and they turn it into something trivial and mundane, and what he literally just explained to y'all is my secular definition of carry coupons, the Carry Coupon Club, the KKK. So it's ridiculous because this is literally how I explain whether or not I accept someone's apology. I always say an apology needs to be three things: meaningful, sincere, and corrective. What do I mean by meaningful? You have to be sorry for actually what you did. If you say, oh, I'm sorry this hurt your feelings, I'm sorry you feel that way, I'm sorry things didn't work out the way we had hoped they would, that is not a meaningful apology. Because you're apologizing, sure, you're saying you're sorry, but you are not, it's not meaningful because you're not actually sorry for what you did wrong. It has to be sincere. You have to genuinely feel bad about it. We've all had people apologize to us. Again, it's kind of along the same lines of sorry it hurt your feelings, sorry you feel that way. But sometimes they're sorry they got caught, right? Or, you know, they realize that they need to apologize to save face, or they're ordered to apologize by the court, or a teacher makes them apologize, right? It's not sincere. Even if they are saying, I feel bad about the thing I did, if they don't actually feel bad, then who gives a shit? It's just words. And then it has to be corrective, meaning they have to actually stop doing that thing. They have to try to do better the next time. I'm sorry I slapped you in the face. Next time you get upset with you, they slap you again. You're no longer accepting that first apology because it wasn't corrective. Now, what's my point? I just told you that to accept an apology, it should be sincere, meaningful, and corrective. That is exactly the same 3 points he just made about sin. So he's making sin something that is totally not in line with the biblical notion of sin. And on top of that, by doing so, he renders it this mundane thing to where the biblical perspective isn't adding anything on top of what a secular worldview would already say. A secular worldview would already, a humanist worldview already says, you fuck up, you should feel bad about the thing you fucked up for doing, you should acknowledge the thing you did was fucked up, you should stop fucking it up. But again, he wants to placate to the religious right using their special language of sin and the curse on the world. Then he wants to get full faith and credence from the academic, scholarly, and secular community. So he wants to be very clear to talk about these things in a way that are in line with a naturalistic understanding that we're all going, yep, yep, right? Burrito of bullshit, folks.
That is, I really think that's the cycle of growth, right? I don't think you ever learn anything important without going through those four things. That's sort of been routinized and made mythological in the religious context. But it's a useful thing to know, because that's a place where the learning that you're undertaking and your explicit description of the learning and that religious system of ideation, that's a place where they dovetail.
Yeah, and I can imagine pride is the one thing that is standing as a barrier to all of those steps. Yeah. Yeah,
well, good. Well, that's a very astute observation, because the precondition for that cycle of transformation is humility. And, you know, there's my wife prays this Jesus prayer, and I'm going to mangle it because I don't know it that well, but it's something like, Jesus Christ, have mercy on my soul, a sinner. And
I love this thing, too, where he's such a renowned psychologist. He's the most genius man to ever genius. Just his fucking psychological competence is off the fucking charts. Yet he never seems to be able to pull for a great psychiatric story, or a patient he treated, or a wonderful poem, or something he learned in grad school. Nope. Straight to that, bless that wonderful name.
And the Orthodox...
It's like literally if you asked him, so Jordan Peterson, in your practice as a psychologist, what type of books do you find the most helpful when you're treating people and they've come to you for psychiatric care? Well, really, at the end of the day, it's almost like everything I need to learn, I learned in kindergarten. And ironically, I find that really the teachings of the Bible are quite in line with what we would call a healthy psychology. Now, I'm not trying to endorse the Bible as some sort of diagnostic manual, and certainly I wouldn't advocate it to be used as some sort of how-to instruction manual, but it just happens to be the case that if you really hold to the biblical principles and you really think about the effect that they have on the human psychology, they are in fact aligned with our alignment. You know, is real coincidence there, JP. Real coincidence.
Christians, some of them pray that continually. And you might say, well, what exactly are they doing? And the answer is, well, they're trying to remind themselves that they're stupid and fallible. And you might say, well, that sucks, because who wants to be reminded constantly that they're stupid and fallible? But if that makes you more attentive,
one story about Jesus
and more able to go through this cycle of transformation, because now you're attending to the places where you might be in error, then it's a facilitator of growth. And it is a facilitator of growth to understand that.
Hey, hippie smiles.
There's a lot more possibility in what you
don't know. We have a powerful cumulative case.
There is power in what you do know.
Let's hit that fantastic bong.
Yeah. I'm curious, did you ever struggle with pride getting in the way by virtue of having the job that you have? Because so many people are looking to you and taking in your words as very much right in this very dedicated fashion. Did that ever come as a barrier in your personal life with your own arguments?
Well, I think that I was fortunate, you know.
I've got one, Wayne's got one. You got to get yourselves one of these hippie smiles mason jar bongs. All the cool kids are doing it. I ain't gonna lie to you. These are like gonna be, if I have one and Wayne has one and then we get Uncle Bobby one, I mean, that's official. That's like most of the NWO right there. So you know what that means? That means that's the official bong of beating down on Christianity. It means me and Wayne and Uncle Bobby really let Christianity have it when we shove our foot all the way up theism's booty hole, and then we get back in the locker room to watch footage and just laugh and just enjoy one another's company while we reminisce on the good time we just had beating up on Christians. That's what we're doing. We're all hating our own hippie smiles bong. So literally you got to get one because it's the official bong of the Christian beatdown.
Some sense, because I didn't become well-known till I was pretty old. Like I was in my mid-50s, you know? Mm-hmm. And I'd been a professor at Harvard and at the University of Toronto for 20 years, and so I had a pretty good reputation among my students, and I had some practice at what that was like. And then I developed a bit of a media following in Ontario, and I got a bit of experience on the broader social landscape before things burst forward around me. Now, so I was older when this all happened, and that was helpful. But I also, as I indicated in our conversation, I started to sort a lot of this out when I was about your age, and I realized that I had a lot of intellectual pride, and that's the problem with being smart, is that when you're smart, because you get a lot of positive attention for it, it's really easy to overvalue it, to confuse intelligence with virtue, and to confuse the fact that you're intelligent, let's say, with the idea that you're valuable and good. And that's dangerous because it means that people who aren't as intelligent aren't as valuable and good, and that's not a very good conclusion to draw. But it also draws you in a prideful way. And like I said, I like to win arguments, and I always thought, well, if I won the argument, I was smarter and better.
What he's dancing around here is just because you're intelligent doesn't mean you're honest. Just because you win a debate doesn't mean you're arguing for the right side. Now, these are the criticisms he's a little bit too uncomfortable. They hit a little bit too close to home for him to put those out there. He always goes for sort of the intellectual punching down that feels safe to him, right? So, he's probably convinced he's a good guy. So he doesn't mind saying, oh, just because you're smart doesn't mean you're a great person, because he's going to look in the mirror and convince himself he's a good person. He's a little bit more hesitant to say something like, just because you win an argument doesn't make you honest. Because that's going to sting a little bit more. Listen, that's why I don't think Jordan Peterson's brilliant. Because when he's connecting the dots,
overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Right. He knows how to get from A to B. He knows how to get from B to C, from C to D, and E to F. But if the conclusion comes at you're supposed to jump to G, he jump on sideways over to gamma. nigga just jumps into the land of a different alphabet and shit, right? And so he's always using his brilliance in service of idiotic conclusions because he's a fundamentally dishonest person who is a pseudo-intellectual. It's the definition of a pseudo-intellectual. An intellectual is just going to be somebody who's, high on smarts, and they're typically going to use those smarts to help illuminate the world around them, including the life of other people. That's why we call them intellectuals. They help us think. But somebody like Jordan Peterson's a pseudo-intellectual. He looks like an intellectual. He sounds like an intellectual. But he brings us mud and not clarity.
And I realized around your age that not only was that not true, like seriously not true, because just because someone can't formulate an argument doesn't mean they don't have a point. This is something you definitely learn when you're married.
It's the confession he didn't know was a confession.
Because your partner might be upset with you and unable to articulate it, and you might be able to mount a pretty damn good defense, but they still might be right, and you should listen. So, because maybe they'll stop you from falling into a pit. But I also started to understand, too, that in that intellectual pride, well, the figure of Lucifer and Satan, Lucifer in particular, so he's a variant of the idea of what's satanic and evil. Lucifer is the morning star and the spirit of enlightenment. And Milton characterized Lucifer as God's highest angel gone most spectacularly wrong. And Lucifer is like Scar in The Lion King. Scar's smarter than Mustafa, but he's alienated and isolated and bitter. And part of that's intellectual pride, a huge part of it. And there's a tremendous intellectual pride in the totalitarian impulse. And so I started to understand that to the degree that I was...
Now, gang, I know some of you really don't understand the true genius it takes to be drawing moral lessons from Disney films. I mean, there's no chance that Disney films are made for children with lessons so obvious and simple and clear to them that children can understand them. That way they can be the moral of the story for stories for children. But in case you didn't understand, let me break it down for you. You see, when you're the princess, you need to be home by midnight. And what the story is really trying to tell us is that if you don't have the discipline to listen to those in charge of you, and in this case that would be your parents, and the curfew, then you lose your royalty. There's a princess and a pauper in each of us. But if you don't get to bed on time and you don't regulate yourself, you will never be worthy of a prince. You know, I know. A lot of y'all don't have 4 PhDs and you didn't get to go to the best universities in the history of universities. So I just wanted to break down how, you know, it takes some real doing, takes some real scholarly effort. But there are indeed what you might loosely call moral of the story type messages in children's films,
characterized by intellectual pride and capitalizing on, you know, a talent that was given to me in some sense by God, let's say, you know, by the transcendent, because I'm not responsible for my own intelligence, whatever it might be, right? That's just who I am. I didn't do that. I had no more to do with that in some sense than how tall I am. It's just how it is. And then I started to understand that being prideful in that manner was participating in the same process that led to totalitarian atrocity. And then that just scared the hell out of me, I hope. You know, I hope. Yeah, I hope it scared me bad. Yeah. Well, I hope. Well, you do hope. Well, you know, my house for years was covered with Soviet paintings, these realist paintings. And a lot of them featured Lenin and Marx and Trotsky, a lot of the real intellectual acolytes of the...
You know, Lady and the Tramp allows us to see that if true love allows us to meet in the middle.
Communist movement, and they were huge paintings. Some of them were 9 by 12, and literally my house was covered with them. And, you know, much to the chagrin of my wife to some degree, although she played along. But part of that was to remember.
I think you can post links.
You know, to remember how attractive these totalizing ideologies can be, how much of a temptation they are to pride, especially allied with something like compassion, and how unbelievably brutal and terrible that is. And so I try to have that in the back of my mind all the time. I want to step forward carefully. I don't want to fall prey to that intellectual or moral pride. And like I said, I'm old enough, so I think I can handle it. And then I would also say, you know, I have a lot of people around me who keep me in check. I have good friends, many of whom have had incredibly successful careers, extremely intelligent people and capable and blunt. And if I deviate, some of them on the left and some of them on the right, and if I deviate, they phone me and say, you know, I don't think you handled that very well. You should get your act together, and then we fight about it. I did a video with Greg Hurwitz and Jonathan Pajot about the tweets that got me banned, you know, where we tried to delve into Greg Hurwitz and Jonathan Pajot about utility and morality of my behavior. Twitter makes you impulsive, and, you know, I can be impulsive on Twitter. And so, and I made some nasty comments on Twitter, and I spent a lot of time talking to my friends and my family about...
Now. Sorry about that.
You know, was that straight and right, or was it prideful and impulsive? And, well, so I have lots of people around me who help. And then I'm hoping I'm terrified enough of where intellectual pride goes to, you know, to keep my ego in check.
Sure. And there's also this element of being a person who thinks you're always trying to do the right thing, and trying to do the right thing is different from doing the right thing. And I've learned that very recently. And as far as having people who keep you in check, it's been majorly important for me as well. I mean, I've been with a man for a year who now, whenever I do something that is wrong or could even be misconstrued as wrong, he goes, hey, I saw that you did this thing. And having so much of your life being filmed, which I'm sure you're accustomed to, it's really something that you have to keep in mind, because one 30-second moment you've had, which would normally be seen by nobody, can be seen by millions, and you will be held to that.
Anybody else think it smells a little fishy just how much her life was improved when she found a man that would keep her in check? Anybody else feel their lunch starting to come back into their mouth, moving in the wrong direction?
Belief or that statement for the rest of your life, whether or not that's a rightful thing to do or not, with the cancel culture that we're dealing with right now. So to have somebody there to say,
a little bit in unbeliever?
You could have said it this way, or I know what you meant to say, but here's how it could have been done better, is just such an important thing to have for everybody.
Yeah. Well, there's advantages to that.
She sounds like she's already a believer, but we'll see.
Being required, let's say, to temper my public behavior.
The PineCreek theorem, yeah.
In a more civilized manner, since I've been in the situation that you described, which is, so there's two elements to that. First of all, if I'm ever rude to anyone who knows me, who knows of me, first of all, they will never forget that for the rest of their life, and they will tell everyone they know. Yep. And you don't need that to happen very many times before your reputation deservedly takes a major hit. So I do my best to be hyper alert when I'm in public, in places that I might be.
Again, giving it away and giving away even more. Giving it away that, well, man, rightfully so, people deservedly lose reputation when they keep fucking up over and over and over again. Yeah, Jordan Peterson, that's why he got banned from Twitter. Yeah, it turns out before Twitter was run by evil Mickey Mouse, like, they had this thing called terms of service. And you weren't supposed to really go fucking with marginalized groups. That's kind of a violation of the terms of service. And you did that shit repeatedly, so they banned you. And you lost reputation because you publicly support the same stances and position that got you in trouble on the platform. So the whole world knows it wasn't an accident or slip of the tongue, but something you just do repeatedly because you insist on carrying water for bigots. So when you carry water for bigots, people are like, hey, there's a motherfucker who's always carrying the water for bigots. Let's call him out on being on team bigotry. And then he goes ahead and then tells you the next step, which is not that I've learned, I've changed, I've reformed. I'm now really a passionate ally for marginalized people. I realize the error of my ways. I've stopped carrying water for bigots, and now I'm carrying water for equality. No. Just like every other good crook who regrets getting caught, because let's face it, career criminals don't not want to be criminals anymore. They don't want to get caught. And career bigots and grifters don't want to stop grifting and being bigots. They just don't want to get called out and pay the cost. So what does he say? Now I'm just hyper careful when I'm in public. I'm hyper careful about my public rhetoric. What does she even say about her partner? She didn't say, I love having a man who holds me accountable. I love having a man who helps me grow. She didn't say, I love having a man who, is all about this journey together. She said, blah, 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 man keeps me in check. Is he here now? He's not here now, is he? He's not here now, is he? Oh, yeah. And even anything that can be misconstrued as inappropriate, they get on us for. He's not here, is he? Right? Like, the bitch is not trying to do right or get right. She's just talking about how now she has to act right, because even if it looked like she ain't acting right and it's gonna affect her man, he gonna call her out. Like, ew, gross. Don't come home to me after you said that about us on TV. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm sorry, y'all. Men got the game fucked up. Men, I want to do a show with James Apperson on how men don't ever sexually mature. But because men don't ever sexually mature, those of us that do and still have some dignity, y'all just be gross, because y'all be letting women talk about you like fucking dogs, and then come on home and you probably wanted to step up and make her dinner, huh? You raggedy bitch, you. Bitch, say some shit like that about our relationship. You coming home to a cold shoulder on a lucky day, okay? We gonna have to talk about the shit you said on your show today. For real, for real. And then what does he say? Now he's hyper careful about his public rhetoric, right? And so you see it right there. He basically is saying, you don't gotta switch up. Just keep it politically correct when them goony, loony, toony leftists is around.
Irritated normally like airports and so forth, because I really don't like airports. And not that anybody particularly does. But it is kind of useful to be called to be on your best behavior all the time like that. But it is definitely useful to have someone around who is watching you and helping you, modify your behavior so that you aren't being impulsive and prideful any more than is absolutely necessary. Yeah, you're going to be in a rough situation, because you're really young and you do have to, assuming that your career trajectory stays upward, which seems, reasonably probable barring catastrophe, you're really going to have to watch yourself constantly. And so that could be good, but it's not nothing to have to do that.
We'll be back in one moment. First, we wanted to give you a sneak peek at Jordan's new series, Exodus.
Oh, please do.
The Hebrews created history as we know it. You don't get away with anything. And so you might think you can bend the fabric of reality and that you can treat people instrumentally and that you can bow to the tyrant and violate your conscience without cost. You will pay the piper. It's going to call you out of that slavery into freedom, even if that pulls you into the desert.
Oh, my Lord.
And we're going to see that there's something else going on here that is far more cosmic and deeper than what you can imagine.
The highest ethical spirit to which we're beholden is presented precisely as that spirit that allies itself with the cause of freedom against tyranny. And
yes, exactly. I want villains to get punished.
But do you want the villains to learn before they have to pay the ultimate price?
That's such a Christian question.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, just so disgusting. Oh my
Yeah, goodness. I think the moments where I'll find the most pressure in it is
just
probably.
Stop. Oh. 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 Oh, that's really bad.
When we're doing live shows, because you never know what's going to come out of it.
Again, and I'm sure scholarly Jordan Peterson, the most scholarly of the scholastics, of the academics, of all of the pure, brilliant fucking scholars, is he just missed all that shit about how Exodus
God's
didn't
about
happen.
to come on you.
And it's just, I bet you that is the most equivocating fucking horseshit show. Oh, my Lord.
Mouth for the most part when you're live, and I have been known to be a very fast-paced person, and that is helpful and hurtful in so many ways. But as far as meeting people, you spoke to something interesting. There are times where you meet people in your most uncomfortable moments in life, and there have been moments where I've been at the hospital seeing a loved one, and someone walks in and wants to say hi, or a nurse or something like that, and it's just so interesting to have to take that in and go, well, this is a moment, and you have to make this moment for this person, despite what's going on in your personal life. And there's something so powerful about having to do that as a person, not to step out of the realm of humility, but it's very meditative to take on an uncomfortable moment and make it comfortable for somebody else. It's a very powerful thing to be able to do, and a skill that I hopefully have learned.
Yeah, right. Well, it'd be a good skill for everyone to learn, because the idea there is something like you are required to be good regardless of whatever tragedy happens to be unfolding in your life at the moment. And I think that's right. I mean, you know, part of the reason that people are inclined not to be good, so they become resentful and bitter, is because terrible things have happened to them. And that's genuinely the case. Now, you know, you can blow out of proportion something and find a reason for resentment, but lots of times people have been really hurt. And you might say, well, don't I have a reason to be resentful and bitter? And the answer is, bloody well right, you have a reason to be resentful and bitter.
BRB.
And it might be a good reason, but two things. First of all, that doesn't mean that you get to stop trying to be good. And second, it also doesn't mean that everybody who's had a rough time is now no longer good. Now, you know, in my life, I've met lots of people because I was a clinician and a professor. And now, you know, I met literally hundreds of thousands of people. But I learned at least 25 years ago that it's often the best people who've been through the worst things. Now, if you go through something terrible, it can really embitter you and take you out and make you malevolent. And you have your reasons. But I've met people who had lives so brutal that they're almost beyond imagining, who were so deep and good that it was literally a miracle to meet them. And I met a lot of people like that. I had people in my clinical practice who were just, Jesus, I had this one woman, she didn't have anything going for her. Like, her family was utterly insane. Her mother was a delusional alcoholic schizophrenic whose boyfriend was paranoid and used to torture her to death about being possessed, literally possessed. She was very intellectually impaired. She was overweight. She was unattractive. She dressed like a street person. She just, Jesus, she had a rough life, man, in every way. She'd been in a mental hospital inpatient ward for like years. And she came to me hypothetically because she was afraid of other people. She used to kind of walk up to people like this. You know, she was so shy she couldn't even look at people. And it turned out that the real reason she came, this outpatient clinic that I was working at a place called the Douglas Hospital, she'd been in an inpatient ward. And man, the people in those inpatient wards, they were so devastated. They'd been there for like 30 years. These were people who hadn't been let back on the streets during deinstitutionalization. And so it was like Dante's Inferno walking through those wards, man. And One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest had nothing on that place, I tell you. And she had been in that ward, and she had a dog that she took care of, and she had this idea that she could take her dog out for a walk and that maybe she could take some of those inpatients out for a walk. And that's why she'd come to see me. So you had this woman whose life was, Jesus, man, she was facing an impenetrable wall everywhere she looked, and yet her attitude was, you know, I've met some people who had it worse than me, and maybe there's something I could do to help. It was stunning.
Yep.
And so
those type of people that you meet are so powerful.
Yeah, well, you know, the fact that you're suffering doesn't justify your immorality. And that's, you're called upon to act nobly regardless of your catastrophe. And
not only is
that's
that
a good thing to learn.
Better for the world. Yeah, it's going to be better for the world around you, and it's going to be better for you. I mean, I don't know that this has been studied or anything, but feeling hatred and being super reactive or sensitive to things that have gone wrong in your life, I truly believe eats away at your body and mind as a person. And all the people that I've met who have been the most powerful in my life have had some of the worst things happen to them. And they approach people with a smile, and they are calm, and they are collected in some of the worst moments you could possibly imagine. And to be able to master that as a person, I think is probably one of the most powerful journeys that I will go on, or anyone will go on in their life.
Fuck Jordan Peterson, man. Like, seriously. I just find it to be so inappropriate to throw people with mental health struggles under the bus, especially those who need to be institutionalized. As a fucking clinical psychologist? Are you serious, bro? I'm just imagining my therapist talking about me like this. Oh, I met this one guy. He was all sorts of fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. He had a criminal record. He's been fucking institutionalized. I mean, I don't even know. He's just a shitty person. I don't know. Just doing crime all the time. Just sitting around smoking weed every day. He rants and raves on the internet. What a fucking lunatic. So anyway, somehow this fuckface called his mother and said, "Happy New Year's, Mom. I hope you have a great year this year. I love you. Thanks for raising me." And I just don't even know. I mean, you think you know somebody's a piece of shit monster, utterly unworth the air they breathe, and it turns out they know how to wave and say good morning. Like, yeah, I get it. People say crazy shit about crazy people. But you are supposed to know so much better than that. And honestly, somebody gonna have to show me one of these places. Somebody gonna have to show me one of these places. Because crazy shit do happen in psych wards and in inpatient facilities and all that. Y'all can ask Wayne. Crazy shit happens. But I bet you he tell you, that's rare. Bet you it's the one or two problem patients rather than the floors and floors and floors and floors and floors of people without incident. Yeah, I'm sure you can find some places you walking through, motherfuckers is in there looking like zombies. Why? Because they're over-medicated, asshole. But where is this place where psych patients are just climbing the fucking walls, smashing their lunch trays up against the head of staff? Everything looks like a poorly scripted WWE segment. It's just nothing but fucking chainsaw murderers in there and people who have... should be ashamed of himself, but he has no shame. We already know that.
Well, it has been studied, I would say, to some degree. You know, it depends on how broadly, in some sense, it depends on how far you can see the research extending. So here's an example. There is a trait, neuroticism, which is sensitivity to negative emotion. And that's anxiety and pain, let's say. And people differ in their sensitivity to those at baseline. One of the things that makes people more neurotic, so experience negative emotion, is self-consciousness. And so really what that means is, literally what it means is, the more you think about yourself, the more miserable you are. And so that's worth knowing. So if you're always wondering how the world's treating you, and if you're a victim, and if you're always concerned about your emotional state, you will be miserable, because those concerns are the same thing as being miserable. And so there's that bit of research that bears on this issue, but it's also the case that we know that if you take a stance in life that's predicated on the idea that what you're doing is voluntarily confronting a challenge, then that's completely different psychophysiologically, neurologically, pharmacologically. That's completely different from having a stress thrust upon you. So if you're an active contender, you're actually a different psychophysiological organism than you are if you're a passive recipient, even if it's the same level of challenge. You know, and that'd be the difference between stress and challenge.
It's just a different response. You're a different organism. You undergo an utter transformation
sitting in the ice bath
of the soul.
Willingly is better than having
You're
ice
having
water
an out-of-body experience.
Well,
that's what I'm hearing.
Well, in fact, they're not only different, they're opposites. So, and the ice bath idea is an interesting one. I mean, Wim Hof, who's the world's master at ice baths, I mean, he's been plunging himself into cold water for decades, and he is so resistant to cold and so in control of his autonomic nervous system that it's kind of miracle. And so, you know, we actually don't know the limit here. Like, so here, I'll tell you something on the religious front that's worth thinking about, too,
finally.
in relationship to
There
this
we go.
Discussion. You know, there's an idea that's deep in Western culture insofar as Western culture is Christian, is that the world is founded on a sacrifice, right? And that's what the crucifix represents.
But it isn't.
And European towns were built around a church, and the church was built around an altar, and the altar was built around the idea of sacrifice. So the sacrifice, the proper sacrifice, is at the center of the community.
Oh my goodness.
That's what that idea means. Now you might ask, well, what's the
or hear me out. Since the church was in bed with the religious power players when they designed these fucking towns, and churches served as the central place of the community, they put the church in the center of the community for logistical convenience. It was a central gathering place, so they put it in the middle. And then since the altar is the central gathering place within the church building, they put altars in the middle of churches. No. To him, this is evidence of a fucking meta aesthetic of human cognition that maps to something far beyond the psyche of the individual. Bro, this is just practical design, first at the community level, then within the building itself. It's like saying, well, and then they started to form towns based around secular ideals like democracy and justice, right? What did they do in those towns, guys? So they put the government buildings in the center of the town. Yes, they put the Capitol in the center of the town with the other central government buildings wrapped around the centralness of the Capitol. Then within the Capitol, they put the central houses of each wing of the legislative body on opposite sides of the main center hall. And then the governors, oh my goodness. What a fucking jackass.
Proper sacrifice. And the answer is something like the voluntary willingness to bear your cross. And then you might say, well,
all your time and money to the church.
And the answer to that is, well, that's the catastrophe of your life, right? That's
the fact you'll be betrayed,
the fact that you're going to die, the fact that you're going to be in pain, the fact that your loved ones will see you suffer,
Jesus died
the fact
and
that the
rose
mob
for my
will come after you, the fact that criminals might be preferred to you, etc. It's all the potential catastrophes of your life. And then the sacrifice is the
I really
idea
was
that
questioning in the wrong way.
You have to let your, what would you say? You have to let your narrow ego go enough so that you pick all that up voluntarily.
All right, gang, refill time.
All of that.
Everybody refill. Don't chew on.
And I think,
sing the song.
I think that's literally true. I think that's what all this, that's what all the psychological evidence points to, is that if you adopt a stance of voluntary challenge, even in relationship to tragedy and malevolence, that's the pathway to transcendence, like truly.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting that you say that, because my mother, she struggles with borderline personality disorder. And in a lot of the therapy that she's underwent, they talk about this deep attachment to traumatic events.
This makes
not only
sense!
the traumatic events of your own life, but of other people's lives. And her attachment to that is often from the perspective of being somebody outside of the traumatic event and bearing no responsibility or accountability. Now, whether that's the illness to blame or your own personal ability to contend with yourself, it truly does change your entire outlook on life. And it can be a very powerful thing to take accountability for actions that maybe had nothing to do with you.
Well, okay, so I've got a practical example of that might be helpful with your relationship. So, and maybe not, but maybe it'll be helpful to someone. So now and then when my wife get into an intractable battle, we'll both have that proclivity to want to be right. So you want to be right because you don't want your beliefs to fall apart, and you want to be right because then you don't have to go through the inconvenience of having to change. So you have your reasons for wanting to be right. The problem with that is you might not be right, and plus you have to live with this other person, and so you better sort out your differences. I don't think that's compromise, by the way. I think that's joint union in a higher vision. But one of the things we learn to do, if we could pull ourselves away from the fight because you think things like, well, some of the time I'm wrong, but this time she's definitely in the wrong. And I'm going to make that point. And she feels the same way. And so, then we, come to loggerheads. We learn to leave each
Angels
other
have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now.
Here's the meditation. It's like, okay, we're having this stupid argument. Definitely my wife is wrong this time, for sure. But there's some possibility that I've done something stupid sometime in the recent past, or maybe even in the distant past, that made this argument somewhat more likely, somewhat, even though she's mostly wrong. And so what's so interesting about that is if you sit and you ask yourself that, it's like, what did I do imperfectly to increase the probability of this event? You will absolutely get an answer. You'll get some little fantasy, some memory, some thought about something you did. And then if you go tell the person that, then it takes all that pride out of it. So she'll say, what she did wrong, and I'll say what I did wrong. And then we're both confronting the situation like stupid people who have something to learn instead of like intellectually prideful people who are definitely right. And then we can, so far, inevitably, we've been able to construct a joint vision out of the argument, that's better than either of our a priori positions. And that's also a hallmark of a healthy relationship. It's not like you meet in the middle or that you compromise. It's that you bring the conflict together. It's thesis, antithesis, synthesis, essentially. You bring the conflict together, and you bring your two viewpoints together, and you meld a third viewpoint that's better than either of the viewpoints you brought to bear on the problem.
And again, what an asshole. First off, the fucking double talk. Oh, well, I'm going to show you how to fix a problem in your relationship. Well, maybe, I'm not really sure. It might help, might not help, maybe. Who knows? I'm just going to say it anyway. All right, well, we're off to a good start. Then he goes, well, this is not really meeting in the middle. It's not really compromise. And then he describes how to compromise. Then, of course, the pseudo-intellectualness. This is the basic shit all of us should have been taught growing up. Some of us were, incidentally, had a timeout or a timeout chair. If not, it's the very, very basics of cognitive behavioral therapy, which is you're in the middle of a heated argument, you realize there's a passionate, firm disagreement coming from both sides. Everybody go to their separate corners. Everybody take a timeout, go for a walk, and we'll reconvene and let cooler heads prevail later. So, offering us this profound revelation about the power of timeouts, which cool if we're in a CBT class, but again, for Jordan Peterson to be acting like this has some sort of profound take on the current meta-narrative in society is just a joke. And then on top of that, what a manipulative bastard who then encourage you, like, he can't even do that right. Like, you're supposed to just take your time out, calm the fuck down, and say, hey, if I really do think I'm right on this, what's a different tact I can take to, helping my partner see this, or
again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
What's another reasonable way to go about this? Instead, he just insists on the most manipulative dog shit tactic ever, which is like, oh, I'll superficially come up with something I did wrong in the past. That way I can give an insincere bullshit apology about something unrelated to the topic at hand. And then once my partner realizes that I'm a really nice guy who's totally willing to concede when I make mistakes, I'm just not wrong about this, bitch. We were with you when, even with your everything I needed to learn, I learned in kindergarten. Like, yeah, sometimes we need to take a time out. But then rather than just woosah in the timeout and come back together with your partner and talk it out, he literally goes to, go into your corner and cook up some sort of manipulative fucking gaslighting so that you can demonstrate false humility to sucker your partner into giving you what you want. Like, what an asshole.
You can generally do that, and having that humility that enables you to examine what stupid thing you did to muck up the relationship. You can meditate on that pretty much forever, right? What stupid thing did you do to muck things up? That's an inexhaustible treasure trove of wisdom, that is.
Right. And one of the worst and most uncomfortable things that we'll have to go through in our life, too. So it's yet another challenge to face in full force, and something I will admittedly say I struggle with.
Well, here's something I learned as a therapist. This is also useful to know. It's not surprising that people shy away from conflict, especially if they're agreeable and somewhat neurotic, because you don't want to have conflict with someone if you're agreeable. And if you're higher in neuroticism, it makes you pretty upset. So you have your reasons not to want to have the discussion. But here's the rub, man, and this is something I learned as a therapist. Conflict delayed is conflict multiplied. Like if you have a problem with you or with your partner, then if you don't sort it out, then you're going to have that bloody problem for the rest of your life. And
absolutely,
maybe it'll be a problem that comes up every week. So that's like 50 times a year, and you're married for 30 years. So you're going to have that problem 1,500 times. 1,500 times. And maybe it'll take an hour per time. So that's 1,500 hours. And so that's 30 work weeks. That's basically a year of work of your life. That's like 2% of your life. So then you think, well, should I have a fight? And the answer is, damn right. Right now, man, 4 hours. Let's hash this out, right? Let's figure out how we're stupid. And then let's figure out how we can not do this again, right? And that we're both buy into, right? Because you have to both buy into it. It has to be voluntary. But you see, so you have that fear of not being right, and you have the fear maybe of having the fight, and you have the fear of discovering what's wrong with you. And fine, those are all valid fears. But you need to balance that against the fear of having the same fight 1,500 times. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, even worse is just remaining silent and never making that person aware of the problem that you have. I mean, what a disservice to whoever you're in a relationship with for them to remain ignorant to something that you are having such trouble with. It's just a really difficult thing to do, but it must be done.
Yeah, well, it is kind of polite to... one of the things I often hear people say, couples used to say this to each other, because now and then I had couples in my therapy session. I was always concentrating on a particular individual, but sometimes it was useful to have their partner in. People would often say something when they were talking to their partner like, well, if you loved me, you'd know what I wanted. It's like, well, sometimes that's true, and you're not just paying attention, but, first of all, you don't even know what you want. So how the hell would you expect someone else to know? And maybe you could be polite enough to let them in on the secret. That'd be kind of nice. Now, you have to make yourself vulnerable, right? Well, here's the problem with that. If you let me know what you want and need, then I can manipulate you and I can deny that to you, right? See, if I don't know what you want and need, then if I'm going to torture you, it's kind of hit or miss. But if you let me in on the secret, then I know where you're vulnerable and I can really misuse that. And so you have to trust someone to let them know what you want and need. You really have to trust them. And then you might say, well, that's naive to trust like that. But it's not unless you're naive. Once you're past being naive, that sort of trust is courage, not naivety. It's like, I know you could hurt me. I know it. Especially if I tell you this. But I'm going to do it anyways. Because that's an invitation to the best in you. Right? And then maybe we could sort out this problem. And maybe, you'll have the same luxury with me. You'll be able to tell me something that you need and want. And so Absolutely. That's the sort of trust you have to have in a relationship in order for it to progress properly.
All right, gang, you can see our new dance command working. It's another something Carrie Ann mentioned, and I realized we don't have a dance command, so I just made one. But yeah, this is another half-truth of Jordan Peterson. He's really actually very right about vulnerability in this way. Actually, James has talked about this. James actually suggests, there's certain things you should never tell people because...
Articulate and confident way of saying the dumbest things.
Exactly. Because honestly, certain people will inevitably hurt you and take advantage of certain vulnerabilities that you make them aware of. They're a certain type of person who just effectively can't not use leverage in relationships where leverage is on offer. And ultimately, you don't know who's who until that leverage is offered. So some say it's wise to just simply never offer it. But there is a certain level of intimacy then that would be cut off. And I think what Jordan Peterson articulates here is actually quite clear about that. I actually think, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
And if you don't, what is your relationship? Who is the person dating if they don't know you, if they don't know your wants and needs? So often people reach out to me on the political end of the spectrum and say, I'm so scared to come to my friends and tell them that I agree with some of the things that you say. And I'm sure you run into this a lot. But to that, you just say, well, what friends are they if they don't know you and they don't know how you think and feel about certain things? And what are you truly giving people in this relationship? And what are they getting from you in this relationship if they don't?
And again, she's right about this. And some of y'all, that's what I've been saying about our friends and family. If you're on YouTube doing counter apologetics all day, every day, and then there's people in your life who don't even know you're an atheist, I think whatever relationship you have with that person is already strained. Because I find it hard to believe that you be maintaining intimacy and have something so important to you be unknown. And I think that's going to be the struggle for a lot of us going forward. We've deconstructed our religious identities, we deconverted whatever it is. But now we need to reconstruct into healthy, full versions of ourselves, including holding other people accountable for treating us in a healthy, holistic fashion. And that means all of us. And sorry, I'm not going to hide particular parts of myself because it makes other people uncomfortable. That's their problem.
Don't know who you are.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, if you're in the grip of an ideology and you're falsifying your own experience to be an agent of that ideology, then it's the ideology that has your life and not you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that really is a form of possession. It's like you don't get to say what you want to say, you don't get to feel what you need to feel. The friends you have don't know who you are. They're not really your friends. They're allies. They're ideological allies. They're really comrades, in some real sense.
Right. People you spend time with.
It's a lot better to have friends than comrades.
Absolutely.
By any stretch of the imagination.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we're out of time. That went by very quickly. And so, for everyone who's listening, I'm going to go over to the Daily Wire Plus platform and talk to Amala some more on the more biographical front.
Took us 5 hours to get through this.
In the meantime, I'd like to thank all of you who are watching and listening for doing exactly that, and hope you found, especially you young people who might be listening, hope you found this discussion useful in guiding you through the swamps of your philosophical.
Oh, we've got a thorough breakdown of just how trash you are. Oh my goodness, y'all. Now, as y'all know, that took forever. But, as I am one to say, champions have championship responsibilities. And so even though that took all goddamn day, Come on, Jewish space laser. I keep trying to tell you lizard people, you gotta keep your head on straight and stop fucking around, flying around on these streets. We are gonna jump into this Bread of Life stream, and I'm gonna be very honest with you. I don't like either of these people. I can't stand fucking Rebecca. Can't stand Rebecca. And I actually don't like Leo. And for those of you that don't understand why, number one, I've always thought Leo was kind of an asshole. Number two, Leo suffers from a terrible case of sunk cost fallacy. He has spent so much time reading a bunch of bullshit about philosophy that he is like super convinced that is the most important shit in the world, and anybody who doesn't understand this shit shouldn't be able to sleep at night because it is just so earth-shattering that they just don't recognize their philosophical blind spots. On top of that, he has some really serious issues taking social cues, which he acknowledges, but then like does the whole white boy deal of, yeah, I acknowledge I have an issue taking social cues. I'm just not actually trying to get any better at taking social cues. So he's almost unbearable to be on a panel with. Unbearable. On top of that, he's one of those fucking assholes who wants to sit up in my face and talk about biology and science like he's not talking to a biologist, which makes me want to go upside a motherfucker's head. And on top of that, when he and a couple other, quite frankly, unqualified amateurs on YouTube who had no business giving their opinion on something they didn't know what they were talking about should have just shut the fuck up and let professionals do what professionals do. When he didn't like my approach to the Kent Hovind debate, he decided it was a good idea to get on panel discussions and run his mouth trying to undress my qualifications. Like looking into my degrees and, well, I don't know, he's got a dual PhD, but that's, you know, that's really when you have one, you get one PhD and it satisfies two programs, not like really having two separate PhDs. So, you know, I'm not really sure if we should really take that as legitimate. And he's in, well, you know, there's a lot of these new integrative programs going on. And since he's in one of these interdisciplinary programs, I'm not really sure if that's really quite as legitimate as these traditional people. Like, nigga, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're a bitch-ass little bitch on the internet, don't know what the fuck you talking about. Coming at my education. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. A lot of that shit felt racist. Because nobody ever, when Kip Davis or Josh Bowen or Bart Ehrman or who the fuck else ever has a PhD, but fair skin, gets up and starts spitting the actual factuals of what they do, what their research is about, and their take on things, no matter how different that take is from what anybody expects to hear, no matter how, you don't necessarily agree with their conclusions, or, you know, they're a historicist, but you're a mythicist, y'all don't never get up there and start acting like a person doesn't understand their own research. Y'all don't ever get up there and start acting like they don't know what they're talking about. And y'all don't ever get up there and start acting like they weren't quite qualified to get their qualifications. So yes, I noticed. Yes, I have a list of names of who participated in that. Yes, Leo was one of them. And no, I have not forgotten. No, I will not forget. No, I have not offered any forgiveness, nor have I been apologized to. And the funny thing is, I was literally saying the same exact talking points as my teaching mentor. My teaching mentor is Rob Pinnock, philosopher of science. He was the expert witness at the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. When evolution was put on trial, the motherfuckers who had to represent evolution in said trial called my teaching mentor. My talking points were taken straight from his testimony. I gave the 10-minute condensed version of an introduction to what we do in our class, which basically covers why creation isn't science and why the court history has established that teaching creationism in the classroom isn't constitutional. The topic of the debate was evolution on trial. Literally about a week after that, Rob gave the same introductory lecture to our students, literally gave the 90-minute version of the same exact talk I gave, point for point. Would anybody have dared to say he didn't know what he was talking about or tried to dress down his qualifications? Of course not. I think both these people suck, but one of them's representing a scientific perspective at least. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Bread of Life channel. I'm here with Leo from the channel Leophilius. You can find his channel linked in the description. He has some really interesting discussions on his channel with philosophy and science. And we are going to have a discussion about the Big Bang today. And I think Leo is hoping to help me understand and to believe in the Big Bang. And I'm hoping that I am going to make some of you guys skeptical about the Big Bang if it's currently a belief that you hold. I hope to show you that it is really an absolutely absurd modern myth that no grown-up should believe. So
yeah, that's how I think
Leo,
of it, AR.
Do you want to say anything to start?
I mean, I would say, I guess nothing other than that the Big Bang or the hot Big Bang model is merely one aspect of what's often just referred to as LCDM amongst professional cosmologists, or just a concordance model, which is the lambda cold dark matter, which is where the CDM comes from, the lambda CDM or lambda cold dark matter model, which is the current model of cosmology. You aren't going to find at least an honest and respected cosmologist alive today who would tell you that this model is complete or even close to being complete. There are still a lot of things that we don't know. We're humans. Our technology has only come so far, and we have the capability to look only so far out and only so far back and only so far down with respect to scale. We don't have all the answers.
Sorry, YouTubers are dog shit. Oh, y'all want to throw stones at glass houses, nigga. You want to throw stones in glass houses. You don't want the real PhDs to correct your shit, do you? This is why y'all motherfuckers are not professional debaters and you damn sure ain't educators. Bro, you never start off to a lay audience where you could expect a good proportion of them are fucking creationists talking about the lambda cold dark model. Nigga, oh my God. This is a pure example of Leo just being an amateur who wants to do just like all the other apologists do, show everybody how smart he is. Dog, you start with explaining the basics of the Big Bang, how it's the overwhelming scientific consensus, and how, yes, you can doubt the Big Bang, but you certainly can't do so reasonably. The goal of a conversation like this, where Rebecca effectively communicates at an 8th grade reading level, is to you to keep your shit no higher than a 10th grade reading level. But Leo, who's a dog shit debater, quite frankly not great in conversation, and really would be a really bad teacher, is just starting off with the same thing Sal does. Let's have a graduate level seminar where at the end of the day, and anybody who's critical of the Big Bang, all they did was hear him use a bunch of fancy words and then say that the Big Bang model is complete, and nobody who knows what they're talking about would say that the model isn't incomplete. And you've started off by trying to go way over the head of everybody, but you've essentially undermined your case for no fucking reason other than to sound smart.
Answers. We don't know everything, but there are things that we do know with a very high degree of confidence, and there are things that aren't known with as high a degree of confidence,
Thanks, Karen.
but are
Appreciate
certainly
your feedback.
strongly indicated by the data that we currently have at hand. And the idea that the universe was
I think that's
very,
what
very
most
early
people who were paying attention and listening gathered from it, but you know, there's always going to be critics. But I do appreciate that.
history in a very hot and very dense state from which it evolved is the conclusion that is corroborated by all of the available data that we currently have about the evolution of our universe.
Okay, well, let me just start by asking you this question.
I know, and she's happy. If y'all didn't notice that smile that came over Rebecca's face, she knows she got him. She knows that if that's the tact he's going to take, this is going to be an easy day at the office for Rebecca Davis, because he's just going to talk over everybody's head. And so she's just going to position herself as the much more reasonable, much more easy to understand person. And this is, and Cliff talks about this, this is the mistake almost every scientist makes when they debate Kent Hovind. And almost every YouTube atheist makes the same mistake. You're doing it wrong. I get that you're factually being accurate, but you're not understanding your audience. Your audience, you always have to work to the lowest common denominator in your audience. On YouTube, you need to assume that a lot of your audience probably hasn't graduated from high school. Okay, our community leans a little bit older, a little bit nerdier. Cool, maybe you can talk like you would talk to some college freshman or something. You get beyond that, you're crazy. You start throwing around terms that PhDs in other fields don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, like it's just not good communication. And so that's just gonna make her life a lot easier. Wayne, what's up, baby? What you think?
Oh man, I just dropped in. I just woke up. I see Rebecca and Longneck Leopolis on my
Yeah, so you literally haven't missed anything, but I just said in his opening, he did the thing Leo always does, which is throw the graduate dictionary at you of cosmology. And that I said, Rebecca's happy now because she knows he's going to talk over everybody's head. And so she's going to just seem like the sweet, reasonable, I don't know, shucky darn, I'm just, and I don't understand it all, but, and he just giving these people, and this is what Cliff is always saying, Kent Hovind does this really, really well. The person advocating for science or evolution, they got all the facts on their side. They might be right. But as soon as they start talking about protein folding and you got to understand the crystalline formation of the rock layers and all of this shit, you just lose people.
G's, A's, T's, and C's.
G's, A's, T's, and C's. Nobody know what the fuck you're talking about. So let's see what goes on. We got like 2 hours of this shit, so we gotta let this tape roll. But glad you're here, Wayne. I've been needing some support, Wayne. I've been out here all day. I just got through like 1,800 hours of William Lane Craig.
Oh my goodness,
nigga
bro.
Been beat down. Needed a hot tag for a minute.
I'm so sorry about that. I'm here.
That guy goes around.
Oh wait, I gotta tip this on back. Happy New Year, brother. Happy New Year. Happy New
absolutely.
Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy time and a half. That's what I did today.
Amen, brother. And Wayne, let me be very clear about this year. New World Order, atheist on top, very easy to remember. It's the year to deconvert. It's the year to leave religion. We're pushing the button. Everything this year is about activism. Nothing soft. Nothing soft.
Fuck the sheep.
For those of y'all that want to know the new vibes, check out, I think yesterday's stream in the middle of it, when I cursed out Richard Madsen for wasting 3.5 minutes of my time. That's the vibe this year.
Oh, yes. Yes, I love it, bro.
He's got toys in his sleigh enough for the entire for all the children of the world, right? Now, what do you think about the idea that Santa could fit in his sleigh toys enough for all the children in the world?
Well, because of what I understand a sleigh to be, and because of the amount of children I know exist in the world, I would just say that the concept seems just something that at least like nomoologically is not something I would ever expect to manifest in reality.
Okay. What about if I said I could fit everything necessary for planet Earth in my purse?
When you say everything necessary for planet Earth, do you mean like all of the material composition of the planet?
Whatever's necessary, whatever would be needed for planet Earth to exist, I could fit the contents of that in my purse.
Well, I mean, technically speaking, yes, because I mean that's like all the elements that make up the Earth. Like, I mean, the question. It's an interesting question, but there's also there's processes that are involved in the formation of the Earth, and you can't like put a process in it like that. That's not how a process works. Like if you imagine flushing a toilet, I can't hold flushing a toilet in my hand. I mean, if my hand's big enough, I can hold a toilet in my hand, but I can hold a flushing toilet in my hand, but I can't hold the process of flushing a toilet just on its own in my hand. So in the same way, there are processes to the formation of the Earth that you're not going to be able to put in a container. But with respect to like the material composition of the Earth, yeah, you could fit it into into something the size of that bag. You could fit it into something even smaller than that.
And how about our sun?
Oh, yeah.
So this big ball of fire that has enough energy to warm our entire planet. Well, of hot
plasma
gases. Okay. That
they're not burning.
Enough to build. Okay. Whatever this is part of in Leo, the sky, which is warming
it's a ball of plasma that is undergoing nuclear processes.
Leo's an asshole, right? And he's kind of like, here's who he is, Wayne. He's the undercard heel.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah. And like, he's, you're never going to give a shit about anything he does, right? But when you want to just kick back and have a smoke and a drink in the locker room and get your rocks off, something to pop the locker room. You know what I mean? He gonna give you something.
Yeah, just speak to the plebes. Like, he prides himself on the amount of knowledge he's accumulated. And like, I know a little bit about Leo, so I respect him. But like, if he sounds so damn smug, man. He's that dude on the card who's like, "Why aren't you cheering for me? Cheer for me!" Like that's who he is, right? He's like the Miz, and like,
yes.
he's correct. He is absolutely correct in the things that he's telling Rebecca, but he's so high-minded with it, he comes off like a dick.
Yes. Exactly.
I love it.
Also, so something that has to be said from the outset, and this is going to hurt some feelings here. And again, like I said, Leo's not a scientist, not an educator, not a debater. The hard truth that we have to accept in this community is that the great debates don't make debate culture. And so this is a debate that shouldn't be a debate. There is no debate. Mm-hmm. And Rebecca doesn't have an alternative model. She just has doubt the consensus.
Doubt the consensus.
And people need to understand that Rebecca's a liar. Something I like to do sometimes is have it set like this so we could see the commands coming through the chat. Mm-hmm. But a lot of what I'm looking for is the douchebags who keep fluffing her up. Like Jerome Robinson's a fucking simp, right? So he's like, let's go. Like, no, but seriously, this is what they do. They're always hyping these people up. Go, go, go. Rebecca's a fucking coward and a liar, right? Who literally has no purpose in doing this stream, y'all, other than to lie to people. So you're a fucking asshole. You are, like, I'm sorry. This is what I mean about 2023. I'm really going to be unfiltered. Y'all going to really understand what I think. Fuck these people. And if you're an atheist, no, fuck out of here. You're not on our side. You're a simp. You're a simp for the other side. You're literally, like, we are literally trying to teach kids. There's no debate here. This is the Big Bang. Understand the way the world works. You evolve. Geology is gradual. We're trying to fucking teach kids how the world works. And y'all are so desperate to have a pretty girl say something nice to you. One who doesn't even put out. You fucking wuss.
Yo, Jay, you don't know that. You don't. Okay, you know that. I'm just.
Man, look, wouldn't change a goddamn thing if she did. It's called I'll pass.
Damn, bro.
But for real, it's like, what are we talking about?
We're not talking about anything.
And it's a lot of our friends that want to come through here and just tell her how wonderful she is.
You know what? I'm on board with you. Jerome is a simp, and Jerome is a simp because this woman has a messy, nasty argument that makes no sense. Something she's only thought about for a few minutes, but it keeps the faith going. And if it keeps the faith going, that's all that matters. Like,
right.
Apologetics is not for people that don't already believe. It's so that people that believe can find some bullshit logic hill they think they can stand on, and that's where they'll plant their God flag. Like, they don't give a shit about the mechanics of the debate. They don't give a shit about physics or the universe in the way Leo does. They don't care about any of that. They are literally just finding any sort of room in the conversation where they can plant their flag and feel like they belong. But they don't belong because this is the adult.
So literally that poster that's in the background of Leo's image of just, hey kids, let me show you how the world works. Rebecca's entire thing here is to be like, that's not true. And for those of you that want to suck her off and lick her booty hole, here's the reality. She planned this like 2 weeks ago and put up the notices for it. She did this stream because she wanted to start the new year off with the big bang. Get it? She wanted to start the year with bang. Get it? Big bang? So this bitch is strategically weaponized. She has a fucking master's degree in apologetics. And the sad part is that this raggedy bitch's 5.5 out of 10 routine just works. Because this community has a white boy problem. And white boys have a soccer mom problem. You see where this is going?
Soccer mom problem.
That I could fit what is necessary.
Go ahead, Wayne.
No, I was gonna say send it home. Soccer mom problems.
For that in my purse.
Yes.
And not only
and it's
that,
how dumb she has to play.
Billions.
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. Yes, and we're done.
Stars
yes,
like
and
that.
we're done. Yes, and we're done. How do y'all stretch this into 2 hours? Yes, and we're done. At this point, it's like you can't even have a conversation. She's that uneducated. Yes, that's how the Big Bang works. I get it. The sun's really big now. It wasn't always. Do you not like y'all, please stop pretending these people are smart. Please, it's killing me.
And galaxies upon galaxies, all in my purse.
That amount of energy? Yeah,
Argument
absolutely.
from incredulity.
Everything in this universe,
She just can't believe
all the
it.
planets, all
She
the
just
galaxies,
can't believe
all the
it.
stars.
Argument from incredulity. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, is
If she
anybody
was
else
holding a Bible,
wake up? I
she'd be
really
fine
hope
with
I'm
it.
waking you up. If you don't think Santa's toys are, his sleigh is big enough to fit toys for children all around the world, why do you
Rebecca,
believe
you're an
But what
idiot.
is a toy?
billions upon billions of
You're
stars
an
and
idiot.
galaxies fit
Seriously.
in this purse?
You're
Really?
an embarrassment.
This
Because-
is the dumbest thing that grown-ups
No,
have been.
we do it all the
believing.
time.
Spell embarrassment, right?
I
All right,
often
you're an
hear
embarrassment
this idea that
to your
extraordinary
religion.
claims require extraordinary
Please.
evidence. Would you agree
Please
with
delete
me
your channel.
that, Leo,
Jay,
this
you're gonna
is
get
an
an angry letter from
incredibly
Mr.
extraordinary
Rebecca.
claim?
No, according to
All
modern
the
physics, no.
matter, all the matter in the universe.
I tried,
everything
y'all. I
necessary
tried,
to
y'all.
build everything in this universe could actually fit in this work. This is
Well,
an
it's not just that
extraordinary claim.
everything to
I
build the universe. It's that
And in light of her not deleting her channel, the beatings will continue until morale improves.
The universe was at one time orders of magnitude smaller than your person. In fact, so small that the concept of putting it in something wouldn't even make. I mean, it still doesn't. I don't know what it means to put the universe in something. But yeah, there was a point where space-time was that small, and everything would thereby be that compacted.
Yes. Doesn't matter what Diplodocus says.
Now,
she won't
let
believe
me
it.
ask
Incredulity.
you this. What
Absolutely.
physical process, what law of physics allows for the substance of the entire universe?
The ones you ignored.
General relativity.
The ones you ignored in school.
Well, singularities aren't physical objects. Right. It's a thing that we need to remember. But general relativity.
Sorry, Rebecca, I'm not going to give you the middle school education that you clearly weren't interested in when you were in middle school.
Comport with.
So what you're saying is
what we know of quantum mechanics in a way that allows for the universe.
You got to put everything in a parable to these people.
Carrie, has anyone ever checked
we don't understand that,
what matter is? She doesn't know. She doesn't. She clearly doesn't.
Well, because that's how it would have to be for how we know how the universe evolved.
Again, part of the reason it was really important that I handled the Kent Hovind debate the way I did was because I needed to make it clear we shouldn't be having the debate. Kent, first and foremost, what you're saying isn't scientific. Second of all, it's unconstitutional. Now, if you really want to have this conversation, that's what my last side was for. Tell us what the scientific alternative is, and please provide the evidence for it. Completely unaddressed. That is part of what we're not doing in these conversations with people like Rebecca and Sal. I respect Leo. In that regard, I don't like him. I just made that clear as a character. I don't like Leo, but certainly I think he's on the right side of this. But part of the issue is he needs to make it clear, and I would have said up front right away that she's not qualified to have the conversation, that she's starting from a completely and inherent dishonest position. Here's what we have to get away from, and I talked about this a little bit before. Christianity is a form of hate. It just is. But what happens is we talk about it as it's just a belief system, right? Wayne, technically, the KKK is a belief system. They believe in white heritage, and white heritage should be maintained, and the white man loves polka. Ain't nothing better than a good polka, okay? Fucking being pro-Hitler is a fucking belief system. It's an ideology. You think Hitler was a great guy. He invented this very microphone I'm using as a podcaster and all of this shit. But we know that these are ideologies of hate, so we treat them like forms of hate, which is why when somebody says, oh, I really love Hitler, and I say Hitler can go fuck himself, we don't treat it as simply a difference of beliefs. But when it comes to Christianity, we won't treat it like this group of people is all types of fucked up. They're the enemies of humanity. They're on the wrong side of every fucking issue, and they suck. Instead, everything's just, well, I'm operating with a different set of facts than you are. And what Leo is doing here is not wrong in the sense that he is representing true facts against her essentially no facts or just nodding her head at the facts. But what he's at least not done so far is make it very clear from the gate. Number one, we shouldn't even be having this debate. Number two, you're not qualified to be participating in this debate. Number three, you do not have an alternative to present, and you don't have any evidence or facts to support that alternative. Okay, and now let's get into the basics that you refuse to understand. Because without that, everybody just comes away going, well, he presented some facts. Oh, she didn't think they were good facts, right? And everybody walks away thinking they're having a difference of opinion or they're operating under different facts rather than him directly challenging her whole shit and her whole motivation. Why? Because, y'all, it should be like a trial, mens rea. It's not enough to prove to me that the person broke the law. I need you to prove to me that the motherfucker is guilty. And for most Christians, Christianity is still good. Pay attention to what I'm about to say, y'all. Christianity is still good, so defending it is always good. If that means you come up to some inconvenient facts or you got to reject some people who have a difference of opinion, then so be it. But when you get at
articulate and confident way of saying the dumbest things.
When you get at we shouldn't be having this debate to begin with. You're not qualified to have this debate. You are not taking an honest stance. You don't actually have a real alternative. Now all of a sudden you're getting at, Rebecca, you're being immoral. Rebecca, you're lying. Do you guys see the difference? He's going to spend 2 hours saying, Rebecca, you don't have the right facts. He needs to spend at least 5 minutes saying, and you're fucking lying.
Quit lying for Jesus.
Quit lying for Jesus. Go ahead, Wayne.
No, that's what I tell Christians flat out. Like when people try to tell me what's in the Bible and I know it's not there, you know, I'm just like, quit lying for Jesus. And that gives people pause, you know. They may hate you.
Boom. That's all I'm saying, Wayne, is that's what's going to really give people pause. All they're doing right now is saying, I didn't pay attention enough in cosmology to make heads or tails of this. And so whatever side they came in, they're going to leave on. And again, that's just us sitting here from our perch. But you know me, I'd have been on, you're lying before we even get to the facts.
Okay, Leo, this sounds a bit circular to me, right? You don't know, but you're already assuming that this happened.
We can infer based off of what we can see around us.
Ooh,
and we know that the universe was extraordinarily small. We know that it underwent an inflationary epoch, and we know that we're going to need physics beyond general relativity to describe that. The fact that we don't yet have that physics doesn't mean that the period where we need that physics doesn't exist.
Okay, so you believe it exists.
Believe what exists?
You believe
now
that...
you hear this is another tactic they know. God, it's almost like Rebecca was listening to my stream yesterday and the fucking coward ass bitch went around and used the rhetoric I was talking about. But I was just talking about this, right? How they want to make everything about belief, and you can't fall into this trap. And he's being pretty good about it so far. But what she can do is if I could just make it something as simple as saying, well, Wayne, you believe that you should stop at a red light and it's okay to accelerate through the intersection if the light's green, right? You believe yellow means caution, right? Right? Well, now the conversation's about belief. Rather than you saying, no, it ain't really got shit to do with belief. It just is that I better stop at a fucking red light or else my black ass gonna get pulled over. If she can shift it to be, well, you believe you should pay for your sandwich at the grocery store, right? Now that everything's about belief, again, debate we should never be having is really just a matter of people having different beliefs.
You're absolutely right, because this conversation can really only go two ways on Rebecca's end. She has to continuously break down reality. So way one is, okay, if you agree that there might be a God, then we can go that way and talk about that bullshit. But if you don't agree that there might be a God, Rebecca's just doing what every theist does. And it's like, well, I got to break down the concept of reality and thinking and what is. I got to break down I got to break down the idea. And I don't mean like in a positive way. I have to destroy the idea that you can actually know things, because I can't dispute your facts. I have to dispute you.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, trash.
I'm getting a little bit of echo from your amazing mic, Wayne. I don't know what that's going on with that thing. But
I'll fix it later.
It's no big deal. But Liz, I appreciate you. But something we notice and you will recognize if you haven't already is apologists are going to apologize. So we can't worry about if we do X, they'll do Y, because they're better at that than we are. They always have some sort of weaponized. There's no safe tactic in this game. So you just gotta go in guns blazing, and it's not on you if the audience can't read the writing on the wall. So you got to call out the liars. You got to call out the charlatans. You got to call these people out for being liars and being unqualified. Now, if they go play the martyr, which she would, You're absolutely right. She would 100%. We agree with you, because not only have we already seen her do it, but we know that she's getting her mentorship from Sal. A lot of y'all said that. She's over there doing the Sal post-game breakdown right now as we speak, right? Well, that's what Sal does. Anytime Sal gets called out for being completely unqualified for what he talks about, he goes, oh, how could you do that? You're so mean. What do you mean? Like, how could you call somebody out for being unqualified to have this debate? He does it, but you know what? We all see exactly what happened. So we got to do it anyway. We always appreciate the feedback, but trust us, we're well aware that they're going to have some kind of fucked up response. They always do, and that's kind of what's so fucked up about this whole thing. We were even talking about this with gaslighting, right? The word of the year is gaslighting, and as soon as gaslighting is the word of the year, you've got a bunch of apologists and Christians poisoning the well about what gaslighting really is, what it really means, how to respond to a gaslighter, who's a gaslighter, and what examples of gaslighting are, such that when you need to have this conversation of, hey, we need to have a serious conversation about gaslighting, they've already got that conversation all the way fucked up, and they're ready to accuse you of gaslighting as soon as you even mention it. You just got to bite the bullet and do it anyway, because that's what happens when you're combating a cult.
The general relativity will somehow comport with what
general relativity will be superseded by a better theory that describes space-time at significantly higher energies than what general relativity is currently capable of describing.
Okay, but right now, you don't have the physics to describe the universe beginning as a singularity.
Well, the universe didn't begin as a singularity. We don't even know if the universe began.
Okay, but I'm saying the story that the model tells.
That the idea that the universe was in a very hot, very dense state?
Earlier you said we don't know. Okay, so I just want to establish that. And if you've changed your answer, that's fine. But we don't know what physics would allow for this to happen.
Well, I mean, we know what physics will allow for it. We don't know how to really put that together into a solid theory that gives us good explanations.
Okay. So this is something you believe, and obviously you believe it based on evidence. So again, This is an extraordinary claim. I think it needs extraordinary evidence, and I'm ready to hear that. What is the evidence that supports this model?
The whole of the standard model of cosmology? Or just like the specifically the hot Big Bang?
The lambda CDM.
Well, I mean, if you want, we can go through my the slides that I have, because that pretty much summarizes. It might take us like 10 minutes to go through it, but if you want all of the evidence, that would be the best way to do it, I guess.
Okay, sure, yep.
So we have the lambda CDM model. It's an incomplete model. There's a lot that we don't even fully understand how galaxies form. We don't know how supermassive black holes formed, or at least got that large. I mean, we know how black holes form, but we don't know how they would have gotten that large. There's a lot of things that we don't really understand, because again, we're humans and our technology is only.
I'm just going to say it one more time, y'all. This is not how you debate. Let your opponent point out the holes in your argument. And you got to be smarter than this when you're dealing with religious people. You don't start out by pointing out the 18 holes in your side, because no matter what he says from now on, all Rebecca's going to come right back to is, so you said you don't know how universes form, you don't know how stars form, you don't know where the galaxies come from. And again, it's wrong from a number of standpoints. The first is you're literally just spoon feeding your opponent the talking points to undermine your argument. And the second thing is you're starting with it. And I get on all of my students about this. We call it burying the lead. Let me give you the same talk I give them. Where do you put your most important stories in the newspaper, gang? On the front page. Obvious, right? The front page is its own section. Right? Everything on the front page belongs somewhere the fuck else. Think about that, right? Every story on the front page is either a local story, could have been in the local section. A business story, could have been in the business section. A sports story, could have been in the sports section. Right? Big tornado, could have been in the weather section. But it's so important that section independent, it's got to get put on the front page. Why? Because when you go to buy the newspaper, what are you going to look at? The front page. If the front page doesn't grab you, you're not reading the rest of the fucking newspaper. But beyond that, let's talk real newspaper talk. Real newspaper talk, you don't just put your best stories on the front page. Where do you put them? You put them on the front page in what we call above the fold. Right? Above the fold. Why? Because most newspapers on a newsstand or even presented in one of those machines where you buy the paper, it's folded over. So the only thing you see when you go to decide if you're going to buy that newspaper or not is what is on the front page and what is above the fold. It is the same thing in good web design. If I go to New York Times, website, sorry, I spelled that wrong. Boom, they're going to immediately, they're going to try to sell me the paper, but you see, people are going to put their stuff, big stories are going to go front page. I don't need all of this, fucking address completion. Boom, there's the big story. That's what they want us to do. They want us to follow live this big story. It's on the front page, and I don't have to scroll down, right? Everything that I have to scroll down is considered less important, right? Go to CNN.com, see what they do. Boom. Everything they think is really important. The University of Idaho tragedy, Speaker McCarthy, right? Famous musician dying. They want to show us this Diane work, right? Everything that's super important is on the front page above the fold, so you don't have to scroll. Where am I going with this? That's where the expression burying the lead comes from. You don't bury the lead. I tell my students this all the time. I say, what's your thesis topic in this paper? And they'll say, oh, my thesis is that we can use Darwinian evolution to evolve better social groups. All right, well, you got a 15-page paper. Why is your topic sentence buried in the middle of the third page? Right? It needs to be the first fucking thing out of your mouth. So you do not do these two things together. You put these two things together, you done really fucked up. Number one, you don't spoon feed your opponent the counter arguments. And number two, you don't bury the lead. And you damn sure don't make the buried lead. You don't bury the lead by spoon feeding your counter arguments up front. You don't say, my argument's got this hole in it, and that hole in it, and this hole in it, and that hole in it, and this hole in it, and that hole in it, but I promise you I got some really good points in here. No, you start off with the Big Bang is a term used to describe the most well-supported, theory in the history of cosmology. The vast, overwhelming consensus of scientists across, these 5 and 6 related fields all agree that, while we still don't have all the details figured out, the Big Bang is a, unshakable core of modern cosmology. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, yes, if you want to seem well-reasoned, thorough, well-researched, yeah, maybe before you close, you acknowledge some of the limitations of your side in fairness, just to show that you're aware of them. You don't have to sit there and act like your side has no holes in it. But we can all get better this way. A lot of us would have probably made these same mistakes. So he's not a monster for doing these things, but I hope I'm clear as to why I'm critical of that approach. I'm not just picking on him. Those are things I would definitely notice if our students did this in their presentations.
Come so far. And I think it's pretty obvious that as our technology improves, our understanding improves, as we can see with the James Webb Space Telescope, which is revealing a lot of things and allowing us to be able to correct our models to more accurately describe the reality around us, because that's how science works. It doesn't necessarily claim to have the final answers about everything and then work from there. It works from what we know and what we understand and tries to do its best to develop explanations and models that help us describe and understand the reality around us. So there's really two, maybe three fundamental aspects to contemporary cosmology. You've got inflationary theory, you've got the hot Big Bang model, and then some people might say that you've got dark matter and dark energy, but those are areas that are still very much being developed, but they are important. They are important with respect to
more wishy-washy.
So starting with the hot Big Bang model, this is where cosmology really started.
He's way too honest. Leo thinks he's talking to someone that has charitable ears.
Exactly, 100%. Couldn't have said it exactly what I'm thinking. You're not dealing with the honest counter side. Yeah. 100%.
With respect to how we understand and how we look at the universe today, and this would have been started in the early 20th century, the 1910s, the 1920s. That's when we were really starting to get a much more accurate picture of the universe around us. And Einstein's general theory of relativity was one of the first ways that we knew that our previous picture of cosmology was likely incorrect. So general relativity is our theory of space-time. It tells us how things act in space-time and how space-time as a dynamic manifold, how it contorts, I guess you could say, as it interacts with mass energy present inside of it. And that interaction is what we understand as gravity. And Alexander Friedmann provided solutions to general relativity, to the equations, Einstein's field equations, and what his solutions were for. They were solutions to the equations, solving for a universe that is near homogeneously filled with matter and radiation, like ours is. And what
General relativity gives us an empirically accurate description of the structure and dynamics of space-time and how mass energy interacts with it to give rise to the pseudo-force we know as gravity. The Friedmann solutions of general relativity give a dynamic space-time which is expanding for a space-time which is homogeneous and isotropic with respect to its mass energy distribution. The Friedmann solutions give the evolution of the scale factor, a measure of the expansion of space-time as a function of the mass energy density of space-time, which represents an expanding space-time. Einstein introduced his quote-unquote fudge factor, the cosmological constant, to correct for the initial assumption drawn from the equations that space-time must be dynamic. He later referred to this as the biggest blunder upon the observed evidence of the expansion of space-time. Almost motherfuckers take from this slide, where it was way too wordy, and the text is way too small. Yep, Einstein had a fudge factor, which he admitted was a huge mistake. Something about gravity.
His fudge factor because his equipment at the time wasn't good enough for his observations, which were proven to be correct later on with better equipment.
Yeah, and again, this is stuff we would say to a student. We would say, the text is way too small, right? Seriously, we just would, because if we strained it, just would. And then it'd be way too many words on the slide, just too wordy. And again, the level, it's not about showing us how high of a level your aptitude aspires to. It's about how low of a common level can you reach to speak to all of us. So honestly, this is a useless slide. Because a sentence like, you know, we understand our current model based on Einstein's theory of relativity, from which we get our empirical understanding of gravity, would have sufficed, and you could have just tied it into whatever your next point is. This is just a slide, a really wordy slide with a bunch of mumbo jumbo on it that, again, does more to undermine his argument than it does to support it.
Go ahead. I know that it's an academic thing to do slides like this. I know it, but like I come from the background.
Academic thing to do slides like this.
Right. I come from a graphic design, public relations background, and we were taught a Japanese style of doing slides called pechakucha, if you've ever heard of it. And in pechakucha, if you can only have like a max of 10 words on a slide because most motherfuckers is going to tune out after that. So just explain those 10 words that are on that slide. You know what I mean?
Right. And then you just have a visual guide. Mostly. I don't know. Do you put a picture on it?
Yeah. You put a picture.
That's what most do. It's mostly a picture, you know, small sentence or so to guide you. Exactly. Anything else should be in your presenter notes.
And on top of that, it also makes you interesting because the people watching you have to get the information.
That's exactly from you. That's what we tell students all the time. You've got a minute to have that slide up. By the time I spend 30 seconds reading the slide, I've missed the first half of what you said. By the time I catch up to what you are saying, you're on the next slide. It's not good.
Nailed it.
These solutions.
Notice, real talk, I had to pause it and go back just so I could read it and then catch up on what he's saying. That's the real consequences of it.
Was that space-time cannot be static. That is, it can't just be there. It either has to be expanding or it has to be contracting, but it can't just be still. It cannot be static. Well, Einstein didn't like this, and so he actually added what's called the fudge factor, you may have heard of it, to these equations. It's known as the cosmological constant, and we actually still use it today. And they thought that the universe would have been contracting as a result of all of the gravity of everything inside of it kind of pulling and tugging on space-time. The space-time would slowly contract under all of that. And so what Einstein did is he introduced a factor into his equations that gave a repulsive force that perfectly canceled out this contraction of space-time, which would have kept space-time in a static state. Because that's what Einstein and that's what most cosmologists believed. It wasn't until I think it was actually originally in like 1923
I mean, like 3 inches away
that
from
galactic
space
redshift was first observed.
Oh my goodness.
And I can't remember the name of the person because I don't think it was Hubble that first observed it. I think it was Hubble that first observed and really defined what it was. So I guess I'll just jump to him. In 1927 through 1929, he was observing galaxies, and he observed an interesting feature that can be observed by any radio telescope of sufficient power.
Man, she on 10.
And that is that
looking at him.
when we look at the emission spectra of distant galaxies, there's a shift to lower energy levels on the electromagnetic spectrum than what we would otherwise expect. And that this shift, this red shift, is directly mathematically proportional to the distance away from us that these galaxies are.
Rebecca keeps some scripture printout on her desk in case hubby walks in while she's reflecting. We'll say that.
Right.
The away the galaxies are, proportionately, the greater the shift, the red shift of their emission spectra. So what this means is that it isn't these galaxies that are physically moving away from us. It's the distance between us and the galaxies
bananas,
is growing exponentially. Well, not really exponentially, but I mean, in a more metrically, I guess is the right way to put it. It's a metric expansion of the scale in space-time that is observable at very, very large distances. And this is what confirms that space-time...
And it's kind of a deal here where... There is an interesting observation here, but it isn't a very nice one. This is why you need to talk philosophy of science with these people. The question for the Rebeccas is, why are you lying? And why don't you care? What is it going to take to get you to care? Because, and again, this is why I hate to say it, I'm sure I'm going to listen to 2 hours of this and feel like Leo didn't do as good as those of us who just go in swinging for the character would have done, because the only nice way I'm going to put this is, at some point it's about motivation. If you're Rebecca's age and you don't understand these things, it's because you don't want to understand these things. So presenting her with facts, the only thing that this does, and that's the reason I actually get so irritated with the atheists who keep licking their booty hole, is because we're the ones who are missing our opportunity here. We rarely get to see the machinations of cognitive dissonance play out at this level. Very few of us are really willing to go here with our friends, family, and loved ones. Some of us are, most of us aren't. So what we really get to see is where a person leaves good faith. And that's it. The truth is, if Rebecca cared, if Rebecca gave a goddamn about what was true, she would already know this shit. And there's kind of two other things going on here. Number one, she wouldn't be making this shit. And number two, it would actually render most of this knowledge kind of moot anyway. Give you guys an example. Most of you see me as somebody who probably knows a great deal about evolutionary biology. Great. Evolutionary biology is a subfield of what? Biology. Cool. Good to go. I'm not somebody who knows a great deal about biology. Not really embarrassed about that, to be honest with you. I know some people who know a lot about biology, but the way I know biology, there's not a lot of people who know a lot about biology. Like, there are, don't get me wrong, but not a lot. What do I mean by that? When I'm around my microbiology friends, they sound like the most genius motherfuckers to ever have walked the planet. As soon as they get around our friends who work with plant and soils, they shut the fuck up and they like turn into idiots. Because look, most of them don't even know the genus and species of most flowers that get discussed. When they start talking about common combinations of microbiota groups that are commonly found in different types of soils, we have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Then we go across campus, we're chilling with some of our other biology friends. They start talking about the shit they do in the African Sahara with elephants and zebras and hyenas and shit. And once again, we have no fucking idea what they're talking about. We're like, I think the males have penises. They're like, yes, the males have penises. We're like, oh, cool, I got that right. You know what I'm saying? Like, we literally just turn into the average person because compared to, relative to what they know, we're just like the average person. Like, we don't know their shit. So we all sound like we know what we're talking about when you're in our wheelhouse, but we sound like we don't know what the fuck we're talking about when you go outside of it. And that's perfectly fine because I know what I'm supposed to know. I mostly work in a computational system, so I don't have to work with microbes or animals. And so when people ask me fucking questions about shit with genes and proteins and biochemicals, and I'm like, I don't know. Does that make me a shitty evolutionary biologist? No. It means I don't know a thing that literally has jack shit to do with my life. Like most people don't know the things that have jack shit to do with their lives. You'll see where I'm going with this in a second, y'all. So I could walk outside my house with a PhD in STEM, look up at the suns and all that shit around me, and be like, I have no idea how any of that works. I don't know where the planets came from. They told me like we're rotating around the sun, but when I look at it, it kind of looks like the sun comes up, the sun goes down, the sun comes up, the sun goes down, the sun comes up, the sun goes down. Looks to me like the sun is in fact rotating around the earth. But they tell me, actually, that's the earth rotating around the sun. I'm like, not what it looks like to me, but if you say so, guess that's how it is. When this motherfucker stops spinning, when it starts spinning, I'm like, Jay, you have had entirely too much to drink. My serious preference is the daily reality where I have both feet firmly placed on the ground and I'm not moving, the ground is not moving. But they tell me we are in fact perpetually in motion, rotating around the core axis of this planet. I don't know a goddamn thing about how that works, but sure, I'm with it, okay. So this is what I'm saying, y'all. If Rebecca gave a shit about what was really true, she would go looking into this stuff for herself. But as soon as she really started to look into this type of stuff, she'd start to accept the scientific consensus because she'd no longer have an emotional, fucking psychological reason not to. And as soon as she actually just accepted the scientific consensus because she stopped having this interpersonal reason not to, she would no longer actually need to know all of that shit anymore. The same way when y'all come up to me and y'all are like, well, Jay, I don't really know shit about evolution. I'm like, do you accept that you evolved? You're like, yeah. I'm like, you now know every fucking thing you need to know about evolution. When you decide to become an evolutionary biologist and then you still don't know a goddamn thing about evolution, then come talk to me. Until then, rest assured, it's not going to be a professional hazard for you anytime soon. Just like my lack of understanding of astrophysics is not going to stop me from collecting a paycheck as an evolutionary biologist anytime soon. And that's what I mean when I say it's kind of an ironic situation. Because if you, and this is what I mean why the philosophy of science is more important than the science. Addressing the fact that these people are having character issues that stop them from investigating these questions honestly is more important than trying to correct the facts. Because if you actually corrected their motivation, their epistemology, and got them understanding why they're on the wrong side of this to begin with, which is probably going to start with making them uncomfortable about it, then you wouldn't have to teach them all these facts anyway. Because they would accept the consensus, they'd become like everybody else who takes their fucking vaccine, understands that we evolved, get that the earth is really, really old, understands that the universe is even fucking older, and it takes a really, 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 really long time to make a fucking mountain, and you can just move on with your life. You really don't need to understand the redshift and how the Hubble telescope helped us understand that rather than expanding and then contracting, the universe is really continuing to expand. But if it expands far enough away, then we would no longer be able to observe it expanding, so it won't look like it's expanding anymore, but it still will be expanding. God isn't real, neither is salvation. Sin is not a thing. Grow up and get over it will get you a hell of a lot further.
Is not static. It is, in fact, expanding, which is thoroughly in line with the solutions to Einstein's field equations that give a universe that looks like ours, one that is near uniformly and homogeneously filled with matter and radiation. So this is where Einstein called this cosmological constant, this fudge factor that he put in his equations, the biggest blunder of his career, because he should have just listened to what his equations were telling him when they said that space-time is not a static entity. It's either expanding or it's contracting. And here we have direct observational evidence that the universe is indeed expanding, and this fits perfectly with the prediction of the Friedman solutions of general relativity. So we've already got two really good pieces of evidence here, and two things that we would expect to see if it were the case that the universe very early in its history was in a very hot and very dense state. But that's not all. We also have what was, I can't remember who it was. Somebody in the chat's going to know. I'm not looking right now because I'm looking at the slide. But they called it the smoking gun of the Big Bang. And that is the cosmic microwave background. This was observed in 1965 by Robert Wilson and Arno Penzias, and it was discovered accidentally. I can't remember exactly what kind of survey they were doing, but I know they were doing some sort of astronomical survey. I don't know if it was stars or galaxies or what it was, but they were doing some sort of astronomical survey, and they kept getting this sort of you could call it almost like a hum in the background of their observations. And it was exactly the same no matter where they pointed their telescopes. And so they thought, okay, there's some sort of interference. So they recalibrated all their machines and everything. They cleaned the telescopes off because they thought it could be, bird poop or something like that even, that's causing some sort of interference. They did everything they needed to, and they continued to detect it. Everywhere they looked in the sky, it was exactly the same. A very low energy background of electromagnetic radiation that's permeating all of space-time. And this very entity, the cosmic microwave background, has been extensively measured by humans. We've had the COBE, the WMAP, and the Planck satellites up there, all of which have measured it and mapped it to ever greater accuracy. And it is exactly what was predicted by the hot Big Bang model that was initially proposed by a Catholic priest by the name of Georges Lemaitre. And that was that if his idea was correct, that, the universe is expanding.
Happy New Year, Mark. Thanks so much for coming through. Appreciate all of you. Guys, check out Mark Reed's channel. Mark Reed is a debater, and I kind of wish Mark was here earlier when I was waxing about debate tactics, because I'm not a professional debater. I've literally been in 2 debates my entire life. But I hazard to guess that Mark would agree it's typically a bad idea to bury the lead and to feed your opponent all of the talking points that undermine your argument. But nevertheless, Mark Reed is a great debater, does it for real, professionally. Has also debated Kent Hovind, which I think is kind of how we got to know each other. We're both part of that very prestigious club of, the 400 people on his hit list or whatever. But thanks so much for coming through, Mark. Happy New Year. And we have a lot of new viewers and subs on this channel, Mark, and I hope they decide to check you out.
Which means that if we were to sort of like rewind the clock, so to speak, the universe would contract inward, and that at some point, taking Einstein's general theory of relativity as we understand it, the universe would very early in its history would have been in a singularity, a point of infinite density and infinitely small volume. And what's predicted from this, as we began to understand particle physics better and the particle physics involved in the early universe, how does particle physics and quantum mechanics and all that stuff work when you're dealing with very high energies like you would be in the very early universe? And what was discovered, and I'm going to come back to this slide, but what was discovered is that there would have been what's now called Big Bang or primordial nucleosynthesis is something that would have occurred if the universe were in a very hot and very dense state very early in its history, then what this means is that as the universe expanded, and it has been expanding on the average throughout its history since that point, what we would expect is that as it expanded, this is going to cause the density of mass energy in the universe to slowly drop. The universe is going to effectively cool under its expansion. And at some point, you're going to reach a critical cooling point where you lose some of the energy that's there. It starts to dissipate a little bit more, and stable atoms are going to be able to form. Prior to this point, it would have been too energetic for stable atoms to form, which is a state that we know can exist, and it's what stars are made of. It's called plasma. That would have just effectively been plasma filling the universe. And the electromagnetic radiation cannot travel through plasma, if it's a simplistic way of putting it, but it brings the point home. Electromagnetic radiation can't really travel in plasma. It's scattered off of the electrons and some of the protons, or I think more appropriately, some of the quarks that make up the protons, in this very high energy state. But as this state cools, those stable atoms will begin to form. The electrons will be able to be bound to the protons to form stable neutral atoms, with most of that being hydrogen, one proton and one electron. And that's largely what we see. Hydrogen constitutes I think it's about 70% today of the mass energy, the baryonic mass energy density of the universe. And was closer to about 75% back in the very early universe during the period of recombination, which is what this period is called, when stable neutral atoms formed. And what resulted from this formation of these atoms is that the electromagnetic radiation, the light, was now capable of traveling without being scattered off of all the electrons and the protons, because they're in the form of these atoms. And so there would have been a release of the electromagnetic radiation that would have permeated throughout all of space-time. And we should, if this model is correct, then we should be able to detect that electromagnetic radiation today. And we have. And we've, like I said earlier, measured it to ever greater accuracy with the COBE WMAP and Planck satellites. And that is the cosmic microwave background. This is
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thanks so much for coming through. Appreciate it. It's good to see everybody.
Effective proof that the universe was in a very, very hot and very, very dense state very early in its history, as is the abundance of light elements that are themselves a result of the same event, the recombination of matter, which allowed for the release of the electromagnetic radiation that we can detect and have measured very well today. And this would have created an abundance of hydrogen and helium, the two lightest elements on the periodic table. They should constitute most of the baryonic mass energy density in the universe even today, and they do. So this effectively confirms the hot Big Bang model. So I think we can pause here before going on to inflationary cosmology, if you have any questions, or if there's any questions from the chat that you would like to entertain.
Now, I'll say this. Leo did a very good job here, and was really sharp in his choice of what pieces to summarize and how to summarize them. You know, like if he was one of my students giving me this presentation, it would have been very easy feedback. We would have said, hey, Leo, now you did bury the motherfucking lead, all right? And you did feed your opponent all their talking points to tear down your argument. And you ain't need to do either of those things. And your text was too small, and your slides were too wordy. Do you understand them things? Do you understand what I'm saying to you, son? Yes. Oh yeah, but after that you killed it. Yeah. Other than that, we really. Yeah, Rob, you got any feedback? Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, that was one of the best presentations anybody in the class gave. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we don't really. Yeah. Hey, everybody can improve, right? You know, you know what I mean. So literally, a couple of those little almost nitpicky things that, you know, are just the result of it literally being my job to watch a bunch of presentations in a row and have to compare them somehow. But no, I really think he did a great job. And for those of us that have been on this Rebecca Davis journey for quite some time now, sitting through this can be quite difficult because we just know how inauthentic Rebecca is. And at this point, to me, she's just as much as a grifter as any apologist out there, just maybe a little bit smaller time. And again, she is really good at making suckers out of atheists who just can't resist her charm for some reason. But for those of you that are kind of newer to this neighborhood, I think maybe one of the things that I'm beginning to appreciate about this stream that I wasn't thinking about is that she did promote it. She did kind of make it a big deal. She is a good broadcaster, like I said, and Leo is definitely trying to bring his A game. And it might then be an opportunity for people that are less familiar for Rebecca Davis to kind of get exposed to the problem of Rebecca Davis. This raggedy bitch. But seriously, it's like kind of the moment I had with her discussion with Erica from Bread of Life. Like, I'm watching her basically get this one-on-one private tutoring where Erica is breaking down, this is Gustick Gibbon, Erica is breaking down the best evidence for her in some of like the best ways possible. You know, I'm sitting there at the time, I was finishing up my PhD at the time, and I have a master's in biological anthropology too, so, you know, everything Erica was spitting to was right up my alley, and I'm sitting here like, oh my goodness, this young woman is incredible. Like, this is not only the good evidence and the good stuff, this is just amazing teaching. Like, she's just really getting some of the best teaching right now. And to see it go through that magic funnel, y'all, in one ear and right on out the other, really showed me, okay, this person is just an apologist. She's not here to learn all of that sweet, sweet, sweet. If only I could grow a little bit more. I want to be one of the cool kids who's all sciencey too. It's just that I can't quite wrap my head around evolution and the Big Bang and some of these ideas. Oh no, what am I to do? Would you like some cookies? Like, no, okay? It's just all an act. It's all a fucking game. And, you know, Leo's definitely part of our community. We've butted heads. As I mentioned before, a lot of it's just personality differences. There are people in our community that I still consider part of our community and friends and allies. I just don't personally get along with them. It's still all good. Leo's probably in that camp. He's really doing a great job here. And once again, he's really presenting some of the real key issues where we would use these particular talking points to help someone understand how we understand the Big Bang. And he really is laying out how we know what we know. And the thing I find so frustrating, the thing that makes me, as you could tell, like emotional, like angry, like literally wanting to fight people, is their dismissiveness of our human endeavors. And it pisses me off. Like, just go ahead and be an anti-science fucking cunt. Just do it. Just be, like, I already know that's who you are, so just be that. It's fine. But to try to act all naive, act all pro-science, oh, you love science, you just, you know, that whole bit, that makes it incendiary to me, and it's just fucking toxic. I just can't stand it. And so this is really helpful for people to hopefully understand why we hate this raggedy bitch. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter all of the, see, I always say when most people talk about science, they're talking about shit they read about in textbooks in high school. Maybe some shit they read about in JSTOR, or cop a little Wikipedia. Once in a blue moon, you know, some nuclear fusion energy shit happens and science makes the headlines. But when you're a scientist and you start hearing scientific stories and people talking about what we've discovered about how the world works, you realize you're talking about the life's work of people like yourself and your colleagues and all the people who have built up your field to the point that you and your colleagues can do the work that you do, and all of the young people that you're training and mentoring and, you know, trying to set them straight so that they can do things the right way. And then you have these people who just don't give a fuck. They just don't care because they're just entitled to not ever be wrong.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
Yeah, they don't care about the powerful cumulative case. They don't have to be wrong. They don't, for some reason, they just don't ever have to be wrong. And it is really spitting in the face of the work. And work doesn't appear magically. And science is still not done by robots. It's done by people. So when you just take a shit all over a scientific field because you don't want to let go of your sweet, sweet bullshit Jesus narrative, you are literally just shitting in the lunch of all of the people who get up every morning and do their darndest to do honest work. It's a fucking monster. And I haven't even mentioned the unconscionable things this raggedy bitch has actually said about my friends. Oh, if I got to what I know about this bitch's personal shortcomings, woo, we'd be here all night.
You're muted, Rebecca.
Sorry. Okay.
It's the best she's ever sounded in a long time.
Now, what effectively proves this? Or what did you say?
The cosmic microwave background effectively proves
so
that the universe.
Let me get this straight. Okay, let me get this straight. We see
she ain't gonna get it straight, Jay.
Ain't gonna get it straight.
You know, the background of the universe.
That's everywhere. Everywhere in space.
Everywhere. We see radiation.
It's homogeneous. It's homogeneous to 1 part in 100,000.
Okay, wait. Because we see radiation, I'm supposed to believe that billions upon billions of stars and galaxies.
Here we go with this string of yeses. Yes.
Well, no, because your purse didn't exist.
Well,
billions.
There was too high energy for your purse. You do realize? You do realize?
Not. I'm using it. Obviously, I'm using it, and actually, it's in a space smaller than this purse. I'll say it more clearly. Then, in a space existed in a space smaller than this person.
Well, that's not really the right way to look at it. It's not.
Now, do y'all see the problem Leo caused for himself? She did the same thought experiment less than 20 minutes ago. And what did he say? He gave her an unqualified string of yeses. Now she goes, oh, okay. Figured out how to use that. Now she wants to run the same thought experiment. And he's acting like we ain't supposed to sit here and know that all of a sudden he doesn't want to answer yes to the same questions he was just answering yes to. This is why you cannot, like Wayne said, you cannot act like you're talking to somebody who's going to listen charitably when you ought to know better. And this is where it comes back to bite you. You gave away the game in the beginning thinking you were doing a gentlemanly bow and curtsy to show your honor in the duel and all of this shit. And now she's making you look like a fucking asshole.
That space-time was
don't make her right, I mean, but we see the tactic.
Everything necessary, whatever it was that was necessary to build billions upon billions of stars, galaxies, planets, all fit in the space smaller than my purse.
You're absolutely right, Nitty. Her
not
argument's
really.
exactly the same.
There's a problem here.
You want me to believe, you want me to believe, you want me to believe. That's the other thing is, it's another reason why I could always hot tag it to Wayne. Why won't they fuck with Wayne? Because Wayne will come in and make this shit about the Bible. Early and often. Wayne, they beat me up. I crawl over to Wayne. I'm barely struggling. Whoop, hot tag. Wayne, go to the Bible. And we got to go home. Because, of course, they're the ones who want the universe from nothing. And so you want me to believe that there's something that's everywhere and observing us everywhere. And since it can observe us everywhere, that means it created us from the beginning from nothing. But again, no matter what we do in these debates, don't ever talk about that B-I-B-L-E. What's up, Mark?
Hey, hello. How you doing? It's good to see you, Jay.
How you doing? Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year. I realized I hadn't wished you a Happy New Year. I just called in. But I haven't
it's
seen
unforgivable.
This yet.
No, seriously.
I know.
It's good to see you.
I know. Like, totally, man. Like, don't get me wrong. I absolutely adore Leo, and he is smarter than I am and knows way more about physics than I do.
Yeah, he knows his shit, obviously.
His vulnerability is he doesn't know how to talk to people that don't know the same things that he does, because he is working on like such a high level, and that's a problem. You're aware that's a problem with education, Jay.
Right.
When people at like way up here start to talk to people like down at the base level. And because my field is IT, I get it as well. You know, you start talking to people about, you know, computers and networks and how they interact, and people they'll just switch off because they don't understand a thing that you're saying. Like, they just don't.
Right.
And so I think Leo, like, he is absolutely magnificent. And if she understood what he was saying, then he would absolutely have totaled her. But she doesn't understand what he's saying. She's got no idea.
Right.
She's got no clue. I don't know. Somehow we've got to translate Leo into sort of a theist level of speaking, because that, like, I can understand what he's saying because I sort of know a little bit, nowhere near as much as him, but a little bit about Big Bang cosmology. But you say that to somebody who, you know, the only book they read is the Bible, they're not going to understand a word you're talking about.
Right. Well, in a sense, I think it's a counter-apologist thing. I've been really noticing, say, the difference between counter-apologetics and, say, academia related to some of the issues that come up, or a genuine, real debate, intelligence squared, something, whatever, versus debate culture, right? So the things we would consider to be a great debate really probably doesn't make for good debate culture. And if you look at what we're debating in debate culture, is there really good evidence of evolution? You know, let's start the new year with a big bang. Get it? Let's debate the Big Bang. Let's debate flat Earth. Hey, Mark Reed, can we really trust NASA? So that's what they're telling us is a great debate, right? When everybody knows those are undebatables. They're non-debatables. There's just no conversation to be had here. And then when somebody gets into something that's, let's say, a nuanced conversation, well, now we're not saying each other's totally wrong, or, you know, my side hates everything about your side. You're making more reasonable concessions, and now it doesn't make good TV, right? So there's a way in which debate me, bro, culture is really giving us a misrepresentation of what a good debate would actually be. And I think the same thing happens where it almost feels like if you're watching scholars as an amateur, then you present yourself in a way that almost sells up to a higher level of scholarship. So somebody like Leo, to me, is an amateur who wants to sound like he's got PhD level chops. And for all intents and purposes, he does in terms of what he says and how he says it. But if you flip it around and give me like a Kip Davis or a Josh Bowen, somebody with the PhD, Well, now they already have it, so they're not worried about that. So now they're just going to try to explain it to you clear as day because they're using this opportunity as like outreach. And so they're like, hey, I'm really going to try to put this in a way that kind of everybody can understand. And so it's almost like, depending on if whether you're doing this in a way that's aspirational versus a way that's, you know, a different sort of function as a part of your work. And that's different, even like yourself, like you're a debater, which is very different than when they call me and like, hey, Jay, you want to debate a creationist? Well, sure, but beating me in a debate isn't going to say much because it doesn't affect me. I'm not a debater, right? So like, it's weird.
Sure. No, that's not where you
my
you
tongue
get
can do
your
whatever it wants.
expertise.
And really, I'm not paying attention to my tongue at all.
But yeah, what do you think about that?
What about what?
Just in terms of like sort of maybe that's what goes on, because someone like Leo really, I think, wants to sell himself as being scholarly, which he's great at. But I just think that would be my thing. Is exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
There's no need to, because you really got it. So just keep it clear.
It absolutely all depends on what your intentions are in this thing. If he's just going in there to appeal to the scientific sort of atheistic base, not that science is just atheistic, but, you know, that's sort of his group and his camp, then sort of launching all of these terms and making her look sort of like she can't respond in any kind of scientific way, that's going to appeal to the people that already follow Leo, you know, because they will know what he's talking about.
You know what? I didn't think about that.
But if your intention is to convince people on the theist side, just launching technical terms is going to turn them right off. It just is. They're just going to go, yeah, he's just talking out of his ass and not even listen. And I think this is what Rebecca's doing. She's just clicking her brain off because she doesn't want to listen to all of the technical terms. She's not interested. There's other ways of going about it, but it depends. Like if his intention is just to, hey, I want my base to see me absolutely wreck this woman, then, you know, he's doing exactly what he should be doing. If his intention is to actually convince some of the theists out there, I think that, you know, not to be harsh, but dumbing it down a lot more would probably be in his best interest. But that's just my opinion.
I didn't think about that. I was kind of strictly on you're on her channel, so I'm assuming you're trying to get through to her audience in some sort of way, so you've got to dumb it down. But you're right, there is a way in which, and I don't want to mention names, but I know some people have gone into debates we've seen recently in this community where their goal was kind of to just really show that somebody didn't know what the hell they were talking about, right?
Sure.
And and there's some benefit, and that can be fun. And you're right that there's a way to do that where it's just, here, look, I'm just gonna go to the level, and if you can't go here, then that's really what I want to show, is that you're not up to the level. And that may have been smart. And it may have even been smart because if you dumb it down, you almost are, you know, restricting yourself to you know, a more common language that you might have to wrestle with a little bit more, right? Because when you go to the the technical terms, right, it's harder to twist and turn because you're away from everyday language. So
yeah, it's much more precise. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I didn't think about that. Thanks for bringing that up. And so like I said, there is a bit of value there. So maybe it's a balancing act, and you and I would just, you know, be at different places on that balancing act. What do you have coming up? And then also, how do you deal with these things? Because you get into a lot of these debates yourself. I'm sure some of it is, I'm a debater, so if you call Mark Reed and it's something you feel is an opportunity, or you're compensated in whatever way is important to you, it's your job, right? So you're down and do it.
Not really.
Oh, it's not. I thought you do it. I thought go ahead.
No, I don't get paid or anything.
You don't
I just
get paid,
enjoy
just
debating. No. So I'm not, like, that's what I was saying in chat. I'm not a professional debater because I don't get paid for it. But I enjoy it. So it's like, it's like I guess a very interesting hobby to me. I really enjoy debate, so I get a lot of. And I did a debate on the age of the Earth, and the amount that I learnt about sort of radioactive element decay was amazing. Like, I just love doing the research into these things, so it's awesome. I really do enjoy it, but.
And then you're also a student of debate, right? That's fair, right? Like, whereas a lot of us, we study that. So Leo might be a philosophy or a science guy. I'm a evolution and entertainment guy. You've spent some time in debate, like where you really a student of debate. You like to think about debating formally and you take it seriously.
Yeah. So rhetoric and sort of the information that's being conveyed and the way that people present stuff. So I really, I wouldn't call myself an expert or anything like that, but I am a sort of student of communication, basically. So interpersonal communication. But specifically in debate, I find it very, very fascinating.
So I didn't see your NASA debate, but how do you generally deal with these topics where, to you, it's kind of tough, but they're expecting you to give them a good 90 minutes here or whatever it is.
That one was more, I don't think it's got to be debated whether we can trust NASA. It's just like any other government agency. It obviously has problems. There's problems all over it because it's a government agency. But you generally trust government agencies. Like, right. I don't see anybody, sort of saying, hey, we shouldn't trust the, infrastructure department or something. It's just a government agency. So sort of outlining that, but it was more for exposure than anything else, because the guy I debated is actually rather large, so which is cool. So Nathan Thompson, and plus I've always wanted to debate the guy. He's such a douchebag. But it was more just pointing out the history of NASA, the things that they went through, the where they sort of came from. Sort of all the products that they've given us over the years. They're called spin-off technologies. Just a whole load of explaining why, and the oversight that NASA has. There's agencies. There's an oversight agency in the Senate to monitor how its spending goes. It reports directly to the president, kind of thing. That is a democratic institution. How democratic is up for argument, but it is democratic. So just explaining that NASA isn't this, it isn't the CIA, it isn't the NSA, it isn't a secretive organization where people are, kind of, doing spy work. Yeah, exactly. That's not what they are, and sort of pointing out that they've done things like made a whole load of software available that they've invented, like OpenStax, for instance, which is used in a lot of cloud-based applications. Yes. And they've just made it available, kind of thing. It's not this terrible monster that the flat earthers think it is, kind of thing. So that's really what I focused on. What they actually do, what they do, rather than
where were they coming from? Like, what were they trying to say? Makes it untrustworthy.
He just brought out tapes of, you sort of have these artifacts where people phase out, kind of thing, because they're using low bandwidth cameras and things like that. And, just the usual sort of conspiracy theory stuff, which is very hard to argue against, because it's all just, it's all just sort of, but look at this. How do you explain this? And you're sort of put on the spot trying to come up with, what the hell is that? I've never seen it before.
Yes.
Much less tried to
I've been trying to argue this lately myself, that there's a new, I shouldn't say new, but there's an area of expertise keeping up with the new arguments that are related to your scientific field, because they're not, I think Michael Shermer, somebody made this point, they're not about your field, but they're related to your field. So for us, it's like you could ask the average evolutionary biologist, what's the new stuff with, what are the new, anti-evolution apologetics? They won't know. Of course, they know everything about genes and bones and fossils and DNA and all this stuff. But the answer is like ERVs and zinc fingers, right? And you've got to kind of be in this world to know that that's the new hot buzzwords.
Why would you?
Why would
you're
you?
A scientist
Exactly.
doing like research, and it would be like a race car driver, being expected to argue why, somebody in a dune buggy can't win the Formula One. It's like, is that my job, really? Why would you be expected to do that? It's just it's a weird situation, and I don't have an answer for it. I just, I do my best to represent the science as the scientists tell me, because I'm not an expert, and sort of promote the idea that, hey, these people are actually doing this for a living and know what they're talking about. But it's difficult. It really is. When you get that level of conspiracy theory, it's really difficult, because anything can be excused with a conspiracy theory. Anything at all. We didn't go to the moon. Pizzagate. Anything at all. I can't name anything that couldn't be explained away with a conspiracy if you're willing to put your sort of trust in that conspiracy theory.
Sure. Like, to me, I think this is where I do have a real passion about these things, and I get angry at sort of the atheist side or the pro-science, whatever the other side of, the apologist is. Because I feel like these are such weaponized people at this point that you have to treat them like such. So when somebody like this footage we're looking at here, she's trying to undermine the Big Bang. The same person is a young Earth creationist. These are people who are making their content exclusively to lie to people in order to undermine the most well-supported scientific theories in the history of scientific theories. That makes you a liar. If that doesn't make you a liar, it's just what does, right? We have no truth if the things most close to shit everybody knows no longer counts as knowledge. Like,
I get what you're saying. I don't. So. I think that's an overgeneralization, to be honest with you, Jay. I think that some of them just are outright lying. Like, I totally understand that. Some people are just, outright fabricating the truth. But if somebody is so totally wrong, but utterly convinced of it, are they lying? That's the question. Which I would say, well, I don't think so. I think that I would actually have to disagree. I think that if somebody is just wrong, but sincerely convinced of that wrong answer, I don't think they're lying. I just think they're wrong.
Okay, but what about a situation where I feel like, because this is different, because I guess I'm kind of thinking more like apologists. I certainly understand that in the case of what I call a pew filler. But in the case of an apologist where I feel like they've been directly challenged on it so many times, they've at least heard somebody tell them that they were wrong about these things, or that they need to look into them further, or whatever. And then they never made what we would consider an honest effort. So to me, at that point, they can still say they don't know, but to me, they can't, because at that point, to me, they're willfully ignorant. Like I've seen this with my own family, where when I really need to present something that challenges them, they just won't look at it. They won't read it. They'll make excuses. I don't have time, da-da-da-da. Or sometimes they will just, if I really push it, they'll just flat out say no.
Right.
And it's because they know that I'm a credible source. So they know if I put this thing in front of them and they read it, that's going to be it. They're now going to know whatever the uncomfortable thing is, or see it. So instead, they just won't look at it. So to me, at that point, can you still say you don't know? Of course you can still say you don't know, but to me, you're the person who walks out of the room when, the people who do the dirty work come in to talk about the crimes they're going to commit, and then since you weren't in the room when they made the plans, you play innocent. It's like, you only don't know because you wanted to not know, and to me, that is dishonest.
Well, I think we just, you and I have a different
absolutely.
idea.
I just wanted to draw it out. I just wanted to be clear. And I think you were very clear
enough.
too. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. So I would define sort of lying as a willful knowledge of sort of when you know what the truth is and you intentionally misrepresent that truth as something else. But that might not be your definition of lying. I mean, if your definition of lying is sort of lying to yourself as well, I guess, you know, so not investigating this stuff. But I'm not sure I would classify that as lying.
It's more like, I don't know if I would say it's lying as much as I just feel like it's dishonest, because you've become aware that there's a challenge, right? And you just won't kind of go there. And the reason it bothers me most is because it's certainly what you would expect of other people. So I have people in my family who say, you know, they don't want to look into challenges to their religious claims, but they'll whine to me about, well, how can these QAnon people buy this stuff? It's so obvious that this isn't true, and how do they believe this? Why don't they ever look this stuff up? Or how could somebody be so anti-vaccine with as much testing as they've done on this vaccine, and every doctor tells you the vaccine is safe, and I'm just going, I'm sorry, but you know, like, it's really hard for me to hear you say this when you won't look into your own beliefs that themselves seem to fly in the face of, you know, what we know. And at that level, it just becomes like, I don't know how to, something there's not right. This person's not meeting the bar of what we expect. And also, what I feel like is happening now, and this is a cultural, social thing, because I don't know if I would have said this 5 years ago, although it was true probably 5 years ago. It feels like right now, you know how we say there's certain things on the rise, anti-Semitism, racism, whatever. It feels like all these things are trending in the wrong direction, isolation and Twitter, whatever it might be. It feels like the weaponization of plausible deniability is part of it, right? Everybody just doesn't know. Everybody's just asking questions, you know. And then everybody plays this dance with you where, since they know that you don't know exactly what's going on in their head, as long as they can say their stuff in a way that doesn't give away what's going on in their head, you can't say that, you know. And it just gets to a point where I gotta go with, would you have been okay with somebody else doing that? No. Would you have said they're an honest person? No. Then you're not, you know. But I would agree that there's certainly a lot of nuance in there. Yeah. Because it even gets into lies by omission, commission. You know, I used to do this thing with my grandmother where I used to always say, if me and my cousins were hanging out over the house for a holiday, and, you know, we were all going to go out because we wanted to all go smoke together, I wasn't going to say, hey, Grandma, me and my cousins are all going to go smoke weed together. We'll see you later, right? I would say something like, oh, hey, we're going to go out for a minute. Do you need anything from the store? You know, and now if my grandmother says, oh, hey, yeah, grab some orange juice, you know, I hop in the car with the cousins. Yeah, look, before we light up, we're going to run to the store real quick, grab this orange juice, right? Then, you know, we hang out for a little bit, smoke, you know, and I walk back in the house, put the orange juice in the refrigerator, right? Now, did I lie, right? But I always did this on purpose because somebody had to explain why all 5 of us were leaving. None of y'all was going to come up with a cover story. No, y'all don't want to lie to Grandma. So, Grandma, we going to the store. Do you need anything? Got everything taken care of. And I'm sure she, you know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. But that's what I mean about it. There's a lot of gray area in there because people do that, right? And it's probably harmless when it's, you know, we're going to grab some orange juice and you don't want to tell Grandma that you're going to roll up the stankety stank. But when it comes to these other debates we have, it really gets to be problematic when that's constantly somebody's hand and that's constantly the card they play. So it's just sucks that that's where we're at, but you know.
So yeah, I think that sort of dishonesty is, and you're right, it kind of, I mean, you can even have somebody who just by the way that they are arguing for something, it's not a lie, but it is dishonest. Like a straw man, for instance, right? So somebody straw mans your position, says that, I've never seen what was Hogan's thing? I've never seen a dog produce a non-dog. It's not a lie, but it's incredibly dishonest, right? So it's a very, very dishonest way of talking. So I think I would sort of make that designation. And you're right. It may be dishonest not to look up these things, but I try to be very careful to sort of say, well, some people just believe their book over, the hard science. And I think it's irrational. I think it's incredibly illogical. But I won't sort of, it may be dishonest, the way that they won't actually compare the two. And the thing with your family, sort of having this position on vaccines, and yet they won't look at their own beliefs.
They're not that way, but yeah. I see what you're saying.
Or anybody.
Criticizing that. Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's incredibly hypocritical, right? That's the word I would use for it, is hypocritical. But the thing about hypocrisy, that you've got to remember, and I've got a very, very firm stance on hypocrisy that I sort of go, it's annoying and it's irritating, but number one, everybody's a hypocrite.
Absolutely, it's really necessary. I would say
don't
this.
Tell me you're not.
Yeah. We had this conversation the other day because I was saying I hate Christianity, which means I hate the people practicing it, and I hate it because it's a form of hatred. And James was like, well, people are going to say you're being a hypocrite. And I was like, yep.
Yep.
Moving right along.
And so this is the other point I wanted to make. Even though someone may be being hypocritical, it doesn't mean they're wrong. Right. So, I might, I've smoked in the past. I've been a smoker in the past, like nicotine, horrible habit. And I might go, do not start smoking. It's horrible for you. I'm insanely hypocritical, but I'm not wrong. It's really unhealthy and really bad for you, right? So, I know, but with these
Mark,
people...
funny story. I used to get this all the time.
Man.
People used to ask me, because I trained to be a dating coach. I'm actually very good at it. They'd be like, well, if you're a dating coach, why are you single? And I always make the point, listen, you can have a really out-of-shape fitness instructor, but that doesn't mean their advice isn't any good.
Yeah, absolutely. That's true.
Go ahead.
That's 100%
throw
true.
myself under the bus, but I used to get that all the time. Why? If you're so good at dating, why are you single? Man, for the same reason everybody else is, because my past relationships haven't worked out. Damn it, people. Go ahead.
Maybe you just like dating and you don't want a permanent relationship.
I was trying to get extra practice. I was trying to get some extra.
Yeah. No, that's good, man. Hypocrisy is incredibly annoying, but it doesn't mean that they're wrong. I think in this case that they are wrong for not looking into for trusting one thing in science and another thing. They just go, well, I'm going to trust this book, but. Even if that's their position, I still wouldn't come down on the side of they're lying kind of thing. I just wouldn't make that designation because I don't know what's in their head, and I think that lying has to be a conscious thing. I might say, hey, it's dishonest to sort of accept your computer as a product of science and your all of the things you have in your life as a product of science, and then go, well, I don't like evolution, so I'm not going to accept that.
Right.
It's a little bit dishonest, sure.
Right.
But I wouldn't say they're lying.
So since it kind of came up, what do you think about Kent Hovind? Do you think he's a genuine believer, or?
I mean, it's really
just
hard to say.
Who knows?
So
nobody knows.
My inclination is that if I had to place a bet, I would say that he's not. I think that so much of his life revolves around that ministry and sort of the money that he gets from it. And but I don't know that for sure. It's just if I had to place a bet, I would say no. He does not actually believe in a God and stuff. I think I don't know, but he's a world-class narcissist as well. So who knows? But
you think he might know he's full of shit and just this is just the path. Do you feel
it's very hard to see how he behaves and then go, well, he believes that he's being a loving pastor. How could you believe that? You know what I mean? It's just
sure. Do you feel the same way about Jordan Peterson and William Lane Craig? Because I was just watching this Jordan Peterson video, and it's the way he deconstructs the left and demonizes other people. I'm there's no way he doesn't see this about what he's doing and the side he's always advocating for. Like, it would just, I would have to think something is really seriously, like, he's a danger to the public if he really doesn't see that, right? Like, that to me would be.
Do you mean their God position, or do you mean their sort of socio-political
For
position?
him, like the socio-political position.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's really hard. I think he does believe it to a degree, but like Jordan Peterson's another one who's insanely hypocritical, because he would give his patients crap for being sort of drug addicts and stuff, and then went and got hooked on I can't remember. So part of his sort of thing. Yeah. So he kind of, he's annoying and hypocritical and just a horrible person. But I don't think he's lying about his attitudes of stuff. He's just a fucking boomer, basically. He's just that, my generation's better than your generation. We did it right. Here's how to do it right. And his life's a fucking mess. Like, he's always, like, the guy's so fucking miserable trying to tell you how to be happy in life. It's just
right.
Very strange.
Yeah.
You know, and most of the stuff that he sort of trots out they're kind of deepities. They sound really deep, but it's just basic self-help advice kind of thing.
Reminds me of Jesus. Pay a man what he's worth in wages and all this type of stuff. It's very basic.
I mean, clean your room. And that's got to be one of the biggest deepities ever. It's like, well, you know, it's basically, hey, keep things orderly and you'll, you know,
order
have a
will
more
follow.
life. Right. It's just, well, yeah, sure. I mean, he's not the first one to say that either. You know, people have said that. Hell, you know, you could basically attribute the same to that Japanese woman. I think it's Marie Coco, who, you know, just cleans up people's houses. It's just
crazy.
Yeah.
So what do you have coming up?
Yeah, I'm trying to pin down. I was on Modern Day Debate Discord, and some flat earther I said that I couldn't argue my way out of a paper bag, so I'm trying to pin down a debate on Modern Day Debate. With
Is that
guy.
where to go to get debates? Discord. I want Modern Day Debates to get me a debate with Sal, but I don't know. Sal, he's acting like he won't take it.
James has a bit of criteria for doing debates. He prefers people with debate experience, which you have, you know, just a little bit. That's fine.
He's emailed me about it, so it's weird. It's a weird thing.
Who, James?
Yeah, like he emailed me about it a while ago before I did the Hovind debate, and asked me if I wanted to. And to be honest, I didn't notice it. There's so much going on, I didn't even notice it. And then I finally and I was like, oh yeah, like, let's do this. And then since then, I've been trying to call out Sal a bunch, and so I don't know. And then Sal keeps acting like he wants to do it, but then he keeps going on his channel acting like he's too afraid because he fears for his safety and all of this stuff. You know, Sal loves to call people dangerous, and you know, he's always.
What are you dangerous to, Joe? Like, suddenly you're going to leap a fence and take out some.
Hey, as a professional word wrestler, I'm not gonna stop I'm not gonna stop anybody from telling people that I make them fear for their safety, and I'm deranged and I'm violent. I'm just like, yep. Well, you know, you can't pay for that type of promotion, man. You know. I'm like,
mind you, Sal does look like a very small guy. Maybe he's had problems. I kind of feel bad for Sal now.
But imagine that. Are my wrestling promos that good? Like, I cut a promo that good, and they're at people that are actually fear for their safeties. Like, I can't.
Well, maybe I've got the advantage that I'm like in another country across a like massive ocean from you. Maybe I'd be scared too. I don't know. But yeah. So I'm trying to set up that debate. I'm still doing some stuff on my channel. I've been doing some sort of moral predicaments, taking to the internet and seeing some moral stuff, and then trying to come down on secular humanism, which is kind of fun. You know, I'm just doing a whole bunch of things. But
what do you have against secular humanism?
No, well, that's my philosophy that I use to interpret morality, is secular humanism. So basically, you can go find some moral situations on like Reddit and stuff and see, hey, how would secular humanism look at this? Most of them
you're just
are
saying you're trying
funny.
to flesh it out a little bit more, trying to talk about. Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm
there's
interested in
there's a stream sort of "Am I the asshole?" where people go, "Hey, this situation happened. Am I the asshole?" Basically. So
that's cool.
Just finding random stuff from that and looking at it and going, "Hey, what do you think? This is what I think." And just having a bit of fun because all these debates are always over stuff so heavy. It's always so heavy. You know what I mean? Like you've got evolution, the origin of the universe. Really deep morality kind of.
Yeah.
This is more
of like, what would you do?
Right. This is sort of just a light-hearted thing. So I'm trying to, and I really enjoy it because I don't have to talk about, what is the philosophical grounds of being if the universe, and it's just a bit of a relaxing
It would also
thing.
be nice to do some things like that, just to have some fun where you could actually have a debate where there is some sort of fun to both sides, to where you don't really know, okay, I could see why a person would do this or that. And then you debate it out, and because I just feel like the debates we always go into, we already know who we want to win. We're just hoping the thrashing is good or whatever,
Actually,
right? Versus
it's
something
terrible.
where you don't know, and they're making you wonder.
Well, it was a surprise debate, yeah. But I recently did a mock debate against this psychologist called Christopher Mowdy. It was a mock debate, right? So I didn't really believe my position. It was like on whether psychology was a real science. So I did my thing, tore it down, and some people were that he didn't tell anybody it was a mock debate. So there were people so mad at me, like just furious at me, like these sort of people with background in psychology were just absolutely ready to rip my head off. And I'm like, guys, it's a mock debate. I don't actually think come on. One guy was just mashing his keyboard in the chat kind of thing. It was like, oh, wow. People were so mad. So yeah, it can be fun. But yeah, thanks for having me on, Jay. I'm gonna dash, mate. But
appreciate you. Thanks so much for hopping on. And Caterpillar said we should plan something. I think that's a great idea. So we'll chat on Discord or something. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, friend.
All right, have a good night, bud.
Take care, buddy.
You too.
The problem is you keep explaining this in language that seems more an attempt to make the idea sound absurd rather than meaningfully represent what the idea is.
Okay. Can you
when you say it's like when Kent Hovind says, "Oh, well, you think that all the planets and the stars and the galaxies fit inside a space smaller than a period, the little dot at the end of a sentence." This is just a way of making an idea sound absurd, and I have to be honest, I think it's because you don't understand it.
How am I mischaracterizing it?
You do realize that when we collide particles at the LHC, that we're putting more energy into a smaller space than the planet Earth fitting inside your purse?
Okay. But
we've done this in experiments. So this isn't hard for us to do.
But can you characterize?
No. Oh, that's a killer. That's a killer. I gotta be honest, folks. It's kind of like watching a porn star read War and Peace in some sort of Civil War soldier recreation costume, right? God, it's like, Leo, you're too hot for this scene, man. Like that's why you gotta. That's why to me, I don't know. Maybe if he wants to make her look stupid, congratulations. But I already knew this bitch was stupid. But maybe a lot of people don't know how stupid she is. So I'm not going to shit on it. Like that mission accomplished. That is, he did a good job of that. But it feels like he's really laying it down good. You know what I'm saying? But it's like she can't even take it, and he's wasting. It's like such a wasted talent. It's like, dog, that was killer. That was killer right there.
Then, okay, in a way that's accurate.
I think I did. Very early in the universe's history, at least with respect to how we can measure the universe and time and all that stuff. The universe was in a very, very dense and very, very hot state. Yes, everything was compactified.
Look, y'all not gonna take troll out of my vocabulary. Maybe Did somebody say Larry is a troll? Because that probably just means Larry's trolling. Larry is a troll probably just means Larry's a troll. And they'd be like, well, don't be trying to troll shame us because you're a troll. I call people troll. You don't think my vocabulary is innovative enough? Then switch up your behavior so I call you something else.
Well,
we call trolls.
What is it
trolls,
like about? Well,
grifters.
Then I don't know what you're
assholes,
because I would,
etc.
I would characterize that.
Etc.
Well, I mean, yes and no. Again, if you want to characterize it that way, you're free to. But that doesn't capture the nuances that are present when you're doing complex cosmology. That's the thing. Like I said, it seems more an attempt to make the idea sound absurd. Oh, they could fit the planet Earth inside my purse. Like nobody's saying that. Like we took a planet. Nobody's saying that like we took a planet and we put it inside of a purse.
On atheist
but you can take matter and make it very, 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 very
there's
small.
Jamie Russell
and retain all of that energy.
Hillary's emails. Well, these are right wingers.
Become a black hole.
So we know the right wingers are going to be out here.
That's 100% physically possible. So when you talk about
Gur's pretty cool, but I know Gur likes to stick up for the apologists too.
There's nothing wrong with
Look at Cameron out here holding down the fort with Roddy Crone.
These states of matter exist all over the universe.
The Earth being the size of a marble is.
Ooh, Cameron said they have to make it look absurd because they believe in even more absurd things. Like talking snakes, talking donkeys, virgin
Well, that's because they weren't galaxies. You're thinking that like somebody took galaxies as an object.
Is Sal still alive?
You keep thinking that like galaxies as an object were put inside of like a container that's really small. That's where you're losing this. That's not what happened. The universe isn't a container. That's not how it works. So, and this is where you kind of do have to get into the math. Do you know what happens if you compress a space? Like if I took a coordinate space and I compressed it, what would happen to 2 points in that space?
They'd get closer together.
They'd get closer together. So what happens if you have two objects in space-time and you compress space-time?
Well, they're
going to get closer together. Right. So what happens if you just took space-time and compressed it to the point that material objects couldn't exist anymore because the universe is too high energy? Are you saying that can't happen?
I'm saying extraordinary claims require extraordinary
Sure, but that doesn't answer my question.
No, look, can it? Look, I believe in God, so could God do that? Sure. I have no problem with that. But we're not talking about God and what he can do. We're talking about what happens by physical processes, physics that we observe. We're talking about science. We're not talking about myth, right? Or are we? Because this is exactly what this is. Because right now, you want me to believe this extraordinary claim on the basis of two things. One,
actually four things.
Radiation. We see radiation, and then we see a red shift. Okay.
Well, I listed 4 pieces of evidence.
Okay, you listed.
What about the solutions to gender?
Idiot
to Einstein's
or willful piece of.
No, but I don't. General.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think space-time is expanding?
We can get to that in a little bit. I think there's good reasons to doubt it, but I'm granting it for right now. Okay, I do have reasons to believe that it's not, but we can get into that later. Right now, I'll even grant you expanding space. Even if I grant that space is expanding now, that doesn't tell me that it was once in a singularity, right? Now.
But what happens if you just like rewind the clock and you had something that was like if you had a balloon that was expanding and you recorded it and played the tape backward, what's going to happen? What are you going to see?
Well, first of all, you don't know what the starting point is.
No. That doesn't have to do with what I asked you. If somebody recorded themselves inflating a balloon and you took that recording and played it backward, what would you see?
Well, you would see it completely deflate.
Okay, so if the universe is expanding, and I'm dealing with conditionals here, if the universe is expanding, then that would just entail that earlier in its history, it would have been more dense than it is now. For the same reason that if you're inflating, you don't need to. If you're inflating a balloon, let's say that the recording, you don't see the person inflating the balloon. All you see is part of a balloon and it's inflating. You rewind the tape. What are you going to see?
Well, I'm not going to see it as existing as a singularity, which is
sure, that's fine. But I didn't ask you what you're not going to see. I asked you what you are going to see.
But you're telling me...
I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking you a question. What are you going to see?
Leo, I know the starting point of a balloon, right?
I'm not asking about the starting
point of the universe.
I'm not asking a starting point.
And I already answered your
question.
It's
a simple question. Well, I changed the question. I changed the question.
I would see a deflated balloon.
Even when you don't see the balloon getting inflated? Even when you don't see the balloon getting inflated? If you saw it inflating, but you don't see the person doing it? If you rewound that tape...
Again, guys, they just have to sit here and pretend they don't know how models work. Like, that's what this is about. Like, I'm sorry, like, you're just dumb. Why? Guys, why do y'all make me work this hard to tell people they're stupid? Come on, y'all. I need some backup. What, you just get to undermine every fucking scientific theory ever? I don't know what would happen if I saw a balloon expanding and I rewound the tape to the beginning. Like, they just have to pretend I don't know how models work, because if I admit I know how models work, I have to admit I'm wrong.
You acknowledge you would see the balloon deflating, right?
Yes, but why?
Okay, so then that entails
prior observation.
So then that entails.
Does not entail anything about the.
So you're saying that seeing a balloon inflating doesn't entail that.
I need Rebecca to mercy block me from her channel.
You don't think that that's? I would think that that's just an illogical entailment of what the concept of expansion is. If something is smaller now and I expand it, then
Rebecca,
obviously in its past it was smaller. Yeah, that's an entailment.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what it means for something to expand. It gets bigger throughout time, which means if you go back in time, it gets smaller. So I don't know how you could, just granting that the universe is expanding, I don't know how you couldn't say that that doesn't entail, or I don't know how you couldn't agree that that entails. It would have been smaller in its history.
I mean, seriously,
would have been less expansive.
Smaller.
But that's what I was asking you. You said you don't see how it expanding entails that it was smaller in its past.
Right now, if it's expanding right now, then okay, yesterday it was smaller, but that doesn't tell me it started as a singularity.
Right. I haven't gotten to that point yet. I haven't gotten to that. We haven't gotten that far.
You said, let's go back to your 4 pieces of evidence, because I only heard 2. Because I heard general relativity, but general relativity can be true.
Galactic redshift.
The Big Bang be completely false.
Well,
not
actually,
really,
probably not. No.
Okay,
Rebecca, that's how.
Because the solutions, you cannot have a static space-time with a universe that looks like ours.
Boom. There it is. You got it?
Okay, but does that mean that the Big Bang model is true?
Yes.
Most likely, yes. When we tied that. See, the thing that you're getting is that you're trying to examine one of...
Our physics don't work unless we're in an expanding universe. If we're in an expanding universe, then we go back, the model will show it contracting. Forward, expanding, getting bigger. Backwards, contracting, getting smaller. The physics dictate it must currently be expanded. The mistake was we thought maybe it does some expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting. Wouldn't fucking matter for anybody else. There still would have been a Big Bang. It just would have been after it banged, there started to be some expanding and contracting, some expanding and contracting.
Go read your Bible or something.
It literally wouldn't mean shit about God. But they were like, whoops, we made a boo-boo. We fixed it. It's still expanding. Everybody can go home. Nothing to see here. This raggedy bitch is like, what do you mean how balloons work? It's like I always say, somebody tells you they don't understand the law of superimposition. They don't understand the law of fucking fossils and shit. Just tell them about a cake. First goes down the bottom layer, then the middle layer, then the top layer. You cut the cake open. You lay the cake on a plate. You put it in front of the person. Tell me which layer was laid down first. Guarantee you they say it was the bottom layer. Which layer was last? Guarantee you they'll say it was the top layer, the one with the extra frosting on one side of it. The fossils are the sprinkles in each layer of the cake. You can tell when the fossils were laid down because you know when the cake was laid down. That's how you explain superimposition. Why would you talk about geology and fucking tectonic plates and the fucking compression of carbon to people who don't know a goddamn thing about any of that shit? Give them something from their everyday lives that they see all the time, that they know exactly how it goes so that they can understand the model. You're not trying to get them to understand every part of the concept. You're trying to get them to understand the model. This part right here with the balloon and shit, I think is the best of what Leo's presented so far. He did a really excellent job with the points he made in his arguments. He just presented it at a bit too high of a level for me. I would have actually preferred him start with the balloon and then go to the other things and tie them back to his balloon model, but that'd just be advice I gave him if we were kicking it, doing a little after party ourselves. But he really did a good job with this overall. And don't get me wrong, us having a little bit of critique about how he gave the earlier part of his presentation is in no way, shape, or form saying he didn't give a fantastic presentation, and it is in no way, shape, or form excusing her from not listening and letting it go in one ear and out the other and acting like she didn't know what the fuck this man was talking about. She's just being an ignorant cunt. But this balloon shit, he tickled my educator fancy. I got to give him points. If I'm going to call him out when he says shit that I don't think is a great way to approach it from an education or outreach perspective, if we're going to sit up in here and say, hey, a lot of his presentation really seemed like he was trying to make her look stupid as opposed to explain things to her or break things down in a way that's more easier to understand for the audience. Nope. With this balloon shit right here, very, very good.
Of these at a time, independently of anything else, and trying to figure out how it shows the hot Big Bang model is true. But that's not how science works. Science doesn't take one thing, examine it, isolate it from everything else, and try to figure out what it shows. You're just going to deal with underdetermination at that point. That's why I outlined 4 pieces of evidence and built. We've got general relativity. Well, when we solve those equations for a universe exactly like ours, it can't be static. It's either expanding or it's contracting. It's got to be one of the two. So we know that. It has to be one of those two. So we're already start there. You can disagree with that, but at that point, I'm sorry, then you need to brush up on general relativity, because that is an explicit fact of reality. Space-time is either expanding or it's contracting. It can't be anything else, not with a universe like ours. So we start there. Then we observe galactic redshift. Okay, well then that confirms it's expanding. Okay, great. Well, that entails that if we go back far enough, the universe would have contracted to a point where there would have been so much, like you said, it sounds ridiculous, but you have all this energy packed into a space so small that even light just bounces around. It doesn't go anywhere, meaning that as it expanded from that state and evolved from it, we should expect to see that emission of light because it should near uniformly fill space-time. We've observed that, the cosmic microwave background, and at the same time, the same event should have allowed for the formation of atoms, and they should have formed in about 95 to 98% majority, the 2 lightest elements on the periodic table, and that's exactly what we observe. So it's the corroboration of all of these pieces that I think paint a pretty explicit picture that the universe, very early in its history, was in a very hot and very dense state, and it evolved from that state.
And again, Rebecca is not going to try to convince cosmologists or nuclear physicists, astrophysicists, astrobiologists, astrochemists, nobody in a related field. She's not going to go give no fucking presentations at NASA that say, hey, I've got proof that the Big Bang is wrong. No. She wants to convince Stephanie McGuire, Jerome Robinson, Peter W., Rob from Sentinel Apologetics. Do you see what I'm saying? Y'all don't understand what we mean when we say peer review.
Okay, so I've heard your evidence. For me, that is very weak evidence because, number one, radiation. Wow, that's surprising. I can think of other sources that could be causing radiation.
Yes, but not that kind of radiation. Not uniform to 1 part in 100, 1,000 in every direction that we look, regardless of the distance or the scale. So you don't have a way to produce a radiation like that. I do, and I've outlined what it is. So if you can give me something that reproduces this picture in a more parsimonious way than what I've presented, then I would like to see that. But I really don't think that you'd be able to do that.
Okay. I want to explore this more, giving you cosmic background radiation, giving you redshift. But there's something I have to do here for a moment in case the viewers are starting to think that this is parsimonious with our observations. Now, and I hope you will allow me to say these things, Leo, without interrupting me, because this is an important idea that people need to understand. Based on those observations, okay, we can say that cosmic background radiation supports the Big Bang model. We can say that redshift supports the Big Bang model. However, many people are not aware that as the Big Bang model has progressed, it has gotten farther and farther away from actually corresponding to our observations. And it has now created so many hypothetical entities and free parameters that every time the model fails in its predictions, they create a hypothetical entity. Examples: inflation, dark matter, dark energy, inflation, a free parameter that allows for...
What do you mean by free parameter?
Free parameter, something that will allow you to fix things to fit the observational data. Now, so dark matter and dark energy.
she's real bad,
absolutely zero observational evidence for either one of these things. Dark matter is supposed to
and we have so much observational evidence for creation. Do you remember? Like, come on, y'all. Y'all remember that week when God made everything, right? What?
Then the regular baryonic matter.
Allow me to guess, Gallop.
We have no observational evidence of its existence, period. So if you are believing in the Big Bang absolutely needs dark matter. It needs dark energy. These are completely invisible, undetectable. And so, and we've gotten farther and farther away from reality as we've tried to hold this model together. So, and this has been pointed out. This is not just me pointing this out. This was pointed out by astrophysicists, a few brave ones who were willing to put their career on the line and speak out against this model and talk about the problems with it. And they usually just get, ad hominem attacks. And so, Leo, I challenge you not to do that, but to actually address the problems with the Big Bang and how it has gone away from our observational data.
Yes.
And
this is another thing. Can you address the problems of the most well-supported scientific theories in the history of science? Like people ask me all the time, Jay, could you tell us what is the weakness in evolutionary theory? Could you tell us what is the least supported part of evolutionary theory? Well, could you talk about the problems? What are the problems? And I'm like, do you mean unanswered questions? Do you mean like we don't know everything? Is that are you asking me to tell you what we haven't figured out the cure for cancer? We haven't figured out how to make a designer baby from your PlayStation quite yet. We still haven't figured out how to genetically engineer an ability to hold our breath underwater for longer than 5 minutes. We still get sunburned. So there's this thing about titties. I didn't want to go here, but we've all got our personal things, right? See, I love women, and they tell me titties are kind of heavy on their back. So, there's got to be some kind of genetic reconfiguring we could do so that women's backs don't hurt so much from having big titties. I mean, these are just things that evolutionary biologists have really they failed us. I mean, let's be honest. They've just failed us. I mean, like, y'all, those are some of the dumbest questions. Like, it's just a stupid question because somebody who's just had nothing. They've just had nothing. They've had nothing because they shouldn't have never been having this debate to begin with. And then they're just so desperate. Well, you can't be perfect, right? You guys can't be perfect, right? There's got to be some holes in this theory somewhere, isn't there? It's just so pathetic.
Just moved in the direction of totally making up stuff to make the theory work. And that includes
See you later,
get into this later,
sometimes
about the discoveries,
the objective world and the narrative world touch
that had completely went and caused major problems for the Big Bang model. And what's being done about that now?
I do want to we can talk about dark matter, dark energy. But before we get there, you did mention inflation. I think that would be the best place to go to next, if that's all right with you.
Sure. And I just want to put this comment up right here. Travis says, only we're allowed to make stuff up. Look, and I guess this is a comment.
Yeah, that's a privilege for us, Rebecca. You don't get to do that.
Well,
only we get to make stuff up.
But this is the difference between science and stories, right? I believe the story. I believe the Bible. I believe in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. That is a story I believe. You choose to believe that.
Can I ask what you mean by story?
There was a singularity, and
I don't believe talking about.
Okay,
I don't think most cosmologists believe that.
Okay, you believe the Big Bang model. Is that correct?
Y'all, be triggered. Be instantly triggered every time one of these assholes uses the word belief. They're trying to change the whole conversation so that it can be just a difference in matter of preference. Sorry, you prefer your Big Bang cosmology. I prefer my biblical narrative. You say tomato, I say tomato. You will take the key lime pie, I'll take the cheesecake. Okay? No. Absolutely not.
Do I accept the Big Bang model? Yes. I accept it on the preponderance of evidence in favor of its truth, yes.
Okay, well, we'll see. I haven't heard the evidence for it
yet. I've given it 4 pieces.
I haven't heard the evidence for it yet.
I think you've questioned them, but you haven't shown why they're not evidence for the Big Bang, given that what we would expect to see.
The fact that we have evidence for the Big Bang isn't good enough evidence for the Big Bang. The fact that the Big Bang predicts the way the universe works, and the universe works as predicted by the Big Bang, not good. I haven't. What evidence? I haven't seen any evidence.
That's probably another thing that we should touch on.
Let's get it, Leo. Let's go.
Some other point is
go there.
What we understand evidence to be, because if we're working from two completely different notions of evidence, then it's going to be nothing but talking past each other.
I thought you was going to call her a liar to her face.
I think that evidence is that which is expected, given some model or hypothesis or something like that. It's what we would expect to see
if and only
if that model were correct. And I think that if the Big Bang were correct, if it were true.
Did you hear that fuckface Richard Madsen? Now, when I say something like, I need to see evidence of your God, and people come at us with all this bullshit, first off, we could go to empirical evidence and scientific evidence and all of that type of stuff. But he's making a really good point that is the key distinguish thing that really is what matters. It has to be what supports your position to the exclusion of the others. So first off, if you ain't got no alternative, shut the fuck up. But it really does have to be that which your model calls to. So when they go, well, I've got evidence, and then they go to personal experience and da-da-da-da-da, those things aren't evidence because they can't distinguish between, the naturalistic mechanism and the divine mechanism. So it's useless. Whereas the scientific evidence we have works as predicted by those scientific theories, but is not consistent with alternative theories, which is how we know which is why they count as evidence. It's a really important point he just made.
The universe started out not really started out because we don't know if that's true, but very early in its history, we're in a very hot, very dense state. I think that I've shown what we can expect to see is a cosmic microwave background, and we see that. We should expect to see an abundance of light elements, and we do. We should expect to see that space-time is expanding, and we do. And we should expect that our mathematics that describe space-time would give descriptions of that, and that's what happens. And I've outlined those 4 pieces. So there's at least thus far 4 things that we should expect to see if the Big Bang model is true, and we see all 4. I don't know how that's not evidence.
Well,
you might not think it's enough to not sorry to cut you off, but you might not think it's enough to establish that the model is true, but I don't know how you could say that it's not evidence, unless you disagree that we've seen those.
Wait, hold up. I didn't say it's not evidence, though. I said cosmic background radiation.
Angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now.
The only explanation for those phenomena.
Do you have another one? What's another one?
Well,
how else can we explain the CMB?
Well, I don't know actually. But
well, then why would you doubt the model that we do have?
Well, because I do think it's because I think there's lots of radiation causing, there's possibilities in the universe that are not as absurd as that.
They can make a radiation like this.
Radiation causing bodies in the universe. So
yeah, but uniform radiation to 1 part in 100,000. Like that's not the thing. It's not just that this is because I need to make this point because I think that you're thinking that this is just like some radiation. It's just some light that's kind of out there. No, it's everywhere. No matter where you look, no matter how close or how far away, no matter what scale you're looking at, it is the same to 1 part in 100,000. Now, you're right. There are plenty of other ways, a myriad of ways to produce radiation in the universe. You're not wrong there. But they can't produce a radiation like that is near uniform, that is uniform and homogeneous, effectively scale invariant to 1 part in 100,000. If you can give me something that can produce a radiation like that, I and the whole of cosmologists globally are all ears open.
And you got to just stop being a Christian right now. You ought to if you understood what he just said, you ought to just stop being a Christian right now. Man, this is some of the craziest shit that science has ever figured out. And it's just amazing that we even figured this out, that it works like this. And if you are still trying to tell us that we should be listening to some ancient book of fairy tales. Well,
but what you're not saying here, Leo, is the little problem with the CMB, which is called the axis of evil in cosmology. And
that's not a problem.
There are
the axis of evil.
For those who may not understand what this is, there are fluctuations in that cosmic background radiation. And the weird thing about this is that it corresponds to the elliptical plane. And so this is not to be expected if this is just radiation that's coming from the very edge of the universe. And the fluctuations somehow correspond to the elliptical plane. So, Leo, if you want to explain that, please feel free.
Yeah, so the axis of evil is this idea that when we look out at the universe, there seems to be a difference in temperature in the CMB, and that difference is aligned almost perfectly with the elliptic plane of our solar system. And the thing is that this is measured in the quadrupole and the octupole measurements of the CMB. There are at least 1,400 different poles that we can use to measure it. And by poles, that's just sort of like some mathematics that can be used to split it up and all that stuff. So it's only in 2 of the 1,400 that we see this. This is something that was that's taken by people like Robert Sunjanis, who I've debated. You can find that debate on my channel. It's really funny. We had a really hard time with understanding relativity. They bring this up and say, well, you can't explain this. This isn't predicted. Well, it's seen in 2 of the 1,400 different ways we can measure this. So it's just not statistically relevant.
Okay, well, it is statistically relevant, so I argue with
how?
That. But I also want to.
Well, but how though? Okay? If you're going to say it's statistically relevant, you got to tell me how.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not an expert on this, but why is it called the axis of evil in cosmology? Why does it need to be evil? It's evil because it's happening in a way that it should not be happening if there's this cosmic background radiation. And I want to make another point about the cosmic background radiation, which is this. You called it smooth, right? And at one time they were saying, see, it's so smooth, and that predicts, that's what we predict with the cosmic background. And then guess what? We started to see the fluctuations. They started to be lumpier, and now they say, oh, well, actually, we needed it to be lumpy because we needed cold dark matter in order to create the galaxies and everything to form. So when it was smooth, that was predictive of the theory. When it was lumpy, then the theory changed in order to fit the lumpiness, right? So, this is observations. When the model does not fit observations, then we just add in whatever we need to massage the model to make it work with the observations. That is not the scientific method, right?
What is not the scientific? Wait, so when you have a model,
when you change your parameters, when you make up hypothetical entities, when you change what you're looking for.
Well, I don't think that's what's going on. Okay, I think what we're doing is trying to account for observations.
Explain dark matter to me.
Well, I wanted to get to this lumpy versus smooth. You do realize that's on 2 entirely different scales of reality, right? Nobody predicted that the universe was going to be smooth on galactic or intragalactic scale. That's not. It's the extragalactic scale. The large scale structure of reality of the universe is smooth. It's lumpy at the level of planets and stars and galaxies, obviously, but that was predicted. Its smoothness is on the large scales. Dark matter is, you say there's no way to observe it. Well, there is actually. We've observed it gravitationally. We know it's there because galaxies, when they rotate, they're rotating effectively so quickly, and there's not nearly the differential we would expect from the inside parts to the outer parts. You would expect that as you get further out, it starts to rotate more slowly. That's not the case. It stays the same speed, roughly, from the center all the way out. These galaxies should be flinging themselves apart, but they're not. Their masses are also as a result of gravitational lensing, we can observe. So we've got that effect that they're rotating at speeds where they should be flinging themselves up, but they're not. It's flinging themselves apart, but they're not. And we can also observe that they're lensing light, bending light with their gravity more than what they should with just the baryonic matter, the normal matter that we can see. So obviously there's more mass here. How would you account for this?
Well, maybe they aren't billions of years old, so they haven't flung apart.
That wouldn't affect this. We can grant that they're 14 minutes old. That doesn't affect this. They'd still do this same stuff.
Well, I don't know, Leo, but I don't think you can make up matter, which and well,
actually, we didn't make up matter.
You want to look at Yes, you did.
How so?
Well, you not specifically, but if you can't measure it, right? Exactly.
I just gave 2 measurements of it, though. Galaxies aren't flinging themselves up. Yes, I did. We observed that galaxies are rotating so quickly. You understand how centripetal and centrifugal force work, right? If you take an object, you can take, what do you think happens to an engine in your car if it rotates too quickly? You might throw a rod or something like that. You might have, and I heard your husband talk about that. Maybe you know about engines yourself. I don't know. I'm not saying just because you're a woman you can't know about engines. Because anyway, you can spin something fast enough that it like flies apart. That part because of the energy of its rotation. That's what's happening with galaxies. Except they're not flying apart. They should be. Okay, so there's a discrepancy here. Now, so that's the first one. The second one. The light that is coming from other galaxies as it passes this one is bent, is lensed more than it should be given the mass that we know the galaxy has. Well, so we know that they have more gravitation. There's more gravity there than what there should be. It's lensing light more than what we should expect, and it's holding the galaxies together despite their rapid rotation. So what do we know? I want you, Rebecca, to tell me.
I just got to say, like, Leo's really winning me over. I mean, this is tough. And one of the things I've really been thinking about dealing with this year is what is some stuff we can start to actually share with family and friends that can help us make progress with them. And I'm going to put this into the advanced category, right? Like, you know, the video from Neil, Gnostic Informant, link in the description, that we went over last night. It was like 10 minutes, 3 reasons Christianity doesn't work. That's like beginner to intermediate. A lot of times the like rationality rules and that type of stuff is really your beginner stuff. That's where you want somebody who's just starting to question or deconvert to go with. This is a little bit harder to digest. In 2 hours, you start dropping 2-hour podcast on your friends and family. You're going to have far fewer friends and family come this time next year. But once a person's built up an appetite for this stuff, and a little bit of questioning. I mean, Leo's really doing well. I mean, I've learned a lot from his presentation. He's really presented a lot of these really big ideas. Again, a lot of it's been a bit too technical, a bit too high level, but that is a refining. You know, it's basically me admitting I'm being a bit nitpicky, only because I think it could help him, you know, be understood by an even broader portion of the audience. But as far as a 2-hour tour de force of where we're at with Big Bang cosmology, I actually think this is really great. And it saved me a lot of time because, you know, a lot of this stuff gets too dry and too dense. And yeah, he's done a really good job with it. And then Rebecca, being the moron that she is, asking the stupid questions that she asks, kind of allows him an opportunity to clarify a lot of things and respond to a lot of, you know, that sort of frequently asked questions level of analysis. So I actually think this is productive in that sense. If, you know, at some point you just got to ignore Rebecca and start to think about what utility some content might serve in spite of her, you know, just unwillingness to engage meaningfully.
Something that you know can cause gravity.
Well, massive objects.
Okay, mass can cause gravity, right?
Right.
Okay, so wouldn't it be reasonable to think that maybe there's a type of mass here, but it does not interact with the electromagnetic radiation? And so our telescopes that utilize like radio waves and X-rays and infrared and all that stuff aren't going to be able to...
I agree, Cameron. It's very frustrating to watch, but it's like I said, I think it is informative for those of us that do want to learn. Like, if you want to really learn something, Leo definitely, this was fire. Like, you know, I think his talk was you know, something that would have been right up there with like something we would see on Mythvision. You know, I think he really did a good job in terms of laying out and making the case. So I think people could take a lot from this. Like I said, you just got to overlook Rebecca to do it.
See it because it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic radiation, but we would, because it has mass, be able to detect its extra gravity. It seems like a good fit to me.
You know what? That's
all right, cheers, gang. We need some more alcohol to get
dark
through
matter.
this.
How would you?
That's dark matter.
But how would you find out? How would you How would you observe this matter?
We're still looking for ways, and most cosmologists will tell you we don't even know for sure if it is like a particle, a type of matter. Because of the observations, the lensing, and there's a variety of other things with respect to like the CMB and galactic structure and all that. There's a lot of observations where these effects that we're seeing that we otherwise like. Okay, what's causing this? Are kind of what we would expect if there were some type of matter out there that just didn't interact with light and had mass. This is exactly what we would see if there was something like that. Now, we don't know if that's what it is. It could just be that general relativity works differently at larger scales. That's modified Newtonian dynamics, or MOND, which is different from particle dark matter with respect to the two paths that cosmologists take to answering. So not even all cosmologists are on board with the notion of dark matter, but most are, because what we see, and again, this is what I think a prediction is you have a model. It says, hey, if this model's true, you should see this stuff out in the world. And so we see this stuff, and we should see this stuff if there is a type of matter that doesn't interact with light. That's why most cosmologists think that. It's what follows from what we see. It helps explain what we see. And so let's try to see if we can detect it. Let's actually see if it's there. And that's what cosmologists are currently doing.
Yes, and they have built incredibly large, expensive machines trying to detect what this matter could possibly be. And do you know the results of their experiments? Have they seen anything?
Have we detected it? Other than gravitationally? No. But we haven't had much of the similar. We haven't had any greater confirmation for modified Newtonian or Einsteinian dynamics either. However, most of our observations do best comport with a particle dark matter model.
Okay. Yep. Now, that is one hypothesis, and I'm glad you admitted that there's a possibility that the model could be wrong, right?
Of course.
Like, there could be a different explanation for why the galaxies and the issues with gravity and the issues with even the galaxy formation, those issues, there could be a different explanation for that rather than dark matter, right?
Yeah, there could be.
Okay. So good. That's where we're at. So we actually don't know.
Well, it depends. I mean, you say don't know, that's going to get into certain epistem. I mean, we know that there is a gravitational anomaly occurring here. We're just not certain. We've got good ideas for at least two really good ideas for what could potentially explain it. One's a little bit better than the other, and that would be particle dark matter and then MOND. But we don't know that those are correct. Particle dark matter is probably correct, and most cosmologists are going to say it's probably correct, but we don't know. And that's because of the observations that we make. They're exactly what we would expect if there's a matter out there that just doesn't interact with light.
Yeah, except that it's not like what you guys have done is, in order to keep those galaxies together, you've made math that fits, that makes the dark. Yes.
I can explain why not. Because we observe that these galaxies do not fling apart, but they should. They should if we're measuring the amount of normal or baryonic matter that's there.
But
they curve light more.
Okay, I don't know about the curved light, so you'll have to give me a source on that. Okay, I don't know anything about the curved light, but what I do know is that if you could just get rid of the Big Bang model, and then you wouldn't have a problem with the galaxies as they are, right?
Yeah, well, no, we still would.
How would you solve a problem?
Because like even if the Big Bang was like wrong, galaxies still have to like form somehow. I mean, that's another reason why we know that the Big Bang it's not wrong, is because well, I don't know how else you reproduce a universe that looks like ours. That's just going to be the big thing. Is good luck on that one. But yeah, I mean, if I could grant that the Big Bang model is wrong, but that dark matter, that whole issue would still be an issue. We would still need something to account for these gravitational anomalies in the in galaxies.
Well, you know, there is another account of how the universe may have formed. It's not a scientific account, but I have no problem with galaxy formation. I don't need to hold desperately onto this absurd idea about all the galaxies beginning as a singularity. I don't have to hold on to that idea because I don't need that. I don't need the Big Bang Theory to work. But it seems that some people are so desperate for this model to work that they are willing to make up things like dark matter and dark energy, inflation, seeds, whatever else.
Well, but those weren't made up. You keep thinking those were made up.
Inflation wasn't made up. Okay, you wanted to go to inflation. Let's go to inflation.
Yeah. So if you want to share my slides again, because you even talked about some of the problems that the Big Bang model has. It has problems. There was the flatness problems, where the universe is like geometrically or near perfectly spatially flat. The Big Bang model doesn't tell us why that is. That extraordinarily distant regions in space appear to be isotropic and homogeneous with respect to one another. The Big Bang doesn't tell us why that is. And the magnetic monopole problems. We don't observe magnetic monopoles. Why not? Well, the Big Bang doesn't tell us that. And that's where we get to inflationary cosmology, which is what is formed the basis of modern cosmology in the late 20th, early 21st century. So we've got the solution to the flatness problem, but I want to go to the magnetic monopole problem, because this was the problem that was really kickstarted Alan Guth eventually developing the inflationary model. And so magnetic monopoles are objects that have one magnetic pole rather than two. If you took a magnet and you split it, you're not going to end up with one side that's completely a north pole and one side that's completely a south pole. You're going to end up with two magnets, both possessing a north and a south pole. We can observe things that possess one electric charge, and we can observe things that possess two magnetic poles, but we've never observed anything that possesses one magnetic pole, a monopole. So a lot of particle physicists were trying to figure out why, like, these are predicted by our theories. They should have been formed if, and see, this is the thing, is that if the universe really did, not really start out, but if it really were in a very hot, very dense state early in its history, it should have produced magnetic monopoles, but we don't see any. Well, why not? Well, there are a few different ways that you can sort of try to get magnetic monopoles to, well, effectively decay, so that you just wouldn't observe them because they've decayed into their decay results. And there's a particular type of phase transition, as it's called, that can in fact give rise to such a monopole decay. And Alan Guth was capable of working out all of the math and the physics with respect to this. And what he showed is that if very, very early in the universe, even before the hot Big Bang phase, if there was like a super cooling phase, a phase where the energy level of the universe just absolutely plummeted, I mean, afterwards it still would have been several 100 million, if not billion degrees. So I mean, it's you got to think at the scale here, from where it's dropping to where it's not like it's getting cold. It's just not nearly as energetic as it was. This would have caused magnetic monopoles to decay. The supercooling would have dropped the energy level such that these magnetic monopoles decay. And when he did the math, and he incorporated it with some other things, particularly in with respect to cosmology and space-time, what he found is that what would have to cause this is some sort of like energy field. You would need a field, like a quantum field there, and the energy of it to begin to decay. And what this would do during this phase is it wouldn't just supercool the universe, which would lead to the decay of magnetic monopoles. It would also give rise to an extraordinarily repulsive force in space-time that uniformly fills it and lasts as long as this field decays for, this inflaton field, as it was later dubbed. And this is an exponential, this repulsive force would have given rise to an exponential expansion of space-time, or just expanding in almost some sort of label, the exponential. So, like, if you think about it, Rebecca, if we were both going to count to 1,000, and you're going to count the traditional way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I'm going to count 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 120, 128, something like that. Who do you think is going to get to 1,000 faster?
You will.
Yeah, because I'm counting exponentially. I'm taking whatever my last number was and squaring it, then taking that and squaring it. So I'm going to get there faster. That's what the expansion of space-time did. And this would have taken all the decay products of these magnetic monopoles and stretched them such that they would have decayed under the continued cooling as a result of the hot Big Bang phase, which followed this. And that would have meant that we don't see any magnetic monopoles, and we don't even see their decay results because of inflation. So when you say they made up inflation, no, they didn't. They were actually trying to solve a problem, because that's what scientists do. And in the course of doing so, discovered that this exponential expansion would merely be a result of this supercooling phase, that they would have gone hand in hand. So they didn't make anything up. It's what fell out of the math, because this is how it works in science.
But Leo, don't you see how beautifully you illustrated my point? Because you explained the problems that existed with the model, right? And then, okay, instead of saying, okay, maybe the entire model is wrong, maybe everything didn't fit.
But what would we expect to see then?
Maybe the universe didn't start off in a hot, dense state. Maybe that didn't happen. Instead of saying maybe that didn't happen, no, instead they say, well, what we need is for this inflation to happen, right? And so they added inflation.
But that isn't what they said.
To help figure out how the model could, save the model.
No.
Okay. They added inflation to save the model.
No.
Tell me how that's wrong.
Because they didn't add inflation. Inflation fell out of the solutions to the phase transition that was needed to cool the universe so that magnetic monopoles would decay.
What observational evidence do we have for inflation?
I was going to get to that, but I wanted to get to how it solves the issues that remain with the Big Bang. So everything that I've just explained is how it solves the magnetic monopole problem. That's what inflation does. It solves the horizon problem, because these like causally disconnected regions that look the same, even though they're causally disconnected, so they wouldn't have had time to sort of like mix to look the same, was because that prior to inflation they were really close together, and the whole universe sort of like could mix and become homogeneous prior to its inflation, where it would have remained homogeneous afterwards. And regions that were previously not causally disconnected are now causally disconnected, but they still look the same because they were once causally connected. So that's how inflation solves the horizon problem. And it solves the flatness problem because it would have stretched space out and made it near perfectly geometrically flat. And we've actually measured the curvature of space-time, and it's flat to 0.25%. So these three observations confirm that, help to confirm that there was most likely an inflationary epoch, but they're not direct evidence for inflationary theory. So then there is, in fact, direct evidence for inflationary theory. And the first one is going to be the upper limit to Big Bang temperatures, how hot it could have gotten once the hot Big Bang phase kicked off, immediately preceding the inflationary epoch. Because this is the thing, and this is something that I think Rebecca doesn't understand, no offense intended, is that the hot Big Bang is not a theory of the origin of the universe. It doesn't tell us where the universe came from. It doesn't tell us anything about the beginning. That's not what it does, because inflation comes before the Big Bang. And so after inflation, the universe, when it reheated after this supercooling, inflating phase transition, it could have only gotten so hot. And the upper temperature is about 10 to the 19th giga-electron volts, which is that's a way that physicists measure energy. And we know that during the Big Bang phase that these temperatures didn't exceed 10 to the 16th giga electron volts, below the maximum limit, which provides strong observational confirmation that there was most likely an inflationary epoch very early in the universe's evolution. We also have the density perturbations in the universe, the sort of the clumpiness in the universe, which was seeded by the fluctuations, the quantum fluctuations in space-time, in all of the quantum vacuums that exist in space-time as inflation stretched them. Those fluctuations would have been stretched, and this would have mapped to density perturbations, which we can see in the large-scale structure of the universe. Now, there's two interesting things about these perturbations, is that they should be adiabatic to nearly 100%. Adiabatic means the entropy between these perturbations should be almost constant to near 100%, and they should have almost zero isocurvature, or constant spatial curvature between all of these perturbations. And when we measure the large-scale structure of space-time, which we certainly have the ability to do, we measure that it's adiabatic to about 98.7%, very, very close to 100%, and that its isocurvature is about 1.3%, which is not far above zero, both of which are very, very close to predicted levels, and this again provides powerful confirming evidence that there was most likely an inflationary epoch that occurred prior to the hot Big Bang phase. We also have the fluctuations that exist.
Can I pause you right there, though? Right, I just want to pause you right there and kind of bring awareness, okay, that this is all assuming that your model is true.
No.
Okay. You've done a lot of storytelling.
That is not true. These are all observations. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to correct you there. These are all observations that we've made.
But you're observing it with hope of the model being
No,
true.
we're observing it and trying to figure out what best explains it. Inflation does. If you have something better, I and all other cosmologists globally are ears open.
Big Bang.
Yeah, but throwing out the model isn't giving something better than it to replace it. I don't think you have that.
You have to say I don't know.
And they do say that we don't know.
Say I don't know, but you can rule out things when they get too ridiculous. And I hope people are recognizing that the observations that this model is resting on are extremely flimsy, and we can get into talking about how the redshift can be explained by other things. And
you haven't explained how.
I know we haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. Okay, we can go there next if you want. But I want to just address some of these comments. Germania says, "I'm not trying to do a gotcha question or belittle you. Just curious. What do you understand about the Big Bang model? I'm sincerely curious." Well, just keep listening, Germania. I mean, maybe I'm not saying I have an expert level.
You heard it here first, gang. You can rule out things when they get too ridiculous.
Way more educated than me and way smarter than me. That probably know
false
a lot more
humility.
About this. I'm just trying to
what a bunch of
awaken
horse
skepticism.
Shit.
Would you listen to them?
Is absolutely. I listen to.
I'm just trying to awaken skepticism. Y'all, she's an asshole. Like, you gotta stop, man. Some of y'all are really being out here being sexist. Like, all somebody has to do is not be unattractive and be female. And some of y'all can't see through the bullshit anymore. All of a sudden your bullshit detector's broken. Somebody bat their eyes at you, smile, say you're one of the nice atheists, and your shit gets all scrambled.
People who are, I think, are giving me reasonable ideas, but this idea that's being promoted as scientific fact does not match up with most of our scientific observations.
Yes, it does. In fact, it's based on all of them.
We replace bad science with better science. It literally takes science to replace science. Science is a good guy. I totally agree. And that's why let's let the scientific observations speak. Let's let JWST show us some things about space, and we can talk about whether or not the discoveries of the JWST telescope match up with the Big Bang model. They absolutely do not. They contradict it in every
So why do all the experts still hold to the hot Big Bang model? Why do all the experts still hold to the hot Big Bang model?
Yeah, why do they?
You just admitted these experts know way more than you. Okay, so why do they still hold to the model if it's completely wrong and none of the observations support it? Give me the reason.
Wow. Go ahead.
Now you're asking me to speculate about what's in the mind.
Yeah, I am. You want to speculate about that though. You claim these models are wrong, but then you admit that there's a bunch of people that know way more about the subject than you do. Okay, so why do you think they're wrong?
I'm gonna tell you because of our observations, because the observations
they
themselves are making.
What observations?
Well, okay, let's talk about what the JWST saw, right? We have observed more distant galaxies than first of all, than the Big Bang. The Big Bang did not predict that there would even be mature galaxies out at that distance, because the Big Bang model predicted that we wouldn't even have galaxies forming until like 1 billion years later or something. Okay, so there weren't supposed to be.
Well, that's not entirely true.
The Big Bang model also did not predict that we would even be able to see them out at that distance, because their brightness was supposed to drop off. We weren't supposed to be able to see them. Because if space is expanding and their distance is getting farther, we weren't even supposed to be able to see them. And in fact, if you listen to, people talk about what was expected with the Hubble telescope, they said, don't even bother building cameras to see the distant galaxies because you're not going to be able to see them. Okay.
So then why did they build those cameras?
Then we also have the observation. Well, I guess, I don't know.
They must have thought that they were going to see something. Why would they have wasted the money? It's almost like whoever said not to build that had like something, that they were trying to, prop up.
Okay, but what else did the Big Bang not predict? Well, I mean, the Big Bang predicted that we would see a lot of colliding galaxies. The Big Bang predicted that
we do see that.
There would be, okay. So you're saying that we saw as many colliding galaxies as we needed?
The Big Bang didn't really make predictions about like galaxies and stuff. Most of that comes from other assumptions cosmologists have put in based on the simulations set up to the current point we've been capable of doing. They don't come directly out of the Big Bang. Now, see, this is the thing, is that the hot Big Bang is one small part of the whole model of cosmology. Now you're getting into galactic formation and stuff like that.
Hang on, y'all. We're trying some shit here. Oh, Lord. All right, y'all want to see that screen? Done. Where is it at? Oh no. Boom, there it is. And we want it to be... Why isn't it changing? It needs to be this one. There we go.
They must have thought they were going to...
Whoa. All right. What do I need to do over here? Oh, I gotta mute Arcade Bot. Damn it, I can't see Arcade Bot on my screen.
See something. Why would they have wasted the money? It's almost like whoever said not to build that had like something, that they were trying to, prop up.
Okay, but what else did the Big Bang not predict? Well, I mean, the Big Bang predicted that we would see a lot of colliding galaxies. The Big Bang predicted that
we do see that
there would be. Okay, so you're saying that we saw as many colliding galaxies as we needed.
The Big Bang didn't really make predictions about like galaxies and stuff. Most of that comes from other assumptions cosmologists have put in based on the simulations set up to the current point we've been capable of doing. They don't come directly out of the Big Bang. Now, see, this is the thing, is that the hot Big Bang is one small part of the whole model of cosmology. Now you're getting into galactic formation and stuff like that. That's different than Big Bang. And cosmologists worked from the assumptions that they could make based off of their simulations. We don't live for 200 and something odd million years. We can't just watch a galaxy form and, write down every step of the way. So we have to run simulations. We have to look out into the universe. We have to work within the technological limitations that we currently have. And then when we develop better technological devices, we will adjust our models as they give us data so that we can say, okay, well, we thought it might be this. It's actually this. We thought you might not be able to observe galaxies, back this far, but actually you can observe them back a little bit further. That doesn't confound the hot Big Bang model. Not at all. Not even remotely. This is how science works. We start from what we know, and then as we collect more data, we make the proper adjustments until we get a really good, solid model. But we're not going to abandon what we already know simply because it's not complete.
Okay, but do you assume that the model is correct?
No.
From the beginning, and don't allow your observations to guide? I mean, this observation.
See, that's the thing. You're assuming that the Lambda CDM model wasn't developed on observations, except that it was. And I've gone through a handful of observations that cannot, at least as far as we know, that cannot be nearly as parsimoniously explained by any other model than the Lambda CDM model. And all you've seen to do is just say, well, I don't think that's evidence, and I don't think that those observations confirm your model. There's other ways to explain it. And then when I ask you what those ways are, you say, well, I don't know them.
Okay, well, let's talk about then possible other explanations for the redshift, right? Because that's actually probably the best, right? Observational support for the Big Bang model, right?
Well, I think the best observational support is the cosmic microwave background. I think that effectively proves the Big Bang model.
All right, well, you know what? I mean, that may be enough evidence for you, but to me, this
and
is
for pretty much like all cosmologists on the planet, and most people who are not necessarily cosmologists themselves, but like understand the field, like me and Andrew Cumming, who's in the side chat. Hi, Andrew.
What do you have to say to Michael Disney, well-respected astrophysicist, who says that this model is more like a folktale constantly re-edited to fit inconvenient observations? He also says this. Okay, let me find it. He says, in a robust astrophysical field such as stellar structure, there would be many more confirmatory observations than free parameters. In contemporary cosmology, this turns out not to be the case. Indeed, as we shall see, the number of free parameters probably exceeds the number of relevant independent measurements, as it has done throughout history, with no sign of convergence between the two. Just because professionals cling to such a flimsy theory,
I'm still here, by the way.
Okay.
I just shut my camera off real quick.
No other within their grasp need not discourage the rest of us from being a good deal more detached. Okay, that comes from Michael Disney, retired from Cardiff, professor, Cardiff University.
Cardiff, yep. I know who he is.
Okay, all right.
Seems like a pretty decent guy.
Okay, so he what do you say to his, what he's saying, that this is more like a folk tale that is just re-edited to avoid inconvenient observation?
Well, that's just this guy's opinion, right? Like all you really did here was kind of just like quote mine somebody, but you didn't really like give an argument. You just said, well, this guy thinks that this is a bad model. What do you think about what well, hold on here.
Hey,
I don't really care what Mike Disney thinks. I care what the consensus of relevant cosmologists over several decades and all of the concordance evidence that we have has to say. I don't care about, cherry-picked professionals that you're only citing because they agree with the preconceived notions that you hold to. I care about where the evidence points, and my camera will be coming back on in a second.
Leo's going
I care about where the
in.
evidence points and what the consensus of the experts
can you hear
has to
me?
say. So I just don't really care what Disney has to say about this.
And I don't care what the other astrophysicists have to say, because I'm not willing to farm out my critical thinking.
Okay, Mike's still buggy, got it.
Okay, I can still think critically. I may not be an expert in the field, but I can understand enough to understand that this is absolutely absurd to think that all the stars, planets, galaxies once existed in a speck, the space the size of a speck, and then exploded and formed an orderly universe.
The Big Bang wasn't an explosion.
If you don't believe in Santa, if you don't think Santa has enough room in his sleigh for toys to bring across the world, then why would you believe this absurd story about this universe coming about in this ridiculous way? I don't care how many experts believe that. I brought up Michael Disney's quote because you were appealing to experts. So I brought you an expert.
Sorry, which experts have I appealed to?
You said all of these all of the people in this field, all of the experts in the field, why don't you just listen to them? And
I don't think that's what I said. I think I said that I prefer. I think that I said that I prefer to trust not just the expert consensus on the matter, but also all of the evidence upon which the expert consensus is based.
And,
all right, let's see what we got here. Let's see how my controllers are working.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
What does the letter Z represent in cosmology?
The redshift.
Okay, that was very, very good. Do you know what baryon acoustic oscillations are?
No.
Do you know what a power spectrum is?
No, but why are you doing this?
Well, so I'm asking these questions. I'm asking these questions because you say you're looking at the evidence, and so there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with looking at the evidence and examining for yourself. I encourage people to do that. But at the same time, if you're examining evidence and you don't understand very, very basic aspects of the field that anybody who in their first year undergraduate course would be taught, you're not really in a position to examine that evidence and come to the conclusions that it's right or wrong without appealing to people who know infinitely more than you do. So you can't just say, well, I've looked at the evidence and I disagree with it. But that's fine. But do you understand what you're looking at? Do you know the history of this? Do you know how these were developed? Do you know the arguments for and against this? That's what's going to matter here. Not just I looked at the evidence. You've got to understand it too. No, it's like what Nathan said to Sal, who has generously graced us with his presence in the chat. You have all these books, but have you read them, or have you just bought them? There's a difference between looking at evidence and understanding that evidence and being able to know what's being said by it and how to fit that in with the broader framework. That's good. And I have to be honest, because there isn't really a soft way to put this, but I'm skeptical of your ability to do that with respect to specifically cosmology.
I forget what I do with RT.
Oh,
particularly.
I'm skeptical of my ability to do that too. Okay.
So then that's my question. Then that's my question: is that if you don't understand this, why are you so unwilling to think that? Well, look, do you just not care that there are people who study this? Do you not think that it's worthwhile to ask them about these things?
Oh, I do. I'm happy. Look, if any
so why do you think they're wrong?
If any astrophysicist wants to come on and correct me, I'd be happy to do another show. Please, I welcome.
Brett's purse is like Santa's
sack. Then why do you think they're wrong? If you acknowledge that they know more than you, and you acknowledge that you don't understand the equations and you don't fully understand these charts, but then the people who do, you're saying, but they're wrong about that stuff. How do you know that?
Well, look, I'm looking at the evidence.
Oh yeah, it went away. It did this.
Do you understand it?
Boom.
Do you understand the evidence?
Yes, I understand it to the degree that I need to.
Nope.
Still believe.
No, you don't.
Not enough. at all.
So you're saying that I understand the evidence only to the extent that it allows me to maintain the beliefs I already have?
Well, is that what you're doing, Leo?
No.
Okay.
I think that I've outlined, like I said, at least half a dozen different independent lines of evidence
this is the
that all
thing that gets me
corroborate
with this control, is once in a while
same,
it does this thing where
the
it
same
just goes
picture.
away.
Now you went from
I
4
lose
to
my
half a dozen,
controller.
and I
Well,
haven't.
because I've went through more of my slides.
I've only
and
heard 2.
I've outlined Einstein's general theory of relativity,
then,
galactic redshift,
it's
the
like
cosmic
not
microwave
working.
background, the abundance of light elements,
And then I've
into
gotta
the
go
inflationary
back into
epic,
the
and how
control.
that
Wait,
explains.
Hold on, slow down. Inflationary is a way of explaining away problems. It's not evidence.
Well, no, it's not really doing that. Well, actually, yeah, it is. It is explaining away problems because that's what science does.
So it's explaining away problems. No, science is not explaining.
And now it's over. So
Literally, that's what it does.
works.
Yes.
The world. It's
and then using those observations to develop explanations that say, hey, there's this thing happening, and I have no idea how it's happening. That's a problem. I have a problem of understanding what's occurring. So let me, observe what's going on, develop some hypotheses, observe a little more, refine my hypotheses, run some tests, figure out, okay, let me develop an idea here. What does this idea tell me? Okay, so, I'm thinking that maybe this should happen and that should happen. And if that's true, I should see this. Let me go see if I see that. Oh, I do. I see that. So there's a check mark. I should also see this. Do I see that? Yep, I see that. That's another check mark. This is how science works. So yes, it explains away the problems in our ability to understand things. It fills those gaps. It helps us understand more about the world around us.
Rebecca hates science.
This is how science works.
Yeah, no, it helps us understand the world around us. But when there are problems with the model, right?
Oh my goodness, it was so working. Now it's not working.
Predictions, and it can't work according to our observations and our understanding of physics. When it can't work, you don't just make stuff up to fix it. And
that's right. We haven't done that. No, the Big Bang is in line with the evidence.
Oh my goodness.
You keep saying that it's not in line with the evidence, but you haven't explained how we can have an expanding universe. You haven't explained the cosmic microwave background. You haven't explained the abundance of light elements in the early universe. You haven't explained the scale and variance of density perturbations in the universe. You haven't explained why the universe appears flat. You haven't explained a variety of these things. And science does. It might not do so perfectly. It might not have explanations for everything, but it's actually developing further and further. And the James Webb Space Telescope is evidence of that. We are now getting better, more accurate data about things, and we're refining our models to fit that. Because that's how science works. That is not what you are doing.
That's how science works.
Wait a minute. How did Big Bang model become equated with science? Okay, I am for science.
Oh my God, there it is. I hate when
science is a process.
We're not okay, but I'm for science. So
no, you're not.
Rebecca doesn't believe in science. Rebecca doesn't accept
She doesn't accept science. No, you don't.
Well, what do you mean when you say that?
No, you don't.
Again,
are you saying that you accept
I don't know what the hell I'm
talking about.
To understand things?
I don't know what the hell she's talking about.
I embrace that. I welcome it.
Does it also?
I'm absolutely grateful for our scientific
discoveries. No, you're not.
And the scientific method and using that to improve our lives and to figure out the
world.
Where's your cheat? I'm absolutely for that.
Are you
what
also
I'm
for?
trying to expose is that you believe an origin story.
No, this isn't an origin story.
Not well supported.
Didn't I say that at the beginning, though?
Science.
Didn't I say at the beginning that the Big Bang isn't a model of the origin of or the beginning of the universe? That in fact we don't even know if the universe has an origin or a beginning. So how could this be an origin story when it doesn't even extend into the inflationary epoch, which precedes the hot Big Bang? It's just, I kind of don't know what to say. Have you been listening to anything that I've been outlining?
Okay. Is it a story about the universe's history?
Well, what do you mean by story? I'm not sure I understand what you mean when you use that word. Like, do you mean like the telling of some events? Like, is that all that you mean? Telling about some events?
That we actually, we don't know if they're true, but you're
well, then the Big Bang would not be that, no.
Okay, well,
because these events are true. We know that they happen because we've observed them. We've watched it. We can see it.
So, okay, then we've watched it. Okay, what have we watched? So we've watched. We've
measured the cosmic microwave background to ever increasing accuracy. There is no other known process that can produce a uniform, near-perfect thermal blackbody radiation that permeates all of space-time and is largely scale invariant and is uniform and homogeneous to 1 part 100,000. We have observed galactic redshift. We know that space-time is expanding. We know that it's accelerating in its expansion because we've observed that. The concordance model explains that. There isn't any other model that does. We've observed that there is an abundance of light elements in the universe. The concordance model explains that. No other model does. And we've run tests on general relativity. There is no test that general relativity has ever been subjected to that it's failed. Not one, not ever.
Okay, first of all, I don't accept that general relativity is evidence for the Big Bang model. General relativity.
Well, then that just tells me you don't understand it.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 100%.
Well, so do you what is it? Go ahead.
General? Okay, you're saying because Einstein showed that we have to be moving, basically. We're either expanding or collapsing.
That's not no.
Okay, then that's the way I heard you say it. So then explain it.
Well, that the equations, when you solve them for a universe that looks like ours, you can't get solutions that model that universe that looks like ours, which is what we want, since we want a universe that kind of, models the one that we see, where space-time is static. Static means essentially not expanding or contracting or like doing some form of motion. So yeah, general relativity tells us if this is what the universe looks like the exact universe that we live in and see around us, space will either be expanding or it will be contracting, but it cannot be in a state of doing neither. You cannot have that. You cannot have that in a universe near uniformly filled with matter and radiation. That cannot be the case. If you think it can, show me the math.
Okay, but how does that support the Big Bang model?
Because it means that either the universe is expanding or contracting. So in either one of those, there's going to be interesting things to look at. If we have a hot Big Bang model, the universe should be expanding. I think that even you would agree that if the hot Big Bang model is true, then the universe should be observed to be expanding, right?
Sure.
All right. Yeah, when we observe that it's expanding. Okay. And we've measured that expansion pretty damn well through a variety of different ways, and they don't even agree with each other.
Okay, but is it possible, Leo, that the universe, and I don't accept necessarily that the universe is expanding, but let's just suppose for a minute that it is, okay? Mm-hmm. If it is, does that mean that the Big Bang model is true?
If space is expanding? I mean, effectively, yes.
Okay, well, I disagree with that.
Okay, but
so
why? Why do you disagree with that?
Why? Because you're assuming that it has to go back to a particular point.
No, I'm not.
And
we don't know how far back the universe goes. I'm not assuming it has to go back to any particular point. The Big Bang is more general than that.
Then, okay, what if it, and oh my gosh, this is just getting insane. Let's go to expansion then. Let's talk about expansion and the problems with it. Okay. Are you, can you tell me what the rate of expansion of the universe is?
If we utilize measurements based on the cosmic microwave background, it's about 67 kilometers per second per megaparsec. If we use the standard candles measurement, it comes out to about 73 kilometers per second per megaparsec. Those should not and see, notice how I have no problem admitting where there's problems in our model.
Hey,
because I have that much confidence in the places where we know what we're looking at and we know what explains it.
Becky
Those
will never show math. Becky don't do math.
To even close.
Becky don't do
people say, well,
STEM. Let's just put it that
73,
way.
that's only a factor of 6 or a difference of 6. That is not okay. There's something going on, and we don't know what it is, but those should not disagree. But it doesn't matter that they disagree, because both of the measurements because not to what we're talking about, the expansion, because both of them still tell us that space is expanding.
Yeah, no, honestly, that's pretty much where most of us are. I was gonna say Becky's a cheerleader, but Becky's not even that athletic. Becky's bleacher crew.
Do they? Because there's evidence that it's not expanding. Now, so we can go to what the JWST, but I'm glad you brought this up, because this is right. Our when we try to measure how the rate of expansion of the universe, we get very disparate right? You
Yep.
just said this.
Yep.
We
Yes.
get disparate measurements.
That is
So
correct.
we get measurements that do not agree. So that
Mhm.
shows us that something is wrong, right?
Yes,
Now,
something is wrong with how either, and I sorry to interrupt, but I want to provide this clarification. Something is wrong with either how we're measuring it, or something is there's something that we need to include in the models that we're not including. There is the idea that the universe isn't expanding is not even remotely deducible or inducible from the fact that we have two disagreeing measurements, because both of those measurements are still a measurement of the expansion rate of the universe. So it's just given that it's
All right,
expanding.
I think we're set up. Now time to smoke
Okay.
and chill.
so can you talk to me about the problem of dwarf galaxies?
I didn't know they were a problem.
I'm like, I got it. I agree.
Well,
we need more
they are
alcohol,
a
gang.
problem.
Cheers.
How so?
Okay, because when we're looking at, and by the way, distance can correlate to redshift without there being an expansion in space. Okay, so there are scientists out there that are saying yes, redshift
Cheers, AR.
goes according to distance, meaning
We have
like,
a powerful
the farther we
cumulative
look out in
case.
space, the more distant the galaxy, the
All right, now
more
let's see
it will
if
be
I can
redshifted.
do
That
my
doesn't
funky
mean
scene stuff
that
back
it
here.
is expanding and getting farther away from us.
I can hide that.
Okay, and if we
Hide that.
calculate, you know, the redshift according to just a flat distance without adding in the expansion, then when we look out at the distant galaxies, guess what? They correspond very nicely with their volume, with their size, with their brightness. They correspond very nicely to the galaxies that are nearby us. Okay.
Of course.
Now
That's what we would
but
expect.
But when we add in expansion, then the galaxies that we observe in the distance.
Why do we keep telling these people that you're a good person when you go, listen, I don't know what I'm talking about. I know you know way better than I do. But listen, I think you're wrong. And then they just make it up. This is literally like Pesher. Like they're treating science like the Bible, like it's Pesher. I could just take this author over here, and if you tie that to what this guy said here, translate this scientific word back into the Greek, rederive the original Latin, test it to what they say over here. I know this guy isn't even in the relevant field, but I like what he had to say. And it's just trash.
Hundreds of times brighter.
We're gonna have to create Heathen Queen in
but
WWE to help us
structure-wise,
deal
they
with
look
the
the
women's
same.
division
But they are
of apologists.
impossibly small, impossibly dense, and this is a known problem in cosmology, Leo.
Galaxies probably just looked different when they were older, because the further out we look, the older the galaxies are. That's why most of the quasars that we see are billions of light years away.
Okay, so then what about, and this has been talked about a lot, but what about this thing that came out as they were getting the JWST, this paper that came out, Panic at the Discs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, what about it?
Okay.
Casino vibes.
What is the panic? Let me tell you what the panic is. Not observing what we think we should observe. The formation of galaxy structure was much earlier than previously thought.
Mm-hmm.
We have over 10.
AR, what do you think? Does she know she's full of shit?
I'm not sure if she knows.
Really?
Oh yeah, she's got the truth on her side. Capital T truth.
Chat, where are you at? I don't know. She's got to at least know this is a bad way to argue, right?
Oh, probably. But I mean, it's pretty much the only thing they're taught, though. You know, all that Frank Turk shit.
So do you think like when they go like to an apologetics program, like they're like, okay, so we've got the truth on the side. I've got to do this apologetics program so I learn how to defend the truth.
Yeah. I think there's something that they think like, well, Jesus has some sort of some sort of hand in this, so how can they be wrong, you know?
Okay. Yeah, Heathen Queen. Becky has a master's degree in apologetics.
Oh, God.
And speaks Farsi.
Wow.
It's why it's hard for me to believe that she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. But I do regularly refer to her as a homeschool hero, valedictorian in a class of one. I'm sorry, it's just the vibes, bro.
What they thought of galaxy population, okay, that the galaxies are not as highly clumpy and asymmetric as they thought.
Sure.
And that there's a problem with the distant galaxy morphology as observed by the JWST.
I kind of already answered this.
Though. Wait, listen to this though. I want you to hear this one too, about these galaxies. The median, these galaxies, this one in particular is talking about the 4 most distant galaxies that we observed with the JWST. These galaxies have median star formation rates comparable to the present Milky Way, despite them being more than 100 times less massive.
Cameron also thinks she doesn't know.
Something absolutely weird is going on here. If we try to calculate and add in this ridiculous expansion, then we have a problem with all these galaxies. They don't make sense.
Well, we don't have a problem because the universe is expanding. We have a problem because we don't understand precisely how galaxies formed. So yeah, like I said earlier, everything that we thought, yes, you're 100, everything you said, great, on the money. The James Webb Space Telescope showed that a lot of things that we thought with respect to galaxy formation, what we should see, were not true. But that's not because the universe isn't expanding, has nothing to do with that. That's because the previous models we had with respect to galaxy formation weren't very well developed. We don't have a lot of information about that. How could we develop like precise...
I know, it's just so bad. They're literally like, Rebecca, this is how science works. See, we were leaving a bunch of gaps in the model because we didn't have the tools to fill in the gaps. Yeah, and we didn't have the tools to fill in the gaps, so without that, we didn't have the observations. Without the observations, we just left big boxes that said, we don't fucking know yet. Check back after we make some more observations. So we built this motherfucking telescope so we could fill in some of the blanks because it can observe shit we couldn't observe before. Now that we've observed it, it's helping us fill in some shit. It checks out that new information requires us to do what? Assimilate some new information. And she just can't. She just can't. But she's really pro-science, gang. She loves science, really appreciates everything science has to offer, just really doesn't understand fundamentally how it works.
You're acting like that models not being precise or accurate somehow means they must be completely wrong. That is just not even remotely how science is done. We take the parts that we know are correct, we try to infer things from that, and if we find out that those inferences aren't quite accurate, we amend
hiding
them.
Out today.
Yeah,
that's
and what I'm
what's
saying
happened
here,
all the time throughout the history of science.
But what I'm saying here is that if we just remove this idea of redshift equaling expansion, okay, and we just say redshift, whatever it's caused by, could be plasma, could be, whatever the other theories are, because there are other theories about explanations for redshift, movement through Wigner crystals, light scattering. There's other ideas about what could be causing the redshift. It's not necessarily expansion.
They're not very good ideas, though.
No, but if we just take
the
redshift as a correlation to distance, then the galaxies that we see in the farthest distances are very comparable to the Milky Way and other normal galaxies.
Of course they are.
So okay, so then why not consider that maybe we aren't expanding? Why not?
Because there's no evidence suggesting that.
The measurements themselves are the suggestion, Leo.
No, they're not. They don't suggest that the universe isn't expanding.
Yes,
there's
they
nothing
do.
There's not. There's nothing
Leo.
in cosmology that suggests that. Nothing.
Leo, the Tolman surface brightness test, right? Is it you could consider that,
This YouTube video I saw last week,
for whether or not
made
this
by
expansion model
a
is
pastor,
No.
Okay.
featuring an
I
apologist.
actually don't think that's correct. I could be wrong.
Said
I've
there
only
was a
heard like
big
one thing
problem
about
with
the
the Big
Pullman
Bang.
surface brightness test,
And he
but
was a very
I'm
nice
pretty sure I
man.
heard that that's actually not how we would test expansion. We would look for something like redshift, because if the universe were expanding, we would expect that there would be a redshift in the emission spectra of very bright cosmological objects that would be directly proportionate to their distance. Funnily enough, we observe exactly that. Now, you are more than willing, more than you have the ability to say, well, but I don't think that's a result of the universe expanding. Okay, then what is it?
What is your evidence? Okay, since redshift could be something else. Okay, what is your evidence that the Earth, that space is expanding? That the universe is expanding?
Galactic redshift.
I just said redshift.
Well, general relativity too. So you put those two together. Space-time either must be expanding or contracting, or expanding or contracting, and we observe that distant, very, very bright objects have a redshift in their emission spectra directly proportionate to their distance. Tie that with the idea that the universe must either be expanding or contracting. Well, that definitely comports with the universe expanding. It's good evidence that the universe is expanding.
Oh my goodness. Okay, and so it's no problem, and I'll just put up
This is why Christianity is dangerous.
This chart that shows, and let me see if I can find it. Okay. And this came from Eric Lerner's website. I'm sure you know who he is.
Yeah, I do. He's not well respected in the field of cosmology.
I know he's not well respected because he doesn't. He's actually standing up against this model. God
yes,
bless
and he's
him.
getting a lot of things
Eric
wrong
Lerner,
and refusing to back down when it's shown that he's wrong, which is not something that's accepted in science, and it shouldn't be.
Show me someone who has responded to his data here. About the problem of these galaxies. Okay, the galaxy GHZ2 that was observed with the JWST telescope. If there's no Big Bang, no expansion, everything fits within the parameters of galaxies that we normally observe.
Yes,
now,
you know why that is,
Big
right?
Bang and
Can you tell me why that is?
Yeah, because he's just using redshift as as it corresponds to distance, rather than adding in the calculations that account for expansion.
Well, yeah, but you didn't explain why that is.
But I don't know what you wanted me to explain. But look, if we
don't consider expansion, that distant galaxies would look a little bit more like ours.
Can y'all hear me?
That's what I'm wanting.
Yes. How's it going?
I mean, it was going a lot better before I started listening to this woman talk, but we're here now. Yeah.
So are you familiar with Bread of Life? Have you seen her before? Had you seen her before?
Fortunately, I have not. Sorry, I quite literally popped into this live to just make jokes. That's it.
That's
oh yeah. Go ahead.
But no, I'm not familiar with her. I am familiar with Leophilus or Leo, however you pronounce his name. Sorry.
Okay.
But she just looks like someone put a homeschool mom in a fucking blender. So what she's saying sounds about right. So anyway.
And this is the thing, though. This is the magic. Like, all right, so do you know her mentor, Sal Cardova? Do you ever heard of him? He recently debated Aaron Ra, actually. He thinks
I'm sure that went well.
He has
explain why.
He has delusions of grandeur where he was somehow a big wig in the creation versus evolution debate for the last 15 years, although nobody knows who he is.
There's quite literally nobody big when it comes to the creation side. There's just people that think they're big that are fucking idiots.
Yeah.
And then, like, you know, actual scientists. Like,
and they continuously, like, debunk cite debunked scientists from 20 years ago.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
I mean, I grew up in like young Earth creationism, so like I'm not a scientist by any stretch, but like I'm familiar with the kind of general like fuckery.
So they're still out here like, William Dembski and Michael Behe talk about this all the time, and we're like, yeah, which is why you should never say that ever again. It's basically the science equivalent of telling us something's true because you heard Tucker Carlson say it.
Hell yeah, brother.
The other thing that's interesting is when a lot of what some of us are seeing here is when she talks to Sal, who is at least one of these people who's, dug down in the weeds for his creationist talking points.
But like the weeds of what? Like fucking trash?
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
He
spent
like
a lot
Oscar the Grouch. He's like, get out of here. I need to like burrow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got kids.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I got mouths to feed.
I want to behave.
So when this happens, right? She won't come to him like, oh, can you help me understand, genes or whatever?
She probably lives on her knees, but that's fine.
But instead she'll ask him like, what do I say when, right? Like deliberately just sort of like, don't help me understand, just feed me the talking point. And then he gives her here's what you say when. And so this is very like explicit, not even trying to get it, but just desperately seeking the best talking point.
Yeah. So I'm just going to put this out there now. Like, I will have nothing intelligent to say about science this evening. I will only be making fun of her. That's all.
That's fine.
Like, just heads up.
I'm usually here for what I call the symphony of violence. I'm rarely concerned with scientific accuracy. Yeah. And my main point with these conversations is, I hate to say it, but I really don't think it matters that much because, again, the details are the things where if you were the type of person who was trying to understand, you'd understand enough where we wouldn't be telling you all of these details. You would just be sort of Big Bang, universe is expanding, used to be smaller, got it, and we'd be like, you're good to go.
Sorry,
no,
I'm just, like, I'm quite literally just nauseated over the fact that she was like, we don't know that the universe is expanding. Yes, the fuck we do. Yeah, we do. Like, even me, who had like no science education because I grew up in like homeschool fundamentalist Christianity,
right?
We all know the universe is expanding. Like, let's just set that aside. Sorry. Anyway, I'm petty as fuck, so I'm just gonna shut up.
No, actually, I think we kind of appreciate getting this information about you and also where you're coming from, because I get a lot of what I think is the soft sell of Christianity, which is basically, hey, look, if you're not a Trumpist and you're not trying to steal my reproductive rights, your Christianity's not my problem. And I'm on the tip where it's like, just because my ignorance didn't bother you, it doesn't mean I didn't want to know the truth. So just because I was a nice kid coming up doesn't mean it's okay for you to not tell me, like, hey, kid, there's some things I think you need to look into.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was born a pain in the ass.
Well, it sounds like you were raised by him. So, what are you drinking? Are you not allowed to say?
No, I mean I can. I am drinking this like pre-made margarita.
All right, nothing wrong with that.
It's like, I don't know. It's called like Salt Point. I just poured it in a glass, but it might be local. But I just could not listen to her talk any longer without the ability to make jokes.
All right. Well, we're glad you're here. Welcome to the
apologies, because I'm not going to offer anything intelligent, even though I am smart at times. All I have tonight is jokes.
The only thing I'm going to say intelligent before I tip one back and light up is you and I should schedule a thing at some point. Boom. I said something super smart.
I might not be smart either. Yeah.
Exactly.
We'll see.
That's fine. Welcome to the crew. That's how we get down around here.
I don't know what you're wanting me to explain, but look.
Yeah, we know.
Why, if we don't consider expansion, that distant galaxies would look a little bit more like ours? That's what I'm wanting to explain. Why?
Okay, hold on. Let me get to this.
Hold on. Let me email Sal.
What you're saying.
No,
I want to get the information from the
Pretty
turnout.
much. Yep, I gotta look up my
Let me
talking
Google this
point.
real quick.
There it is.
If we calculate in all the Big Bang,
You know who else does this? Rob from Sentinel Apologetics. Have you seen him do this? Like where it takes him 10 minutes to answer a question.
They're like, oh, you want to calculate something? Show me the equation.
He literally.
I'm interested. I want to know.
He will literally go digging. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Like, show me the math, like straight up.
Give me a minute. You know, and I'm just like, Rob, not only are you dumb, you're the worst YouTuber ever.
Then this galaxy has a volume brightness that is 14,000 times the average galaxy that we observe in the nearby space.
Articulate and confident way of saying the dumbest things.
Insane.
What's the average? What is the average?
Not really. I mean, it's an older galaxy. You have to remember, Rebecca, the galaxies that we observe 10, 8, 12 billion light years away don't probably even actually exist anymore. They're also 10 or 12 or 14 or 18 or 22 billion years old. Well, not years old and 22 billion because the universe isn't. But the further back we look, the older we're looking. These are older galaxies. They have different galaxies. They have a different structure than galaxies today that are obviously not as old because like people, galaxies and stars and planets change as they age. So the further back we look, we would expect to see that galaxies don't look like the galaxies that we see closer by because they're much older. And like I said, you're right on a lot of this. We do not know really a lot about how galaxies formed. That is a thing that humans don't know a lot about. But that doesn't mean that our entire cosmological model is wrong. That is simply not how it works. You hearing you see, this is like a hypothetical, somewhat contrived, but it makes my point. Stupid. Just bear with me here, please. You see me walking down the street, and you notice that there's this like.
I am going to say this because I would be lying to the audience if I didn't. Rebecca is a lot dumber than she looks.
And she looks fucking dumb.
She looks pretty fucking dumb.
Like, she looks like she maybe devolved as opposed to evolving.
Yeah.
And it's worse than that.
All right, let me give you the goods. We chased her off for a little while, apparently. We made life a little rough for her. And so she was getting really built up because she was an Uber evangelist. She would evangelize to people when she gave them Uber and Lyft rides. So she's...
You've got to be fucking... No, be fucking for real with me right now.
No, I'm serious.
No.
She only came back because it didn't work.
And then, so then she tried to step her game up and go to the mall.
Opened the fucking car door and jumped out on the freeway.
I know. Wait, so then after that, she decided to try mall evangelism.
Ain't no fucking way, dude.
Yeah, and then she said... the mall went really badly. Like people,
I can't imagine why.
She didn't do well at the mall. And then she said after.
Has she tried the corner?
Yeah. So after the mall, she said that's why she came back to YouTube. So now I think that means that we're not being mean enough. That's what I said. I said,
well, I'm here.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm here to
help. We've made this way too friendly of a neighborhood. If she's like, oh yeah, this mall thing is hard. I got to get back to those YouTube atheists.
Like whatever it is, where like we run people out of the neighborhood for being some way, which I feel like used to be racist, and like I'm happy to be racist against other white people at this point, but it could also just be fucking idiots. I can do both. You know what I mean?
So, all right. So I have a thing. So you're obviously somebody who likes to speak up for people that get picked on. And
well, some people, because like you could pick on her and I would quite literally take a nap.
But do you? So I'm starting to say we're not having enough conversation around Christianity as a form of hatred. Like we're still talking about it as this, you say tomato, I say tomato type of disagreement about ideas, and it's like the KKK could tell me that they just have ideas about white heritage, and people who are anti-Semitic could just say they think Nazis made contributions to culture. But at some point,
it's the same idea where you see people that are like, well, like when they talk about the Confederate monuments, right? Where they're like, oh, it's just like history and it doesn't represent this. And it's like, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Like, first of all, y'all lost. So you're just repping that you're a loser, but that's fine. You can do that if you want, I guess. But like, okay. Exactly, but fine. If it was only that, you lost the war, right? But like the fact of the matter is you lost the war. But also the reason you were fighting the war is actually incredibly important. And it's because you wanted to be allowed to own and abuse and kill people, other people,
right,
for economic gain.
Right.
I mean, that's the short version.
Right,
There's
absolutely.
There's more nuance to all of that, sure. But like that's the short version. And so like there is not... that you could not, for all the money you could buy, borrow, and steal, could not convince me to side with anyone that fought a war for that purpose. Could not.
Sure.
Don't care about the heritage. I don't care about any of it.
How good the songs were. How good the cornbread was.
Nope. Like none of it. Zero. Zilch. That shit's fucking embarrassing, and it's also just horrifying. Like I don't know what else to say. Like
absolutely.
The fact that anyone is like, yeah, that's fine. It's just like my history. Like, all right, well, go ahead and just like, I don't know. I'm gonna need the Earth to spin a little faster and just like fling you the fuck off, because that's
seriously.
Like, yeah, that's all I got for these people.
Yeah.
Sorry, my little tirade.
And so I kind of that's kind of where I'm getting to with Christianity, where I grew up sort of skipping over all the stuff it said about heathens and our people were the good ones. We were going to get the little kingdom. Everybody else was going to go into the valley of the shadows and whatnot. And, once I got on board with, oh, yeah, there were some problematic things this book said about LGBT fam. Yeah, we should, shy away from those passages. Oh, there was some problematic things that this book says about slavery. We should shy away from those passages. And eventually I realized that all the fucked up things that book says about heathens, wait, they were talking about me. And I still don't think we've reckoned with that to where, when I'm trying to have this conversation of, no, I'm not good with your Christianity, because in no version of it are people who reject God just good to go anyway.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting, and I think that she kind of represents that, where she's the ambassador of the Puppies Love and Rainbow Coalition for Jesus.
She's a white woman.
And but you know what I'm saying? But that's what she did. And nobody's
let's
giving
be
her that
like
pushback.
Super upfront. Like not nobody. Most people don't push back on white women. Source me, a white woman.
For sure.
But like, this is not me telling you something. This is just me like validating what you're saying. Is that like, yeah, she's this sort of like pleasant, I guess, ambassador for Christianity, but largely it's because we have created this, I'm trying to think of the word, like this societal stereotype of what a white woman is, regardless of what they are arguing for, right? Sure. Which paints them as charitable and as sort of always the sort of, maybe not usually the victim, but if not the victim, then like
at least well-intentioned, well-meaning.
Exactly. Like they're always.
Yeah. Even so many, even fear. Like if I'm going to make a horror movie or a safety product or something like that, I'm going to show a white woman in a position of fear and whatever like that, because that's what sells
if the
vulnerability.
Protagonist is a person of color.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
And I would be fucking lying to people if I said it isn't something that I've had to actively undo in my own conditioning, where like if I'm out walking at night, like my gut instinct to someone that's black, brown, or white in the past has been very different, and it's been something that I've had to actively undo because that is how society conditions us, and that's why I tell people all the time that we're all fucking racist, even if we don't want to admit it.
Look, if I'm in the wrong part of town, much night, I see a bunch of black dudes walking this way. I'm like, yeah.
No, I don't even mean you. I just mean like.
No, I'm just saying,
us,
like,
me.
A lot of us, but even myself, like, even as a black man, we're not immune from being like, oh, is that a bunch of strange black dudes? Yeah, I'm going to be over there. I'm sure they're fine, but I'm going to just, you know what? There's more room on the other side of the street anyway. Yeah. So
to be fair, like, I've never, ever, I live in East Oakland, and I've never, ever had a problem with black men.
Me either. Right.
But it's still that's the knee-jerk reaction, and it's something that, it's what I share with people when I'm like, listen, like, I do my best to be educated and aware and like to actively work against this, but I would be lying to people if I said that like there isn't shit that I still have to sort of undo that has nothing to do with the way I've been treated and everything to do with the way I've been conditioned.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the same thing for me. Like I grew up, you know, in the suburbs, and so there was a certain degree of like them trying to instill you with the black identity and black pride, but at the same time, you're constantly getting these vilified messages about urban communities, urban environments. You're not like one of them. So you're being taught to fear you who grew up in a different circumstance. And you, like you said, you have to unlearn that. And it doesn't matter if you're a black guy, it just doesn't matter. You still have to unlearn, you know, all the bullshit that we were all taught growing up. Now, here's the other interesting piece of the Rebecca story, which, for those that don't know, is a lot of us found her through the atheist community. So rather than the typical story of, you know, she was some Bible nerd we started picking on, you know, she was like somebody.
To be fair, I'm also a Bible nerd, but differently.
Yeah. But we found out like she's PineCreek Doug, Nate, Digital Gnosis. So before a lot of us realized PineCreek was an asshole. Yeah, well, we're not huge fans of Doug, so no worries there.
Hi, Doug.
But
hey, bestie.
It's like she would go on their streams, and so she was kind of like the, oh, hey, I want to come hang out with my atheist friends and hear what you guys have to say because I'm really trying to understand. And then it was really annoying because she presented herself. Literally one time I heard her say, oh, I could be one of the cool kids like you guys if I could just let go of this YEC belief, right? And so a lot of us didn't even know that she had a channel because she didn't really present herself as, hi, I'm an apologist, I'm out. She really was just friendly Rebecca, the Christian. And so a lot of us then realized she has a channel. So we start watching her stuff, and then we're like, it's funny. She's always saying, I'm not an apologist. I'm an evangelist. But
she is like S.J. Thomas in like.
Yes, S.J. Boom, boom. You hit the nail on the head. Exactly. Yeah. And then beyond that, we realized that not only is she not really just, oh, if only I could let go of my innocent YEC, she actually has a second channel.
YEC, White Evangelical Christianity.
But her second channel is literally called Examining Evolution. And it's like an anti-evolution channel that for some reason she forgot to mention until we started calling her out about it. Like, so it's just the whole weaponization of that identity, and just I'm going to take your benefit of the doubt and beat you over the head with it until you're forced to just be like, I don't give a shit how nice you are. I don't give a shit what's in the cookies. You're a weaponized bitch. I'm sick of it. Fuck yourself. And then they're like, hey, you're being so mean to her. Stop beating up.
I'm not saying that other people shouldn't do that, because y'all definitely should. But the things that would get weaponized against y'all will not get weaponized against me. Because
True. That's a really good point. Yeah.
White lady. And I have absolutely no problem decimating her. All the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, she's 100%, even if she doesn't realize that, she's banking on the fact that people will treat her differently and will assume the best and will like sort of give her the, I don't know, benefit of the doubt, but of ignorance, or like, oh, I wasn't like actually trying to do this thing by not telling you. I was just whatever, doing this other thing. And it's like, dog, come on, don't fucking, like, be fucking for real with me right now.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And also, I don't know what that hairstyle is, but it reminds me of me when I was in, like, middle school, and all I had was a little bit of mousse to put in my hair after I took a shower. And she's 50 and still doing it. So that's fine.
Yeah. We're here for it. Look, I'm not even. I don't try to be neutral. People, I let people know. If you're mad, where's Spreadsheet Pete? I let him know. It's straight incoming female beat down tonight. That's what's.
I mean, I feel like anytime that I'm on someone's channel, like, I feel like everyone has. Like, I've been on enough people's channel that they're aware that, like, I'm no pretenses. Like, I'm coming for blood, and that's it. Like,
same.
So don't have me on if you don't want that.
No, we're here for it.
Jingling sound coming from my pocket. Well, the fact that you don't know if it's coins or maybe like jewelry or, I don't know, nails or like some sort of like fastening equipment or something like that in my pocket, the fact that you might not know which one of those it is doesn't somehow mean that you didn't hear a metallic jingling. You still heard that sound. You just don't know what's making it. The fact that you don't know what's making the sound doesn't somehow mean you didn't hear it. No, you just don't know what it is. And so not having evidence for certain things doesn't make a whole model wrong.
No,
Probably
but when you have to
honest.
keep making up hypothetical entities to keep your model intact, then it might be a good clue that your model is wrong. And so let's just take the example from history,
you're
right?
Believing in God,
geocentric model.
Fucking kill me.
It made a lot of good predictions.
All right, so you've had a lot of these conversations, Heathen.
I'm sorry.
Why doesn't our side ever just bring up God? Why don't we ever just go stop? We all know
I don't know,
your side wants to do that. Yeah, okay,
like,
and then is the result that they just don't talk to you?
Like hypothetical X, Y, and Z. Like, stop. Prove to me that God exists, because that is the fundamental hypothetical that, like, you are offering, that everything else that you are saying is based on. So, like, I'll wait. And then I asked them, prove it. And I don't want any of this watchmaker bullshit. I don't want any of, like, these sort of, like, conglomerate, like, prove it. Provide me with evidence that your God exists, and then you can build off of that. Because what I am doing is not saying I have this foundation that I can prove. I'm saying, and this is the other thing that Christians never fucking understand. When we say that we have like a scientific theory, they think that theory means it's a hypothesis, and that's not true. Sure. It's not a hypothesis. A theory is the highest level of provability that you can have in the scientific world.
Right.
And so, like, when we say we have a theory, it means that, like, every test that we have run thousands of times at this point has given us the same conclusion. Could that ultimately be wrong? Sure. Anything's possible, and we're always open to something different. But that is the highest level of, like, testability, of validation that we can get, and Christians don't understand that because they don't fucking understand science. And so, like, that's where a lot of my arguments with people have come down to, where it's like, okay, like, because her argument, quite literally, you can sort of reduce it to whatever you want, is always going to come down to, well, if we don't know something, that's God.
Yes.
That's what she's saying. It's God of the gaps.
100%.
So, like, okay, well, if you're saying, if we don't know something, that's God, you're trying to give me a concrete answer for shit that we don't know.
Absolutely.
And so you then should be able to prove it.
100%.
And you can't.
They can't. And they won't try. And it's just the point that if you were to really to stick them with it, you would never get anywhere. So, like, for instance, if you go back to, like, the debate I had with Ken Hovind, it was my closing slide of my opening presentation. What is your scientific alternative, and most importantly, what is the evidence for it?
You have so much more patience than I ever will.
And then, obviously, it was never responded to, and it never will be. But the point for our audience to understand is just to see the tactic. which is they're always going to try to poke holes at the scientific consensus. They are going to.
But they don't understand what.
They're never going to present the alternative. No, that's it. They're never going to present the alternative. You already knew that. Go ahead. You're good.
No, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm worked up, and so I'm interrupting.
No. I'm here to get you talking, so we're good to go.
What I think, and I'm sure your audience already understands this, but what I think is the most important thing is like when you're listening to debates with people that think they understand science, and with people that actually do understand science. Like, if you ever watch a debate with Forrest Valkai and like somebody else, like a creationist, right? Like, the thing that Christians never, ever understand is what I said earlier, right? Where a theory is not the same as a hypothesis. So when we say we have a scientific theory, it's not the same as us saying we sort of are guessing.
Yes.
And we're going to see what happens when we run tests. What we're saying is they've already run the test. many tests.
Right.
And we keep coming to this outcome. Science will never tell you, that you can say something with 100% certainty.
Right.
You will never get that from a scientist. That's not how science works. That's the fucking point. And so, like, when you get creationists or Christians or whatever that are like, well, it's possible that it could be X. Like, okay, sure. It's possible that we're living in some other timeline where gravity is actually something else. Like,
yeah.
All of these things are possible.
The flying spaghetti monster's fucking with us.
Exactly. But if you live in a world where you're believing in what our repeated test results have shown us, then you would believe in, it's not even believing, then you would just accept evolution, because evolution isn't a belief. It's a proven process. We've seen it. We can still see it.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway.
100%. And I also just think, and again, it's the word of the year, my word of the year, but you know, it's the ultimate form of gaslighting. If telling me to doubt the most consensus aspects of science, right, that doesn't just hold up to the testing or the field, but it holds up to testing across fields, across times, across cultures, all of this, and they're constantly going, well, right? I mean, that is basically like trying to tell me, you know, north isn't north at this point. And I have to fundamentally doubt my experience, and that's really what a lot of them ultimately want us to get to, is literally doubting the reliability, which fine from a metaphysical whatever, but
no, it's just a cult tactic.
It's just a cult tactic. Exactly.
Like, it's a cult tactic. Cults will provide you with a secondary sort of reality, and then they will cut you off from anybody that believes in the original reality. And what that means is, if you're a Christian and they say, like, yeah, evolution, it's this theory and it's deceitful and the devil is trying to trick you, right? Like, this is just one version. It happens across Christianity with any number of things. But it is a cult tactic, and I would love for anyone that's watching to look it up, because, like, it is. They create a secondary reality, and then they tell you that original reality is there to trick you, deceive you, whatever, and it has eternal consequences. And this is how I grew up. 2 words. And so,
the world.
Yep. Secular. The world.
The world. Like, what does that mean, bro? Like, you mean everything? Like, you mean like everyone, everywhere, at all times? Like, just
what do you mean, my boy? Like.
So another thing, since it came up, and it's always a hot topic around here, because we all need punching bags.
I'm composed, yeah.
How do you, from your perspective, since we haven't had any previous conversations for me to poison you.
Sorry, I just popped on here.
How would you describe the PineCreek problem from your perspective? Why doesn't Doug like you? You said you want to make fun of people. Hey, I'm gonna serve them up.
No, let's go. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't give one singular fuck. Let's be like super real for real. So, when I first got on Twitter, and I got on Twitter at the behest of other people because I was like, I'm fucking old and I don't care about Twitter, and now I live there. But anyway, it had nothing to do with PineCreek, nothing to do with anyone. It was just like the people that encouraged me to do it were like, we could use your, what did they say? Acerbic wit.
They needed a little bit of spice.
Yeah, they were like, and I was like, all right. So I hopped on, and at first I was just sort of like slicing and dicing apologists because they're easy and stupid. And so, but then, like, I forget who it was, like, there had been some apologists that sort of had some, I don't even remember, like either racist or like homophobic or just like some kind of backstory.
Sure. It's
I
hard
put it
to
up there, which is like
remember
not
the
hard to
prejudice.
believe, right? Exactly.
We understand, yeah.
There, it's just there. So I don't even remember who
it depends
was,
on what day of the week it was.
Exactly.
And
it probably ended in Y. It's hard to know. Yeah. So like that. So I was just like throwing it out there because like it's easy to come by. And then what had happened was someone sent me a bunch of stuff on Robert Price. And okay. Robert Price is like this, or was anyway, this sort of like big name atheist scholar who was big into Jesus mythicism and was always
the Robert
showing
Price
up.
incident very well.
So, so that's how it started, right? So I was like, yeah. So I basically just said like, hey, here are the receipts. This guy's a racist. We should stop platforming him probably. Like,
oh, right, because a lot of people had known that. It was sort of like a thing where a lot of us didn't really know, because if we kind of knew him through YouTube, we probably only knew him through like Derek or something.
Oh, absolutely.
It had mostly been on a Bible tip, so we weren't aware of the years of history he had of this on social media. So here's the thing.
I know that Derek wasn't aware of it. And I also don't think that most other people were aware of it. But somebody was aware of it. And so when they sent it to me, it was like, well, I can't be blasting these other people for this shit and then get this information and not also put it out there, right? Because if we're going to clean out our closets, then like we're cleaning out mine too, bitch.
Yeah, especially because he kind of it wasn't like a, hey, I messed up, I learned type of situation.
Oh, no. So that's sort of where PineCreek
He was in the middle of doubling down on all of this. And yeah, okay.
So
context, right?
The short of like, I'm trying to think of the short version, which doesn't exist.
It's all good.
I put this thing out and I was like, hey, here's the info. Let's stop platforming this man. Now, again, if he would have been like, you know what, I made mistakes and I was stupid or whatever, and I like, I learned whatever, then like, and I'm going to prove it.
Sure.
And then people were like, okay, we'll sort of see. But that's not what happened, right?
Absolutely.
And we don't have to get into all the details, but effectively what happened was like people at first didn't want to deplatform him. And we don't have to get into that. But then like he ultimately what happened was he went on
more
PineCreek. No, here's the thing. So PineCreek, who I didn't even know existed.
Yeah, he went on Doug's. I remember that stream.
Yep.
Yeah,
but here's the thing.
watched
I had no idea who Doug was. Never heard of him in my life.
Okay.
No clue. He saw all of this sort of like drama, for lack of a better word, going on, and was like, how can I use this to my advantage? Let me try and get some views. Yeah, I see you, Doug.
Right.
And so he was like, well, if you're not racist, just come on my show and just like tell us. Which honestly, like, get a fucking life. But okay. So I was like, yeah, do it.
Right.
Hop off, King. Because the damage that show did, that stream with Doug and Robert, I could not have ever done that much damage in my life.
Now, to be honest with you, it was some real shit. Like, first off, the whole thing was drama. I mean, literally, so that was the first week of Hot Program. And the very first episode of Hot Program, me and my one black friend just start by laughing. And we're like, yeah, well, we didn't have to think about what to talk about this week. We got a hot one for you. And so that was just sort of the talk of the town.
Yeah.
And it was sort of like people were mostly just trying to be supportive of Derek, and we were like, whatever Derek feels he needs to do. But
it was interesting, yeah, because there was, so to be fair, like, and I want to say this first, Derek and I are good friends, and we're still good friends. And we've sort of worked through that like weird shit that happened. Like,
whatever,
we're good. But what I will say was that at the time, I wasn't particularly close with Derek. He wasn't close with me. And I could have handled it with more grace when it came to Derek. And we both sort of doubled down in our own camps.
Sure.
And so like what happened was there was a bunch of people that were like, we're going to support Derek no matter what. And I was like, go off, you're going to regret it. And so then people that supported me doubled down, and it ended up being this sort of like weird, like
sure
war of attrition. But I want to be very clear that lasted for a very short amount of time. And Derek and I made amends, and he obviously made the right decision and like was like, you got to go, buddy. And he and I are close. So sure. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea.
Sure.
But it did happen really quickly. Like this was all in the span of like 5 days.
Yeah. Sure. It was a lot
so
of
like, yeah, but like as soon as Robert Price went on PineCreek and like it ended, like I was sitting there watching it like.
Yeah, me too. I was in the chat. I was pissed, and then like the thing I was gonna say was that even immediately, people leaving comments on that stream were, but enabled so many people were leaving inappropriate comments on that stream. Like I remember a dude literally saying the whole like, why is it not okay for white people to say the N-word if if all the rappers are saying it? And I'm sitting there like, are we really having this conversation right now? And that was one of the early experiences for me where I realized we had this right-winger kind of problem going on. And I remember a couple of the other people of color were talking to me because we were just happy to find each other, and we were just chatting in Discord. And Deaconess Annette was telling me basically that she was aware for years. She said, I don't know. She said, people are just learning about Robert Price now. But she said, I always knew Robert Price was like this. He's been like this. He's been like this on social media for years. And then it was really clear that there was this growing issue where, okay, we have this atheist content creators, but they're really not helping us because the atheism is about the only thing they're giving us voice on, and otherwise they're kind of weaponized.
Yep.
And then I even know even now people have feelings about this, like it's causing divisiveness and all of this in our community. And I'm like, let's be clear. There needs to be a schism. We need to divide. We're not being divisive enough. Let's be clear. There's a very real us and them. And if you with them, get the fuck over there. like I said, because there's another culture. It's not even the debate me bro culture. Like the debate me bro culture has its own problems. Mostly the shit that they debate isn't even debatable. But
well, it's like, should we debate the existence of trans people?
Well, that was the other thing I was going to kind of say with it, where there's like, maybe you're not in the debate me, bro, but there's this sort of, it's all good. Let's chill around and have these conversations.
Yeah, but like the only people that are having these conversations about like, is this valid? Do you exist? Like, are people that are existing in a very privileged class where nobody is debating their existence.
There you go.
No one is debating their identity. No one is debating whether or not they should have fucking rights. So like, I understand that this is some like super fun, like
it's interesting
theoretical argument for folks. It's like super fun. Like, oh my god, I love being like the devil's advocate. Like, no, bitch, you can catch these hands.
Devil's advocate. You know, chew this up on both sides. You know, and I'm like, no, we're talking about people's lives. Sorry for those of us. This is a fight. We might make content because we're trying to encourage our people, but come get it. This is real life. Like,
just to be honest, like, I exist in not the most privileged class, but in a fairly privileged class. So, like, for the most part, the debates that are going around are not like, should white women have rights? Now, I will say that as a woman, generally, there are certain debates going on about like women's rights and whatever. But all of that aside, the more common debates are like around race and are around the LGBTQ or around trans rights. And so like I really don't stress too much about like, are we debating like that I, a white woman, should be allowed to exist?
But
like, that's not really happening.
I think there still is a debate that we need to be talking about just non-belief. Like we need to all start to come together and realize we are, because our new friend Ed Rage kind of said this the other day. If a person can't change it in 3 seconds, then you can't go after that. And I don't know how a lot of people feel, but I'm not going to stop being an atheist anytime soon. And so if we're going to say, like, people have these problems, no taxation without representation, well, let's talk about that, because I don't see a lot of representation. Like, I feel, people that watch a lot know I whine about it all the time, but I really feel excluded when the president can't deliver a holiday address to the nation without telling me the Christmas story, reminding me that the first NASA trip to the moon ended with a reading from the King James Bible, when my choices are, look, here's my choices. I don't live in Georgia, and I'm an atheist, but I had to send money to Pastor Raphael Warnock to keep Herschel Walker's ass out of prison, out of office, because people run around talking about he's God's chosen candidate. Like this is the world we live in as atheists.
I mean, is it right? No. Did I send money to Raphael Warnock? Yes.
Yes, exactly. Like, on some lesser than two evils shit for real.
Yeah. Sorry, this is like completely pedantic, and it does not negate your point at all. But I do think, in the grand scheme of things, somehow Raphael Warnock is actually pretty progressive.
I know, yeah. No, he's good to go on everything other than that. Yeah,
like overwhelming sense of impending doom.
If they censored the Jesus parts out of his speech, I'd be ready. I'd be 100% with it. The other thing that I've really wanted to pitch to you that I think is important is, at one point I went to school to be a dating coach. That's actually how I started studying evolution.
Okay. Sorry.
And I just think those are always the three things I was going to talk about. It was going to be either religion, politics, or dating. And I think we need to do secular mating, dating, social life, politics, burrito show.
Yes. I'm going to jump in because I'm annoying.
You're done. You're good.
I have ADHD.
That's it. I served it up. You're good to go.
Something I've been doing on my channel a whole bunch recently, and not really intentionally, it's just sort of taken that route, is like, your girl is out here trying to give men the cheat codes. Like, I'm trying to give you all the key. Like, I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's what it's
about. And then men are like,
nah.
No.
But you don't understand how women work.
What the fuck I look like?
Let me mansplain females to you.
Oh, you probably have an idea, but also, like, I'm not sure you have an idea. Like, I have videos that have, like, almost 1 million views where, like, I'm like, here is the thing about women. And the men are like, no. And, like, literally, I don't have one single dissenting comment from women. Not one.
Wow.
All of the women in comments agree with me. And a bunch of the men are like, I don't get fucking laid. Like, I'm trying to help you.
Yeah.
Here, this is me, a woman that can have sex when I want to. Here's you, a man that is fighting for his life.
But Charlie
I'm
Kirk
trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. And you're like, nah.
But look, I went to this Tim Pool seminar recently on masculinity.
Dude, I can't take it. Like this is the thing that mystifies me about a lot of dudes is, like, they will idolize men like fine Tim Pool, Andrew Tate,
Andrew Tate,
whoever.
what
the fuck is his name? Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. These are people that 99% of women cannot fucking stand.
100%.
Like, we cannot stand those men. We hate them. We won't listen to them. We wish they would, like, fucking
And you probably think very low of any woman that would be with them, as any person does.
Absolutely.
Like, it's not envy. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
This is what's mystifying to me. 99% of women would not touch these men with a 10-foot pole.
Right.
But these are the men that other men are going to try and make themselves more likable to women.
I could not agree more. I dealt with that.
Riddle me this, bitch.
I dealt with that problem. You know, and I kind of escaped because I found evolution and I found professors who were like, yeah, come check this out. We can do research on the evolution of human sexuality. You're good to go. But, you know, I did realize that we were essentially teaching people social skills only to teach them how to be antisocial rather than just teaching them social skills and stopping there.
It's not that hard. It's just not that hard.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's important.
Hard.
But this is what we can do. We can bring. So the idea with the show was, here's how it started. When I was an undergrad, you know, I was trying to do this thing. I lucked out that one of my students was a broadcast journalism major. So this meant two things. She already got the whole evolutionary approach to sexuality thing, and she was already super great on camera and comfortable hosting TV shows. And so what we did was we went around and we collected questions from undergrads. It just said, if you had the chance to meet with the dating coach and ask them 3 questions, what would they be? And then in 5 sentences or less, describe a recent experience you had with a significant other, a person of interest that frustrated you, what frustrated you. And then we'd categorize them and answer them together. And the thing that was immediately magic was it broke down the locker room mentality. It was sort of a safe space for both sides to speak to anything that came up. And, you know, then I've tried to recreate that a couple times throughout my life, but it's always been kind of that same idea. And I was like, it'd be cool to do that again, but now explicitly from the umbrella of we're not going to use, you know, traditional ideologies as part of the toolkit.
So at first I'm still busy, but I'm less busy now and would love to talk about this more in depth, because something that I've been touching on a lot recently is this idea that clearly I'm not a dating coach, like, by any stretch.
Congratulations. You made at least one good life choice.
Thank you. Yeah. I am, however, a woman.
There you go. You've got way more experience than me in all the years of schooling. Boom, there it is.
But I am a woman, so I can answer things from that perspective.
Boom, that's all you have to do.
But, like, something that I've been trying to, like, get through the noggins of some people recently is this idea that, like, the act of sex itself has no intrinsic value judgment. It's neutral. It's neutral. It can be bad. It can be good. It can be anywhere on that spectrum. But sex itself, it doesn't have a value judgment. But, like, we have our beliefs so deeply rooted in puritanical sort of foundations that we think if we have sex at this time or at this place or in this way or with that person, it is morally bad. And the only reason that we think that is because the system existed to control people. And the way that they did it was to tell us that if we did X, Y, or Z at this time or that time or before or after, that there was a moral judgment attached to it, and therefore it was bad. And, like, even though I was one of these people that came out of purity culture and had to, like, really wrestle with this and still wrestle with it sometimes, like, it's amazing to me how many people, like, I don't know that I've ever met anybody that doesn't have any kind of shame around sex.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. I say I struggle with it all the time. It's I don't think it'll. I've just kind of gotten over it. Like, I'm like, it's just gonna be a thing I have to struggle with, and hopefully it just gets better, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, you can even, not you in particular, but just generally speaking, like, as a woman who has slept with any number of men, like, people. Right? Yeah. For me personally, it's been men, unfortunately. No, but, like, almost all of them, give or take a handful, have, like, very specific things that they're like, that's gay. And in reality, it's like, why do you think that's gay, right? And it's just like that's how they've been conditioned. Now, I'm not saying that everyone has to like the same thing. Like, it's not what I'm saying at all. We're all allowed our preferences. We're all allowed our whatever. But like, our society has conditioned people and men and women in different ways, but to sort of believe that only certain things are acceptable, and everything else is shameful. And it causes a lot of problems because like whether or not you actually want to do X, Y, or Z is not the issue. But like most people don't actually know if they want to do X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be booty sex. It could be earrings, wearing your hair long,
your nails,
wearing a big wig, painting your nails. Yeah, it could be lots of different things.
Yeah.
Like one thing that was a liberation for me, and it was the one time I said, "Fuck women. Women are dog shit," because y'all have been running around trying to hide the fact that leggings are the most comfortable pants ever.
I'm not trying to hide it.
And now I have so many more tights than any female you know. Obviously, you guys know. But it's like, look, this shit was a revelation. I was like, I'm never going back.
Quite literally, I'm like every holiday, I'm like, I'm gonna buy every man I know tinted moisturizer.
Game changer. It'll change your life.
You're gonna have your skin is just gonna look smoother and it's gonna be moisturized. Bitch, come on.
Yeah.
Like, dude, the way that men are afraid of sunscreen, good lord.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of stuff like that. Oh yeah, I remember the first time I spent like a couple $100 on that good sea salt.
Hell yeah.
Scrub stuff. Oh my!
And didn't
goodness.
you feel like so amazing afterwards?
Like a fucking rock star.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, you were kind of roaming. I was kind of roaming around town looking for someone to lick me. Like it makes me feel like, you know how good I need to be licked. I think I'm so clean right now.
I'm gonna be like really real, really for real. So I learned at a certain point that like apparently white people, not me because I've always done this, but like apparently other white people like didn't realize you had to like wash your legs in the shower, which is just like
weird.
I'm destroyed.
Like upper body only showers.
I am
upper body and private parts.
Goodbye.
All right, well I got one for you.
Toss me into
Apparently,
the sun.
A lot of your fellow Caucasianites have not realized you need to wash your hands after dropping a deuce in the gym.
Nope. I don't believe it. It's probably true, but I cannot.
I've seen it. Yeah, you can't think about it. You can't think about it.
How about this? Here's the big ick that I have with men since we're doing this.
All right.
Y'all don't fucking spread the cheeks and the water run down. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm serious. I get the hand in there. Yeah, no, I get
the amount of influencer men that are like, wash your fucking ass. Like, why does anyone have to tell you that?
Yeah.
For starters.
Yeah.
Like, y'all are gross. And then I was listening to this.
Also, a lot of men are still with the TP. Y'all got to get with the wet wipes. Y'all got to come on, man.
Yeah, it's next level.
I'm screaming, crying, throwing up. Like, I discovered an entire subreddit that was like, touching your own butthole is gay.
Oh my lord, no. Look, I
was not okay for like 48 hours after that. Like I was like, I gotta.
As long as she puts it up there, you're good to go. We're good. That's my rule. It's all about who's inserting it in there. Oh yeah.
But like even like people that I fucking hate, like Kevin Samuels, who rest in peace, I guess. He was out here telling men to like how to like clean their ass, and it was just like, what the fuck?
Well, I think this country in general, at least in the lower sort of educational side, which unfortunately is most Americans, not by way of shame, but by way of it's not something we don't value. We don't value education, and as a result, we don't value hygiene. I've been trying to make this point that Americans are just nasty. Like, we have to at some point just recognize this is who we are. We're gross. We're not really into hand washing. We kind of look over our shoulder twice at people who wear masks. You know, and at some point, you just have to realize it's a culture where we've just decided hygiene isn't cool. You know, like, it's okay to wash your hands after you take a shit and you go to the gym. We're just gonna call you a germaphobe. It's all right though. I mean, we're not gonna kick you out the gym. We're just gonna, you know, all right, you're one of those. You're one of them. You're the real serious types. All right.
It's very strange to me because, like, as a woman, and this is not saying that all women are the same, like, whatever. Like, I get the ick, the big ick, if, like, a man takes off his shoes and has, like, toenails that look like they cannot be cut. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, they're calcified.
Yeah, yeah.
I will light myself on fire. For being honest. Like, and it's not just that. It's like, do you constantly have dirt under your fingernails? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I work outside a lot, so, like, I will have dirt under my fingernails. But if I'm going somewhere to do something with people, I make sure it's all clean, right?
That date night sharp. You gotta have that mode
just
to
like
get ready.
social.
Yeah,
just social.
Like, sure. Being around other human beings sharp. Got it.
Exactly. Like, just existing. Do you, like, if I'm gonna meet up with people, I make sure that I, like, at least smell presentable.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So
Could be neutral,
so is
but
this
just
a
like
thing? So I've heard this with women, but is that the thing? Like, you're going on lots of dates and dudes just, like, didn't bother taking a shower and stuff? Like,
dudes are gross. Like, I'm not even
that's
gonna play with
wild.
you.
That's
Like,
insane.
It's. I know. So I'm
that
not
just
saying
seems like
you
the
guys.
easy stuff to get out of the way, you know?
This is why women.
When guys would ask me what's the number one thing to get a chick your ass, I'd say clean your bathroom and make your bed.
The bar is on the fucking floor. The bar is in hell. If we're being honest, it's in hell. It's in hell.
It's in hell.
Like, it's in hell. And then men will, like, bring their shovels. Like,
to get a little deeper. It's a little too high.
It's wild. Like, literally, if you were to ask me, like, hey, what impresses you about a man you've just met?
You got my name right.
Shit's on the floor. I'm like, oh, it's on the floor. I'm like,
there are no married bachelors.
Exactly. I'm like, oh, it looks like he looked at a mirror and saw he had hair and did something. Like, something. Or, like, it looks like those aren't the only pair of shoes he owns. And that's not on shaming. That's on, like,
you're just trying to
people
information.
own more than one pair of shoes, right?
Yeah,
like, we're trying to, like, again, like,
so we're way past
nice.
expecting a belt at this point.
Belts are great, but it's like quite literally not something I'm looking at. I'm just trying to, like, get a general, like, whatever. I wish I was lying. I wish I was fucking lying. But it's like planned a thing.
Planned a thing. All right.
And whatever, just like anything. The bar is in hell.
That's funny. All right, but I have another thing to ask you about. What about all of the? So we say that anti-LGBT is on the rise, racism, anti-Semitism, all trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
What about what I would consider? Am I going to say it right? Is it misogynation when it's anti-female? Misogyny, and it
that
seems
too
like
is trending
there's
in the wrong
a lot
direction.
of it. and it's big. Like, it's the way to get a lot of followers and make a lot of money. Apparently, we were covering a guy called Mr. Let Go. You should watch him. I'm sure he'll give you a rage. I'm sure you'll get a rage boner.
Mr. Let Down.
And he basically,
I'm sick. I'm tired.
His real thing is women with multiple baby daddies like that. He just thinks they're all types of fucked up. But
okay, but why? Why do they have multiple baby dads? Where's the baby dads at?
I mean, obviously. And he made this video recently because he has to always bring new levels of nuance to the conversation.
Of course, nuance, that's the word for it.
He basically was like, you know what? Your kids are mad because you're so crazy. And see, that man, he got to leave you, but your kids are mad because they're stuck with your crazy ass and they want to leave too. And I'm like, how much do you have to just hate women to wake up really and say, today I need to tell you that your children hate you? Why don't you just say you're gay?
It's fine. Like, we will accept you. Like, the closet is dark. Like, come out. We will embrace you. But, like, if you hate women that much, like, dead ass, if you hate women that much, just quit dating them. Because quite literally, none of us women want a man that, like, secretly hates us. So just, like, be for real with me, and that's fine. Like, that's fine. It's like, sorry, let me grab something.
Sure.
It's like on some of these videos that I've posted, men will leave comments that are like, "Foreplay is so boring."
Oh, what?
Just say you don't.
Yeah, just say you don't like
I
girls.
don't really know how else to say it. Like, that's fine. Like, you're telling me that there's a woman out there that smells like sunshine and fucking flowers that is willing to let you touch her naked body, and you want to do it for as little time as possible while still being able to claim that you're having like heterosexual sex. You're gay. Like, it's not an insult, it's just the truth, and that's fine. But quit fucking lying to me and you and God about being straight. Like,
I also don't. All right, this is another thing I kind of wanted to talk with James about, but because he was talking about it. But I also feel like there's this other weird thing that, for some reason, like, I don't know, but I feel like when dudes are in their 30s and their 40s and they're just, any situation in their life is a hair's breadth from being blown up because they just can't say no to sex. Is there ever a point at which these are people that have failed to mature? Like, I know people like this, and I want to tell them, so, like, I don't, like, do you think I'm keeping track of your number? Because at this point, you've ruined multiple marriages. I don't think most people would ever trust you. Like, but you still seem to think that, like, calling me, sending me news, or telling me somebody's so fine, and I'm like, bro, like, I'm over it. Like, you're attractive. You look good. And you look good. And when you see somebody else and they look good and y'all see each other, y'all are both like seeing something, and they don't get that. The rest of us get this and we don't care anymore. Am I missing something?
Like, I'm old. I just want someone to sit on the couch with me. I sincerely don't care if they're supermodel. I just need to like you. That's it. Like, sincerely.
But is that, I don't know, it just feels weird. It's like, and it feels very like the Trump thing where, like, dudes think that is the most alpha male thing. And to me, it just feels like gross insecurity. Like, you brought up Andrew Tate, and he was like a perfect example because I'm literally like, all right, let's give dude his props. He can kill you with his bare hands, right? He can kill you with his bare hands. He's fought at the UFC. He's famous. Yeah. He's got, $30 million cars. He got taken out in
prison by one sentence. My man's ego is so fucking fragile.
But that's what I'm saying. How is all this true?
That a 19-year-old woman said, like, these nuts, which I say regularly all the time to men, and he was so triggered. So, like, if I got into a fist fight with him, could he, like whatever,
maul you like a bear? Sure, yeah.
Sure.
It's too terrifying.
It would be one knee to the nuts, and that man would be over. But that's not the point. The point is,
all you gotta say is, I don't like your shoes. Muscles. Your shoes look stupid, and he's done.
Bruh, he has 33 cars and not one hair on his head.
Right? Done. Oh, yeah. Sorry, but if you said that to his face, he would throw you through a window.
You could try it. Yeah. Better than a look, you know what I mean? But that's all I'm saying. Like, he has 33 cars that he feels the need to like brag about their emissions to some random teenager that's just trying to be like a climate activist.
So weird.
Not one singular fucking hair on his head. 2 brain cells competing for 3rd place. It takes 10 hours for him to come up with a rebuttal to email thesenuts@gmail.com effectively.
Yes.
And his rebuttal is him with one fucking nipple out in a kimono being like, I'm ordering pizza and I know you are, but what am I? And then the fucking police arrest him because he's in the only country in the world that has warrants out for his arrest. Dog, come on. Just be fucking for real with me. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. That is the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like,
it's bad.
Like, there's dumb.
Yeah, there's dumb,
fucking really dumb.
And there's fucking Andrew Tate dumb. So
Yeah,
it is just weird that it seems like these uber alpha males are just so caught up in it.
Also,
with the
sorry,
most fragile
I know I
egos.
keep butting in, but like this idea of like alpha, it doesn't even exist. Like it's been a debunked wolf sort of evolutionary theory that just does not exist, and people have run with it. And all the people that are like, I'm an alpha male, look like 45-year-old meth addicts. Like, you're not an alpha male, you're just a fucking loser that doesn't have any friends. And so
Absolutely.
like okay, sorry. So here's the thing. All of this can be wrapped up, explained, whatever you want to call it, in white cis hetero patriarchy.
Sure.
Which is the dominant power structure. Like that's the problem. But the thing is people like Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson or whoever, these are the people that uphold these structures, that decide what it is that they think is masculine, and they tell other people this is what is masculine, and if you're not this way, they're not masculine. And this version of masculinity, like, you have to perform it, or else you're a failure and you're no loser and nobody's gonna want you. When in reality, like, it's not all women. It's not all women, but like the amount of women that would leave their partners for Harry Styles, like, I think people need to just sit and meditate on that.
Right.
Like, full stop. Because every woman that I know, again, not every woman, but just every woman that I know, women at large, what they seem to be looking for is someone that is emotionally intelligent, someone that's gentle, someone that shows up for them, like someone that just is themselves and it doesn't like take random shit as a threat to their like masculinity, whatever that means, right?
Right.
So like, oh, you want to paint your nails? Great. Looks awesome. Like, you don't feel like less of a man. I don't feel like you're less of a man. And we can also discuss, what does that mean? Right? Like, what does that mean to be less of a man? But the thing is we have these people, again, like Tate and Peterson and whoever the fuck else, that uphold these like very specific tenets of masculinity. But then also, because they uphold these very specific tenets of masculinity, complain that they suffer from the results of upholding these very specific tenets of masculinity, right? So maybe not like Andrew Tate, because this is just like a personality, right? Where he's like, have muscles, have money, that's manly. But like that is a character. That's not real life. That's him performing something. Nobody exists like that in the real world. And so then you have men that are like, well, I need to behave like this in order to be masculine. But like, what that means for them is they just feel like everything is a threat to their masculinity. And so like in reality, what ends up happening, and y'all, if you haven't, should read Bell Hooks' The Will to Change. And she talks about this, where patriarchy demands of men and young boys that they perform these kind of rituals of masculinity. And often these rituals of masculinity are
fucking emasculating,
cutting themselves off and isolating themselves from emotional connection.
Absolutely.
And basically it's them being violent in a physical or emotional way. Again, this is all Bell Hooks. She's brilliant. Everyone should read her. But like, and if they don't perform these things, then the men in their lives, because they've been conditioned in this way, will perform those rituals for them, which is incredibly painful for the person receiving sort of that isolation or that punishment or whatever. But then we also have this society that teaches women, and to be fair, for good reason, that all men are dangerous and that they're all capable of harming you, and that you can't trust them. But if you live in a society, like as a woman, if you're taught that like every man is capable of violating you and of harming you, then that means that you never actually trust any men. And so you have these men over here that are completely bereft and devoid of trust and love and emotional connection. And it's not all their fault. Like, this is the way we condition them, right? And then we have women that feel like they can't trust these men. And to be fair, they usually can't, but it's not just because these men are like inherently assholes. It's because we have this system that conditions people this way, right? So
yeah, on both sides, because then God forbid you buy into the idea that that's the type of man you want, then you're asking for a toxic man. I mean, and most guys that are, you know, they see themselves as good guys, they've probably got some story of somebody broke their heart for some bad boy who then broke their heart. But that's everybody suffering from the delusion of what relationship success looks like.
Right, and I think, like, again, sorry, I feel like I'm just on my soapbox, but like, the thing is, we all have stories of being hurt by someone, and we can all apply our hurts to an entire people group. And while I do think that some of those stories and applications are more valid, what I don't think is that we can avoid talking about the greater system of oppression that conditions and trains and expects and rewards these very specific ideologies. So, like, if you are born a boy into this society, the way you are socially conditioned is to disassociate from your emotions, to view feeling anything but anger as feminine, and to view being feminine as the worst thing you can possibly be. And before anybody objects, think about all of the insults you would have heard as a child.
Absolutely. Yeah. Uncle Bobby
Throw
talks
like
about
a girl,
this a lot on Gin and Truth on YouTube. But yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
what's
absolutely.
up, Robert Reed? Him and I are basically married.
He just doesn't know yet, unfortunately.
Oh, no, he does know.
He does. Oh, he's good. All right, fine.
Yeah.
Good to go.
That's fine. Yeah. But like, basically, your little boys are not socialized to be something so much as they are socialized to not be feminine, in sort of in a broad sort of description. You know, cry like a girl, throw like a girl, be a girl, just whatever it is. And so
mama's boy.
Exactly. Yes, absolutely. And so little boys are socialized by our culture to grow up, whether or not they fully realize it, to hate women. And like, that's not their fault. It's the way they're socialized. It just takes a whole bunch of unpacking, which is really hard.
That's kind of what I meant about the thing is, like, I don't want to shame people for sexual promiscuity because I really couldn't care less how many people you sleep with.
Be a hoe.
But to me, my thing is like, hey man, like, this makes sense. This makes sense. I normally like people in general too much to continue to be satisfied with empty experiences, right? Sure. So at some point, if I'm rolling around with a different crew every night, I'm like, God damn, I got to find some friends because I seem to want to be hanging out with somebody new every week.
Sure.
And so it just seems like you said
that's totally fair. I just think it's people needing to be like honest and upfront with themselves and with others about what it is they actually want and need.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's what you want to need, but to me, it almost seems more like it's this performative masculinity where there's this role I'm supposed to play of, well, gee, I've only slept with 30 women in my entire life, and if I were to retire now, well, what kind of funeral would that be? I gotta push on through into the triple digits. And it's like, why? For who? For what? It seems like, to your point, it's an empty experience that seems at some level to impress people who don't care. I could be wrong, but it just because it seems like if it was something different, it wouldn't be on your Instagram. You wouldn't be sending it to me. Because when I do what gives me the pleasure, what makes me get off, I don't really need nobody to see it, care, pat me on the back, or none of that.
I mean, if I sleep with someone, like, guess who's going to hear about that? Nobody.
My neighbors.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, but like I'm saying, like, I don't get up the next day and think like, who do I need to tell this to?
Last night was for
to
the
validate
gram.
Me.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right, exactly. But that's the thing, right? Like, and this is something I've talked about before as well. And again, it's not for everybody, but oftentimes what it feels like, I'm not saying it's this way, what it feels like, sounds like, whatever, is like, especially with men that are like, oh my god, foreplay is like so boring. Okay, but like, it very much feels like I am performing masculinity so that I can tell other people or like share with other people to prove that I am masculine or to prove that I am heterosexual or to prove that whatever, right?
Yes.
And like, whereas like let's be like really, really for real, like fully. If you are straight and you love women, like, you better be in those sheets like 8 hours, bitch. Like, don't like I'm not saying that's like the rule, but it's like you're going to be wanting to spend as much time as possible with a naked woman.
Yeah, I was just thinking that a lot of us do like the idea of, you know, a different girl for every day of the week. Sounds nice. I got hoes in different area codes. We all love a little bit of change of variety. But that's what I'm saying. So here's the thing. I think most heterosexual men end up tricking themselves into a relationship because you like women. And if you like women, you're eventually like, hey, I enjoyed this conversation. The meal was fantastic. Hey, you want to watch episode 2 tomorrow night? And she's going to be like, sure. And then you're going to like that. Then she's going to come over again. And then eventually you're going to keep spending night in and night out with the same, you know, relative person. And that's how you end up with somebody. But to your point, if you're just like, hey, no, get here, bend over, I stick it in, nut, all right, you go home. Right. I'm like, I'm not sure you like girls because there's this whole thing called girls that you missed out on.
Like, sorry, like, I'm just gonna be like very upfront, and I can only speak in like one dimension, but like, women are amazing. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Like, they smell great, they feel great, they look great. Like, mwah. That doesn't mean that you're in a relationship with every girl that you come in contact with. Like, not at all. But it's like, if you're really just like, I'm just trying to like nut. I'm wondering if it's girls that you like.
No, that's the vibes.
I mean, and there's layers and layers of nuance, complication, and where else there, right? Because, like, personally, this is just my speculation. I think there are many more people that would probably like to be either ethically non-monogamous or polyamorous.
Agreed.
But then have done the work on themselves to actually be able to do that. And so, like, they want to have the freedom to be with however many people, but also they're incredibly jealous and insecure, and they still don't know how to do it. They lie about it. And that's not just specific to men. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's both ways.
Absolutely.
But like the more time that I spend sort of thinking about and learning about and talking to people, I think that more people than really currently admit it or currently have the emotional sort of intelligence for would be way happier being ethically non-monogamous or polyamorous. It's not everybody, certainly not. But like, there's just so much because we are conditioned for so long by this very specific system that like we're going to find our prince or princess, and then like we're going to fall madly in love, and that's going to be like this overwhelming thing forever, and we're never going to see anybody else and feel attracted to them ever again in our lives. And like, it's not true.
I think the data's on your.
It's false.
I think the data's on your side. I honestly think that to really look at an evolutionary picture, there are species where the rules are clear. You know, penguins are monogamous. Just they are. They're weirdly monogamous, y'all. I'm telling you.
That's true. But like, do any of us look like a penguin?
Do any of us look like penguins? Exactly. There are other species where there's really strict harems and dominance hierarchies. There's sex role reverse species where females are harem holding. Humans are what we call mildly polygynous on average, meaning there is no such thing as human nature. And I used to actually do presentations for my students on the evolution of human mating systems, and that was a big part of it, was that we find all of these forms everywhere. We find polyamory, we find monogamy, we find polygamy, and various subforms within. I even made up one, which was weird. I think exogamy or something. Like you marry a different group, you go somewhere else. What
is the group where you're just chaotic? Because that's mean. That's me.
Mating anarchy, relationship anarchy. That's James's thing. Yeah. So, but with that being said, like, yeah. So I think where that flexibility is kind of built into us, right? And I would say all my relationships have had the same success rate, 0%. My monogamous ones didn't work out. The polygamous ones didn't work out. The casual ones didn't work out. The serious ones didn't work out.
I would.
But I'm probably just a common.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Me. No, you're good. I'm done.
No. It's not even that. I think that, like, for me anyway, I had to change my definition of success. Right?
Yes,
like,
100%.
100%. Is my definition of success being that I marry this person and I'm with them forever and we have kids and like we die together? Or is my like definition of success that like this relationship was valuable and I enjoyed it and I learned whatever, but ultimately it just wasn't forever?
Yes,
and like
100%.
That's not an answer that I can tell people because it's different for everybody. But it's something worth considering, because the rate of success will change depending on your definition of success.
I really agree. Like I was sort of speaking in jest, but no, really.
Sorry.
But seriously, reformulating my definition was a huge thing I had to do. And it came to, I had to accept that the way I put it was I had to accept that term love of my life is just a role that has been shared by many characters, sometimes multiple characters at once.
Yeah.
And, you know, it doesn't mean that there hasn't been love all of my life throughout my life. It just means it's a story with a lot of different chapters in it, as opposed to, you know, one co-protagonist throughout, right? Which is nothing wrong with that,
and again,
right?
I know it's going to be different for different people, but for me personally, and this is just me speaking for me, like, I am so much more excited by the fact that I will fall in love with many people, that I will consider the loves of my life.
Interesting.
Than I am about the prospect of finding one person and having to exclude everybody else that I ever come in contact with. Now, again, that is not going to be everybody. Some people are going to really want this one person, and they love this idea of excluding everybody else, and this is going to be my path, right? But I do think it's really important for all of us to be honest about what that actually means to us.
Yes.
Because I have to be honest about the fact that, like, because this idea appeals to me, there's also going to be additional heartache. Things are going to end. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't end. It doesn't mean there's not, like, it doesn't mean any of those things. But, like, me being me, I understand that, like, there will be many loves of my life. And that all being said, there will be breakups and pain and heartache. And there may be many relationships that last in different forms for the rest of my life, or for lots of my life, or for whatever, right? Like, I've had many relationships that have shifted over time. They go from this to that to this to back to this to that, right? And, like, again, that's not going to be for everybody. Like, it couldn't be for everybody. But, like, I just think that we live in this society that teaches us there's this one very specific way to be happy. And it's not true. And, like,
100%.
if people can be
The
honest
Lord
with
says
themselves
it is
about
done. The Lord says it is done.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, we're just triggering a sound effect.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'm on my
But yeah,
soapbox.
it's the idea that God prescribed this one way, and that's definitely not doing it.
I think that so many people would be, not everyone, again, but I think that so many people would be happier if they opened themselves up to this sort of broader.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I certainly think normalizing it would allow, like, it's not saying we're outlawing monogamy. We're saying if you want to be monogamous, that's totally dope. The thing is, that's always been dope. Let's let some of these other relationship and family structures be normalized. So I'll talk about it even from a way that kind of makes it takes it a little bit away from sex. Like we were taught in our house, because of that same ideal, right, that this is going to sound weird, somehow the way I was conceived of was superior than the way some of my cousins were conceived of, because even though my parents got divorced when I was 3 years old, they were married when they had me. So I was planned, I was forethought, my dad was down. It was, you sit down with the grandparents, oh, we're pregnant, oh, and then my grandparents put in their order, you know, I want a boy, I want a girl, you know, in that whole deal. Whereas a lot of my cousins, it was like, oh, well, we didn't know about this one till they were 9, and, you know, this one was out of wedlock and all this, and it creates this coldness.
Folks have decided that, like, this way of doing things is the moral way. And I was born out of wedlock, so, like,
yeah. And it made it so that we saw our own family as they come from broken homes, even though everybody's home broken, they broken the same at this point, but it didn't matter. It was still
we're all broken.
Yeah,
come on.
but it really should have been, why should any of those forms be considered broken? Why should it matter? Okay, so your parents were married, yours weren't. Okay, you got 3 moms, you got 2 dads and a couple of girls, whatever it is.
Bro,
let's just love on these kids and keep it moving.
2 dads and they both suck.
Yeah, that happens as well, but it really now bothers me that I see to your point, and to take it so it's not even necessarily about what's going on in the bedroom. It's about what's going on in the family rooms. That these ideas, they really do sort of teach us that the families we should all expect to deal with, right? We all know the divorce rate's over 50%, so we know that norm of it's going to be mom and dad and they're man and woman forever. We know that's just not our story. We know that that's just not true, yet we're still telling ourselves, when what's perfectly normal happens to most of us, your home is broken. You come from the broken home and the disadvantaged, and it's only that way because of the narrative we're creating around it, instead of just saying, most of the kids in this class come from normal families with unmarried parents. Let's keep it moving.
Right. Well, it's like the thing is, in my opinion, there's so much. I know we talk about deconstruction in terms of religion, and there's tons to deconstruct. I agree. But I think that, like, on a much broader scale, there are so many systems and expectations and institutions that are harmful to people on so many levels. Like, I could talk about it all night, but, like,
sure, same.
There's so much. And so, like, exactly what you're saying, right? Like, we say, like, well, if your mom and your dad were married and they had you and they got divorced, you're from a broken family. Why? Like, someone be very clear why that's somehow broken, and not them making the very right decision to not make your life and their life harder and shittier and whatever. Right? It's not broken.
I grew up feeling bad for the kids who were in the Stay Together for the Kids families, because my parents made a very responsible decision to get divorced. Everybody was on the same page. It shouldn't affect Jason. Yeah. So it was my mom usually sitting next to my dad with their partners on either side of them. Yeah. Everybody was Team Jason. Go Jason! Go Jason! We all go out to eat together. We all at one table. We're the Jason family, and everybody goes home, and we'll see you next time. And I was so happy, rather than what's going on? Oh, yeah, my mom's throwing all the dishes at my dad. My dad's telling my mom he's about to kill her. And I'm sure my dad will just get drunk and go to his girlfriend's house any minute now. And, you know, and I'd be like,
just
why don't
super
they just
healthy
get
and normal?
Why don't they just get divorced? And I'm like, oh no, they want to stay together for the
For
kids.
me,
They want to make
it's
sure
for
we
me.
don't have a broken home. And I'm just sitting there like,
I mean, it sounds broken, but all right. Someone call me over for puzzle night eventually. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I hear you. And as someone who has practiced ethical non-monogamy, like I have been in relationships with people that have partners and have kids and whatever, and like I will say that like my role in those people's lives, it still exists whether or not the romantic relationship does. And like they're some of the most healthy relationships I've had where like we might not be romantically involved anymore, but like we're still close. Those kids still love me. I still like interact with them. They have an extended family, right? That has nothing to do with how like whatever romantic relationship played out. And all of that being said, like I think this idea, I think we get lost in this idea of if you're in a relationship, you like own this other person in so many ways. And then if you pick up, you feel like you're losing this thing that you, I don't know, like
was yours.
And so now something's being taken from you.
Yes.
And it's like people never belong to other people. At least they shouldn't.
Right.
And like I understand it's a very hard thing to like let go of. Trust me, I understand because I've had to do a ton of work. But like the fact of the matter is, like, the nuclear family is a fucking scam. And like if I'll at least say this for me. I've never wanted kids of my own. I've never wanted them. Don't care. I want to live my life. I don't want kids. However, I have always wanted to be like a kind of parental figure to children that belong to somebody else that like I can show up for and I can do things for and that I can love and play with and do whatever. And then I can just go fucking home. Like that's personally
so
what I wanted.
It's really
right?
interesting. When I started, I like when I learned about poly, I learned about all these things to be a dating coach. So my friends used to make fun of me. I had a friend who used to call me a tranny chaser because she worked with LGBT teenagers, and anytime I met somebody with an identity I didn't understand, I was always like, "Yo, you gotta talk to me because I want to help everybody."
Yeah, you want to learn.
Yeah. And so she'd be like, all right, let's go. What do you want to know? And even like I would always give credit to like asexual people who like I would meet on dating apps, and I would just be like, can I please, ask you questions? And they would be really sweet. But anyway, so I started talking to poly people. First, I just thought y'all some freaks.
Honestly, we have a thing for scheduling. That's it, because most of us are not doing anything but watching.
Thing for scheduling. Yeah. There you go. And
like, we're not sleeping with people like any more than your average person. We're just like hanging out with people more regularly.
Yeah, I totally understand. So I met this woman, and she let me know like her and her husband were trying this poly thing, and I was like, all right, this is weird. She was very attracted to her. I was like, all right, I could, date this really wonderful person and see where it goes, or I could be like, nah, this is weird, I'm out.
Yeah.
But I was like, fuck it, I'm seeing other people. I'm not super attracted.
Would have been well within your rights. Just
absolutely. So I went for it, and the thing that I would say is I'm a naturally kind of jealous person. And I think part of that is I really didn't have healthy relationships growing up, largely due to the racial dynamics of being the only black kid in all white schools, and then my relationships were like constantly under attack. Like, so I've looked forward to a certain amount of security that just is nice.
Sure.
Like, drama free is good with me. But it was interesting because she needed me to like meet her husband before, we got intimate. And he touched every insecurity bone in my body. So I was like, wait,
so, he touched you?
I date like white women a lot, but he was a black guy named Jay, right?
To be honest, we're the worst, but yeah.
So I'm already like, wait, your husband's a black guy named Jay. All right, this is gonna be a little bit difficult for me because we got a name thing going here. And then turns out
understandable.
He's into a lot of the same shit I'm into, like MMA and pro wrestling and shit. And then I meet dude. And
was it Andrew Tate?
Dude's a fucking bodybuilder. So dude shows up to my house looking like a fucking Ninja Turtle. So great, your husband's a black guy named Jay who looks like he's been sculpted out of fucking marble. What the fuck am I doing here? Like, it was just so, like, anything you could think of that would make you insecure about another man was him. Everything.
And it makes
name.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
And this is not me speaking to your situation. This is simply me speaking to my own shit. Like, realizing I have these insecurities because it was a long, whatever. It made me really be like, I really have to deal with how much I value myself, which seems to be not very much. Because like, if I did value myself in this way, and if I really did trust in the connection this way, or whatever it is, like, I would be a lot more comfortable and aware that like these two things can coexist. And this has nothing to do with, I guess it has something to do with what you're saying, but this is not me saying you should have done
that
X,
was
Y, or Z. It's just like an
100%.
interesting, like,
that was 100% it. Like, dude, literally, when we met, he wanted me to like hook him up with some good weed because I had a medical card. So I ran him to this friend. So I was like, bro, no problem.
He's like, great, see y'all later.
And
like,
he literally dropped me back off at my house with his wife, and I was like, all right. And I, and that's what it was like. She was like, look, I like you. Like, I don't know. And she really liked me. Let's put it that way. But, I eventually you just dealt with it. But I give him the credit, right? Because I was certainly insecure. I certainly needed to grow, and I would not have been able to like have my own poly relationship later if it probably wasn't for him kind of, being a gentle first couple for me to be involved with. And he was super cool. Even to this day, when I run into them around town or something, they're both really great to me. And he was super cool.
All of the friends, all of the people that I have been involved with, we're all still close friends. And it's kind of also good. Like a fluid relationship.
Yeah.
And like, this is the thing that I try to always tell people, and I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination. I still struggle with things. I still like whatever. Is that like, how do I say this? Opening a relationship, being poly, doing whatever, it's not going to save your relationship.
Correct.
It's not going to make your relationship easier, ever. Deciding that I was going to sort of interact in this way has actually required a lot more self-work and introspection and healing and like, I don't even know, whatever else you want to call it, which is me dealing with me, than any of my previous monogamous relationships ever had.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And so like, if you're like, we're gonna open a relationship because that'll make it better, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Divorce, breakup, whatever. I don't know. Go to counseling.
Or just be happy. You don't have to like. You don't have to like live every fantasy of your life, right? Some things can just.
Right. No, I'm just saying, like, just if you are having problems in your relationship and you think that opening it up will make it better, it won't. Like, that's the thing. It won't.
Yeah.
Because usually the problems that folks are having are something around like, we don't trust each other, or like, I don't feel like this person is like attracted to me, or like, I don't X, Y, or Z. And that will only be exacerbated by bringing somebody else into the equation. Just
No, it's really, that's a really good point.
I mean, you can try, but like I'm right.
And also, I just think too, it shouldn't be a different standard. At least for me, like, so when I dated two women at the same time, it was because I met them around the same time. They were both open to it, and eventually they wanted to meet each other, and it turned into.
You value those people independently.
Yeah.
And like you're not trying to make up for something.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. Like I'd always say this. If I would have met one of them and just been in a monogamous relationship with one of them, that would have been perfectly fine. It wasn't a void,
right.
And that's normally the type of thing. Like the happiest I've ever been in a relationship was a relationship where it just didn't matter, where it was poly period, right. Monogamous period, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's kind of
I think that's the thing. If you are trying to fill a void with somebody else, like if that's why you're opening a relationship or if that's why you're sort of trying to date someone else, then like don't do that. And just examine that void and whether or not you can fix it. Because otherwise, if you're trying to fill a hole in a relationship, that person that you had the hole with is going to feel that absence.
Sure,
like,
yeah,
just
absolutely.
Trust me on that.
It's just gonna get even worse.
Yep, and it's just gonna be bad. So like, for folks that are thinking about opening relationships, like if you're exploring polyamory, love that, but like you need to be prepared, and like you need to understand that like being polyamorous is not finding somebody else to meet a need that's not being met. Being polyamorous means that you feel like you have enough love to be in one or more, 2, 3, whatever, relationships wholeheartedly at the same time.
Yeah.
And there's varying degrees, sure. So it's like, maybe you have secondary part, whatever. Like,
right,
of course, there are nuance, but like, if you are dating somebody else to just get a need met, it's not going to go well.
Yeah, so that's the concern about it becoming like a trendy thing that people think they can try on.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be like, we're going to go to a couple key parties, it's all good, and you know.
If you're going to try polyamory, go to therapy for like a year first. That's my opinion.
I'm actually about preemptive therapy anyway. Because part of what I think is I
think everyone should be in therapy, but yeah.
So I had a Jesus wife, which is basically I got married. It's like you get married in a wedding, but you don't ever legally get married. So when it's just a Jesus wife, that's what I call it. But the one thing I liked about that process was the premarital counseling. Just because it felt like support around the earlier stages of relationship. And as somebody, who's bipolar and kind of just has to work with professionals anyway, it feels like it's not a bad idea to just do it as a habit without problems. And then if there are issues, you have another tool and resource.
Like, if we're being like super upfront and super real, we're all fucked up.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so, like, it would serve all of us to go to therapy, regardless of whether or not we are single or taken or whatever you want to call it. Like, it would serve all of us to be in therapy. That becomes even more complicated when we decide to try and have a relationship, build a life, do whatever with somebody else.
Yes.
For me personally, anybody that I become intimately involved with for the long term, therapy. And not because we need to solve problems necessarily, but because like chances are we're both fucking traumatized and we're trying to figure out how to heal and grow and best like exist together. And we're not equipped for that naturally.
Yes.
That's my opinion.
Yes. Yeah, no. I think that's that's very much I think happens in a lot of ways. And you kind of hear that a lot. Christians are really big on that actually. Like We were looking up some today, yeah. Like, you know, they're about unplugging from your phone, and you know, it's kind of the fun sometimes of being a church group, right? Getting out in the woods and going to hang out in the cabin. But
that's not like a substitute for someone that's a professional.
Absolutely. Plus I
think quiet.
Plus I think we're getting at something much more bigger. Like, you know, them, it's like sign of the times bullshit. But reality, it's an evolutionary mismatch between our evolved cognition and the modern, you know, sociocultural environment in which we find ourselves.
Yeah.
So that itself is a traumatic experience.
Yeah.
So yeah, we definitely need to normalize getting help, just with so many things. Yeah. And I think that's actually what we're seeing a lot with. All right, so here's there was a couple things I wanted to ask you about. One was sort of your thoughts about dealing with.
Sorry, I've been on my bullshit for like 2 hours.
With like family and friends who have a hard time accepting those type of relationships? Because it sounds like you've maybe been dealing with this for a while. So do you have any family or friends that had a hard time with it? Or?
Sorry, accepting which kind of relationships?
Like a non-monogamous relationship.
Yeah. So to be perfectly honest, my family dynamics are complicated just without anything else involved. And so even if I was completely monogamously dating someone, there would be a sort of timeline that I'm feeling out before I introduce them to family and friends and whatever. I couldn't give you like a hard like date, but it's not something that I just do. That being said, like, as all of this has been kind of newer to me over the last several years, it's also been a learning experience, a learning curve, like, and so it's definitely been interesting to explain and like normalize 4 years, and younger sisters, I'm estranged. And my dad and I are like civil, and we sit there.
I think your signal's breaking up because of Gather.
So the people that would be hearing about any change. Sorry, can you hear me?
It looks like you're actually refresh your Gather. It's usually the thing that takes care of it.
For sure. Okay.
That's the option A. That was awesome. All right, AR, are you still here? Can you still hear me? All right, so I just want to make sure we're good. All right, I'm gonna roll this real fast.
But what did they have to keep doing? They had to keep adding in the epicycles and all these things to explain the.
I think we're actually gonna make it through this goddamn thing. I've made it through like 4 hours.
They kept adding epicycles every time.
And Jordan Peterson today. Oh my goodness.
Time one of their observations didn't match reality. But guess what? Yeah. The entire model is wrong.
Thanks for coming through,
Derek. That's exactly
Derek.
what's happening with the Big Bang model.
Also, you're definitely going to atheist heaven for watching me naked. Thanks. I really appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
You know,
time and observation doesn't match. A new hypothetical scenario or is made up to try to account for the failed prediction. And guess what? The failed predictions are mounting and mounting and mounting.
Can you name?
All right, wait, hang on a sec, guys. So.
for the
All right, so Rebecca, can you tell us how you feel about the Bible?
model or entity is made up to try to account for the failed prediction. And guess what? The failed predictions are mounting and mounting and mounting.
Can you name 3 of them?
Failed predictions,
I need that.
colliding galaxies, right?
We see galaxies colliding.
Guys, we need to clip this. Somebody, I need a timestamp of that.
I get a timestamp thing.
Can you record a timestamp for me, Aaron? I'll pull it later. It's like 1:42. I'll find it from there. Oh, that's so good.
the failure to be able to calculate the expansion.
Oh, Heathen Queen's back. Oh, it's perfect timing.
Oh, cool.
Listen, the failed
that's me.
The failed predictions, they just keep stacking and stacking. All right, so the reason I'd asked you that was because I kind of think my mom uninvited me to her wedding because I had 2 girlfriends and she didn't want to be bothered. And while I'll never
I'll be your date, it's fine.
Well, I'll never be like, no, it was I'll never be like, oh, you really screwed us over there. I felt like that was always such a breakthrough in all of my relationships because as much as I talk shit about my uber Christian family, did she fall out again? Actually, she can turn her camera off. I didn't think of that. Heathen Queen, can you hear me?
Laggy connection.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Oh, perfect. All right. So I always thought that that sucked because normally the thing is when someone I'm dating meets my family, they're like, oh my goodness, I knew you were a waste of good genes. Yeah, I knew you had to come from good stock and you just fucked it up somewhere. And now I see that that's the case. Because, my grandparents, I talk crap about them because they're Pentecostal ministers, but they're super cute and they take care of everybody. And my mom treats all my girlfriends like they're queens and gifts them and butters them all up. And it also adds like a certain part of the support system. And I felt like we were always going to feel outcasted because of it. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, just as solidarity. This last Christmas,
You're having connection troubles again. Did you go back to where you were before? You were somewhere and your connection was awesome. And then you moved to the magical wizard closet. And
yeah, you need to find the magical
wizard. That was my living room.
Oh, my goodness.
My magical trek back.
A lot better now.
Hi, Buck.
Yeah, it's really good right now. Go ahead.
Now? All right. I'm probably going to move. Oh, hello. I'm going to move back to the living room, but I'm going to do this first. So I have 4 younger sisters, as I've said. And over Christmas, we were all at my dad's house and, opening gifts. And then, my dad was in the other room, but by the other room, we could all see him. It's like an open floor plan. So it's just he's kind of over there effectively.
Gotcha.
But it's not really another room. But he's very deeply immersed in his phone, which is strange because my dad's almost 60 years old and quite literally doesn't understand technology. And so we're opening gifts and my sister says to my dad, hey, what are you doing in there? Sending a dick pic? And I fell out of my chair. What the fuck is going on? And this is how I found out that my dad is potentially in the talking stages with some woman I've never heard of in my life. I know, right? So just solidarity, because then he was look at this picture of this random dog in a stroller. And I was oh, so it's serious? Got it.
Wow.
So, families are families.
Yeah, and you feel like you're out of the loop for whatever reason. Yep.
I don't want to be in that loop, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a weird.
Keep me out.
It was weird, and those type of things were. There's a lot of that type of subtle toxicity in my family, and I didn't realize a lot of it till I got older. And now it's really hard to get them to see it, but it is what it is. So,
yeah, and I think at a certain point you realize that you've done more healing or like whatever than other people, and so you have to navigate like your own understanding versus theirs, and often they're at very different levels.
Yeah, what's that about? Like I struggle with that because I sort of feel like you don't want to seem like you're beating up on people less versed in, certain matters, but at the same time, you're like, well, I didn't go get an education so I could walk around and be led around by fools, so I don't know what you want me to tell you.
This is like me trying to explain economics to my father. He's like, well, if the rich people have more money, and then I'm like, someone please get me another glass of wine. I cannot take this any longer.
Have more money.
I'm fucking take me out. I'm dead. Yeah, if we just gave rich people more money, even though my dad's fucking poor,
right.
This would be fine. It would be totally fine, and we'd all be good. I don't have an excellent answer. I wish I had an easy answer. The answer I have is that I'm going to pour myself another drink. So that is what that is. But like, there isn't a great answer. I'm not going to lie. It's fucking hard, and we all have to figure out our own boundaries, and sort of what we are able to put up with, for lack of a better term, while also feeling like we're communicating our own truths or authenticity. And that's not like, it's not like a percentage. Like, I can't give you that number, right? Like, you couldn't give me that number. Sure. It's trial and error, unfortunately. I mean, 7 years ago, I told my uncle he was behaving like a Nazi.
Wow. Was this at a family?
Do I regret it?
Family
no, I
event
don't.
Or one-on-one?
It was over Christmas dinner. I said it straight to his face, and I maintained eye contact.
Wow.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep. He was.
You think that was the first time you'd been called out like that?
Yep. And he never said that fucking shit again.
Good.
So that's fine. So like, I can tell you about that interaction mostly just because it's like mildly entertaining.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you the full indoctrination to the cult of the Flying Man, which is I'm going to go pee and refresh my drink, and you have to bloviate. You have the floor till I get back. And so...
Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Okay.
All right, the floor is yours. You can talk about whatever the fuck you want. Be right back.
Okay, I'm going to tell you all about this time I told my uncle he was a fucking Nazi. So as you may have guessed, I am very happy to tell people about themselves when I feel it necessary, Now, add a couple of glasses of wine on top of that, I'll ruin your life. So my aunt had very recently married this man, and he had not had the experience of a family function with me because, like, I simply don't give a shit. And so the first Christmas that he spent with us was the Christmas following the murder of Michael Brown at the hands of Darren Wilson. And I felt very strongly that Darren Wilson should basically be dragged to the shadow realms and drawn and quartered. My personal opinion. ACAB. Anyway, we're all sitting around the kitchen table. We're all sitting around the dining room table. We're eating. All of my family knows me. I've never been any different than I am now. It's whatever. So they will not. They're at least smart enough, even if they don't agree with me, to know what I think and to sort of like not say something that would, require me to speak. Now, I will say at this time, I was doing my undergraduate in economics and international relations. And my economics thesis was on the statistical correlation between early education and early education and the likelihood of being imprisoned later in life, especially as it was correlated to gender, race, socioeconomic circumstance, whatever. So I was very well aware of the statistics. For what it's worth, my second semester of school, I quite literally got paid to do statistical forecasting. And so I collected data, cleaned it, and learned how to do R and Stata and a number of other things so that I could process the data so that I could sort of predict and forecast and whatever. So like I was not just like pulling shit out of my ass. In any event, we're sitting at this table and I'm just trying to eat my dinner, casual, get through it because it's like not my favorite thing in the world. And of course, this new uncle decides he's going to bring up the riots that are going on in Ferguson. And, you know, I'm trying to like decide when I'm going to jump in. And so like, I don't remember exactly how it went down, but effectively he said something about kind of like the riots being, you know, extrajudicial or just like not right or whatever. And I said to him, like, the police murdered an unarmed black boy. And now we're having these riots because these people just want the police to stop killing them. Like, and they're being met with military strength sort of defenses, for lack of a better term. And the conversation went on for a little bit. If you're interested in all of the sort of like beforehand stories, you can check out my TikTok. It's not a plug, it's just that those are the details where I talk about how I spoke with him regarding the sort of arrest rates based on race. I spoke about jail sentences based on race and also based on the race of the victim and the perpetrator and vice versa, like people that got the death penalty and people that don't. Like I've done very, very personal, high-level work with death penalty attorneys and in prisons. Like this is not just shit I'm pulling out of my ass. Like I've done this work. And I was doing it at the time. And he made a remark at some point after I had spouted off any number of statistics to him. And then I have the video on my TikTok if you want to see it. He said something along the lines of like, trigger warning, I'm really sorry. They were taking the trash out. Basically, the police were taking the trash out. And I was appalled and enraged. And also past my limit because I had tried to educate. Like I had tried to educate. And so I looked at him dead in the eye and said, "You would have made a really good Nazi. And if you ever say anything like that again in my presence, I will never show up to a family function again. And they can talk to you about that." Needless to say, he shut the fuck up. Now, I know that that's not something everybody can do or say, but like I was aware of my audience and I was aware of like how that would land. And that's why I did it, because I understood that I could leverage my own position and privilege to shut him the fuck up.
To be honest, this is kind of where I was at with the holidays this year. It was sort of why I was in the mood of let's just blow up your family holiday, because I felt like even after being an atheist and coming out as it, like showing up year after year, and saying, oh,
Sorry.
it's okay, I'll go along with the Jesus-y program, it's the holiday season, I'll bow my head for say grace before the meals and all of this.
No.
It's never going to send the proper signal that this isn't who I am and this isn't okay with me anymore. And so I felt like if you're not going to do what I feel is the right thing and just of your own volition recognize you've got to try to make this a more inclusive celebration, then the least I could do is not show up and now let y'all sit around and wonder and then talk about why the hell are we sitting around this table by our damn selves with the same...
Like, I was quite literally hoping he would be like, I'm going to continue to say it. And I was like, great, I will be on my couch for the next 500 years. Unfortunately.
Yeah, you shut him up.
He just went away.
But at least
you
made it an actionable item. And I feel like for so many of us, we're still biting our tongue. And as long as we show up every time and bite our tongue every time, things not going to change. Now, what I'm saying is a lot of people, like you said, they may not be comfortable showing up and speaking up.
Or it might not even, like, I
don't show up and you don't have to speak up. Go ahead. You're good.
Yes. No, I agree. I will say this, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. You don't show up. You don't have to speak up. You're making a statement. Yes. I do for me personally, and I can only speak for me, the impact was much greater for me to show up knowing the privilege that I held and making a fucking point.
100%.
That isn't going to be everybody.
100%.
It's not going to be everybody, and I get that.
I'm with you. I prefer direct to indirect every time. I'm 100% with you.
You have to know.
And it's a good program. Explicit is better than implicit, if you can, you know?
Yes.
But
like, I'm not saying this is the route that everybody should or could take. Like, it's not. If it's the route, like, for me personally, like I said, I knew that this route would be, I held the power.
You know you could do
in the situation, and I knew it. Yeah. Not everybody is going to be able to do that. So, like, I'm not shaming anyone for not doing, like, the same thing that I did. I'm simply saying, like, this is what I did. For many people, there will be, if you just don't show up and people ask you why, that's a different form of activism.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
It takes it.
But fuck that guy.
Yeah, it's hard to do it, but you know, I don't regret it, and I think you know, you feel good, and a lot of those people are imposing. They kind of know, and in those situations, what they're looking for is everybody to give them
everyone's
approval by
acquiesce.
Silence. Yes. Yeah.
Not I said the pig.
Yeah, and that's no good. That's no good.
Yeah. But I mean, like, this was like 8 years ago at this point, and I've seen this man several times. And again, I'm not saying everyone can do this, but I did it once. This man has never fucking piped up in my presence again.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. And in some sense, it's sometimes not as hard as we might imagine it'll be, right? It's like once people know where you're, once they know what they can't get away with anymore.
When people feel free to do whatever, they will. And I'm going to be 100% honest. I said this the other night, and I was speaking in regards to misogynists, but it also is in regards to racists. Folks that are privileged run around their entire life spouting shit off without any consequences. They don't worry about it. They just say whatever they want, and we all coddle them to some degree.
Right.
And I mean, in like a kind of funny way, for me anyway, like when it comes to misogynists, they run around, they say shit, we all coddle them, and therefore they develop absolutely no wit, no humor, and zero ability to think on their feet. And so that's why every time they encounter me, I have like 2 jokes and they just like ethered, because they never had to learn. Like we always coddled them. That all being said, like most people that are bigoted in some way, quite honestly, I've never been challenged because they are the archetype, right? They're usually cis hetero white folks in one way or another. Right. Not always, but usually.
Or the equivalent. So in families of color, there's cis, hetero, older people who have, they're the grandparents, they're the dominant identity in the family, the patriarch, the matriarch, the head of the table, on and on, whatever. They're ministers.
And I mean,
that type of deal.
I'm only speaking to white people and white families because that's my lane.
Right. Yeah, I'm just broadening it. Because it's the same dynamic is happening. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, fully agree with you. I just don't feel like that's my space to speak in.
Sure.
But like, yes, I would agree with you. And so like many people in my family have just felt free to say whatever the fuck because people were more concerned with maintaining like casual peace and conversation or whatever.
Right.
Regardless of what the other person said, as opposed to being like, oh no, that's fucking racist. Right. Shut up.
You can't say that.
And it's gonna differ from family to family. Like, I get it. I'm not saying everyone has to do the same thing as me or they're wrong. Like, that's not what I'm getting at. But I do think that a lot of the times, like, just people saying, like, that's not okay in some way.
Right.
Like, is really important. Because if more people said, like, that's not okay when they heard somebody say X, Y, or Z,
right,
that amount of pushback to the person would be enough to make them maybe, like, reconsider.
I really do, and I think the closer you are to a person, the more likely it is that the pushback matters to them.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to ask you about, to kind of tie it back to Rebecca here.
Sorry.
What do you? No, we're fine. I've really enjoyed this time with you. I get really irritated at the way that we acquiesce to a lot of the apologists, and I find it frustrating. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like, and I tried to tell you a little bit of this backstory, but I feel like Rebecca's return to YouTube, which is why I don't let her content go 24 hours before I'm ripping her a new asshole, is I feel like it's weaponized. Like, I feel like we are, as a community, we're trying to live our truth. We're trying to normalize atheism. We're trying to really grow out here. And I feel like we chased you off. You know what this is about. And literally the story she told us out her own mouth was, yeah, I was doing my YouTube. I was doing my Lyft, Uber, spreading the word. That was a little bit too easy. I decided to go hang out at the mall. That was a little bit too hard. Hey, fucking your journey up is the happy medium I've been looking for. And all the atheists are all like, Merry Christmas, Rebecca. We missed you. We're so happy to see you. Oh my God, save us from all the other meanies. And I'm like, excuse me? I thought we were here to tell her she's ignorant. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She needs to delete her channel. What?
I think there's like a lot of things going on there. Like this weird compilation of things where, like, as a white woman, and I too am a white woman, but like she's able to weaponize that. But at the same time, that makes her the easiest target. It's like the lowest common denominator. So like, instead of going after, I don't even know, there's no good apologist, but like somebody with like a better argument, it's very easy to engage with somebody like Rebecca, right? Like, where she's not very smart and she's also not very mean. And so like, it's this very mediocre sort of like, just.
Wow, I think you're actually making a very excellent point that I don't think I've given enough thought to.
That's my thought, because like, if I'm keeping it real with y'all, there are not a lot of theists that will come at me. You know why? Because I don't give a fuck. Like,
right, so they have to be, okay, and this is something I've been realizing. It's why we deal with a lot of gutter trash in our community, for lack of a better way to put it. It's because, well, look, if you're like, hey, is that guy a dual PhD in evolutionary biology? Okay, I'm about to tell him why Darwinism is bullshit. Like, to be honest, you're probably not the cream of the crop. I'm just gonna keep it real, right?
Yeah, and this is also something that I say because, like, so y'all know I'm very close with the Hammurabis, Josh and Megan, and like people come after Josh all the time about slavery, and he will engage with these folks that like barely graduated kindergarten, and I'm like, okay, listen, like, I'm not your boss. You do you. But, like, why the fuck are you engaging with these people that, like, can barely write their own name?
Well, if he's like me, it's sort of, I look at it as a niche, right? I literally think of it as a really great opportunity because somebody's got to do it and I'm up to the task. Yeah. But I totally get the criticism. Like, I often tell people, I do this and I don't think my colleagues would do it. Most of my colleagues don't think I should do it. And I wouldn't want them to do it because then it wouldn't be a special niche thing that I can do.
Sure. And I'm saying, like, again, like, we all have our own roles. I'm not saying anybody's wrong for doing X, Y, or Z.
No, but
like,
yeah, I totally get it. Because it's like it does, like, they're the bottom of the barrel. But to your point about her, I think that normally then means, I hate to say this, you have to be like an Otangelo or a Lupin. These are some personalities we know that are, you know, they're super weaponized.
Sorry, I'm gonna tell you a little like funny bit.
Go ahead.
He like follows me on a platform. I block him.
Yeah,
sure.
He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And then he follows me on another platform, and I'm like, oh, fuck you, and I block him again.
Yeah.
And then he like follows me on another platform, and I block him.
Oh, fucking
and it's like
troll!
This weird game of like croquet, and I'm like like quite literally.
We could have just
on my deathbed. I will be mocking you, but like I will never allow you to view my content.
We could have literally just been playing YouTuber charades because we could have left the name off. You could have just said, he follows me on a platform and I block him. Then he follows me on a platform and I block him. And then it'll be like, Otangelo.
A marathon roast.
Otangelo, I know the answer is Otangelo.
Just like a marathon roast. I don't care who you put on the screen. I'm here for y'all.
But here's the thing. All right, so I was gonna say is like, so you get the Otangelos, or you get somebody like a Lupin who's like a Trumpist, Hovendite, like just literally a Proud Boy Christian, basically. And that, to your point, is really almost like vile, right? So we get very few people who engage us that are not either vile, like totally fringe, or at least if they think they're, you know, sharp on the apologetics tip, they've got the pseudo-academic stuff.
Real evidence.
Absolutely, 100%.
None.
100%.
So like everybody that tries to engage is fringe, and there's a reason for that.
Yes, but then a Rebecca comes along and she's precocious. She's unusually willing to engage. She's very low level, so she's not going to hit you with a high
she's a white woman.
Level argument you can't understand, and she's a friendly white lady. And to your point, that is a very different. I always thought that was her niche, but see, then I thought she was playing it wrong because I thought she should have just tried to go straight for, you know, just be an apologist and let the Christians big you up rather than trying to win over atheists because it's not going to work.
To be fair, like, I don't even know. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. I don't even know if she realizes she's doing it. So, like, aside from what she's intentionally doing or not intentionally doing, I don't know. But, like, unfortunately, as a white lady, like, I am welcome into most spaces, and there is a courtesy and sort of credit extended to me, whether or not I deserve it, that we also extend to her. But it's also this very, like, it's just very interesting because we extend this courtesy to white women, but at the same time, we don't expect them to meet a standard.
Yes.
So we're very much like, we're gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, but we also don't expect you to actually be that smart.
Well,
so like we're gonna.
This is what I realized about religion, right? Religion is, hey, I'm in your religion, right? So now you assume I'm honest, I'm loyal, I never cheat on my spouse, I'm the best pharmacist, you know, and all of this stuff. And But it's the worldview that actually says, don't question things, don't hold people accountable, don't question authority. And then all of a sudden, when they're like, are you saying the church pulled the wool over my eyes? Those people who told me to never question anything and just give them 10% of my income off the top. Like
give me 10% and then don't question it. It's fine.
Yeah, they never question the fact that it looks like a scam. So, but to your point, it's the institute that's given the most credibility, and then the standard that we would apply, you would ask more questions of the YMCA, right? And instead we ask no questions. And then those are the ones all up in the booty holes of the altar boys. Like, really shouldn't be surprised that that's where the creeps and weirdos hang out. They realize that's where nobody's looking.
Like, y'all should try it sometime, but like not non-consensually and not underage, but that's a talk for a different time.
Sure, exactly. But seriously, it's like people know what people are able to tell where it's safe because nobody's looking. It's like I always said, if I was going to sell drugs, I would be in a church van with the collar, with the weed stuffed in the bass drum. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I did sell drugs. Let's not talk about that. What? Anyway, like I just think, like, all jokes aside,
yeah, we were just talking about Grand Theft Auto.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I was playing a game. It wasn't me. I never did that. Can't relate. Couldn't be me. So, also, you still... No, I'm just kidding. So, like, I just can't get away from this fact. I think probably it's because I'm me. So, like, I'm a white woman, and so I just, like, understand this at a very
So here's
base level.
Here's where I feel this. I feel this with Kanye, right? Because I'm a black guy. I'm a black guy who's bipolar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when people
being bipolar doesn't make you a fucking racist.
Exactly. Yeah. So me and Uncle Bobby are always having to remind people that this isn't bipolar, right? And then somehow, even though I gotta tell you, I'm not here to diagnose people, but fucking Kanye's bipolar.
Oh, absolutely.
And then,
neither am I, but yes.
And then he does this really weird shit where he'll be like, no, I'm not bipolar. I'm not having an episode. And I'm like, you're making me feel all the emotions. I want to choke you because you're giving bipolar people a bad name.
Girl,
but then people are trying to be compassionate towards you. But now you are personally throwing bipolar people under the bus because you don't even want to identify this as an episode, which, bro, you're having an episode. No, your hate is not the reason you're like, it's just,
bruv.
He's a hateful fuckface who's having an episode, who's reading his diary out loud. It's not right. That's the bipolar part. The bipolar part is where you read your diary out loud.
Yeah, let's be real. Like, aside from mental illness, he's a fucking idiot. Right. And also, he had these like hateful, racist ideologies
all along.
At least at some level.
Absolutely.
All along?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then he is, again, you're not a doctor, I'm not a doctor, but
this
bitch is bipolar. Like, let's be fucking for real. And that episode has caused whatever these underlying beliefs are to be amplified, elevated, whatever.
Absolutely.
The problem is that, like, it's really hard to force people into treatment if they're adults. And also, when you have a bunch of money and fame and power and whatever, you can get away with a lot.
Right.
So, but like, this is not funny. I'm just stressed out. Have y'all seen his fucking like clothing line?
Oh yeah.
Did you see the one swastika with the Yastika?
Like, that's what it is. Like, I'm just,
that's his style now. That's his aesthetic.
Tired and trying to be alive.
Well, I don't know if you knew this, but Doug, that's kind of how Doug went down though. So you knew Doug from the Robert Price thing, but
PineCreek?
PineCreek, yeah. But post Robert Price, basically, he's just continued down the right-wing Joe Rogan rabbit hole.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
And then he actually
Have you ever looked at his face? I could have predicted that. Sorry, am I wrong? No.
No, you're not wrong.
No.
He changed his second channel, which was PineCreek Poker, to PineCreek Politics. It's just gross. But the point was,
Like,
I was just
imagine having that face and like trying to appeal to less people. Couldn't be me.
Yeah, just.
But yeah.
Well.
Sorry, I'm fucking petty as hell.
Some of us know him as Mr. Separate Beds. I'll just put it that way.
He's like. Bye. I'm done here. Can't relate.
Look,
you know what I mean?
The same way that I can't help Kanye get the help he needs for bipolar black dude. You can't help Rebecca get treated for privileged white soccer mom.
That's true. But I can encourage people to quit engaging with her.
Oh,
That's what I can do.
Yep, and especially the atheists. And here's another one. Here's another one you'll
because
love.
This is where I have influence, and so I'm gonna strong arm that bitch.
And this one's going out to you, Peter W, because you're also a dog shit parent. She has a son that's an atheist. And I think, I think my new thing is a lot of y'all don't want to judge people, but I'm ready to be judge, jury, and executioner.
It's me. I'm Judge Judy.
If you will not challenge your fairy tale when it tells you that your child deserves eternal damnation, you're a bad parent.
Yeah, like, I would quite literally shit on God if I had a child for any reason.
Yeah, so it's just like... Yeah, I'm fully judging.
You want to fight?
Yeah, it's like I'm fully judging. Like exactly, God. Like, and to me, it's like you have to at least question it. You have to at least say, if I'm gonna adopt this worldview, and you sitting there talking about heathens like this, and my child told me they're a non-believer, me and God, we gonna have to talk this one out. But they're good to go, and I'm just like, no, you're just not getting this.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I know this is very fundamental. We don't have to talk about it at length, but like, if you're trying to convince me that there's a omniscient, like, whatever, creator of the universe that created all of us, that knows history from beginning to end, and yet creates or allows or whatever millions and billions of people that are born in a specific way that is bound for hell, get fucked. That's all. Get fucked. With no lube, get fucked. Because, like, that's trash.
Just the whole... So are you anti all forms of the faith then? Like, there's no good...
No, I think that if you... So here's the thing. I actually don't give a fuck what you believe, so long as you're not pushing it on legislation or other people. There can definitely be problems with what you believe.
Sure.
But I care less about it if
Gotcha.
you are not actively engaging in sort of trying to push that on other people, right? Like, you could believe in the fucking flying spaghetti monster and that, like, everyone should paint their skin orange.
Yeah.
But, like...
Yeah. But yeah, I'm on this new thing. And I
ringing your doorbell. Exactly.
And I want people
but
to
you can ring my doorbell because I will quite literally ruin your life. But yeah, come over.
When I say this thing about you're not a good parent if you don't challenge Christianity and your child's an atheist, it's because that's what I want from my mom. And it's like, listen, I get that. To me, they take the first step. I know my child's an atheist. My child told me they're an atheist, and I didn't say you're no longer my child. I'm sorry. That does not make you parent of the year. It doesn't make you accepting or loving or none of that shit. It makes you literally like the absolute bare minimum. The next step is loving your child, which means you're going to feel welcome here. You're going to feel supported here. You're going to feel loved. You're going to come home and feel at home. Okay, well, you can't now ask this atheist child and then come home with crosses hanging up everywhere. Oh, we're gonna bow our heads and thank the Lord for our food and all of this shit, and be like, oh, but don't worry, your atheism is good to go here. Like, it doesn't work that way.
I'm super duper annoying because when we thank, like when my family thanks God for the food, I ask them like audibly, I'm like, that's so weird that he blessed us with this food. So like, did he just like not bless like the starving children in Africa?
Yeah,
with this
AR
food?
loves that one. He's just too busy for that. You know.
No, and then you got to keep a straight face because I have fucked up.
Oh, absolutely.
Many a dinner, just like.
Yeah. But you should have given.
Because I have no problem.
They didn't know how to respond to that. We know how to respond to that. See, we know. See.
No, they
what,
don't. Like,
see,
dead ass, and I just wait for them.
He was legit too busy for the starving children. He was too busy making sure that the Yankees won the baseball game with that home run in the bottom of the seventh.
2 weeks ago.
The God had to make sure that I knocked out the other dude that prayed to God. That's my favorite.
Oh yeah.
My favorite is you pray to Jesus, I pray to Jesus, I knock you out, I thank Jesus. I just
bend the knee.
I'm just like, I'm like, does anybody know the irony here?
Y'all are much more.
Speaking of ringing doorbells, people are talking about as atheists, we should go around as a group and ring some people's doorbells and say, "Hey, have you heard the absolute truth? Have you heard the actual truth?
Have you heard the good news that
I come in and we've got the good news?"
Yeah, I will go around and be like, "Have you heard the good news? You can literally do whatever the fuck you want."
No, it's the better news.
The better news.
Just like be super honest with people, communicate, and enjoy your life. That's
this is the most bigliest gospel.
Most bigliest, bitch.
All right, look, we have to make it through this endurance marathon of a no, we're good.
I'm ruining everything.
No, you gave us the intermission we needed.
Yes, we've calculated it.
Okay, but you admitted that we have two different ways of calculating it, and they give completely different answers.
We have to consume all our content.
The standard candles one is probably the one that's
you gotta build up your tolerance. You're new.
Can you imagine just like putting that cross in her mouth? That would be what I would do. Anyway, sorry.
You know, honestly, like I used to make a lot of sexual jokes about Rebecca, but
sorry, I'm the worst.
It's just. Let's just say
I'm quite literally 12.
Let's just say those are working nights. They should pay me for them nights. You know what I'm talking about?
Be as at least now.
We can make a lot of Rebecca's sexual, but let's be honest. We all know Rebecca. There's no way Rebecca's good at sex.
No, she's not. But could you pay her for like a trash blowjob? Like,
God, no.
But no, she's not.
It's probably the most vanilla sex we've ever had.
Oh yeah! If I had the chance, I would seduce. If I had the chance, I would absolutely seduce Rebecca for the laws, for the trophy, for the YouTube atheist trophy of it all.
Her. She's gonna be out here saying her prayers, no lube, lights off, eyes closed, like
missionary.
Yeah. She is.
That's why she's a Christian. But
look at that! But look at that face, though. Look at that face, though. That's the.
I am looking at that face, and it's like reminiscent of MLM 2002.
She said she had wild days. She wouldn't say what her biggest sins were. She said.
I'll straight up tell you about my wild days. I did fucking hella drugs. Middle of fields, cops, cocaine, like all the things. She did not have wild days. She fucking stayed up late one night and like made that her personality.
She held somebody's hand for like 5 hours.
Nah, don't be for real.
Hopped up on Mountain Dew and makeup.
be able to correct me on this because he's the only other one here in the chat that I've seen that I trust with respect to more advanced cosmology. But as I understand it, most cosmologists would say that most cosmologists still prefer to use the CMB measurement, the 67 kilometers per second per megaparsec, rather than the standard candles one, the 73 kilometers per second per megaparsec, because they figure that the cosmic microwave background is kind of a little bit more reliable of a standard to use than standard candles are. Just so, and that's just from what I kind of have gathered. So I'm not going to say that is correct. I could be very wrong on that. It might be the case that cosmologists are like, no, we actually really don't prefer that one. But what I have gathered from my reading and my actual direct engagement with legitimate professionals in this field is that I get that kind of. So we have measured it. It doesn't matter that there's, I mean, the only reason we're concerned about these measurements disagreeing is because we want a precise measurement of what the accelerated expansion rate is. But we know that the universe is still expanding, and we know that it's still accelerating in its expansion, and we know that very early in its history it was in a very hot and very dense state. Not being able to get a precise expansion rate does not mean that the universe is expanding at all.
Yeah, she's never heard of being very hot. Let's be real.
What's causing the pocket doesn't mean that there isn't anything
very hot, very dense, very full. Couldn't be
what it is. I'll have you know that as the homeschool hero, valedictorian in the class of one, she was also the prom queen and the homecoming queen. So
that's unfortunate.
She had her
prime.
Yeah. She had her prime.
Super duper sorry that you had to do that. But it wasn't me, so I'm going to make fun of it.
Her brother told her she was the prettiest girl in school that day.
The universe is expanding. We just don't have a super accurate measurement of the rate at which it's happening.
Okay. Well, it's interesting that you said
YouTube folks said she wore a dress that exposed her ankle.
That's kind of my opinion on it. I think it's less accurate.
What was interesting is I was listening to this astrophysicist, Dr. Becky. Do you know who she is?
Becky Smethurst at the University of Oxford. Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay. And she was saying last year before the JWST,
she was saying, I'm a virgin.
I'm really excited about these JWST results because we've had this crisis in cosmology.
I'm sure she is saying something she's going to take out of context.
One of these two things has to be either our model is wrong or we are over accounting for brightness on the standard candle test, right?
No.
Say it with conviction.
Way of calculating. Now,
say it with your chest, bitch.
JWST would show that actually the Hubble telescope, when it took its observations of the 7 variable stars, right? That
garbage. This is what makes. I told you, word wrestling entertainment is real. The pain is real. We put our bodies on the line.
So
don't try this at home. I got to get one of those warning videos.
And so actually, the result.
Don't ever talk to me ever again.
JWST and Hubble telescope. Their measurements of the Cepheid variable stars are right.
Listening to Rebecca.
The measurements of these nutses look like I'm very off.
Listening to Rebecca is the unprotected chair shots of YouTube.
Oh my god! She's saying words, but she doesn't know what they mean, and I hate it.
After the end of this stream, Heathen Queen, you're gonna have to go to the tent and go through the concussion protocol.
Yeah.
And so then that wipes out the number 2, the standard
I'm just
candle
here to be the
problem
drama
that you were talking about. So what was her other alternative? She said, or our model is wrong. So
right. Have you
our model with respect to what?
A new haircut.
With the Big Bang model, there's something wrong with it.
That's not what she meant.
That's quite literally what the hairdresser.
She meant the specific model being used to map that specific feature. Not that the whole of cosmology is wrong, but a specific part of it might be. And that's true. There might be specific parts of cosmology, probably.
Say that part again.
I said, can you imagine going on camera with that haircut? Because I would quite literally shave my head fucking bald before I went on with that.
They don't realize how embarrassing they are. I mean,
I'm not wrong, right?
I think
like,
you're not wrong, but you have to remember this is a person who thought it was a good idea to spend the last week of December promoting how she was going to start the new year off with a bang. Get it? A big bang.
Yeah, that's great, but she has not understood or experienced a big bang.
So there's two things here. Number one, you have to adjust your style expectations for a person who thinks it's a good idea to start 2023 off by arguing against the Big Bang.
No, the person that thinks it's a good idea to start 2023 off wearing mustard.
And mustard yellow. But look, can we be honest here? This is a really good look for her, because given how corny and cheesy she is and how awful her style is, we're really lucky she's not wearing big bangs. Get it, guys? Big bangs? Huh? Big bangs? So, all right, it could be worse. It could be worse.
Maybe.
It would have covered up a lot of forehead, but we don't have to.
I'm straight up watching M. Night Shyamalan right now in 4K. I'm watching M. Night Shyamalan in 4K, so I don't know what y'all are talking about, but that's what I'm doing.
Because we've just made the wrong inferences from the extraordinarily limited data that we currently have. Because again, we don't know. Like, it seems to me that you think that if a model isn't 100% correct on everything, everywhere, all the time, and in all ways, then the whole thing is completely 100% wrong. No, that's not. Well, that's what it sounds like, because you keep pointing to these things and saying, "Well, yeah, but these are things. The Big Bang has sort of been wrong." And half of these aren't even like specifically the Big Bang. They're other things.
An albino lima
like maybe tangentially relate to that. So
I'm fucking pale, and that's next level.
Observational evidence for this theory is weak compared to the amount of salvation.
Where is her upper lip?
It needs
yeah,
to keep
you know what, YouTube Punk, that's a really good point. I'm in the wrong community. I'm gonna become a makeup tutorial counter apologist.
I'm gonna be an archaeologist. I'm looking for any hint of an upper lip.
I'm gonna become a cat video and yoga instructor debater.
Love that for you.
You know, because this community has a white guy problem.
Opinion.
I need a community with a white girl problem. You understand what I'm saying? I need to switch up the demographics of my audience.
I can help you. You want problems with white girls?
Yes. Now listen, really, every problem I ever have had has been a problem with a white girl, and yet somehow I want more. I have a problem. I'm a broken human being.
I'm broken. Men, I hate you. Also, I want you.
Yes.
Can't relate.
Yes.
Fine. What I am saying is no
monkeys
lips,
are not smart.
no opinion. So that's all.
Yeah, but when you say salvation parameters, it seems like you're saying that these are things that are just sort of like thrown at the model with the hopes that they'll stick, but there isn't anything indicating them. And then that's just false. I mean, inflation wasn't thrown at the Big Bang and it stuck because people were like, well, this fixes all these problems because I just decided to say that. It's that, hey, this thing actually provides meaningful explanations that fit within the paradigms that we've developed and
but inflation is bullshit
reproduce
based on bullshit.
the kind of universe it produces certain features if it were the case, and those features are exactly what we see. So it seems that we've got something meaningful here with respect to this model. We should take it and work from this model and see if we can't refine it and develop it more and see if we can't get some more accurate.
Like, I love people can be like, yeah, inflation probably is bullshit. You know what else probably bullshit? String theory and protons and electrons, and nobody
economic
cares.
Theory is bullshit. Like, let's be real. Like, not like I'm an expert, but I did major in economics, and like, it's all fucking bullshit.
It's only when you're arguing with these flat earthers that all of a sudden that the mechanics of reality are questioned.
Yeah, I quite literally I exist at this point because like I don't feel anything. For men that show up and are like, let me tell you about economics, and I'm like, yeah, please do. Please fucking do. Because like what they say is this very basic understanding of I don't even know, classical economics, which like, quite literally never,
they think
ever,
economics
ever,
works
ever,
like
ever
their
works.
dick. See, it just trickles down and everybody's happy in the end.
Yeah, it's like free market. They're like free market. And I'm like, yeah, show me where there has ever been a free market. Oh, nowhere? Okay, great. Love that from me personally. Next.
Right. Right.
Anyway, fuck men. But sorry. Love you both. Next topic.
Nah, it's weird. You know what? I don't get to do that enough because, you know, you talk to white people and white people are like, white people suck. And, you know, I don't get to do that. I don't want to throw black people under the bus, but I'll throw men under the bus. Fuck, men suck.
Fuck men.
It feels good. I get to do that once in a while.
Fuck white people.
Yeah.
Throw all of us under the bus. I'm here
men
for
and
it.
Rebecca's
Yeah.
stream.
Exactly.
Also, white women. No judgment. We suck. No. Wholeheartedly.
Yeah, Rebecca's the poster child.
Yeah. Like, I won't feel victimized. I will, like, you know?
No, see, I think the thing is people are making me feel emboldened, and I feel like if I'm cruel, then it's other people's fault because other people are not being mean enough to Rebecca. If other people were meaner to Rebecca, I'd be like, hey, guys, you know, cut her some slack. Instead, y'all are like, oh, we love Rebecca. I'm like, murder that fucking cunt. You know what I mean?
Doing my best to be as mean as possible to everyone.
Yeah, I have to balance out. I have to personally balance out
Always
all of the.
send that to me because I quite literally have
we're gonna create you in the video
like,
game so that you can whoop on her.
Yeah, please. Anybody that I have privilege kind of over.
Wait, you don't know her. We could set you up. She'll talk to you. She doesn't know any better.
Set us up, bitch.
Oh my goodness.
Because I will fucking ruin her life.
Oh my goodness. We will break the neighborhood. Everybody will be out on their lawn chairs that night.
Listen,
I promise you.
I am incredibly white. Like, let's be real. But I grew up incredibly fucking poor. In like.
Oh man.
I won't say that.
You do heel tactics.
But, like,
exactly.
They were very, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like I was fucking poor. And also very fucking white. So like however you want to define that. But I will pull no punches.
Oh yeah. This could be good.
Yeah, let's do it.
Plus, she loves to engage. As you can see, she loves to engage the other side.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing
she loves to engage the other side when she knows she has the advantage, but she won't have the advantage with me.
Oh, yeah. Also, it's easy when you're not listening, right?
Exactly.
She's just punching in the clock.
And it's
she
easy.
just punches in the clock.
It's easy when she understands that there's this, like, fundamental denigration of the group or class or whatever of the person she's dealing with. But like, I'm a white woman that grew up fucking broke, so there's no like high ground that she can take.
Sure. Yeah, which is really, I mostly feel like most of the other women she has on like that are usually on the theist side. They're like when she has on Taylor or
of course.
Or S.J. Thomas. She did have like a Satanist on, but that person was there.
I ran S.J. Thomason into hiding her account.
Oh, really? She's awful. I didn't even know who she was, but she's really bad. Like they're on the
she's
same
really bad.
tip.
Like the way that I ran her into that was by saying like, I really can't hear you with David Falk's dick in your mouth. And like I did not back down.
That's so great too because the vulgarity really always extra offends them.
Well, that's the thing is like if someone said that to me, I'd be like, okay. But these people are like
you get bonus hurt
like,
feeling points just for using bad words.
Yeah, because I'd be like, cool,
great.
like fine. Sometimes it's suck dick. What else is happening?
Sure.
But for these folks, it's like the end of their life that they would ever engage in this.
And I
so
love
like,
this. People were talking about this, how sensitive Christians are about cursing, right? But you notice they're the ones that are all about the actual curses. Like, we're the people that are like, magic's not real, 4-letter words are good to go. They're like, don't say shit, but this is a sin, that's a sin. You're going to be damned forever. Rib woman ate the apple, now we're all fucked. Like, God said you could go kill all of those people. Yeah, because God cursed them, and so he said, go take their entire land. Do not suffer a single person. Just a little casual genocide, because they're cursed.
Jenny.
You know, and they're like good to go with that, but say DAMN. All right, here's another funny story. So I had a Christian friend growing up. He's from an African family, and so they were so Christian when they caught the love of Jesus that their way to not swear was to say Christian. So, like,
My tongue can do whatever it wants. And really, I'm not paying attention to my tongue at all.
So
my tongue is busy.
Yeah, so he would never really curse, right? And you know how like normally when you're a kid and you know you're full of shit so nobody believes you, you'd be like, yo, I swear to God, or I swear my mom's life or whatever. He would be like, yo, Christian, yo, man, Christian, yo. Like that man, like he was swearing on his Christian identity.
That was you or that was your brother?
No, it was just my friend. It was a friend. And then we had to do that. Like if we thought he was full of shit, we'd be like, Thomas Christian, really? Like it was so funny, but it was like it never registered that it was the concept that should bother them. So it was just like, oh, we'll just use the word Christian instead of swearing. So you just use Christian as the swearing word, and then you're good to go. You know?
You're perfect. Yeah, God doesn't care after that.
Well, he gets glory in all things, I guess.
So long as you think that, that's fine.
But when I look back at that, that's funny. Also, for those that don't know, my grandparents would answer the phone, praise the Lord, instead of hello.
No, you're fucking lying. I know you're fucking lying.
Swear to God. Yeah, it's serious.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I thought I was problematic, to be honest.
Yeah. That's serious.
What a vibe.
With respect to how our universe works, but this definitely seems like a good starting place, and that's what scientists do. And then they did exactly that, and they figured out, inflation is definitely a solid foundation for starting from with respect to understanding, theoretical cosmogony, because it helps us better understand why the universe looks the way that it does. And this goes back to what I mean when I say evidence. It's that which you would expect to see if your model or your theory, your hypothesis, your ideal, what have you, is true. And if inflation were true, there's a variety of things we should expect to see in our universe. And we see all of them, except one. There's only one that we haven't at least yet seen.
There's at least one what that we haven't seen?
There's as far as I know, at least one observation that that inflationary cosmology predicts, specifically inflation that we haven't seen yet. And that's the gravitational waves in the cosmic microwave background.
Wait, the microwave?
Okay. Well, again, Leo, what I'm saying is that extraordinary claims, and I think the Big Bang Theory is an extraordinary claim.
Don't fucking ever
extraordinary evidence for that.
Bitch.
And
my goodness. The projection is so deep.
I will run her over with my car.
Oh my goodness.
And I will not make any apologies. I will just
so
run her over, back up.
But the mistake here is presenting the PhD level material to somebody who doesn't have the 10th grade background. If it's a mistake with Rebecca, it's a mistake. It's an even bigger mistake with the audience.
Because she's pretending to have some, like, I won't say she's like directly pretending to have credentials, but she is inferencing that she has some
credibility.
Yes, exactly.
Vicarious
that she has
credibility through her, her associates.
That she doesn't have.
Right. They're like the Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something that they whip out. This person has
she
the
just
superpower.
Doesn't have the academic credibility that she's claiming to have by like inferences.
100%. 100%. We're gonna make it.
Cosmic background radiation, which I think can have other explanations. Okay,
such
so
as
radiation in the universe.
You're stupid.
Such as
radiation in the universe.
I canceled all my meetings
many
tomorrow.
Structures in the universe that are.
We're here as long as it takes.
Yeah, but I already addressed that,
exactly
didn't I? When I said that they can't reproduce a radiation that's
just,
uniform and homogeneous to 1 part 100,000, that's almost nearly scale invariant. So you keep missing that. Sure.
Listen, you don't have to do this.
I'm sleepy,
the
but I'm
United
cute,
States champion,
and I'm also right. I don't know how to tell you this.
And champions have championship
Oddly
responsibilities.
plausible.
And I have to get ready for this. Look, Rebecca, you don't understand. I do this. I'm the king of late night.
Rebecca's so fucking dumb. I'm not the king of late night, but I will say this. I'm cute.
I'm
knowledgeable. And I fucking hate this woman. So, like, I will match up at any point. I'm just trying to, like, find the right time because fucking like Jesus Christ. She looks like someone put her head in a toilet and gave her a frosty, and then she came out and was like, "I'm going to prove this point that I don't understand." And I hate that for her, but I love it for me.
She does this on all the. She's the same way with evolution and young Earth and
because she has like 5 talking points as it relates to everything, like generally. And that's why she still puts weird gel in her hair to do like this weird crimp style.
Yep. But she sings, she does Bible readings.
I mean, I could do all of those things too, but I just wouldn't do them all well.
Oh yeah, atheist.
I know Jerome Robinson is trying to be that atheist of the month.
Mm.
Yeah, but can you imagine like her being your goal?
Yeah, shoot a little higher. Come on.
No, I mean, like, I'm not saying what should be your goal, but like, sure, she does all these things, but can you imagine aspiring to
look?
That?
Y'all want to get real thuggish? Look, y'all got 1 month to start.
I fucking said what I said.
Y'all got 1 month to stop simping on Rebecca. Starting February 1st, we're naming and shaming. We're naming and shaming.
No. Nope. Y'all are simping for Rebecca.
Yeah, look. You want to find them? We can find them. They're right over here.
Look at these.
Look, here's Sal, evidence and reasons.
Know the names, send them to me because I am not.
There's
forgiving.
the list.
Yeah. Grr. Cameron, 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 Cameron,